Chapter 1. Only Teaching the Talented. In the Baroque kingdom of Douluo Continent, on the outskirts of a city far removed from the control of the Spirit Hall, a village resembling a cluster of 100 households stood. At its entrance, despite the blazing sun overhead, a long queue formed that a multitude of adults and children gathered, the reason for their assembly unknown. At the village entrance, a table was set up, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. Above him, a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden archway, inscribed with the simple words, Shrek Academy. Finally, I have arrived at Shrek Academy, murmured a young boy dressed in black at the end of the line, tightening his sleeves as he gazed toward the distant destination he had traveled so far to reach that I hope Gramps won't be angry with me for this. Jiang Xuan softly whispered to himself, contrasting with the other queuers who chattered noisily instead. He patiently awaited his turn for the examination. In front of Jiang Xuan, there were over 100 applicants, many of whom wore frowns, seemingly taken aback by the academy's dilapidated appearance. Are you kidding me? This is what they call a Soul Master Academy, the very institution that claims graduates will become Viscounts of the Empire? A boy exclaimed incredulously. His father responded uncertainly. This is what the Spirit Hall representatives claimed it must be true. But this academy is indeed a bit rundown. It was no wonder they held such opinions. If Jiang Xuan were not familiar with the original story, he too would find it hard to believe that such a shabby academy housed several Soul Emperors and Soul Saints. Nevertheless, compared to the average academy the boy referred to, Shrek Academy was far superior. Many intermediate academies lacked even a single Soul Emperor, let alone Soul Saints. Indeed, had Jiang Xuan not been a fortunate transmigrator to the continent, he would also have found it difficult to accept. He paid little heed to the two bystanders' conversation. With his soul power in operation, he could clearly hear the dialogue of those ahead of him. A girl in a pink dress and an ordinary-looking man in a blue vest approached the elder, likely the protagonist of this world. Tang San from the Tang sect and Xiaowu. Transformed spirit beast. Tang San, though of average appearance, would be difficult to recognize in a crowd, whereas Xiaowu, with her rabbit ears, was unmistakably distinct. Jiang Xuan chose not to focus on them for too long. Though Tang San's soul power was at the same level as Jiang Zun's, both merely possessing the second ring was quite perceptive. If he caught Jiang Xuan observing him, he might misconstrue it as ill intent toward his sister, and given his vengeful nature, Jiang Xuan could find himself on the receiving end of a hidden attack. At his current level, lacking any true soul master rank, Jiang Xuan could not afford such a confrontation. He averted his gaze, quietly awaiting his turn. The reason for his long journey to Shrek Academy stemmed from the so-called sign-in system he had acquired upon transmigrating, which required him to check in at designated locations. Thus, when he expressed his desire to enroll in Shrek Academy to his grandfather, he was met with a stern reprimand, as his grandfather scolded him with fervent indignation. To be fair, when it came to cultivation, his grandparents surpassed the academy's instructors by a considerable margin. I pondered the events that would unfold after joining Shrek Academy. I found myself fixated on my grandfather and sister's relentless opposition to my aspirations. Nevertheless, the prospect of becoming an 8th-grade monster at Shrek Academy held its own allure. Perhaps mingling with the protagonist group would bestow upon me a certain aura of favor. Moreover, I was confident that I would not lack for celestial herbs. Apologies, but registration fees for those who do not meet the criteria are non-refundable. On what grounds? On the grounds of strength, of course. My contemplations were abruptly interrupted by a commotion. It was the father and son duo from the original storyline, who had paid their gold soul coins only to discover they were barred from entry due to their inadequate qualifications. They were now attempting to reclaim their registration fee, but their efforts were met with a brusque refusal. It appeared that the imposing soul master with a 1,000-year-old 3-ring soul was none other than Dai Mubai. I couldn't help but shake my head, reflecting that without the protagonist's halo to assist him, this fallen prince would likely have been devoured by his brother, leaving nothing behind, and in turn, jeopardizing Zhu Zhuqing, whom I admired most in the Duel Continent. Such actions were intolerable to me, yet as I too was here to register, I restrained my words. Indeed, in the Douluo Continent, without strength, all talk is futile. What of the teacher at the gate? A soul emperor. What could he do in the face of such a rejection? The father and son were left with no choice but to accept their misfortune and leave in silence. It was a disgrace for a royal prince to be reduced to the role of a gatekeeper. I wondered where Dai Mubai derived his pride in confronting these applicants, who were scarcely more than commoners. Having witnessed this cautionary tale, many aspiring soul masters, realizing they did not meet the required soul power, departed with their parents. The standards were high, and with the registration fee non-refundable, no one dared utter a word in the presence of the Soul Emperor. As a result of the departing crowd, the line quickly progressed to my turn. The two girls just ahead, I surmised, must be Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. One held a 7-treasure glazed tile, while the other, with her hands cupping her ears to accentuate her feline traits, sported slit pupils. Who else could they possibly be? Well done. 2 soul masters at level 20, you have passed the test. But young lady, does your family know you've slipped away? Hee hee, my father has permitted me to come out. In contrast to the earlier sternness, the elder's tone softened considerably upon encountering the girl with evidently special status, perhaps due to her manifest talent or the significance of the resplendent, tower-shaped, martial soul she possessed. Ding. You have signed up for Shrek Academy. Task completed. System loading is now in progress. As the queue approached my position, the system in my mind finally finished loading. However, it was just at the moment of testing, so I would examine the special abilities of my golden finger later. Extend your hand. I presented my right hand for evaluation. The elder closed his eyes and sensed for several moments before declaring, "Very good, precisely 12 years old. Please unleash your martial soul. You know the rules. Without 20 levels of soul power, you are deemed unqualified." Understood. Retracting my hand, I silently chanted, "Martial soul possession." In an instant, the individuals who had been waiting beheld the last use martial soul, accompanied by 2 glaring, yellow century-old spirit rings. Level 20, indeed. Is this your martial soul? The elder, with dimmed eyes, expressed a hint of astonishment, leaning forward to inquire, "Is your martial soul a spark of fire?" "A spark of fire! A spark of fire!" Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward the boy's palm, where a blue-hued, lotus-shaped flame lay quietly nestled within Jiang Xuan's hand. "Indeed, it is merely a spark of fire." However, Jiang Xuan replied. Chapter 2. A deficient martial soul, if it is merely a spark of fire. The elder fell into contemplation. Despite the similarity in nomenclature between spark and flame, their power differed vastly. Flames are among the pinnacle of elemental martial souls, while sparks are merely the precursor to flames. Many who awaken a spark martial soul find themselves uncertain if they can ever evolve into a flame. Moreover, to his knowledge, the few possessors of spark martial souls invariably fail to transcend the rank of Spirit King. The youth was also unlike the blue silver grass previously mentioned by the dean. After a moment, the elder finally spoke. "I apologize, your spirit power indeed meets our admission criteria, yet your martial soul has an intrinsic disadvantage, limiting your potential. It would be wise to seek a mid-tier academy to further your theoretical knowledge. Is it true that there are martial souls with rank restrictions in this world? I've heard that one can only cultivate to level 49. The martial soul is said to possess an exceedingly low quality." The other students murmured among themselves. Tang San, standing nearby, felt a twinge of regret for this final applicant, not out of pity for their inability to join Shrek, but because the spark in the boy's hand bore a striking resemblance to a legendary concealed weapon from his memories of the Tang sect. "That I have a low-quality martial soul. I cannot cultivate to Spirit King?" Jiang Xuan, upon hearing these words, could not help but wear an expression of disbelief, repeatedly questioning as if he had been handed an irrevocable sentence by a high-ranking Spirit Master. "Is it truly because I cannot cultivate to Spirit King that Shrek refuses to accept me? I have already met the admission requirement of level 20. Yes, boy, return home. Even if your spirit power meets the initial requirement of level 20, there are further assessments regarding practical combat and martial soul quality. Your spark martial soul is evidently flawed, thus failing to meet our standards." Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss as to whether to laugh or curse at the words of the Dragon Pattern Staff Spirit Emperor. His dissatisfaction compelled him to retort once more, "Is it genuinely due to my martial soul that I am rejected? Isn't your academy reputed to be a school for prodigies? Can a martial soul with inherent flaws, which has achieved level 20 at the age of 12, not be considered a prodigy? Child, it has been stated that your martial soul is not a matter of speed and cultivation. Not being able to reach Spirit King merely relegates one to a lifetime as a low level. Spirit Master, you may take your leave." The Dragon Pattern Staff Spirit Emperor, shedding the amicable demeanor he had displayed upon witnessing the martial soul, bluntly denied Jiang Xuan's admission. The Flame Seed. Martial soul, while not exceedingly rare for the elder, is nonetheless documented within the annals of the Martial Soul Hall. Numerous individuals in the present age possess martial souls of this nature, which, despite not being classified as top tier, exhibit evident flaws that render them undesirable. For acceptance, should they take such a soul in, at the time of graduation, would they permit the individual to proceed or not? Such a decision could tarnish the reputations of their esteemed brethren and diminish the prestige of Shrek Academy. Shrek only accepts monsters. They reject those over a certain age. those whose soul power fails to meet standards, and even those whose martial souls are not of the highest caliber. Indeed, this was the sentiment, thought Jiang Xuan, lowering his head not out of sorrow, but rather a desire to chuckle. If the aforementioned criteria were met, which prestigious academy across the continent would not cherish such students? The training resources would surely surpass those of the dilapidated Shrek Academy, which required gold soul coins for admission. Moreover, was his martial soul truly a mere flame seed? With a simple thought, the system panel materialized before him, revealing his personal attributes in their entirety. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 12. Soul power: level 29. Martial soul: Azure Lotus Earth Fire Unawakened. Indeed, Jiang Xuan was not a flame seed martial soul, but rather the renowned Azure Lotus Earth Fire from the list of extraordinary fires within the Dugu Continent. However, whether due to the world's rules or other influences, his martial soul currently manifested as a flame in the shape of a blue lotus. Setting aside the disparaging remarks of the Soul Emperor before him, who claimed he could only cultivate to the rank of Soul King, even if he could merely reach the level of a Soul Sect, he was confident that the might of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire could incinerate the shabby Shrek Academy. Third brother: It's all right, Xiao Wu. We cannot sway the teacher's thoughts. The flaws of the martial soul are indeed challenging to rectify. Noticing the black-clad youth's prolonged silence, the other boys present assumed he was deeply affected, evoking a sense of pity within them. Juju Qing, standing near Jiang Xuan, cast a penetrating gaze at the boy. Being close allowed her to discern his expression fully. It was not one of despondency from being struck down, but rather a semblance of derision, tinged with disdain. The only certainty was that his unwavering determination to pursue the path of cultivation mirrored her own strikingly so, unlike a certain coward who only sought merriment with his twin sister. All right, enough of this. Since it is a flawed martial soul, let us not waste our time here. Those who have passed, follow me to the next stage for the teacher's subsequent assessments. Upon seeing the familiar figure in his mind, Dai Mubai felt a moment of panic, and the black-clad figure's repeated scrutiny of his so-called waist further unsettled him. Flawed martial soul? Say that again. Jiang Xuan lifted his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the audacious Dai Mubai. Ha! A worthless martial soul is simply a worthless martial soul. Do you even know who you are addressing? I am Dai Mubai, with the White Tiger martial soul, now a rank 3 soul master, destined to cultivate to at least a level of soul daw. Is there any issue with me deeming your fire seed martial soul, which cannot even reach the rank of a soul king, as worthless? Today, Dai Mubai found himself inexplicably irritable in the presence of the enchanting figure who had come from the Star Luo Empire, resorting to loud reprimands to mask the unease of his years of evasion and responsibility. Very well, I, Jiang Xuan, a 29th level Great Soul Master, challenge you, Dai Mubai. Oh, still unconvinced? If I were to lose to someone who hasn't even reached the rank of a Soul Master while using my third soul skill, then so be it. Mr. Soul Emperor, I wish to challenge him. Jiang Xuan took a step back, addressing the Soul Emperor wielding the dragon pattern staff beside him in the Duel Continent. Revealing one's soul rings and cultivation level typically signified a challenge to the individual before them. Generally, unless under extraordinary circumstances, a challenge would be accepted. You too. The elder was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. Strictly speaking, both were students of Shrek Academy. The conflict arising from the inappropriate remarks of their own students during the enrollment period was indefensible both morally and logically. Liu Sung was about to intervene, but as he stood, he was pulled back by a pair of hands. The owner of the hands spoke in agreement, saying, very well, that if you could defeat Dai Mubai without using his third soul ring with your 29th level strength, I will grant you special permission to join Shrek Academy. Chapter 3. The Battle Against Dai Mubai. The speaker was none other than the principal of Shrek Academy, the furried cat eagle, Flinder. Being nearby, he was intrigued to observe this young man who had managed to reach the 29th level with a flawed fire seed martial soul at such a young age. Whether he could truly surpass the limitations of his martial soul and cultivate to greater heights in their subsequent confrontation would depend on his own fortitude. After all, even the renowned Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had not managed to break through the constraints of their own martial souls. What could be expected from a commonplace fire seed martial soul? It was not surprising that Dai Mubai's words were deemed disrespectful in their eyes. What could a fire seed martial soul achieve? Could it merely ignite kindling for cooking? Such a notion was laughable, and thus, no one intervened when the student disparaged the martial soul. Oh, you truly not comprehend the source of your arrogance? Dai Mubai, had you not read the original text, your current bluster would be entirely unrecognizable to me. Regrettably, Your display before me is utterly nauseating. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, allowing Dai Mubai to shift to a more spacious square under the scrutiny of the Furid Cat Eagle. Given Shrek's already limited resources, it would not bode well if the Academy's gates were to be shattered in the ensuing battle. Dai Mubai, still simmering from his earlier encounter with Tangan, found in this unaware youth the perfect outlet for his frustrations. With a mighty roar, he proclaimed, "White Tiger, embody. Remember this, young one. I am Dai Mubai, wielding the White Tiger Martial Soul, a 37th level Battle Soul Master." A brilliant, pale light erupted suddenly from his being. As Dai Mubai extended his arms outward, his chest thrusting forward, his bones cracked as his muscles swelled, stretching his already taut garments to the brink of rupture. Each muscle became distinctly pronounced beneath the fabric, and the air surrounding him seemed to thrum with a wild energy in response to the manifestation of his martial spirit. His once golden hair transformed instantly into a striking blend of black and white, with the white predominating, while a few dark strands stood out conspicuously. 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, perfectly forming the character for King. When the White Tiger Martial Spirit and the Spectral Feline Spirit manifested, his hands underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding to nearly twice their previous size. A coat of white fur enveloped his palms, and as he moved his fingers, sharp claws reminiscent of daggers emerged and retracted with fluidity. Each claw resembled a blade, measuring at least 8 inches in length, glimmering with an eerie, cold light. In contrast, Jiang Xuan's martial spirit manifestation was considerably more subdued, lacking any flamboyant physical alterations. An elemental martial spirit. The blue Lotus Earth Fire remained in an unawakened state nonetheless. It belonged to the category of weapon spirits and did not significantly alter his physique. In the fleeting moment when the 2 soul rings materialized, it was not the innocuous spark of the Lotus flame that had been seen earlier. Instead, an overwhelming wave of heat surged forth. Could this truly be a flawed martial spirit? The onlookers pondered, continuously comparing it to the known fire attribute martial spirits in their minds, only to realize that even those fire attribute soul masters who had attained the rank of Soul King did not emit the same intensity of heat as this seemingly defective martial spirit. It is important to note that for elemental martial spirits, determining their strength is far simpler than for other types. The moment elemental energy is infused with soul power, its violent essence can alter the surrounding environment. The youth named Jiang Xuan undoubtedly possessed an exceptional martial spirit, which led some of the students to question the judgment of Teacher Lee from Shrek Academy. What a remarkable lad. It seems my presence here is fortuitous. Has the spark of the martial spirit undergone a mutation? A glimmer of subtle brilliance flickered in the small eyes of Flender. The reason he had chosen to appear as the dean was precisely as the boy had suggested. Could a flawed martial spirit truly cultivate to level 29 by the mere age of 12? Regardless of the outcome, all he needed to do was to admit this boy against the odds, even if he never surpassed level 50. Merely possessing elemental energy at the threshold of 49 to 50 would mark him as an exceptional talent. Should he discover a method to transcend his limitations, it would undoubtedly bring further honor to Shrek Academy. As a businessman, is this not a surefire investment? Let the battle commence. On the battlefield, it was Dai Mubai who held the advantage, who initiated the attack. The searing sensation of heat made him realize that this so-called worthless martial spirit was more formidable than it appeared. When confronting elemental martial spirits, the optimal strategy against beast martial spirits is akin to that employed against weapon martial spirits. Close-quarters combat would ensure his victory. The White Tiger martial spirit not only bestowed Dai Mubai with formidable offensive power, but also significantly enhanced his defense, stamina, and speed. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance to Jiang Xuan in an instant, raising his right hand to strike down. The sharp claws of his hand foretold that if the blow landed solidly, the frail body of the weapon martial spirit would surely not withstand it. However, was Jiang Xuan merely a soul master who relied solely on his martial spirit? The answer was a resounding no. In response to Dai Mubai's preemptive strike, Jiang Xuan merely tilted his body slightly, unleashing the fiery energy of the Qinglian earth fire to propel himself swiftly out of the attack's range. What an impressive reaction! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Though Dai Mubai, as a soul master, exhibited remarkable speed in his attacks, Jiang Xuan, wielding a weapon soul, consistently managed to react at the very moment of impact. In the intricate dance of their combat, they had exchanged blows for a considerable duration. While it appeared that Dai Mubai held the upper hand with his relentless assaults, it was essential to remember that one was a 3-ring soul master bolstered by a beast soul, while the other was merely a 29th level Great Soul Master. Tangan felt a surge of concern. Could it be that the opponent had mastered a particular technique of movement? Yet, his movements did not seem indicative of any specialized agility. Among the onlookers, Zhu Zhuqing, aside from Tangan, was the most captivated by the duel. Was the descendant of the Baihu family merely at such a level? With a 37th level combatant facing a 29th level opponent, and a beast soul of 70 levels holding the advantage, Dai Mubai struggled immensely. What hope did he have of contending with that prodigious elder brother in the future? Contemplating this, Zhu Zhuqing, possessing a graceful figure that belied her age, felt her gaze dim further. In merely a few days, her resolute decision to seek her future here had devolved into utter disappointment. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, immersed in the fray, sensed an inexplicable loss of something intrinsically his. Frustration mounted as he failed to land a hit on his elusive adversary despite repeated attempts. From the outset, a surreal sensation had enveloped him, leaving him uncertain whether it was mere illusion. Is evasion all you can do? How intriguing you are. A close combat beast soul master queries me, a wielder of a weapon soul, on my need to dodge. What? Should I engage you in a clash of soul power to prove my worth? Jiang Xuan maintained a light-hearted demeanor, even managing to tease the large feline, indicating that he still possessed a modicum of strength. Chapter 4. The Flames of the Azure Lotus Second Soul Skill. White Tiger's Radiant Wave in terms of agility. Jiang Xuan's speed indeed surpassed that of the three-ring Dai Mubai by a slight margin, rendering him considerably more nimble. It was unclear how he had honed such prowess. Fully aware that a war of attrition would not bode well, Dai Mubai unhesitatingly employed his only long-range attack soul skill, although he refrained from utilizing his third soul ring. The disparity in soul power was substantial, with Dai Mubai exceeding Jiang Xuan by a full 8 levels. Should he fail to subdue this slippery opponent swiftly, he would become a subject of ridicule. With that, Dai Mubai unleashed a wave of white light from his mouth, aiming directly at the newly landed and momentarily frozen Jiang Xuan. Surely, there was no escaping this. Adhering to the principle of striking when one is at their most vulnerable, Dai Mubai advanced alongside the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, simultaneously reinforcing himself with his first soul skill, White Tiger's Shield. Not too shabby, indeed. He was not entirely foolish after all. Seeing the situation, Jiang Xuan retreated without hesitation. There was no time for evasion. The White Tiger's Radiant Wave on the opposite side seemed to possess a locking characteristic, with insufficient time to dodge left or right. He managed to summon the Azure Heart Fire of the Qinglian into his palm. The members of Shrek simultaneously noticed the boy's second soul ring glowing, and immediately, dust filled the air. Did it hit? Dai Mubai paused, initially contemplating that should the White Tiger's Radiant Wave be evaded by some means. A close-range attack could serve as a method of understanding. Only the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, had a clear view of the scene, and he shook his head. It had no effect. The second soul skill, Fire Dance, Radiant Sunday. The boy's melodious voice resonated amidst the smoke, and as the dust settled, everyone began to comprehend what Flander meant by no effect. What a misjudgment. Li Yusong, wielding the dragon-patterned staff, couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Jiang Xuan was enveloped in azure flames, impervious to the attack of Dai Mubai, a three-ringed soul sovereign, who seemed unable to budge him. If one were to label his martial soul as useless, what then could be said of his own students? Were they even inferior to a mere waste? The flames, as if imbued with life, formed a unique protective barrier around him, rendering him unharmed amidst the smoke. Witnessing the astonishment of those around him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the notion that it was no wonder the Douluo world was regarded as the lowest tier of the cultivation system. How could they possibly grasp the exotic fires of the Dugu Continent, even if the fundamental laws of heaven and earth differed? Resulting in a diminished power structure within the Douluo realm, the soul skill barrier constructed from the exotic fire, feared even by Do Wang in the Dugu world, was surely beyond the reach of a mere distant soul skill to shatter. You have all been attacking. Now, it is my turn. Jiang Xuan dispelled the barrier of the. For as long as he was not confronted by a soul power vastly superior to his own, the unique properties of the rendered him unperturbed by the so-called close-quarters combat. His previous evasions were merely an attempt to gauge the results of his physical training. After all, in the Douluo Continent, many foolish individuals are only aware of relying on their martial spirits, neglecting the refinement of their own bodies. Poor Dai Mubai. If he were to realize that Jiang Xuan merely regarded him as a subject for experimentation, he might very well spew forth a mouthful of blood. One should not be so cruel to the cat. Indeed, What distinction lies between a feeble, barking tiger and a domesticated kitten in a zoo? Since it is a matter of dealing with a disobedient little feline, naturally, the most suitable approach would be that particular method. First soul skill. As Jiang Xuan softly chanted, the first century soul ring radiated brilliantly, and the lotus flame in his hand expelled a long, fiery tongue. Ning Rongrong, who was nearby, was startled. Could such a magnificent flame truly emanate from a supposedly useless martial soul? The flames in Jiang Xuan's grasp continuously morphed until they coalesced into the form of a flaming whip. If the second soul skill, Fire Dance of the Radiant Sun, enhanced his flame energy and provided a protective barrier of extraordinary fire, then the first soul skill, the Transformation of Exotic Fire, served as his most formidable means of attack. With the exotic fire whip in hand, Jiang Xuan's demeanor grew even more frigid as he proclaimed, "Oh, great feline over there. Allow me to impart another lesson. Possessing a formidable soul skill alone does not define a martial soul. The true essence of a soul master lies in the development of their martial soul." With a swift motion, the whip struck down, causing Dai Mubai to break into a cold sweat. He was taken aback that a mere two-ring soul master could unleash such extensive energy outward. Observing the scorched ground beneath him, he realized that a strike from that flaming whip would undoubtedly be a harrowing experience. Was the previous attack merely a misfire? No. It seemed more like a test. As Dai Mubai activated his first soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, he could no longer afford to remain stationary and hope for a lucky misfire. He had to act. Even if he was bewildered as to how his opponent could wield flames so liberally with just a first soul skill. It is known that elemental martial souls, when at lower levels, seldom dare to expel soul power so extravagantly. Hey, weren't you just questioning my ability to evade? How about a turn-based approach? Now it's your turn to dodge, young Master Dai. The range of the fiery whip was excessively broad, and he wielded it with such finesse that it seemed to stretch and retract at will, with no apparent consumption of soul power. The boys' cold laughter echoed through the center of the plaza, whether directed at Dai Mubai or inadvertently at the oblivious admission teachers remained unclear. The azure flame whip in his hand appeared almost alive, following Dai Mubai's movements with uncanny precision. To the onlookers, this soul skill seemed to transform flames into a weapon. Yet only Dai Mubai understood its true potency. The intense heat radiating from the whip was beyond his capacity to withstand, as evidenced by the charred cracks left in the ground upon impact. If struck, the consequences would be dire indeed. In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's predicament on the field, the girls in the audience gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling. Compared to beast soul masters, the manner in which Jiang Xuan wielded the flaming whip was akin to a graceful dancer performing a delicate ballet. Such exquisite control of soul power. Flander could not help but exclaim, "What is a little monster, if not this very embodiment?" The notion that cultivation could not exceed the 49th level seemed utterly irrelevant in the face of such talent. What relevance does that hold? Such a mode of attack, coupled with talent, renders one virtually invincible among peers. Could I emerge victorious while employing concealed weapons? As he overheard the murmurs of the treacherous merchant president nearby, Tangan silently assessed the situation. From the moment the president of Shrek Academy made his appearance, he had recognized him as the cunning merchant who had deceived him in the city. However, the enrollment officer preceding him was a soul emperor, indicating that his cultivation was likely considerably advanced. Given that an esteemed high-ranking soul master held such admiration for this fire seed soul master, Tangan instinctively envisioned himself in Dai Mubai's position, contemplating how to triumph over the opponent. Chapter 5. My apologies, I withdraw. No, this is untenable. I am utterly restrained. After simulating various strategies in his mind, Tangan shockingly realized that all his abilities were completely countered, and he would be thoroughly defeated by this fire seed soul master within the same rank. Not to mention the blue-silver grass. It is an undeniable fact that fire counters plants, and moreover, the flames wielded by that individual exhibited an extraordinary temperature. Thus, he speculated, is it fate's jealousy that prevents one from cultivating to a high level? Jiang Xuan's second soul skill, Dance of the Fiery Sun, is capable of withstanding even Dai Mubai's White Tiger's radiant light wave head-on. Tangan is acutely aware that ordinary hidden weapons cannot even breach an opponent's defenses. Moreover, those capable of penetrating defenses, such as the Dragon Beard Needle, when confronted with flames, will see their potency significantly diminished even after overcoming the defense. After departing from the Junior Academy, even when faced with the three-ring Dai Mubai, Tangan felt confident in his ability to defeat him. However, against a soul master of the same rank, Akin to a hedgehog with a solid foundation, he experienced a sense of helplessness for the first time. Dai Mubai was bound to lose. It is true that Beast Soul Masters hold an advantage over Weapon Soul Masters before reaching the Soul Sage rank, but that is predicated on disparities in physical attributes. At lower levels, insufficient soul power leads to a lack of endurance, and slower physical responses often allow Beast Soul Masters to engage in close combat and secure victory. Yet, observing the duel between the two, it is evident that Dai Mubai has not gained any advantage. The previous exchange, devoid of soul skills, demonstrated that Jiang Xuan is, if anything, stronger than the three-ring Dai Mubai, considering one wields an elemental martial soul while the other possesses a top-tier white tiger martial soul. The enhancement provided by the martial soul is simply not on the same level. Furthermore, in terms of reaction capability, Dai Mubai's once-prized explosive power is rendered utterly ineffective against Jiang Xuan's all-encompassing fiery whip. This is the essence of Jiang Xuan's first soul skill, Fiery Form. The soul ring originates from a century-old fire lotus of the same lineage, possessing no other abilities but allowing Jiang Xuan to manipulate his blue lotus earth fire into any shape at will for the purpose of attack. The fiery whip can be extended or shortened, thickened or thinned, while perhaps unsuitable for younger audiences. It proves exceptionally effective against soul masters of beast martial souls who lack proficiency in swift, aggressive tactics. The soul power consumption required to maintain the fiery whip is astoundingly minimal. Jiang Xuan primarily expends energy only at the moment of contact to amplify the fire's intensity. Is the seed fire martial soul worthless? The individual who hastily concluded this, Li Yusong, must now bitterly regret his words. If the seed fire lotus, capable of continuously supplying searing flames, is deemed a worthless martial soul, then his dragon-patterned staff could just as easily be labeled a mere fire stick. Li Yusong silently lamented the oversight, grateful that the dean had arrived. Otherwise, he would have regretted missing the potential resurgence of such a top-tier elemental martial soul. At 12 years old, possessing a soul power of 29, Jiang Xuan surpassed the nearby blue-silver grass boy in every regard. The elder, shamelessly dismissing his earlier firm rejection, mused on this realization. You have thoroughly provoked my ire. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai's body swelled, muscles expanding and black horizontal stripes appearing on his skin. Had he truly been compelled to utilize his third soul skill? If so, the outcome would undoubtedly signify Jiang Xuan's victory. Dai Mubai's third soul skill was one he had been personally guided to hunt down by Flanders and Zhao Wudre. The White Tiger's diamond transformation allows him to double his resistance to abnormal states, as well as enhance his attack power, defense, and strength for a duration of half an hour. Simultaneously, he possesses the ability to amplify his soul skills, effectively allowing the first and second soul skills to be enhanced by the third. It appears that the young man has caused Dai Mubai considerable distress as a second-ring soul master. Otherwise, he would not have been incensed enough to disregard the previously stated competition rules and resort to employing his third soul skill. Indeed, Dai Mubai's condition in the arena is far from favorable, with his clothing tattered and disheveled, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Although he remains largely unscathed, the burns and bruises on his face and body have left him feeling utterly humiliated, a 37th level soul venerable being subdued by a 29th level great soul master. One must ponder whether this fire-type soul master falls under the category of control or offensive types. However, once I unleash my Millennium Soul skill, let us see how you can withstand the ensuing onslaught. Empowered by the White Tiger transformation, Dai Mubai's speed doubles instantaneously, rendering the previously troublesome fire whip now under his control, unable to keep pace with him. Young man, this ends now. Seizing the opportunity during the fire whip's attack, Dai Mubai charges forward, enduring the pain from a direct hit to his face. His massive tiger claw targets Jiang Xuan, who stands motionless, with the transformation having taken place for the second time. Dai Mubai, appearing as a human-shaped beast with his torn attire, seems poised to tear the diminutive figure before him to shreds. Jiang Xuan was acutely aware that Dai Mubai, upon unleashing his Millennium Soul skill, could not be thwarted merely by a first soul skill. Although the unique characteristics of the endowed the flames with immense power, he could still withstand the damage thanks to the multiple amplifications. Despite his foolishness, Dai Mubai possessed considerable innate talent. Had he not squandered 2 years at Shrek Academy, he would likely have ascended to the Soul Sect by now. Faced with the menacing claws of the tiger, Jiang Xuan retreated 2 steps, retracting his long whip entirely. Simultaneously, he silently invoked first soul skill, second soul skill, Both soul skills were activated concurrently. The spectators observed as the blue lotus seemed to swell slightly, exuding waves of fire that enveloped Jiang Xuan. The flames, under his command, converged from all over his body into his hands. He had no intention of evading, but rather sought to confront Dai Mubai's furious strike directly. You possess the White Tiger's diamond transformation to enhance your physique. I too can utilize to augment myself. Come, let us see who shall fall first. With a clash of dual bones, the moment arrived. A paw and two fists collided, unleashing an exaggerated shockwave. Who emerged victorious? Ning Rongrong inquired. Dai Mubai has lost. Flender proclaimed the result with a significant air as the dust from the final clash settled, revealing the outcome clearly. Dai Mubai staggered back 3 steps, while Jiang Xuan, despite being propelled several meters away, had withstood the full force of an 8th-level Soul Master-S attack without a scratch. Shouldn't Dai Mubai have emerged victorious? Jiang Xuan, after being knocked back, left Xiao Wu somewhat perplexed. Ning Rongrong shared the same sentiment, affirming, indeed, as she observed the 3 steps back while being flung several meters away. Did the bespectacled elder even witness the match? Ahem, what elder? I am your principal, and furthermore, Dai Mubai has lost, engaging a 3-ring against a 2-ring, and yet failing to topple the opponent. Who truly won or lost here? Upon witnessing the result, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze darkened further as she looked at the panting Dai Mubai, whose attire was in tatters. Is this how you have struggled over the years? All right, let us leave it at that. I shall retract Mr. Li's earlier words. Young man, you are qualified to join Shrek Academy. As the principal of Shrek, I hereby officially admit you. With the battle concluded, Flender naturally took on the role of the Good Samaritan, mindful that Dai Mubai, as the possessor of the White Tiger martial spirit, had a fiery temper and might be incensed enough to retaliate against this young anomaly, who had managed to contend against a soul sovereign without defeat. What a treasure indeed. Joining Shrek Academy? I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. Apologies, but I choose to withdraw from Shrek. Chapter 6. Bullying the Small. What? You refuse? Withdrawing from Shrek Academy? Have you been struck on the head during the fight? The inhabitants of Shrek were incredulous. If one was unwilling to join the Shrek Academy, what purpose did their enrollment serve? Indeed, I voluntarily withdraw my application to the Shrek Academy. There is no need for the registration fee, for I am still incapable of defeating a Soul Emperor of the 6th ring. As Jiang Xuan walked past the skeptical Dai Mubai, it seemed as though a knot within him had been untied. Initially, he had disregarded his family's objections and ventured to this remote village with the intention of joining Shrek Academy, harboring nothing more than the notion of following the plot. He thought that by merely clinging to the protagonist, he might at least secure a divine position in the end. However, upon reflection, he realized his error. After all, a novel is merely a work of fiction, and the disparity with reality is considerable. To say nothing of the elusive skill of changing faces, Shrek Academy, which only accepts geniuses, would undoubtedly overlook someone like him. Flander furrowed his brow. With his astute experience, he could discern Jiang Xuan's dissatisfaction with Li Yusong's earlier remarks. He mused that being young, Jiang Xuan must harbor significant animosity upon hearing words that negate his potential. It would be wise to counsel him. A talent capable of evenly matching a 3-ring spirit elder in the 2nd realm, despite the flaws in his martial soul, is still worth nurturing. Regarding Mr. Li's previous comments, I, as the headmaster representing Shrek Academy, extend my apologies to you. Flander inclined slightly, continuing, however, I hope you can comprehend that the Fire Seed martial soul, as recorded in the Spirit Hall, has historically capped at level 49 among the few highest remaining in the world. Mr. Li was indeed speaking the truth. The graduation standard at Shrek Academy is to reach the Spirit Master level before the age of 20. Now that you have demonstrated your strength by matching Dai Mubai directly, I will take it upon myself to grant you special admission. Being mindful of Dai Mubai's feelings, Flander used the term matching rather than declaring Dai Mubai's defeat. Even though it was already an exception to forego the 3rd Millennium Spirit Ring during their earlier duel, then why should I still consider joining Shrek Academy? Jiang Xuan retorted. Was it not clearly stated during the admission process that one must cultivate to level 20 by the age of 12 to qualify for enrollment? As Flander's hand extended toward him, Jiang Xuan merely sidestepped politely, responding, It is, after all, your school's esteemed teacher, the 6-ringed Spirit Emperor, who rejected my admission on the grounds of my martial soul's flaws. My memory is not muddled. I propose the duel not as a means to gain special admission to Shrek Academy, but simply to teach a lesson to a certain audacious big cat. Moreover, Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before adding with a smile. It seems rather unnecessary to study in an academy that claims to only nurture monsters when a three-ring spirit elder produced by such an institution cannot even best someone below level 30. Is the focus here merely on how to lose to a second-ring spirit at the third ring? Jiang Xuan has discerned the true nature of Shrek's FAAD. Though they profess to accept only monster students, their actual teaching standards pale in comparison to those of any esteemed Soul Master Academy, lacking the resources available at higher-tier institutions. In a previous life, as the protagonist, he may have been oblivious to this reality, but now, from an opposing perspective, it is utterly nauseating. Pray tell, how could a genius capable of reaching level 20 or above by the tender age of 12, endowed with a top-tier martial soul, fail to thrive in other academies? Must one be relegated to your dilapidated rural school devoid of any training resources? The youth's smile was laced with mockery. Mind your words, young man. How dare you openly insult our academy? Li Yusong erupted from the side, acutely aware that the boy's remarks were directed at him. Yusong, sit down. Flander intervened, restraining the irate Li Yusong, for the youth before them was untouchable. Judging by his attire, he was not from an ordinary peasant family. He must belong to some so-called noble lineage. His prowess was indeed commendable, yet his temperament left much to be desired. Is it falsehood that I speak? Are you preparing to bully the young? Jiang Xuan retorted, unabashedly challenging the two. If I recall correctly, you were the ones who declined admission upon hearing about the Fire Seed martial soul, were you not? It was you who, despite my fervent desire to join Shrek Academy, categorically refused me. The so-called exception for admission was merely a pretext, implying that a second-ring soul master like myself would be incapable of withstanding an assault from a 38-level soul ancestor, correct? If I were to falter, would it not be I who lies on the ground now? And you, the four-eyed cat-eagle, Senior Flander? Would you cast a glance my way then? Would you take me in out of pity or handle me in some other manner? Jiang Xuan's voice rose steadily, each word imbued with unwavering confidence. As a level 70 soul master, he displayed no trace of fear, instead countering with a question. Were he not endowed with the extraordinary blue lotus, earthly fire martial soul, but rather a mundane fire seed martial soul, and had he not cultivated a heightened affinity for fire due to his rebirth and subsequent experiences? Then perhaps being defeated by Dai Mubai would merely reflect the folly of an overconfident soul master. Pray tell, what reason would I have to join such an esteemed institution as Shrek Academy? The youth's expression contorted into something akin to a grimace, while Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, lowered her gaze in contemplation. Even Tangan, who had been guided to Shrek Academy by a teacher, found himself engulfed in doubt. Indeed, how could a so-called academy that only accepted monsters produce soul masters who struggled against a mere 12-year-old boy who was nearly a whole rank beneath them? Could their pedagogical prowess truly be trusted? What an audacious young man. Your exceptional admission was based on your diligent training and your ability to engage in battles beyond your level at such a tender age. I had hoped to assist you in overcoming your martial soul's deficiencies once you joined Shrek Academy, but it seems my goodwill has been met with ingratitude. I shall ask you once more, are you truly willing to forfeit this hard-won opportunity? Absolutely not. Very well, very well, very well. Flinder repeated the word thrice, clearly incensed by Jiang Xuan's relentless rebuttal. Considering your status as an enrolled student of Shrek, all I require is an apology for your earlier disrespectful remarks about the academy, and I shall overlook the matter. An apology? This boy, lacking in wisdom, cannot fathom his error. If there is no fault, then what is there to apologize for? He chuckled, clearly intent on salvaging his pride in front of Tangan and the others. Apologies, but I am not easily intimidated. If I had previously harbored concerns about Flinder exploiting his position of power against me, it is evident that with the presence of that unruly fellow within, Flinder must be wary of his reputation. Flinder, of course, could not take any action against Jiang Xuan, but as an elder, he felt entitled to discipline the unruly child. Since you refuse to apologize, then you may remain at Shrek until your parents arrive to offer you an apology. With that, Flinder reached out to grasp Jiang Xuan, extending his right hand towards him. Chapter 7, Dragon King and Snake Lady. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. His previous remarks had been predicated on the assumption that the head of the academy would not hold grievances against the student. To his astonishment, this old curmudgeon was willing to cast aside all dignity in order to retain his hold over him. Teacher, Dean? The newly inducted members of Shrek exclaimed. Although Jiang Xuan had spoken disrespectfully, it seemed rather inappropriate for a dean to take action against a junior. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I merely intend to discipline you on behalf of your parents. Next time, remember to show respect to your elders. Humph. You wish to discipline my little Xian? Flander. You are not worthy. Could a mere seven-ring soul saint contend against me? Certainly not. Just as Jiang Xuan resigned himself to being subdued by the other. A familiar bellow resonated throughout the entirety of Shrek, the reverberations imbued with soul power compelling the onlookers to cover their ears. A surge of energy erupted from the air above, directed solely at Flander, who had raised Jiang Xuan's right hand. Jiang Xuan managed to extricate himself and retreated several steps. Who is it? Zhao Wuji exclaimed. Someone is causing a disturbance. Flander's expression turned grave, although he had not utilized his soul power when capturing Jiang Xuan. Relying solely on the physical prowess of a soul sage, the ability of this newcomer to interrupt him using mere force indicated that their cultivation was undoubtedly superior. To err on the side of caution, Flander called out loudly for Zhao Wuji, summoning the Academy's second strongest member. Ha ha ha, Flander. Is it true that you two can't maintain order? A hearty, resonant laugh echoed from within the Shrek Academy. Several students beheld a figure of modest height and ordinary appearance, yet remarkably robust. This individual, shorter than the 12-year-old Jiang Xuan, exuded a sense of formidable strength. Broad shoulders reminiscent of a fortress, his coat could hardly conceal the impressive musculature that seemed forged from steel. Unyielding King, Zhao Wuji. Jiang Xuan recognized the identity of the newcomer, another soul sage from Shrek Academy, with a martial spirit of the great strength Diamond Bear. He stood at the formidable level of 76 in soul cultivation. A single academy boasting a soul emperor and two soul sages was indeed a rarity, if memory served. Jiang Xuan recalled that Shrek Academy had two more high-ranking soul masters, one of whom was even a food-type soul sage. A commendable institution, yet its vision and teaching standards could be called into question. However, this was not the time for him to seek the spotlight. He quickly distanced himself from the epicenter of the unleashed energy, preparing to observe the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? Zhao Wuji approached Flander, who had already activated his martial spirit, the dragon pattern staff, in a state of manifestation. Cat Eagle, manifest. With no time to respond to Zhao Wuji, the pressure exerted by the opponent compelled Flander to emit a low growl, subsequently revealing the optimal configuration of his martial spirit: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Flander's gaze sharpened, his hands transforming into claws while a pair of brown wings unfurled from his back. The pressure lessened considerably upon the manifestation of his martial spirit, allowing him to ascend into the air and call out, "May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? I, Flander, humbly request your appearance." Humph. The owner of the released energy snorted disdainfully, and a voice echoed from afar, resonating as if it emanated from all directions. "Four-eyed cat eagle, Flander? Unyielding King Zhao Wuji? What a grand display! Is it not enough that others are unwilling to join your academy, and yet you resort to forcibly detaining them? Is this the manner in which you conduct yourselves after retreating from the world to establish an academy?" The voice bore an age quality. Yet the energy it contained instilled a palpable pressure that made Zhao Wuji, who had stepped into the fray, feel compelled to release his martial spirit in defense. Great strength Diamond Bear, manifest. Soul Douluo? After the manifestation of his martial spirit, Zhao Wuji's height surged by an entire meter. His muscles bulging and his formidable physique no longer resembling his previously diminutive stature. Yet, despite this transformation, his expression mirrored that of Flander, marked only by gravitas. With both of them embodying the essence of soul saints, the pressure emanating from their martial spirits suggested that the newcomer could only be a formidable soul Douluo or beyond. As an owl and a bear emerged, the air thickened with anticipation, although the pale strands of hair hinted at age. The robust soul power radiating from the figure belied any frailty commonly associated with the elderly, instead exuding vitality. In the presence of the two soul saints, the elder planted his dragon-headed cane firmly on the ground, and one by one, soul rings began to swirl and materialize behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 soul rings in total. A soul Douluo. Upon witnessing such an array of soul rings, it was evident to all present the caliber of the individual before them. Third brother, do not fear. Xiao Wu, he appears to be seeking the Academy's headmaster. At the sight of the soul Douluo, a certain rabbit, transformed after 100,000 years, instinctively recoiled behind Tangan, fearful of drawing attention. Fortunately, as the elder was engaged with Flander, he seemed oblivious to her presence. Xiao Wu could only endeavor to suppress her aura to its bare minimum, fervently hoping to evade the stranger's notice. With 8 soul rings and a dragon-headed cane, the 2 seasoned travelers could hardly be ignorant of the esteemed visitor's identity. A bitter expression overtook their faces. It was the illustrious Dragon Lord, Meng Shu. We are honored by your presence, esteemed Dragon Lord. I apologize for the earlier incident that may have amused you. Indeed, our Shrek Academy is rather modest, and it is regrettable that we did not extend a proper welcome in advance. In tandem with Flinder, the earnest but reticent Zhao Wujia also managed to muster a sheepish apology. Their peculiar demeanor left the other students perplexed. 2 soul saints and a soul emperor should not exhibit such deference, even in the presence of an 8-ring soul Douluo. At this moment, Dai Mubai, who had previously succumbed to self-doubt, rose to confront the scene unfolding above. A soul Douluo. A soul Douluo. If only I possessed such strength, I would not find myself fleeing from Xing Luo to this dominion of heaven. Strength. Strength. Everything hinges on strength. Zhao Wujia and Flinder, by all accounts, should have been able to escape with their lives under the authority of the Soul Douluo, as the Soul Douluo reigns supreme in this realm unless a title Douluo intervenes. As a soul master ascends to greater heights, even a single level difference is like the chasm between heaven and earth. Not to mention that Long Gong Meng Shu is no ordinary Soul Douluo. Flinder knows that several years ago, Long Gong Meng Shu had already reached the terrifying level of 88. Although he is advanced in age, he is but a mere step away from becoming a title Douluo. Furthermore, typically, when Long Gong appears, the Snake Lady is not far behind. The legendary couple, the dragon and the snake, are inseparable. While 2 soul saints might possess confidence in their ability to safeguard themselves against a soul Douluo, what happens when they are faced with an additional soul emperor capable of unleashing a spirit fusion technique that could threaten a title Douluo? It is no wonder that the 2 maintain a lowly demeanor. Chapter 8. The old never forget the young. Jiang Xuan is well aware of the identity of the newcomer. Turning to glance behind him, he sees a kindly elderly woman with a weathered face standing at his back. Grandmother. Who else could the Snake Lady, mentioned by Zhao Wujia, be? Yet, this makes Jiang Xuan's situation rather awkward. The person who has arrived is indeed his grandmother, the Snake Lady, Chao Tianxiang. The Soul Douluo in the sky undoubtedly is Long Gong Meng Shu. Remember to call me grandmother, you little rascal. The elder shot him a glare and remarked, we shall settle this later. Facing the 2 soul saints, Long Gong Meng Shu once again spoke, asking why he had come. Shouldn't the question be directed at you? If I had not arrived, would you have detained my precious grandson here at Shrek Academy? Little Xian has always treated others with respect, traveling a great distance to join Shrek Academy, yet you have the audacity to belittle him with insults about his worthless martial soul. As the Academy's principal, were you not expecting his guardians to come and apologize to you? Very well, now that I am here, shall I, an old man, offer you an apology? Speak up. Meng Shu articulated each word without granting the 2 any semblance of respect. Is it not mere bullying of the weak? Apologies, but I am also capable of that. Today, even if a title Douluo stands here, Shrek Academy must provide a clear explanation to me. Is Jiang Xuan the grandson of Long Gong? But you, Long Gong, carry the surname Meng. How can a boy with the surname Jiang be related to you? Flinder found himself at a loss for words, lamenting that Li Yusong had not communicated directly. Nonsense. The rules are determined by him, and after Jiang Xuan demonstrated his prowess, it was he who intended to make an exception for admission, despite being rebuffed. Damn, old bird, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest, Zhao Wujia thought to himself. Having dealt with the younger generation, now the elder has arrived, and the situation has become quite precarious. The serpent lady stood beside that young man Jiang. Her gaze equally unfriendly, it appeared that today's matters were not as simple as they seemed. Flinder, with his cat-eagle martial soul, gently flapped his wings and approached the dragon Lord Meng Shu, cupping his hands respectfully, and said, Misunderstanding. I was unaware that this student Jiang Xuan is your grandson. It is indeed a great honor for us at Shrek Academy that he wishes to enroll. The earlier misjudgment regarding the martial soul was due to our teacher's oversight. Please do not take it to heart. Furthermore, my intention to retain Jiang Xuan is purely benevolent. I would never dare to harm him in any way, as he is, in a sense, half a student of mine. You should be grateful that you have not displayed any malice, otherwise, I would not be standing here speaking with you. The Dragon Lord retorted coldly. An apology? Humph. If little Xuanzi were not my grandson, and his parents merely ordinary folk, what would you have done? You established your academy and insulted the students first, yet you expect my grandson to remain silent? Upon witnessing the Ember Martial Soul, your immediate reaction was to refuse him. After that third-ring waste of a soul master was defeated by my grandson, you sought to take him as a disciple, only to be rejected and left enraged. Am I not speaking the truth? It seemed that the Dragon Lord had been observing all along, while the unfortunate Dai Mubai had once again become an innocent target, merely for having drawn even with the second ring Jiang Xuan, now labeled as a cautionary tale in their eyes. I dare not. Flinder repeatedly apologized. Unable to acquiesce to such accusations, how could he be blamed? A mere Ember Martial Soul was indeed commonplace. Who could have known he was the grandson of the Dragon Lord? The dragon-headed staff and the serpent-headed cane hardly suggested a lineage capable of producing elemental martial souls. Of course, Flinder kept this thought to himself, realizing that such faces were all too common among these individuals. Jiang Xuan perceives the situation with remarkable clarity and suddenly comprehends some of the debates surrounding Shrek Academy from his previous life. This dilapidated institution, which charges an enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins and tuition of 100 gold soul coins, offers no resources for its students aside from running and the soul-fighting arena. What a farce. Yet, the criteria for admission stipulate that one must attain level 20 by the age of 12, with additional requirements concerning the quality of one's martial soul. In the past, as an outsider, he merely found it exhilarating, marveling at the prestige of such a demanding academy. But now, surely, one would not be foolish enough to trek thousands of miles to join Shrek Academy, believing himself to be inferior to the prowess of a soul Douluo? Or is it that the Meng family's resources are less plentiful than those of a destitute village? The graduation requirements, briefly mentioned in the original text, reveal that numerous prodigies like Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai have been squandered. Consider, for a moment, the two students, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Devoid of the protagonist's halo, two 13 or 14-year-olds who linger in places of frivolity, while their instructors adopt a laissez-faire attitude. Although one might argue that Ma Hongjun has a martial soul deficiency, what of the Prince of Starluo, who seeks strength? In a certain sense, could it not be said that the so-called indulgence of Shrek Academy has led to the wastage of several years? Absent the presence of Tangan, one might envision a fate where one is tormented into a malevolent soul master by dark flames, ultimately cleaved by the spirit hall, while the other becomes a mere puppet after failing to seize the throne. Jiang Xuan gazed at the sign bearing the name of Shrek Academy, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. A monster? It was merely an exaggerated facade for recruitment purposes. Meanwhile, Meng Shu, suspended in midair, saw that his grandson was unharmed and dismissed the fleeting sense of a peculiar soul beast, attributing it to a momentary lapse in judgment. The acerbic dean before him only fueled his growing disdain. It was absurd to think that his grandson, misled by the tales of this so-called monster academy, would wish to join such a disillusioned institution. The indignation swelled within him. Words of grandeur were superfluous. We both know that had it not been Ming Shu who arrived today, but rather another parent of lesser cultivation, the fault would lie with us. Yet now, I shall learn from your example of bullying the weak and seek retribution for my grandson. Flinder, a soul sage of level 78, and Zhao Wujia, a soul sage of level 76, stood before him. Ming Shu, having fortuitously broken through to level 89, was eager to test the mettle of these two esteemed educators. Receive my 10 strikes. If you cannot withstand them, then truly, Shrek Academy has no reason to exist, he declared, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Were it not for the earlier sensed peculiarities, he would have considered annihilating this so-called Shrek Academy alongside his wife. Upon hearing this, Flinder found himself at a loss for words. The grandfather was evidently intent on avenging his grandson, and a glance exchanged with Zhao Wujia confirmed their shared understanding. What could they do in the face of such wrath from a being on the brink of breaking through to title Douluo? They would have to endure. As long as the old man did not unleash a merciless soul fusion technique intending to obliterate them entirely, the dragon and snake couple were not bloodthirsty by nature. Of course, they silently rejoiced that they had not been overly harsh with Jiang Xuan earlier. Otherwise, they would not be conversing so extensively now. We humbly request your guidance. Senior Dragon, please, show mercy. Zhao Wujia and Flinder, one after the other, performed a respectful bow before launching themselves toward the elder. 10 strikes. Passive defense would not suffice. Even in a coordinated assault, they had to take the initiative, hoping that this was not a life or death battle and that they could afford to be more lenient. Wishing that the elder might quell his anger, Zhao Wujia felt particularly aggrieved. He had done nothing wrong, yet found himself treated as a mere punching bag. Was this an immutable fate across all realms? Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Azure Lotus? The formidable strength of the 89th level soul Douluo is indisputable. Even when faced with the dual onslaught of Zhao Wujia and Flandre, it was effortlessly countered by the immense soul power of the Dragon Lord. The attacks from the opponent's esteemed martial soul, the dragon-headed staff, proved to be a significant challenge for both. Flandre, the four-eyed cat hawk, fared slightly better. As a sensitive flying-type soul sage, his agility allowed him to evade a considerable amount of the strikes. Zhao Wujia, however, found himself in a dire predicament. His face, swollen and bruised, resembled a dumpling, and with his diminished speed and soul power, he could only endure the blows like a hapless punching bag. The Dragon Lord seemed to derive greater satisfaction from pummeling Zhao Wujia than from striking a mere scruffy bird, resulting in the majority of the staff's assaults landing upon him. Flandre was not unscathed either. Many of his feathers had been sheared off by the overwhelming might of the soul techniques, yet fortunately, the adversary did not intend to strike lethally, leaving the two with no choice but to withstand the punishment. As for one of the instigators, the dragon-patterned staff soul emperor, Liu Song, a single blow from the Dragon Lord had rendered him incapacitated, and he now hung limply beside the Shrek Academy sign. The battle between the Soul Sage and the Soul Douluo captivated onlookers such as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San, with the exception of a certain rabbit who feared exposure and dared not gaze upon the spectacle. Ning Rongrong, despite having two titled Douluo grandfathers in her family, rarely had the privilege of witnessing their sparring. Being doted upon, she found the allure of such combat to be extraordinarily compelling. Tang San, unaware of the strength of his father concealed in the shadows, was witnessing high-level soul master combat for the first time. The application of soul techniques and the development of one's martial soul provided him a novel experience, far removed from his previous life's reliance on hidden weapons. While both remained in a state of awe, Zhu Zhuqing, driven by an intense desire to grow stronger, was determined not to miss a single detail. To keep pace with the sporadic movements of her companions, she even entered a state of martial soul manifestation, her resolute gaze intent on seizing every opportunity for self-improvement. All of this was observed by Jiang Xuan. It became clear why Zhu Zhuqing was so beloved in his previous life, a beauty embodying grace, resilience, discipline, and unyielding ambition. Who could resist her charm? In stark contrast, her so-called fiancé, though blessed with innate soul power, was truly lacking in all other respects. Ding! The sign-in for the strengthening system has been completed. Newbie Task 3. Sign-in at Shrek Academy has been accomplished. Task Reward. Essence of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Reward distribution in progress. The system, which had been in a loading state until now, finally completed its process. But the subsequent notification plunged Jiang Xuan into a state of panic. The essence of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire? System. Please do not issue this at such a critical moment. The essence of one's martial soul is the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame, and the reason for its dormant state lies solely in the absence of the corresponding fire attribute essence. According to my grandfather's conjecture, it is merely a matter of continuously acquiring high-quality soul rings. Under the constant infusion of fire attribute energy, the evolution and awakening would naturally follow. Presently, the first reward from the system is the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame from the Dugu Continent. One must ask, apart from the fallen Fire Dragon King, what other fire attribute energy in the entire Douluo Continent could possibly rival it? However, at this moment, my grandfather is engaged in battle. Bestowing me this reward now would only add to the chaos. Jiang Xuan yearned to halt the system's actions. However, this sign-in system resembled the first awakening, seemingly revolving solely around check-ins, task completions, and reward distributions. The Azure Heartfire had been unleashed, and the awakening of the martial soul was underway. With a fusion degree of 1, just as the combat between the individuals intensified, a wave of searing energy interrupted their actions. The closest, Chao Tianxiang, turned pale and abruptly leaped away from her position. A colossal wave of azure surged forth from the boy's body. This azure wave was no mere water. It was, in fact, a terrifying flame. Xianer, Chao Tianxiang called out, and upon witnessing this, Long Gong disregarded the injured Zhao Wujia and Flandre, hastening to the ground. Recovering from the shock, Liu Song swiftly retreated with several students, sensing the perilous situation. What is happening? Such a frightening flame. Is this energy truly emitted by the so-called defective martial soul mentioned by the teacher? If this is what a flawed martial soul can produce, then I must indeed be inferior to that of a mere waste. The previously tested boys and girls began to harbor doubts regarding Shrek's instructors. Flandre and Zhao Wujia managed to extricate themselves, Arriving at the academy's entrance, neglecting to catch their breath as their gazes were ensnared by the erupting wave-like flames. The flames seemed almost alive, swirling in place, within which several azure lotus blossoms danced gracefully. Oldly, you have truly brought this upon us. I am the one suffering the most, having been dragged out and beaten without any prior knowledge. Flander was not enraged by Long Gong's intervention, after all, from his perspective. Refraining from hostility and demonstrating good temper was commendable. In the Douluo Continent, possessing high soul power and formidable skills was paramount. Those who shunned conflict were deemed inept. However, to encounter someone stronger, yet still court disaster, was sheer foolishness. He merely lamented the fact that an evidently extraordinary being was so easily cast aside. Is there truly an issue with the enrollment rules? Judging by the energy emitted from that boy's martial soul, it certainly did not reflect the capabilities of a flawed fire seed martial soul. Considering his imminent advancement to level 30, he appeared even more monstrous than the peculiar beings surrounding him. Is this the second awakening of the martial soul? Yes, it is highly probable, old man. Xiao Tianxiang approached Ming Xu once the flames had stabilized. Little Xian had also experienced such an eruption shortly after his martial soul awakened. Yet the current scale and state appeared significantly improved. Should we proceed? Near Long Gong, Xiao Tianxiang gestured to her husband, indicating whether they should eliminate any potential threats. Considering the enmity that had arisen from their registration for this event, Meng Shu shook his head, rejecting his wife's suggestion. Setting aside the precarious condition of their beloved grandson, it was evident that a combined attack from the dragon and serpent could annihilate everyone on the battlefield, yet it might inadvertently affect Xiao Xuanzi's martial soul awakening. Furthermore, he sensed the presence of another individual lurking in the shadows, someone whose cultivation surpassed his own, but their intentions remained unclear. With his soul power at an impressive 89 levels, it was not difficult to deduce the formidable rank of the person above him. While the dragon and serpent were unafraid of the title Duel, they were mindful of their grandson, who had not shown any malevolence. Thus they could only restrain their impatience and wait. The sudden awakening of Xiao Xuanzi's martial soul left them in a state of uncertainty. Ming Shu's dragon-headed staff swung dramatically before the gaze of the onlookers, conjuring a broad barrier that subtly enveloped the meditating Jiang Xuan. Chapter 10, Level 30. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, the occasional emanation of a chilling aura from the azure flames indicated to Ming Shu that his grandson was likely in a favorable condition, compelling him to patiently await the conclusion of this peculiar state. It was noteworthy that Jiang Xuan was only at level 29, and the attribute energy exuding from his martial soul could evoke a sense of trepidation even in Ming Shu, whose power soared to 89 levels. The magnitude of this power was indeed formidable. This was not a threat to him, but rather a reflection of the inherent disparity in quality between their innate levels. Jiang Xuan was acutely aware of his own situation, having received an unexpected reward from the system. The fusion of the source fire of the azure lotus earth heart flame with his martial soul had unleashed flames that were the essence of the azure lotus itself. The terrifying fire level from the Doqi world was undoubtedly superior to that of the Douluo world, even with Jiang Xuan's currently low soul power. The intrinsic level of energy he possessed was incomparable to ordinary flames. The fusion percentage stood at 304,568. As the integration of the martial soul and the azure lotus earth heart fire continued, under the protective watch of his grandparents, Jiang Xuan calmly attuned himself to the fire attribute essence of the azure lotus earth heart fire. Whether it was due to the dormant fire seed nature of his martial soul or the intervention of the system, the fusion of the source and his martial soul proceeded more smoothly than anticipated, devoid of the excruciating pain one might expect. Unlike the harrowing experience faced by Xiao Huohua when he attempted to devour the azure lotus earth heart fire. Should Huohua learn of this, he might very well traverse the realms to seek out Jiang Xuan, for they could influence the air even with a low-level soul power. Instilling considerable apprehension in the 89-level Long Gong, its terrifying nature spoke for itself. Fusion and absorption metamorphosis. It was as though a unique voice within his mind was guiding him, and the transformation of the blue lotus was both seamless and natural. However, as the abundant fire attribute energy from the origin of the surged into his body, Jiang Xuan felt as if he might explode, not from destruction, but from a sheer sensation akin to a cup overflowing with water. Indeed, in the face of such potent fire attribute energy, he was but an inconspicuous little cup. Much of the energy dissipated into the heavens and the earth, while a portion relentlessly battered against the threshold of the 30th level. Soon, Jiang Xuan could sense that the boundary of the 30th level of soul power was nearly impervious to obstruction. No, he needed to compress it further. Although a soul master could not ascend without a soul ring, Jiang Xuan understood that the origin fire of the blue lotus bestowed upon him an experience akin to a second awakening of his martial soul. While a soul ring was necessary for significant elevation, energy could still be stored and exert pressure upon the body. Blindly increasing one's soul power level would inevitably lead to a decline in control, complicating future cultivation endeavors. From the moment Jiang Xuan obtained this capricious golden finger, he had prepared himself mentally. His ambitions extended far beyond merely becoming a titled Douluo. Focus. Jiang Xuan's visage contorted slightly, as the immense energy was beyond his current capacity to fully command. However, if he allowed it to merge with his being, the rapid elevation of his soul power would be an outcome he would rather not witness. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. Enough, enough. It must not ascend any further. Ding. The martial soul fusion has been completed, with a fusion degree of 99. Task rewards have been dispensed, and the next sign-in location is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Just as Jiang Xuan was on the brink of collapse, the wretched fusion finally reached its conclusion. Indeed, having an excess of energy for the first time can be quite troublesome. Upon opening his eyes, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, Jiang Xuan waved his right hand to absorb the lingering pure energy with the Azure Lotus. There was no alternative. Neither Grandfather Long nor Grandmother were fire attribute soul masters. Thus the energy of the was of no benefit to them. As for Shrek Academy, there was indeed a Ma Hongjun who could absorb this energy. But given their current relationship, why should Jiang Xuan grant it to one who might become an adversary? The Blue Lotus Earth Fire had never experienced a moment of sufficient energy since its awakening, akin to a certain swordsman who was perpetually unsatisfied with his vitality. Truly, my precious grandson, level 30. Unbelievably, level 30. Grandfather Long laughed heartily after Jiang Xuan concluded his training and assessed his physical condition. Naturally, Shrek could hear this as well. Level 30? At 12 years old? My goodness, this must be a fabrication. That individual is truly a monster. What does it signify to be level 30 at the age of 12? Throughout the long history of cultivation on Douluo Continent, such a phenomenon has scarcely been heard of, excluding Qian Renshua, who was innately level 20. Were it anyone else making such claims, they would likely be met with skepticism. Yet, Grandfather Long's exaggerated laughter seemed to shake the very foundations of Shrek, leaving them no choice but to believe. It appears there truly exists someone whose cultivation speed rivals that of a prodigy. Indeed, how could such a prodigy be turned away at the gates of our academy? Was it truly wise for my father to have us join this village academy? Upon hearing Grandfather Long's unreserved remarks, the already doubtful students began to murmur amongst themselves. Grandfather Long and Grandmother Snake had no time to concern themselves with Shrek. Once the flames had entirely dissipated, Grandmother Snake promptly began to examine her dear grandson with both hands and feet. There aren't any significant issues, are there? You dare to undergo such a monumental event as your martial soul awakening right here? It's fine, Grandma. I'm perfectly well. Jiang Xuan responded. I couldn't control the martial soul awakening. No matter. I shall settle this with you later. What has happened? Has he learned to sneak away? Now, arriving at this disdainful academy, is he satisfied? The serpent-like matriarch incessantly murmurs, expressing concern for her grandson's well-being while subtly mocking the onlookers in the distance. Although her voice is low, the keen hearing of a high-ranking soul master allows every word to be crystal clear. In response, what can Flander do? Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. The rules were set by him. Could he possibly claim that Li Yusong is not a true teacher of Shrek, but merely a temporary worker? The few students already enrolled in Shrek have begun to raise doubts, which complicates matters. Why would the grandson of a legendary dragon and snake reject the family's guidance and come to this dilapidated little academy? It seems he is intent on embarrassing himself. Long Gong merely stands by, quietly observing his wife. Upon closer inspection, that troublesome boy is in excellent health. Not only has his martial soul undergone a second awakening, but his soul power has also surpassed the 30th level. Once he acquires his third soul ring, he will undoubtedly be among the youngest soul elders across the continent. It is infuriating that such talent is labeled as waste by a group of petty individuals. Given their daily interactions, Jiang Xuan is well aware of his grandfather's inner thoughts, and a smile graces his lips, signaling his intention to handle the situation himself. Long Gong, with a raised brow, remarks, "We shall settle this later, you troublesome boy." Chapter 11. Is there a worthless martial soul? or merely worthless soul masters? Jiang Xuan took a moment to assess his physical condition. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. The system chimed, urging the host to review his personal panel. Name: Jiang Xuan, age 12 and a half. Soul power level 30, 4th rank. Martial soul, Azure Lotus Earth Fire, awakened at 99. First soul ring age, 456 years. Second soul ring age, 998 years. Second martial soul, blank. The Azure Lotus had already reached an awakened state, its potency vastly superior to that of its former seedling state. It could be said that while he had to exert considerable effort to gain the upper hand against Dai Mubai, now, should the latter dare to withstand Jiang Xuan's assault with mere physical resilience, he would soon discover the taste of roasted kitten flesh. However, why was it 99? Furthermore, the location of the second system sign-in was unexpectedly at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Was the sign-in location perhaps determined by my trajectory? He indeed intended to venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire, the resting place of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, where one could find an abundance of treasures. It is crucial to note that as a source of the first martial soul would find it exceedingly rare to discover another place in the Douluo world rich in fire attribute energy. Yet, he pondered whether the 99 awakening degree of his martial soul had any correlation with the sign-in location. His soul power level, under immense restraint, fortunately did not overflow excessively. A level of 34 was acceptable, though he would need to endure further arduous training after absorbing the third soul ring. Jiang Xuan, influenced by his surroundings, places immense importance on his own foundation, akin to constructing a grand edifice. A shaky base makes it arduous to ascend to greater heights. It is essential to recognize that even among deities, substantial disparities exist. Consider the fierce battle among the three gods. The sea god struggled against the might of two others, but the emergence of the Shura god heralded a different scenario altogether. What then? Is the nature of the second martial soul? A blank slate? Could it be that I might awaken a dual martial soul? Jiang Xuan pondered, perplexed. At the age of 6, he had distinctly been tested and found to possess only a single Azure Lotus martial soul. Regrettably, the system lacked an explanation function, leaving him to navigate the intricacies of the world solely through his knowledge and experience. Having discerned his current situation, Jiang Xuan approached the Shrek Academy group. Resembling someone settling accounts after the harvest, with the Dragon King and Snake Lady at his back. Mr. Flander, level 78 Agility Attack Soul Saint. Once renowned across the continent as part of the Golden Iron Triangle's Flying Horn. By chance, I had the fortune to overhear the esteemed Yu Xiaojiang's discourse on Soul Masters, which ignited my aspirations. The youth's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly, buoyed by the ethereal flames of the Lotus. In the Douluo Continent, there are no worthless martial souls, only inadequate soul masters. This proclamation piqued my curiosity about the elder who had made such a statement, compelling me to journey from my family, situated 1,000 miles away. For, from the perspective of my yet-to-be-awakened martial soul, I indeed felt inferior to some of the premier martial souls. The Golden Iron Triangle? The Flying Horn, what is that? Yu Xiaojiang, the Wisdom Horn? So, the teacher and the dean share such a connection. Tang San felt astonished, yet he found Jiang Xuan's self-deprecating claims of being a worthless soul master somewhat inappropriate. If you are indeed of such lowly caliber, what then does that make Dai Mubai and us so-called geniuses who were bested by you? As if reminiscing, Jiang Xuan continued. Initially, I believed that the academy established by the esteemed Flander, the highest ranking of the Flying Horn, would adhere to such an admissions philosophy. Alas, I was mistaken. Jiang Xuan gazed thoughtfully at the Azure Lotus before him, a smile gracing his lips as he mused. Sometimes, a mere spark may appear inconspicuous, yet one cannot dismiss its yearning to blossom. Remember, a single spark can ignite a vast inferno. The lotus seemed to respond to its master's presence, its petals quivering gently. Despite the myriad of negative opinions surrounding Yu Xiaojiang in his previous life, Jiang Xuan would not allow the views of others to easily sway his thoughts. After all, what one hears may be deceptive, while what one sees is tangible. Surely, a theoretical master recognized by the Spirit Hall could not be as mediocre as he appeared. However, it now seemed he had erred. Setting aside the immense cultivation resources of the Ming family, he foolishly ventured to Shrek Academy. The haughty demeanor of Flanders and the so-called educators of Shrek Academy hardly justified his presence there. Indeed, the might of one's spirit is crucial, powerful enough to elevate us soul masters to lofty heights. Yet, as he recalled the words of a formidable individual, Jiang Xuan strode purposefully towards a graceful figure on the playground. Upon reaching the summit, he found himself in solitude, devoid of companionship. The chilling embrace of winter left him shivering, prompting him to ponder his true purpose at such heights. Our hearts resemble trees. The more a tree yearns for the light above, the deeper its roots must delve into the soil, into the shadows of the earth. Does a high position equate to arrogance? Can one grow while remaining mindful of their humble beginnings? Flanders wore a grim expression, utterly unprepared to be chastised by a mere youth. Yet, he could not unleash his ire, for not only was the Dragon King observing, but there was also the formidable entity referenced by the young man, one who could describe his grandfather, a sole Douluo, in such a manner. This individual must surely be among the most terrifying of titled Douluos. You are strong, you are justified. Continue, he thought. The discourse was shrouded in ambiguity, leaving many in a state of confusion, yet Tangan and a certain hidden individual seemed to ponder deeply. Tangan perceived that the words echoed the philosophies of Taoism from his previous life, though they did not align precisely with any specific text. He grasped the essence. As one ascends to power, questions arise regarding the treatment of the weaker. After all, who among the formidable soul masters did not emerge from insignificance? Throughout history, the first soul master also rose from humble beginnings amid the struggle for survival against soul beasts. Jiang Xuan cast an intrigued glance at Tangan. This statement served both to slap Flander in the face and to convey a message to Tangan, as he toyed with the nascent spirit of the Azure Lotus. The sporadic flickers of flame elicited involuntary twitches from those nearby. One could only think, MMP, we understand your mastery over your martial spirit. But must you flaunt it so brazenly? It could prove fatal. At the tender age of 12, with a soul power requirement of 20 levels, and the necessity for both soul rings to exceed a century in age, one must ponder how many such prodigies exist in the world. Even if we assume they are all eager to join your academy, what results have you produced? He cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly wooden Dai Mubai, stating, your soul power is superficial, and your control over your martial spirit is woefully inadequate, even by the third ring. You remain oblivious to the true essence of your martial spirit. Shrek Academy, a so-called institution of monsters. Mere hollow renown. The words of the youth struck with piercing truth, igniting a violent rage in Zhao Wujia, who felt an overwhelming urge to strike. Following such an assessment, a higher-ranked soul master nearby corroborated the sentiment, causing some of the originally enrolled students to hesitate, one by one, gradually retreating into silence. Indeed, as the youth with the fire seed martial spirit suggested, they would be better off anywhere than in this dilapidated academy. Chapter 12. Unsettled. One by one, the students departed, and Li Yusong nearly spat blood in frustration. Had he chosen his words more delicately, this scene could have been avoided. The elders still stood behind them. And how could they respond to a 12-year-old with 30 levels of soul power? A waste of martial spirit? Show me a 12-year-old who has achieved that. After the exchange, many chose to leave. Tangan, due to the influence of the master, remained steadfast, while Xiao Wu trembled in fear, hoping to avoid the attention of the formidable soul Duolong Gong, naturally making it impossible for his third brother to depart as well. Ning Rongrong maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The distinctions of soul sage or otherwise were inconsequential to her. Her family boasted over a dozen soul Douluos, let alone the title Douluos, Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa, who reigned at the pinnacle of the food chain. She was merely there to enjoy herself, viewing it as a form of entertainment. If, at the outset, the enrollment requirements had been clearly stated, with no exceptions for those who did not meet the criteria, there would have been little to discuss. One party wished to enroll, while the other was willing to accept them. However, the esteemed soul sage of Shrek, you waited until the enrollment fee was paid before delivering the news. And the non-refundable fee truly epitomized the pinnacle of exploitation. When you first perceived my fire seed martial spirit, your attitude was one of cold rejection. Yet the faint aura emanating from the semi-awakened Azure Lotus inadvertently alerted you to an anomaly, thus granting me what you deemed a special admission. Am I not correct? Jiang Xuan wore a smile that seemed to blur the line between jest and sincerity as he remarked, I apologize. Enrolling in your Shrek Academy was indeed a rather foolish decision on my part. Do not go too far. Dai Mubai bellowed in anger. Too far? Am I the one who has overstepped? Facing the irate white cat, Jiang Xuan's expression turned icy. If my actions are deemed excessive, then how much more egregious was the initial conduct of Shrek Academy? Traveling great distances to enroll, only to be labeled as a wielder of a worthless martial soul, and subjected to insults, including those from you, only to have the tables turned against me. Truly, What a remarkable display of double standards. Mr. White Tiger, might I inquire, how is it that someone like you, who cannot even defeat one with a worthless martial soul like myself, is reduced to a mere shadow of a man after being admitted to Shrek? Pray, say that again. Mubai, stand down. Jiang Xuan showed no regard for face. While the already in the wrong Flander could only suppress his anger and order his disciple to retreat. Earlier, this young man was able to contend with Mubai even when his martial soul was merely in its seed state. Now, having ascended to the formidable level of 30, his flames were no longer something the restrained White Tiger could withstand. Tangan, with his blue-silver grass martial soul, deeply resonated with this, despite its inherent frailty. The natural resilience of the blue-silver grass meant it had seldom been suppressed by other martial souls. However, before the newly awakened Jiang Xuan, the blue-silver grass inexplicably exhibited a quivering trepidation. Such a phenomenon, where a martial soul experiences fear, is typically reserved for the most superior of martial souls. Indeed, the Dragon Duke and Serpent Matron, as recorded by the teacher, possess the ability to confront titled Doulos. It is not surprising that their descendants, despite their surname being Jiang, could possess a top-tier martial soul. The Dragon Duke's Dragon Staff is indeed one of the premier martial souls. For any martial soul associated with dragons is unlikely to be inferior. Tangan somewhat understood the dean's considerations, which stemmed from a perspective of a master. The academy could not possibly grovel and request for the other party's admission. Having already declined previously, it would be normal to offer an exceptional opportunity for admission, suggesting that regardless of the other party's performance, they would be welcomed into the academy. However, he did not anticipate that the situation would escalate to such an extent. Was it anger? Or perhaps a sense of frustration? Jiang Xuan's gaze was frigid, reminiscent of a serpent's eyes, while the azure lotus mark etched in the center of his brow accentuated his ethereal charm. Initially, he was influenced by the original narrative, yearning to join Shrek Academy and the protagonist group, as they ostensibly had no conflicting interests. However, the reality diverged starkly from the portrayals within the novel. Flinder and Zhao Wujia were hardly virtuous figures, were it not for his esteemed elder, the Dragon Duke, a soul sage of the 89th rank. He might have found himself in a position of subservience, offering apologies instead. This was the realm of Douluo Continent, where strength reigned supreme. In such a world, the educational philosophy of an academy that shunned confrontation was indicative of mediocrity. It was indeed laughable that he once harbored any affection for such a misguided institution. Upon reflection, one could not help but see the absurdity in a feeble individual unable to control his malevolent fire and a white cat squandering innate talent with a shaky foundation. The remaining member, Tangan, primarily relied on his mysterious heaven skill and Tang-Sek's hidden weapons. As for Xiaowu, what could a soul beast of 100,000 years possibly learn from a few decades-old humans? The only two with genuine talent were Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Yet, Ning Rongrong, a pampered heiress, was scarcely more capable than Zhu Qing, who possessed lesser innate gifts. At this moment, Jiang Xuan's thoughts were crystal clear. The main characters had encountered a situation where Shrek nearly joined them. Although the outcome was not particularly favorable, it ultimately resolved a long-standing obsession. It seems that future interactions will not be so harmonious. Farewell, I shall take my leave. Should anyone wish to join my dragon and snake clan, feel free to reach out. Once the sect is established, the restrictions will be less stringent than that of a family, so it's worth considering. With a smile that belied his intentions, Jiang Xuan remarked to the gathering of talented individuals. Those who reach level 20 at such a tender age are indeed exceptional among soul masters. He was unreserved in his approach, devoid of any psychological burden. Yes. I, Ming Shu, warmly welcome all young friends to visit my soon-to-be-established sect. The astute Long Gong could easily perceive that the students present were of considerable talent. Otherwise, Xiaoxin would not have intentionally sought to poach them before him. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Zhao Wujia, ever blunt, was already in a foul mood after an unwarranted beating earlier that day, and now the instigator wished to recruit students before him. The group hesitated. Invitations from a contra like him were rare, and some students who had already signed up expressed their willingness to discuss with their families about joining Long Gong's sect. The main characters, however, remained silent, their lack of words speaking volumes in Jiang Xuan's eyes. He chuckled inwardly, curious to see if the Shrek's 7 devils could maintain their unity in light of his subtle provocations. Before departing, Jiang Xuan cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Qing. It was not her physical allure that captivated him, despite her astonishing development surpassing even that of adults. Rather, he understood that the ambitious Zhu Xuan would undoubtedly waver upon witnessing her inept fiancé's performance at the academy, affecting her views on both Dai Mubai and Shrek Academy. She was unwilling to be shackled by fate, making her the most susceptible among the Shrek 7 devils. Patiently awaiting the unfolding of time, Jiang Xuan sauntered towards his two elders. It was not that Zhu Xuan was inherently rebellious. She simply differed from the others, who had the backing to absorb losses. She could not afford to fail. Chapter 13. The news of the poisoned Douluo, New Year update, seeking votes. Regardless of the remaining students' sentiments, every recruit counts. After all, his grandfather's sect could serve as a formidable resource. By antagonizing the Shrek group today, he could not discount the possibility of physical confrontations in the future. Increasing his power, even by a fraction, was essential. Jiang Xuan pondered when Zhu Xuan might choose to sever ties with her current team. A seed of discord had been sown, awaiting its time to take root and flourish. Let us depart. Flander, Zhao Wujia. Today I had no intention of using my strength to overpower the weak. Yet since I have become a teacher, I must rectify the unruly behaviors that have emerged, for I cannot mislead my students. I heed the teachings of the esteemed Long Gong. Having been reprimanded, one must endure. How vexing it has been for some. Long Gong walked ahead, while Jiang Xuan supported Chao Tianxiang as they strolled away, leaving behind the profound words of Ming Shu that lingered in the vast square. With a sigh, Zhao Wujia lamented his helplessness, while another, a frightened rabbit, trembled at the mere mention of the appearance of the soul battle. Xiao Wu, ever since the arrival of the esteemed Long Gong, you have been shivering incessantly. Are you unwell? No, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt a bit cold. Cold. Tang San looked at her in surprise under the blazing sun, questioning whether he had been muddled in his sleep. Our hearts are akin to trees. The higher they aspire to reach the light, the deeper their roots must delve into the soil, into the darkness below. In a tone inaudible to others, Zhu Xuqing's gaze was intricate, as she repeatedly murmured these lines. Was she speaking to herself or someone else? If one seeks to yearn for brightness, one must continuously solidify their roots. Sister, I shall not simply yield to fate. The young girl clenched her fists, her eyes fixated on the direction in which the grandfather and grandson departed, wholly disregarding the individual who was on the brink of madness. Departing from the Ballot Kingdom, the trio journeyed towards the borders of Star Luo and Heaven Do. The young man could no longer withstand the peculiar atmosphere and spoke up. How did Grandpa know I had made my way to the Shrek of Ballot Kingdom? As long as you recognize me as your grandfather, that is sufficient. The elder tapped his dragon-headed staff. If I hadn't come, would you have been bullied for 10 or 15 days? No way, no way. I was merely curious about the stories I had heard in my childhood regarding the Golden Iron Triangle, and upon learning there was an academy, I came to see for myself, Jiang Xuan fervently explained, for he could not disclose to his grandfather that he sought to bask in the glory of the main protagonist. Seeing that her beloved grandson was unharmed, the snake lady felt relieved. Patting Jiang Xuan's head, she said, "It is not that Grandpa and Grandma do not permit you to venture out, but the Douluo Continent is not a tranquil place. Without formidable strength, how can one traverse this land? You haven't even reached the rank of a 30-level soul master. How can we feel at ease? Indeed, Shrek is no ordinary academy. The Golden Iron Triangle was once renowned among the youth of the continent. Their martial soul fusion skill, the Golden Sacred Dragon, surpasses the dragon-snake combination of your grandmother and me. Had it not been for the low level of the Wisdom Horn, their achievements would have been even greater. Yes, indeed. After all, it is a Trinity martial soul fusion." Jiang Xuan mused to himself. As long as he was not held accountable for his earlier transgression, it would suffice. At 12 years of age, another spanking would be utterly mortifying. However, he was taken aback by the sheer number of high-ranking soul masters that the small Shrek Academy managed to assemble. With Zhao Wujia and Flander, both formidable soul saints at level 70, it was already impressive, but the presence of Li Yusong, though not particularly noteworthy, was nonetheless a soul emperor. To his perception, there were at least 2 other soul masters within Shrek who surpassed the soul emperor rank, which was truly remarkable. His grandfather had mentioned 2 individuals, Xiao Xian, a level 71 food system soul saint, and Lu Qibin, a level 66 star chess soul emperor. Jiang Xuan was not well acquainted with the star chess, as it was merely glossed over in the original narrative, yet the rarity of a level 71 food system soul saint was undeniable. Regrettably, he could not poach them, as they were staunch supporters of Shrek. After being spurned by Shrek, Jiang Xuan had come to a realization. With the vastness of the world and the advantage of the narrative on his side, why should he cling to the protagonists? Moreover, the prospect of assembling a team of ordinary martial souls to confront those elite competitors in the Soul Master Tournament was quite exhilarating. Lost in thought, Meng Shu rapped Jiang Xuan on the head with his cane, his tone tinged with irritation. Have you not yet unraveled your constraints? You neglect the transformation of your martial soul's nature, and after years of cultivation, you have only mastered the art of concealment? Or do you believe yourself so proud that you can disregard the 30-plus level soul grandmasters? Not to mention the opponent possesses a top-tier beast martial soul, like the White Tiger? No, that's not it. Should danger arise, I would promptly employ my soul skills. Grandfather, please calm down. Do take a breath. Jiang Xuan, observing that his grandfather was still in a fit of anger, could only force a smile, revealing his pearly whites in hopes of alleviating the elder's ire. Humph, you truly are ignorant of the vastness of the world, daring to confront the Soul Master head-on, relying on a handful of trump cards. Where has your usual composure vanished to? You possess many hidden cards, do you? Well, not many, just a mere handful, really. I didn't say anything. He understood that the elder was expressing concern for him, and such childish behavior only emerged when he was with family. Regarding Dai Mubai from the original story, Jiang Xuan was quite confident. The dual bones technique was merely an advanced skill in the application of martial souls. By utilizing his unique fire to envelop the flames of the blue lotus on his fists, he maximized the impact of the fire. As for why he did not transform it into a spear or sword, it was simply because Jiang Xuan feared that some incompetent individual might feign injury on the ground in an attempt to deceive him. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the Continent of Fighting's list of extraordinary flames, was a treasure that, even in its dormant state, was unmatched by any ordinary white tiger. Although he refrained from voicing this, Jiang Xuan did not wish to be admonished for being arrogant. He was well aware of the strategic necessity to underestimate the enemy while tactically respecting them. You understand your error, which is good. That I, the unseen Soul Master, must belong to the Star Luo royal family, and the White Tiger is also their ancestral martial soul. Moreover, there is someone, an enigmatic grandfather, watching from the shadows. Otherwise, I would not be so lenient as to merely teach Flanders and Zhao Wujin a lesson. We have other pressing matters to attend to, and to avoid complications, let us consider this a storm with little rain. Do not blame your grandfather. Grandfather, no such words should be spoken. It is I who have been inconsiderate. Jiang Xuan lowered his head, realizing that the individual his grandfather spoke of must be the formidable Haoyan Doulo, Tang Hao. Indeed, given his cultivation level, he warranted a degree of caution. Although his grandparents' combined might could contend with the title Douluo, his presence as a burden could not be dismissed. Fortunately, there was no animosity towards Tang San. The Tang family seemed to revel in their secrets. So where are we headed? The location you mentioned has been identified. We are going to the Poison Doulo. The Poison Doulo? Chapter 14. Sunset Forest. Indeed, the Eye of Ice and Fire resides within the Sunset Forest, which is also the territory of the Poison Doulo, Dugu Bo. The system has meticulously mapped out its next course of action. I merely utilized my foresight to craft a narrative of an adept titled Doulo skilled in medicine, hoping to leverage my grandfather's familial influence to locate the Eye of Ice and Fire. To my surprise, not only did I find it, but the system seemed to have predictively placed the next sign-in location at the Eye of Ice and Fire as well. Fortunately, the timeline remained largely unchanged, and the Eye of Ice and Fire remained under Dugu Bo's dominion. The celestial herbs there are crucial for Jiang Xuan's forthcoming endeavors. This is not merely for myself. I primarily wish to procure a few specimens for Grandfather Meng Shu and Grandmother Chao Tianxiang. After all, as an 89th level Soul Douluo, without external assistance, the aging Long Gong would find it exceedingly challenging to take that final step, let alone Grandmother Chao Tianxiang. For her, reaching the Soul Sage level is nearly the terminus of her journey. Setting aside the system's ulterior motives, Jiang Xuan could only gradually unveil the shrouded mysteries of this world. Why had he traversed dimensions? From whence did the system originate? Were the seemingly unreasonable rewards for signing in truly devoid of cost? Could one simply obtain benefits merely by signing in at a designated location? Jiang Xuan remained noncommittal. However, one undeniable truth persisted. Without strength, he was unworthy of knowledge. Much like Tang San in the original narrative, who, at his low level, was not privy to the existence of the formidable Spirit Hall as an adversary. Thus, strength. He must prioritize the enhancement of his own power, Otherwise, the scene before the Shrek Academy would inevitably replay itself one day. It was indeed a special consideration for grandfather Meng Shu to seek out Dugu Bo, for with the presence of Granny Chao Tianxiang's snake staff spirit, there was a semblance of connection to Dugu Bo. Furthermore, the strength of the Long family, his grandfather's lineage, vastly surpassed his own solitary efforts in locating Dugu Bo. Not to mention, he grappled with a severe flaw in his martial spirit. Jiang Xuan was unperturbed by the possibility of Dugu Bo being reluctant to part with the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Of course, he had not disclosed the specifics of Dugu Bo's situation to his grandparents, should he be questioned on how he came to know. He would find himself at a loss for words. At this current juncture, what is the swiftest method to enhance his strength? Relying on the system? Spending money? Or consuming drugs? None of these options. Jiang Xuan raised his gaze towards the Dragon Lord who accompanied him on his journey, offering a faint smile. The significance of being an 89th level soul Duelo requires no elaboration. Perhaps, had it been someone else, assisting Meng Shu in progressing further would have been unattainable. However, the Eye of Ice and Fire, abundant in celestial herbs, holds great promise. Moreover, as the burial ground of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, the Dragon Head Staff is undoubtedly intertwined with these matters. Elevating the quality of one's martial soul or enhancing innate talent is a trifling endeavor at that level. Wouldn't you agree? Grandfather, let us first visit the esteemed Dugu. I am not in a hurry to obtain the third ring. I wish to further refine my physical condition. Very well, I share your sentiment. If your words ring true, then Lord Dugu would indeed be inclined to engage in a transaction with us. However, are you perhaps enamored with his granddaughter? Dugu Yin? Grandfather, please refrain from playing matchmaker. He had only met Dugu Yin once, viewing her merely as a conduit for Dugu Bo. It is no wonder that the elderly often indulge in fanciful thoughts. At merely 12 years of age, should he already be anxious about a future granddaughter-in-law? Kaoshi Xiang, with a beaming smile, chimed in, I see it too. That Yin is not much older than Adian. Although she is a bit older than our little Xuanzi, she has blossomed into a beauty. Moreover, I believe her grandfather would not refuse your impressive cultivation speed of reaching level 30 by the age of 12. Jiang Xuan, the Sunset Forest is situated at the confluence of Xingluo and Chendo. Although it does not rival the vastness of the Stardo Forest, it is nonetheless one of the premier habitats for soul beasts. The journey from the Balak Kingdom will take some time. The purpose of this visit is to propose a trade to Dugu Bo. The information regarding the Eye of Ice and Fire was imparted to Jiang Xuan by a deceased elder, while others might find it difficult to believe. The words of an 89-level soul Duelo who possesses a martial soul fusion skill cannot be easily dismissed. It is indeed unfortunate for Dugu Bo, who, despite being a titled Duelo, finds himself at the lowest echelon of that society, unable to even contend with certain top-tier attacking soul Duelos, which is truly a lamentable state. This predicament can be attributed to the inherent flaws of his martial soul, the Emerald-Lined Snake King, as well as its unsuitability for solitary combat. Naturally, Dugu Bo, who is deeply concerned for the life of his granddaughter, would not forsake such an equitable exchange. The two families have established a rapport, and Long Gong's special visit to Shrek Academy is a testament to their prior arrangements. This time, he is headed to the Sunset Forest to meet with the other party. Along the way, Jiang Xuan continuously contemplates his Azure Lotus martial soul, feeling as though it still lacks something essential. During his earlier battle with Dai Mubai, the Azure Lotus in its seed form was certainly not as potent as it is now. Otherwise, Dai Mubai would not have dared to withstand the assault of the Azure Lotus core fire without suffering grievous injuries. However, the system's reward of the primordial fire and the fusion with his martial soul seems to be inexplicably stuck at the 99 mark. Is something amiss? Or does the world's rules simply prohibit the emergence of such formidable spiritual entities? To enhance his self-preservation capabilities, the most prudent course of action would be to maximize the cultivation of his esteemed grandfather, Long Gong. His own path to becoming a soul emperor or a soul saint seems to stretch into the distant future. Having a titled Douluo as a grandfather is undoubtedly advantageous. It is indeed perplexing how protagonists in certain fantasy novels are reluctant to utilize resources to aid their golden fingers or esteemed figures in swiftly elevating their strength. One might dismiss the unreliability of some, but can one truly not trust even their closest kin? Setting aside Douluo for the moment, consider the case of a certain fiery companion. Without the protection of Yao Lao, could he have lived so carefree? He would likely have been obliterated by the spirit hall long ago. Regarding the remaining one of the awakening degree of the Azure Lotus, Jiang Xuan has formed a hypothesis. Yet he must verify it through the Eye of Ice and Fire. Given the implications for the rules of Douluo Continent, he cannot afford to be negligent. What exactly is the nature of a martial soul? Is it truly impossible to advance without soul rings? If soul rings are deemed essential, what exactly is their nature? Or could it be that, following the fall of the dragon god, some deity specifically altered the rules of the world in Douluo to constrain the soul beast race? Gazing at the ever-shifting scenery below, the gentle breeze around Jiang Xuan cleared his mind somewhat. Initially, he had intended to attend Shrek Academy with the hope of discussing matters with the so-called theoretically invincible master. However, after his withdrawal from Shrek, he realized it was prudent to abandon that notion and instead focus on gradual exploration. The world is neither entirely dark nor entirely white. It exists in a delicate shade of gray. The true nature behind it will eventually be unveiled once one possesses the requisite strength. Chapter 15. Poison Douluo. With the formidable power of the Dragon Duke, a rank 90 soul doulos, even with Jiang Xuan as a burdensome companion, their pace was remarkably swift. Especially with the added support of Madame Xiangxiang, who shared the fusion of martial spirits. In no time, the trio arrived at the Sunset Forest. The forest stretched infinitely, with towering trees reaching into the clouds, rendering it impossible for outsiders to discern the inner landscape from above. Naturally, Jiang Xuan believed that no fool would dare to fly high above and descend into the depths of the Sunset Forest. Such an act would not be one of bravado, but rather an invitation to death. Not even a soul doulos or a soul emperor, let alone the esteemed Dugu Bo himself, would act recklessly, for while the Sunset Forest may lack 100,000-year soul beasts, a coalition of several high-level 10,000-year soul beasts could be lethal. Upon reaching the entrance, the trio descended and prepared to venture on foot. As Jiang Xuan drew closer, he realized that the original novel had indeed misrepresented the vastness of the Sunset Forest. Its scale was far beyond mere hundreds of square kilometers. The size of soul beasts offers a clear indication. Take the Titan giant ape, for instance, whose height resembles that of a small mountain and requires an expansive range for movement that, in his past life, would likely encompass an entire province. Thus, it is evident that the Stardo Great Forest far exceeds the dimensions of the entire Blue Star, for without such magnitude, the survival chain of soul beasts would be untenable, and 100,000-year soul beasts are not limited to just the Titan giant ape. Without further ado, Meng Shu led Jiang Xuan into the Sunset Forest, both suppressing their presence as they advanced cautiously. Given the Dragon Duke's formidable prowess, he could easily defeat any soul beast below 60,000 years, yet Jiang Xuan understood that his grandfather's choice to proceed quietly was not something to be questioned. All was the first lesson Jiang Xuan learned upon arriving in the Douluo Continent. For one can never be certain if a seemingly disheveled vagabond by the roadside is an ultimate doulos, or if a seemingly harmless soul beast might suddenly claim one's life. Soul masters devoid of reverence, aside from those blessed with protagonist auras, seldom survive to the end. Reality does not care about one's talents or powerful connections. As a cautious and brave player, Jiang Xuan had firmly embedded the notion of reverence in his heart, contemplating quantum mechanics whenever faced with uncertainty. His brow furrowing as plans took shape. In this fantastical world, the one who endures to the end emerges as the victor. It's here. Grandfather, what is here? Deep within the forest, a modest wooden cabin stands beside a serene lake, surrounded by an aura of enchantment. Curiously, not a single spirit beast can be seen in the vicinity, as if they instinctively detest and avoid this place. Inside the cabin, a girl with long, dark hair beams with a charming smile and inquires, "Grandfather, are you playing your riddle games with me again? You promised to spend more time with me in the forest. Now tell me what the surprise is." The man, affectionately referred to as grandfather, does not appear aged. Rather, he exudes the vitality of a man in his prime. At this moment, Dugu Bo gazes lovingly at his cherished granddaughter. He gently ruffles her hair and replies, "There are guests arriving. I must go and greet them." "What guests?" Dugu Yin asks, intrigued. "What kind of guest requires my grandfather's attention? Could it be another title doulos? Yet, I cannot recall my grandfather having such acquaintances." Dugu Bo offers no further explanation, opening the door and leaping towards the sensed presence. After all, he has poisoned the core area of the Sunset Forest, and he certainly does not wish for any harm to befall his guests. The woman shares a tenuous connection with him, and since her husband has expressed confidence regarding Yan's matters, it is unlikely she would come just for amusement, given the stakes concerning his granddaughter. Dugu Bo cannot afford any missteps. His son and daughter-in-law have already tragically succumbed to the poison of the green scale serpent, and he deeply desires not to witness Yen follow in her parents' footsteps. It is difficult to fathom that a titled Douluo could harbor such aversion to his own martial spirit. The green scale serpent king, a martial spirit envied by many outsiders, has become a lifelong source of torment for Dugu Bo. Upon arrival, Long Gong is the first to halt, and the following Chaotian Xiang understands her husband's intent, signaling Jiang Xuan to stop as well. As a titled Douluo, Dugu Bo is certainly aware of their presence, and the mist barrier before them is not easily breached. Let us not forget that the title they bear is one associated with poison. Waiting here is both a sign of respect and a consideration for Jiang Xuan's safety. But can the poison barrier truly harm him? With a mindset of experimentation, Jiang Xuan's thoughts shift. He is eager to discover whether his blue lotus earth fire can counteract the toxic gas and malevolent entities as it does in another realm. Blue Lotus. With 2 soul rings emerging, the blue lotus earth fire envelopes him entirely. Under Jiang Xuan's control, he shapes the otherworldly flame around his fist and extends it into the toxic substance. Were it Dugu Bo personally managing the poisonous mist, he would not dare to act so recklessly. However, the residual, unconscious remnants do not warrant excessive caution. He seeks to validate his hypothesis. Xuanzi, do not be reckless. Do not worry, grandfather. I merely wish to observe the extent of my martial soul awakening. Just as Long Gong intended to intervene, he was taken aback to see Jiang Xuan already reaching into the poisonous barrier. The moment the flames made contact with the toxic gas, a hissing sound erupted, and astonishingly, the toxins in that area were consumed in an instant. Is this truly the case? Jiang Xuan retracted his fist, not because the results of the verification were unsatisfactory. On the contrary, the exotic fire's restraining effect on the toxic gas remained evident. Yet, it seemed as though something was amiss. The remaining fusion degree of 1 appeared to not only prevent the blue lotus earth fire martial soul from reaching its utmost potential, but also stripped the exotic fire of its intrinsic spirit, as if it had been forcibly subdued by an external force. Seeing Jiang Xuan nonchalantly retract his arm, Chao Tianxiang could not help but exhale in relief before chiding him. You young rascal, do you intend to trouble the elderly with your discomfort? Long Gong remained silent, yet the slight tremor of his closed eyelids revealed his stance. What was to be done at this juncture? A mistake must be faced with rectitude, and enduring punishment was simply the consequence. Jiang Xuan silently lowered his head, embodying the expression of a person who acknowledges their mistake, yet anticipates a recurrence in the future as he approached his grandmother. There's no way to deal with you, is there? All right then, she said. I promise I won't do it again next time. I definitely will. Enough with the banter. Duke Dugu has already arrived. Little Xian, do not be so nervous that you can't utter a word. After all, the negotiations must be conducted by you with the Duke, Long Gong reminded. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement. He too was eager to witness the charismatic persona of the old poison master as described in the original work. No sooner had he spoken than a resonant echo reverberated from afar, as if the entire forest could hear it. Dragon Lord and Snake Lady. Having traveled a great distance to the Sunset Forest, I regret my inability to welcome you properly. I hope for your understanding. Dugu Mion's words were heavy, as Meng Shu, accompanied by his humble wife and grandson, sought to intrude respectfully, hoping for their forgiveness. Meng Shu slightly bowed, acknowledging the courtesy extended to him. Although he was somewhat older than Dugu Bo, he naturally adhered to the necessary etiquette. Chapter 16. The Secret of the Azure Phosphor Snake. You are Jiang Xuan? In response to the esteemed Dugu, I am indeed Jiang Xuan. Not long ago, I had the fortune of encountering your granddaughter, which emboldened me to request my family elders to establish contact with you. Upon beholding the full figure of the visitor, Jiang Xuan bent in respect. The deference shown to his grandfather was a testament to the Dragon Lord's formidable soul power, reaching an impressive 89 levels. Merely a step away from attaining the title of Douluo, standing alongside him in stature. Furthermore, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady held significant renown within the Douluo Continent, their unique martial soul fusion allowing them to rival the status of titled Douluos, especially considering Dugu Bo's lack of prowess in combat at that level. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. This, of course, was merely a reflection of his thoughts. He held the utmost respect for this poisoned Douluo, acknowledging that, as a mere 30-level youth, he should maintain the highest regard. As depicted in the original narrative, the figure before him had long, dark green hair and an imposing stature. appearing considerably aged due to the inherent toxicity of the Azure Scale Snake Emperor, despite possessing the youthful visage typically associated with a breakthrough into the realm of titled Douluos. To the unknowing, one might assume he was of the same age as the Dragon Lord, while Dugu Bo's innate talent was evidently far superior. Dugu Bo nodded, observing the young boy before him, sensing the lingering heat of soul power in the air. 30 levels. Impressive, indeed. You are truly a rare prodigy of this era. His previous words now bore a greater trust. If the earlier courtesy had stemmed from the Dragon Lord's potential to ascend to the title of Douluo, now Dugu Bo's demeanor softened, influenced by his belief in the boy's correspondence. You quite remarkable, at such a tender age, to possess the cultivation of a soul master. And with such understanding of medicine, beyond the aid of the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, it seems that the unknown medical doulos is indeed skilled. Senior, you flatter me. This is no mere flattery. You are quite astute, knowing about Yin Yan's peculiarities without spreading them, and offering a temporary suppression method before any demands, after testing it myself. I found it indeed effective. I must admit, had it not been for the teachings of my family elders, I would genuinely admire you. Dugu Bo continued, moreover. According to the medical Douluo's description, the ice and fire duality I was indeed first discovered by him, but it came into my possession by chance. I accept the terms of your exchange. Follow me, he instructed, turning to walk into the toxic mist, providing the three with an antidote pill. Jiang Xuan let out a bitter smile as he followed suit. Were it not for the support at his side, he could not have appeared so relaxed. It was quite simple. The concept of the medical doulos was entirely fabricated. The system's rewards for signing in, particularly the inheritance of medicinal texts, necessitated a plausible explanation. Otherwise, could one simply seize it by force? It was not that he couldn't win. However, if other dogs were to be drawn in, he would surely lament his misfortune. The most prudent course of action was to exploit the inherent weaknesses of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor and negotiate a deal with Dugu Bo. To hold him at ransom seemed to Jiang Xuan an utterly foolish endeavor. A straightforward submission of a transient method for suppressing flames would undoubtedly elicit Dugu Bo's agreement, especially given his concern for his granddaughter. Moreover, one had an unutilized ice and fire yin-yang eye and the accompanying celestial herb, while the other held his cherished granddaughter. The balance of importance was quite clear. As for the rationale behind refraining from coercion, Jiang Xuan pondered whether it was wiser to have an ally in a titled doulos or to make an enemy of a poison doulos. The original protagonist's amicable rapport with the old poison master and their subsequent friendship was undoubtedly influenced by the protagonist's halo. Without such a privilege, one might find that threatening Dugu Bo one moment and then healing him the next would likely turn Tangan into mere blood and gore. One must never underestimate the ruthlessness of a titled doulos, no matter how illustrious. Anyone who ascends to that rank is far from being a saintly figure. This holds particularly true for someone like the poison doulos. Therefore, in plotting concerning the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Jiang Xuan proceeded with utmost caution. First, he crafted a lineage for a medical doulos, then coincidentally encountered Dugu Yin, only to uncover the secret that the Emerald Scale Serpent's innate poison could harm itself. Yet, he could not foolishly reveal this truth directly. That would be tantamount to courting death. The confidence of Grandfather Long Gong in negotiating with Dugu Bo was his foundation. It could be said that every step was interconnected. A slight misstep could render the ice and fire yin-yang eye not only unattainable, but also far from the ease with which it currently seemed to be accessed. Dugu Bo resided deep within the forest, where, due to his profound cultivation, the serpent's poison had reached a level akin to a parasite, necessitating constant reliance on the ice and fire yin-yang eye for moderation. As Yin Yan emerged to greet the guests, what unfolded before the eyes was a picturesque retreat. One could not deny that the old poison master possessed a certain aesthetic sensibility, unlike the grim dwelling places of many poison-wielding soul masters portrayed in television dramas, which are often either eerie caves or bizarre swamps. This was more fitting. After all, one cultivates poison, not a twisted psyche. Jiang Xuan surveyed his surroundings, while Dugu Bo called out to Dugu Yin within the humble dwelling. Fortunately, he had previously encountered Dugu Yin, and to his surprise, the old fellow had indeed brought her along. Suddenly, a captivating figure emerged from the hut, playfully chiding, "Grandfather, why did you invite this young man here? He is the fire attribute Little Ice Cube I mentioned to you last time." Fire attribute? Little Ice Cube? What an odd moniker. Ah, Yin Yin, do not be rude. Come greet your esteemed dragon ancestor and grandmother snake. Greetings, Grandmother Snake and esteemed dragon ancestor, Dugu Yin said, bowing respectfully upon seeing the newcomers. Grandmother Snake was a distant relative, belonging to her mother's lineage, thus rendering them not entirely strangers. Well then, young man, shall we head directly to the ice and fire duality to procure the celestial herb, or would you prefer to rest a while? Dugu Bo inquired. Let us proceed directly. Resolving the issue with the emerald scale serpent for you and Sister Yin Yin is of utmost priority. Very well. Please have Miss Zhao wait here for a moment and look after Yin Yin while we are away, Dugu Bo replied, clearly pleased with Jiang Xuan's decisiveness. Your words are too kind, Zhao Tianxiang said, slightly bowing. At her age, she could not engage in the same daring antics as the young Jiang Xuan. Although they shared some familial ties, maintaining a respectful distance was advisable. Dugu Bo led the way, with dragon ancestor Meng Shu closely following Jiang Xuan. One could surmise that without this connection, he would not have felt comfortable leaving Dugu Yin alone with Zhao Tianxiang. Accompanied by these two formidable figures towards the ice and fire duality, Jiang Xuan pondered the forthcoming arrangements. As a safeguard left behind by the ice and fire dragon king, the treasures within the duality were indeed boundless. While assisting Dugu Bo with his dilemma, he also contemplated how to maximize the benefits for his grandfather, dragon ancestor, and grandmother. The poison of the emerald scale serpent was deemed a deficiency in martial spirits. Yet to Jiang Xuan, it resembled more an inadequacy in the evolution of martial spirits. The emerald scale serpent and the emerald scale serpent king, by mere nomenclature, indicated differing tiers of martial spirits akin to the relationship between the ice blue scorpion and the ice blue emperor scorpion in the Do-air realm. Thus, if he could resolve this issue, it would be most advantageous to elevate their standing. Please cast your votes regarding the female lead, currently. The only established lead is Zhu Qing, while the other female characters will depend on popular opinion. And I will endeavor to craft reasonable storylines for them. Chapter 17. I have a bold suggestion. Young Jiang, is it acceptable for me to address you this way? Jiang Xuan clasped his hands and remarked, Senior Dugu, a name is merely a moniker. A mere moniker? Ha ha ha, what a clever lad. If it weren't for your existing mentorship, I would have considered taking you under my wing. Long Gong merely chuckled, remaining silent as the trio progressed toward the direction of the ice and fire duality eyes. Along the way, Dugu Bo, as if testing the waters, persistently inquired about Jiang Xuan's martial soul. After spending time with the poisoned Douluo, it became evident that he was a man of genuine character. Alas, had the original world followed its established trajectory, he would have been left penniless by certain devious individuals. It was unbearable to guard precious materials while remaining ignorant, akin to a corporate drone in a previous life, constrained by a lack of knowledge despite countless opportunities for advancement. By your words, it seems that my emerald scale serpent emperor's poison is not insurmountable, and can indeed be utilized? Indeed. First and foremost, Miss Yan's poison can be completely eradicated without leaving any aftereffects. For your esteemed situation, I have devised 3 strategies for your consideration: upper, middle, and lower. 3 strategies? Dugu Bo's interest was piqued. Do share. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan directly articulated several methods for handling the poison of the Bailin snake. With only 3 individuals present, there was no need for reticence. The simplest method, devoid of any risk, involved the ice and fire duality, a naturally occurring spirit land. The convergence of ice and fire would generate a unique energy, and from either side, 2 types of poisonous herbs, which may also be referred to as celestial herbs, would sprout, embodying the essence of extreme yin and extreme yang. The 2 medicinal herbs documented are known as the 8-pointed profound ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom. Do I merely need to consume these 2 herbs? Inquired Dugu Bo, puzzled. Certainly not. Should you ingest these herbs without proper preparation, even if you are a titled Doulos, you would succumb to the uncontrollable energies of extreme cold and extreme heat, leading to your demise. Hence, they are rightly termed poisonous herbs. Stop being cryptic, lad. Dugu Bo's impatience was evident. The medical compendium rewarded by the system was akin to first-hand experience, and Jiang Xuan, unaware of his own prideful demeanor when discussing his area of expertise, overlooked the fact that he was speaking to a titled Doulos. Instead, he spoke eloquently. Indeed, both of these herbs are lethal. A mere mortal, upon approaching within 10 meters, would either freeze or turn to ashes in a matter of moments, let alone consume them. However, the principle of yin and yang counteracting and the mutual restraint of ice and fire implies that when these 2 extreme herbs are combined, their toxins neutralize each other, significantly reducing their potency. This presents the only opportunity for their consumption. After ingestion, the ice and fire toxins transition from mutual repulsion to harmonious coexistence. Possessing the ability to transform the body, and when absorbed through special methods, can achieve an effect of invulnerability to both water and fire. Invulnerability to water and fire? Dugu Bo was captivated, albeit for just a fleeting moment. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy towards the old Meng Shu beside him, who had such an exceptional grandson. Although his own granddaughter was not lacking, she paled in comparison to a 12-year-old prodigy who had already reached the 30th level. However, I do not recommend you use these two celestial herbs. Why do you say so much if you do not recommend them? Are you jesting with me, lad? Dugu Bo's gaze turned steely. As a titled Douluo, he held his pride dearly. While he was open to equal exchanges, he would not allow himself to be trifled with. Without the connection to the Dragon King, why would he place his trust in the words of a mere youth, no matter how extraordinary that youth might be? Jiang Xuan, perceiving the discontent in Dugu Bo's demeanor, gently remarked, I implore you, esteemed elder, to remain composed. While the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom are indeed remarkable, they would unfortunately dissolve your entire mastery of toxic arts. Without your unique abilities as a titled Doulos, can you truly still be called a titled Doulos? One cannot deny that Dugu Bo, upon hearing these words, was rendered speechless. Could he truly relinquish his mastery of poisons? Naturally, he could not. Pray, disclose the second strategy. He urged, for previously he had expressed fondness for you, yet now he found you merely a source of incessant chatter. Jiang Xuan smiled wryly, acknowledging the unpredictable temperament of the poisoned Doulos. The second method naturally stemmed from the original work of Tangan. However, equipped with the memories of the medical classic, he would not resort to such foolish tactics. To win the favor of Dugu Bo, merely assisting him and Dugu Yin in resolving their hidden dangers would not suffice, for he had initially promised a fair exchange. The octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were intended to enhance the quality of his grandfather's dragon head staff. The dragon sovereign, now advanced in years, aspired to ascend to the rank of titled Doulos, though seemingly just a step away from the 89th level. This step has thwarted many exceptionally gifted individuals, unlike Granny Snake, whose innate soul power issues could be remedied through the consumption of celestial herbs. The dragon sovereign's predicament could not be so easily resolved. Thus, by utilizing the experience gained from the transformation of the serpent into a dragon through the trials of ice and fire, he aimed to refine the martial soul quality of his grandfather's staff. Once endowed with a body impervious to both water and fire, the dragon energy within the staff would be further awakened, bringing the titled Doulos within reach. Dugu Bo also possessed methods to aid in the evolution of his martial soul. And once the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor advanced further, the prospect of reaching the rank of Super Douluo above the 95th level would remain tantalizingly hopeful. Jiang Xuan, having articulated the second method, proceeded to present the third option for consideration, leaving the decision to Dugu Bo. This third method entails a certain degree of risk. However, from the ancient texts I have inherited, it is evident that predecessors possessing serpentine martial souls have achieved success, albeit amid considerable pain and peril. Speak swiftly. The ancient scriptures record that serpentine martial souls are associated with the concepts of ancestral return or dragon leap, with the latter requiring the aid of celestial fire and divine herbs to forge a diamond-like physique for successful transformation. The combination of celestial fire and divine herbs to cultivate a diamond-like body? Both individuals comprehended Jiang Xuan's words, yet when strung together, they seemed rather peculiar. Even Long Gong, standing nearby, found himself perplexed by the mysterious intentions of his beloved grandson. Initially, it was merely a matter of the second method. How had a third method suddenly emerged? Jiang Xuan does not speak lightly. Indeed, do you not sense a certain familiarity in the method of refining the body with the celestial spirit fire? The possessors of serpent-like martial souls bear a striking resemblance to the serpent people of the Douluo Continent. Medusa herself underwent a cataclysmic evolution from a sixth-tier magical beast into the ancient beast known as the seven-colored devouring python. Thanks to the cleansing power of the azure lotus earth fire, and later transformed into the nine-colored devouring python with the aid of the nine-colored origin stone, he intends to guide Dugu Bo in a similar fashion, enabling the Emerald Scale Serpent King to ascend further, achieving a status comparable to that of a true dragon within the realm of serpent martial souls. One must admit, the ambition is audacious. It remains to be seen whether the other party possesses the courage to endeavor such a venture. Celestial spirit fire? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Dugu Bo fell into contemplation. He was aware of the ancestral evolution of serpent martial souls but was unfamiliar with the specific method. Based on Jiang's description, would he know how to implement it? Yet, he was uncertain about what the celestial spirit fire entailed. Just as Dugu Bo was about to inquire further, he noticed Jiang Xuan suddenly close his eyes. His body uncontrollably propelled toward the ice and fire duality I spring. Long Gong and Dugu Bo attempted to intervene, only to witness azure flames erupting from Jiang Xuan's body, enveloping him in a tempest of fire. Instantly, the temperature around them soared, and the toxic miasma that had pervaded the vicinity of the ice and fire duality I began to dissolve rapidly, akin to ice meeting boiling oil. Ding! The task of signing in at the ice and fire duality has been completed. Origin fire of the Douluo world detected, absorbing. Azure Lotus Earth Fire Awakening Level, 100. Shinner, observing the boy encased in the azure flames, plunging into the crimson spring, Long Gong's eyes widened in horror as he cried out, ready to leap in to rescue him. Fortunately, Dugu Bo, with quick reflexes, seized him, exclaiming that it was reckless. No, the intensity of this flame is certainly not a result of Shinner's martial soul. It must be that the energy of the ice and fire duality has provoked some unforeseen issue. Under the watchful gaze of Dugu Bo, the old man could not remain indifferent while his grandson's fate hung in the balance. Calm yourself. Let us carefully assess the boy's life energy. It is stable. There should be no grave danger. The flames that suddenly erupted from Jiang Xiaozu's body were indeed terrifying. The intense energy caused even the composed Dugu Bo to feel a twinge of trepidation. Both individuals were taken aback by the unexpected blaze, and Long Gong, overwhelmed with concern, found himself momentarily flustered. After a lengthy period of reflection prompted by Dugu Bo's observations, Meng Shu finally regained his composure and expressed his apologies, saying, "My lord, I beg your pardon. It is primarily due to Shinner's soul awakening, and even during the previous second awakening, we have never encountered such a phenomenon. I hope you will not take offense. As a grandfather myself, I can certainly empathize." Surprisingly, Dugu Bo did not chastise him harshly. Rather, he seemed intrigued and inquired, "Since I have witnessed this secret between you and your granddaughter, would you be so kind as to share it with me? Could the celestial flames in Jiang Xiaozu's mouth be his martial soul? If my assumptions are correct, that appears to be the case. Please do not be surprised, my lord." The old man truly lacks understanding of his grandson's martial soul and had intended to visit the spirit hall after concluding matters with you. Dragon Gong steadied his mind, and the two began conversing about the youth within the spring water. The azure flames outside the eye of ice and fire continued to flicker, as if the very essence of fire, despite its master being submerged in the spring, sought to dominate the skies surrounding it, preventing anyone from approaching this locale. The clouds above were tinted a shade of blue, reflecting this ethereal glow. Far away, in the modest abode, Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brows, gazing at the distant azure hue. Had it not been for her duty to oversee Dugu Yan, she would hardly have been able to remain still, merely watching. Meanwhile, the state of Jiang Xuan, whom the onlookers outside were so concerned about, was far from ideal. Although the energies of fire and ice within the eye of ice and fire were volatile, they paled in comparison to the ferocity of magma. It is crucial to note that the Azure Lotus Earth Fire is a celestial spirit fire born from the depths of magma, thus enveloped by the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Jiang Xuan faced no significant peril and was instead reveling in the absorption of elemental energy from the spring. It was not merely his absorption. It resembled the Azure Lotus itself, animatedly drawing in energy as though it had taken on a life of its own. Despite being unequivocally his martial soul, the sensation of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire was akin to that of the mutated Luo Sanpao, possessing an independent essence. Jiang Xuan had long pondered why his martial soul could awaken the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, according to the world's hierarchy. It was nearly impossible to awaken such an extraordinary flame that could influence the realm of Douluo. After sensing the greedy absorption of the residual fire energy left by the death of the Fire Dragon King within the spring, Jiang Xuan seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Over the years, referring to his martial soul as a spark was not an exaggeration, even if it was currently noted by the system as the awakened state of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. It was as if, having lost its origin, only the source fire rewarded by the system could gradually restore its true form. Indeed, if his martial soul were to be strictly identified as the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, its power might have been akin to that of a mere ember. Just a single ember possessed a potency that even Dai Mubai, a soul master, could not contend with. Jiang Xuan had sensed the explosive power that the Azure Lotus Earth Fire unleashed the moment it was drawn to the Eye of Ice and Fire. It was capable of generating temperatures that could instill trepidation in a tidal Douluo, even at his soul power level of 30. This, he believed, was the innate capability of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire itself. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes, a peculiar expression gracing his features. It seemed that his current state bore a striking resemblance to that of comrade Yu Xiaojiang, whose martial soul was also of the utmost caliber. His Luo Sen Pao was the Golden Saint Dragon, yet it was rendered incapable of manifesting its true potential due to the owner's insufficient innate soul power. At this moment, the Azure Lotus, absorbing fire attribute energy, could be likened to a newborn flame just having emerged in the realm of combat. Does it require his continuous growth to fully unleash the extraordinary might of the Azure Lotus's exotic fire? The quality is present, yet it appears to be gravely lacking in quantity, does it not? Jiang Xuan's consciousness continuously delved deeper, attempting to communicate with the lingering awareness of the Ice-Fire Dragon King concealed beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire. Alas, there was no response. The surrounding fire attribute energy could no longer be absorbed, and the Dragon Grandfather required the Eye of Ice and Fire to purify the martial soul. After sensing his martial soul, he estimated that its current quantity was temporarily sufficient for the growth of the Blue Lotus, and such uncontrollable episodes as before would not recur. The fact that Dugu Bo was able to intercept the Dragon Grandfather at the moment when the Blue Lotus erupted showcased the worthiness of this individual as a trustworthy ally. Having completed his absorption, Jiang Xuan chose not to linger, conjuring a swirling vortex of intense fire attribute energy to propel himself outward. Swish! The little rascal finally deigned to emerge. After what felt like an eternity of anticipation, the individual soaking in the spring at last decided to make his exit. Speak up. How will you compensate us? Dugu Bo teased, remarking that if there had been any lingering doubts regarding Jiang Xuan's third strategy, witnessing the vast energy of azure flames unleashed by a mere soul master, who was not yet fully developed, was enough to stir his interest. The flames were entirely different now. Without the opportunity to respond to the two elders standing outside the spring, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of disbelief as he experienced the changes within his own body. Jiang Xuan murmured, "Blue Lotus Earth Fire, manifest." Accompanied by the striking two yellow soul rings, a searing azure wave surged forth from his body, and a blue lotus gracefully emerged. Jiang Xuan meticulously observed the transformations within his body. The quality of his martial soul's flame had undergone a significant enhancement, making it somewhat challenging to control. During his previous duel with Dai Mubai, the Green Lotus was in a nascent fire state. At this moment, it had awakened to its true form, with flames reigning supreme. The only deficiency remained the insufficient energy to unleash the full potential of the Green Lotus. Chapter 19. Advancement of the Martial Soul, reclaiming the Green Lotus from its manifestation. Jiang Xuan found that even without activating his martial soul, his body now emanated a thin veil of flame while in contact with the earth's core fire of the Green Lotus. He did not underestimate this fiery cloak, as Jiang Xuan felt it provided even greater safety than some armors. Dugu Bo and Long Gong awaited outside the Eye of Ice and Fire, and Jiang Xuan, eager to explore the wonders of his martial soul's evolution, had to quell his excitement, for the two principal figures remained unresolved. "Jiang, my boy, have you achieved something remarkable?" Dugu Bo inquired, a hint of envy tinging his tone as he raised an eyebrow. I was rather fortunate. The fire attribute energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire perfectly compensated for the innate deficiencies of my martial soul. A tangy scent permeated the air, and he hastily responded, unwilling to take advantage of the situation, fully aware of the discomfort that the principal figures might be feeling. What was that sensation? It was akin to guarding a precious treasure for an interminable time, knowing its worth yet lacking the knowledge to wield it. And then, upon another arrival, all the benefits were surrendered. One could only imagine the turmoil within Dugu Bo's heart. Jiang Xuan's respectful demeanor somewhat soothed the wounded heart of Dugu Bo, causing his countenance to improve marginally. The feeling of having one's beloved daughter, akin to a prized cabbage, offered up to a swine was truly distressing. Particularly troubling was the realization that the peculiar manifestation of the ice and fire duality was a consequence of his own voluntary awakening of his martial soul. This thought left him feeling somewhat constricted. Long Gong was preoccupied with examining his grandson's health. In the past, similar fiery eruptions had occurred following the awakening of martial souls. Yet this time, The energy emanating from the two soul masters at the pinnacle of the continent instilled a profound sense of unease in him. "Oh, grandfather, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Just look at me. I am as lively as ever." The most crucial aspect is that the little green lotus has reached a state of complete awakening. With a deft motion of his right hand, Jiang Xuan conjured several exquisite lotus blossoms before the two of them, their bodies ablaze with azure flames. The blue lotus earth heart fire. Could this be the manifestation of a martial soul awakened through the fusion of the elemental fires of heaven and earth? Indeed, it was extraordinary. As the azure lotus appeared, the sensation that stirred his heart once more surged forth. Dugu Bo understood that it was not the energy of this young man that posed a threat to him, but rather the innate danger perception that came with his serpentine martial soul. Thus, the very essence that could instill fear even in the Bailin Snake Emperor was undoubtedly the peculiar flames that Ming Shu had just mentioned. Judging by the quality of its energy, it seemed that even the most exquisite of flames could not surpass this. Shall we not delve into an explanation? Dugu Bo's hands were clasped behind his back, yet his words honestly betrayed his thoughts. Jiang Xuan gently touched the lotus mark on his forehead, a blend of reverence and exhilaration gracing his demeanor. "I must sincerely express my gratitude for the assistance rendered by the esteemed predecessor's sacred ground. It is through this support that my martial soul has achieved a complete second awakening." Continuing, he noted that Meng Shu had already recounted Jiang Xuan's lineage. Yet it was the third strategy to resolve the potential dangers associated with martial souls that intrigued Dugu Bo the most. To his astonishment, he learned that there existed individuals capable of merging their martial souls with ethereal entities during the awakening process, allowing their martial souls to evolve into the very essence of these entities. Curiosity danced in Dugu Bo's eyes. Jiang Xuan, though not Meng Shu's biological grandson, was, in essence, an offspring of the extended family. Raised by the couple since childhood, he bore no distinction from a legitimate heir. "You have deduced correctly, esteemed predecessor. The celestial fire of heaven and earth I mentioned earlier refers to my martial soul, the azure lotus heart fire," Jiang Xuan proclaimed, as he extracted a primordial flame from the lotus mark on his forehead with his right hand. "Due to the mutation of his martial soul, the azure lotus serves not only as my martial soul but can also be perceived as an independently existing state. Thus, utilizing its primordial flame will undoubtedly fulfill the requirements of the third strategy. As for the medicinal herbs, I trust that you, esteemed predecessor, will not hesitate to provide any plant within this garden for medicinal purposes. Indeed, if you can assist me in resolving not only my physical ailments, but also elevate the Bailin Snake Emperor to new heights, I, Dugu Bo, pledge to protect you for a lifetime," he declared earnestly. "Your words bear too much weight," Jiang Xuan replied modestly. Jiang Xuan promptly bowed, for although Dugu Bo spoke lightly, this was a promise akin to the oath of a title doulos. Moreover, with his grandfather, Dragon Gong, on the verge of advancing to title doulos as well, their faction would boast a dual title Douluo lineage. In the original narrative, the protagonist's confidence alongside Ning Rongrong was something Jiang Xuan could now possess. The comfort of having such strong support was unparalleled. Just moments ago, within the ice-fire yin-yang eye, Jiang Xuan had come to a realization. In the world of Douluo, he was an unexpected presence. Thus, compared to the trajectory of the original world, his path was undoubtedly divergent, akin to the emergence of a parallel universe. Clinging to the original narrative would only lead him to fall into empirical errors. While utilizing divine herbs to enhance oneself was indeed prudent, it paled in comparison to directly aiding the two elders before him. Furthermore, the blue lotus earth core fire was already one of the pinnacle existences in the Douluo realm. The enhancement from divine herbs for his blue lotus would be minimal. With audacity, he suggested that his grandfather take the lead in soul spirit forging, allowing the elder to observe whether the third strategy was feasible, thereby alleviating any doubts. "You need not flaunt your little schemes before me, young rascal. Your relation to Grandma Tianqiang and me as your potential father-in-law is well established. Do you truly fear for your safety?" Dugu Bo feigned anger, yet he held genuine admiration for this exceptionally polite and gifted youth. Were it not for Yin already having captured the affection of someone from the Yu family of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he would have considered uniting Jiang Xuan and Yin as an excellent choice. A 12-year-old soul master of level 30, whose martial soul had undergone a second awakening, would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Provided he did not falter along the way, his ascension to title Douluo was virtually assured. When Jiang Xuan reached level 90, His elemental martial soul would also rank among the most formidable in terms of combat prowess among titled Douluos. The profound gaze of Dugu Bo left Jiang Xuan somewhat bewildered. While the poisoned Doulo's eccentric character was well known, one could hardly expect such transformations to occur at will. Little did he know that the old poison master was contemplating whether to take him as his grandson-in-law. Dugu Bo's willingness to entertain the proposal stemmed from his own frustration at being unable to progress beyond level 91. One must ponder, would a formidable being, capable of standing atop the continent, refuse the allure of further advancement? Jiang Xuan proposed that his grandfather, Long Gong, conduct the initial experiment to allay his concerns, as he would later need to select several celestial herbs for assistance. Upon hearing this, Long Gong turned to his grandson and, receiving affirmation, soared to the confluence of the yin and yang waters. Here, he intended to harness the extreme energies of both yin and yang, along with the two celestial herbs, to forge the dragon's body that Jiang Xuan had described. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, the sight of a high-level soul master's martial spirit was captivating. A vivid display of yellow, purple, and deep black. As the dragon-headed staff appeared in Long Gong's grasp, an overwhelming aura instantly radiated from him. This was something Jiang Xuan had found most admirable in his previous life. During battles, if an opponent possessed even one more quality soul ring than oneself, the psychological pressure could be immense. Chapter 20. The Octagonal Mysterious Ice Herb and the Fiery Apricot Blossom. Grandfather, be cautious. The octagonal mysterious ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom must be consumed simultaneously, and then one must immerse oneself in the eye of ice and fire. Upon seeing that his grandfather had completed his breathing exercises, Jiang Xuan promptly called out, "The eye of ice and fire is no ordinary object. Any misstep, even with Long Gong's 89th level cultivation, could result in injury or even threaten his life." Forging the dragon's body through ice and fire was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Yet the journey to advance beyond the 9th level of divine retribution was fraught with challenges, far from the ease one might imagine. While the snake woman could utilize the characteristics of martial spirit fusion to enhance soul power cultivation speed under Long Gong's guidance, as the principal orchestrator of the fusion, Long Gong needed to find a way to break free from the constraints of his martial spirit. Above the spring, Mengshu took Jiang Xuan's warning to heart. The dragon-headed staff was held close to his chest, and he grasped the 2,000-year-old ghost vine trunks that had been meticulously prepared. According to Jiang Xuan's methods, the octagonal mysterious ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom should not be touched directly with bare hands, as projecting soul power would undoubtedly damage the herbs themselves. The 2,000-year-old ghost vines proved to be the most suitable tools for this task. "Kid, do you truly have confidence?" Dugu Bo inquired. "I believe the elders should already have the answer," came the response. Jiang Xuan, faced with Dugu Bo's inquiry, refrained from being forthright, instead continuing to observe the next move of the Dragon Lord suspended in midair. "How mundane. I had anticipated that you might display a different expression out of concern for your grandfather. Pray tell, what sort of expression does you, esteemed Dugu, wish to witness that would bring you joy? If it were not for your bone age being merely 12, I would genuinely suspect you to be some ancient specter in disguise, utterly devoid of the vigor of youth. Lad, you hardly qualify as a youth. Speaking of which, are there any celestial herbs suitable for Yin Yin? Surely you wouldn't conceal them from a distant cousin. Fear not. Once I conclude matters with your grandfather, I shall embark on a search." "Cousin? Our connection is tenuous at best," Jiang Xuan thought with a grimace. "Is it truly so easy to associate with the kin of that old poison master? It seems I must also consider Dugu Yin in the allocation of the scarce celestial herbs, ensuring it remains equitable." Having acquiesced, he would not resort to inferior herbs in dealing with Dugu Bo. Fairness in trade is paramount. As their conversation unfolded, the Dragon Lord had already taken action against the two celestial herbs, the millennium-old ghost vine entwining itself around the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower, preparing to uproot them. Such overwhelming energy. The Dragon Lord's gaze sharpened, as the ghost vine had just begun to entangle the two herbs. The vine on the left nearly incinerated, while the right one exhibited signs of freezing, uncertain if it might shatter at any moment. Indeed, as Jiang Xuan stated, the two celestial herbs were embodiments of extreme yin and yang. Although the ghost vine was merely a millennium-class spirit beast, its resilience was remarkable due to its inherent characteristics. Even so, it could scarcely withstand a few moments against the formidable essence of the two celestial herbs. Observing this, The Dragon Lord's confidence in the ice and fire-forged dragon body surged, and he simultaneously exerted force with both hands to extract the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower, ingesting them as he submerged into the spring, commencing the process of refining his martial soul. All is proceeding smoothly, witnessing his grandfather, the Dragon Lord, descend into the spring without any notable anomalies. Jiang Xuan let out a sigh of relief. I assumed you were entirely composed and unperturbed. It seems you, too, experience a measure of anxiety? Dugu Bo mocked, seemingly relishing the sight of this pretentiously profound young prodigy facing adversity. The more he provoked him, the more delighted he felt. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes, asserting that his composure was not synonymous with a lack of sensitivity. The system's experience, no matter how exceptional, remained a mere abstraction until it was manifested in practice. All was shrouded in uncertainty. The elders treated him as if he were their own blood, yet if life and death were disregarded. What distinguished this from nurturing a treacherous wolf? Paying no heed to the old poison master's malicious whims, Jiang Xuan settled cross-legged by the spring, entering a state of cultivation. With an enormous bodyguard by his side, what could possibly offer more security than having a tidal Douluo in close proximity? You impudent brat! Dugu Bo, receiving no response, found himself infuriated as he witnessed the original owner shamelessly assume the role of caretaker while engrossed in his own cultivation, just as he contemplated exchanging a few more barbs. The formidable azure lotus flame that had instilled great trepidation in him reappeared beside the youth. The lotus blooms, undulating in synchronization with the soul power cultivation, created a peculiar rhythm reminiscent of breathing. However, from a distance, the flame betrayed no hint of warmth. Only by approaching could one sense the terrifying power it harbored within. Jiang Xuan was meticulously organizing the rewards from the system's latest sign-in, immersed in the ethereal realm of the system, just as his grandfather's soul skill refinement required ample time. A notification chimed. Sign-in task at the ice and fire duality I completed. Reward, true blue lotus earth fire, qualification for the awakening of the second soul. Was there truly a distinction between genuine and false soul skills? Another notification followed. Next sign-in location, Stardow Forest. Task reward, unknown. Fully aware that the system would remain silent, Jiang Xuan could not suppress his curiosity. If the current blue lotus earth fire was deemed authentic, then what, pray tell, was the previous reward of the blue lotus primordial fire? Or did the essence absorbed from the ice and fire dragon king's remnants render the blue lotus genuinely the otherworldly flame of the Duki realm? Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle crimson patterns adorning the petals of his blue lotus earth fire. Alas, the system functioned like a mute, offering no explanations, leaving him to navigate the mysteries alone. His mind was awash with audacious conjectures regarding the system, yet he was hindered by his insufficient strength, unable to grasp the underlying truths. Opening his personal panel, he silently invoked its utility, for it still served some purpose. Name, Jiang Xuan, age, 12, soul power level 30, 5th rank, soul skill, true blue lotus earth fire. First soul ring age, 456 years. Second soul ring age, 998 years, second soul. Indeed, the description of the blue lotus now bore the mark of authenticity, which amused Jiang Xuan. Could it be that soul skills could possess fakes? Well, if the previously unawakened blue lotus was considered, then labeling it as false was not entirely unwarranted. His soul power had surged to level 35 due to the extraordinary energy attributes, implying that upon absorbing a soul ring, he could ascend to the rank of soul master with a formidable soul power of 35. Such rapid advancement was alarming. An accelerated rise in soul power could jeopardize his foundational stability. After all, a tall building must stand on solid ground. The uncontrollable nature of the blue lotus was a testament to this truth. Since his arrival in this realm, he had prided himself on his soul skill control, having reached level 29. However, in his current state, even manipulating the blue lotus as a simple otherworldly flame whip seemed far less satisfying than before. The third soul ring could not be rushed. Fortunately, the domain of Dugu Bo was the ideal training ground. Once the task was accomplished, he planned to linger there for 10 days to half a month. As for the blank space of the second soul, Jiang Xuan did not dwell too much on it. He believed that when the time came, it would naturally reveal itself. Who could say what conditions were necessary to unlock it? For now, his focus remained on mastering the blue lotus, for there was no need to be overly affected by the uncertainties of something yet unattained. As Jiang Xuan diligently cultivates, Little does he know that the enigmatic Dugu Bo is equally intrigued, meticulously studying the extraordinary nature of his martial soul. Chapter 21. The Curious Dugu Bo. In the realm of Douluo Continent, martial souls manifest in an outward state during cultivation, with soul rings remaining in a concealed form. Dugu Bo finds himself increasingly fascinated by this peculiar young prodigy. His mind is a repository of peculiar knowledge, filled with unfamiliar celestial herbs and elusive methods for enhancing martial souls that he has only heard whispers of. The legacy of the medicinal Douluo? He believes half of it. The other half leaves him wondering how much this boy is concealing. The octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, capable of forging a body impervious to both water and fire, are undeniably tempting. Yet, relinquishing the arduous path of toxic cultivation is simply out of the question. As for the mediocre second option, would you choose it? Only the mediocre would opt for a potentially progressive path. Dugu Bo has no intention of stagnating. While a titled Douluo is undoubtedly powerful, being the weakest titled Douluo in the world would be a dismal fate for anyone. Observing the young man immersed in his tranquil cultivation, Dugu Bo is eager to unravel the mystery of this azure lotus and its martial soul. Clearly an elemental martial soul. Yet it possesses traits reminiscent of beast-type martial souls, along with characteristics akin to the elusive Qihua Guantian chrysanthemum. It remains inscrutable. Truly, it eludes comprehension. The Emerald Scale Serpent King, aside from granting unparalleled toxicity, bestows an unmatched sense of danger, excluding those aberrant soul masters who possess domains. Dugu Bo is confident that no one can sense impending peril better than he. Aware of the myriad competitors on the path of cultivation, he knows that ultimately, only he will reach the pinnacle. This azure lotus flame emits constant signals of danger even to him, who has reached the formidable level of 91. Yet, upon closer inspection, he can clearly sense that its soul power does not pose a threat. Remarkable. Such occurrences are indeed rare in this world. As this thought crosses his mind, Dugu Bo suddenly feels a pang of bitterness. His son passed away in his prime, and now his granddaughter has been spirited away by that insufferable brat from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He gazes at the individual soaking in the eye of ice and fire, striving to break through the 90-level barrier, and he feels a twinge of envy. Jiang Xuan was not cultivating his soul power. This was evident to the titled Douluo with keen perception. Not only had his soul power not increased, but he could also sense that the soul power surrounding the azure lotus was subtly diminishing. Had it not been for their close proximity, and the fact that Dugu Bo's soul power far surpassed that of his opponent, it would have been exceedingly difficult to perceive this. Compressing soul power. Where did this little anomaly learn such a technique? Dugu Bo silently cursed. Could it have been that old fool Meng Shu who informed him? Unlikely. The method of soul power compression was known only among titled Douluos, and one must be above level 95 to master it proficiently. The disparity between levels after surpassing 95 is akin to divine punishment, with the crux lying in the technique of soul power compression. Unlike the conventional methods of soul power refinement disseminated by typical families or sects, Jiang Xuan was employing precisely the method of soul power compression. The principle is quite simple. It involves purifying and squeezing the existing soul power within the body through a unique technique, akin to compressing 100 portions of soul power into a single one. Although this single portion is minuscule, its quality far exceeds that of the previous quantity. The vacated 99 portions can still be replenished. This explains why it is exceedingly rare for titled Douluos to engage in battles across levels. The difference of a single level beyond 95 can be as formidable as that between a great soul master and a soul Douluo. He appeared quite adept at it, indicating considerable time spent in practice. Dugu Bo himself had attempted to refine his soul power after reaching level 91, struggling to progress further. After all, enhancing quality when quantity cannot be increased is a viable means of strengthening one's power. Yet, even so, he could not attain the level of this little prodigy. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. Could an ordinary soul master defeat him? A thought flashed through Dugu Bo's mind. It seemed unlikely that a typical soul master would stand a chance against him, especially after acquiring the third soul ring. After careful observation, he had reached some conclusions. Yet the issue still lay with Jiang Xuan's martial soul. The peculiar azure flame lotus would automatically manifest during cultivation, as if an external furnace for self-refinement had been added. This little anomaly was not afraid of scorching himself. The more he pondered, the more irate Dugu Bo became, prompting him to perch on a nearby tree trunk. His mind troubled, yet his gaze fixed. However, Due to the necessity of keeping an eye on the pair, he did not wander far. Jiang Xuan was aware of Dugu Bo's scrutiny of his soul power refinement, but since he had future dealings to consider with the man, revealing some exchangeable secrets would undoubtedly enhance his leverage. The method of refining soul power stemmed from the first sign-in with the awakening system. As was customary, Jiang Xuan felt an inexplicable familiarity with the method, which had also been imparted to him by his sister. However, its efficacy diminished considerably when applied to others. The old poison master did not inquire further, having no reason to interrupt the cultivation process. After all, where could be more suitable for fire and ice attribute soul masters to cultivate than the eye of ice and fire? The immense power surge following the awakening of the Azure Lotus is an urgent issue that requires resolution. Following the prescribed path of the spiritual technique, Jiang Xuan diligently refines the surging soul power that has accumulated during this period. The soul power, as indicated by the system, fluctuates from level 35 to level 34 and finally reaches level 32, at which point further energy accumulation ceases, with the Azure Lotus absorbing every bit without waste. Excessive pursuit, however, may lead to adverse consequences. It is not that further solidification is impossible. Refining soul power is akin to compressing existing materials within a vessel. While some substances can indeed endure additional external compression up to a certain point, they ultimately lose their original essence. The capacity of the vessel is contingent upon both its size and quality. Relentless pursuit of compression, disregarding one's physical condition, may lead to the vessel cracking under pressure. Level 32 represents an optimal state. As for his martial soul, it requires time to adapt. The explosive increase in power of the Azure Lotus's core fire post-awakening has significantly heightened his physical burden. To achieve the prior level of effortless command, he must engage in rigorous cultivation for a considerable time. In the original narrative, there are parallels to Jiang Xuan's situation, such as the case of the Thunder Bei, who awakened the Golden Sacred Dragon martial soul. The overwhelming strength of the Golden Sacred Dragon necessitated its confinement in a sealed state, and prior to reaching level 40, his cultivation speed lagged behind that of equally gifted soul masters, compelling him to rely on the Golden Sacred Dragon martial soul only in times of crisis. This perspective reveals that the mysteries between martial souls and soul masters remain largely unexplored. Why does the cultivation speed of soul masters depend on their innate soul power? Moreover, how does the strength of the martial soul influence a soul master's aptitude, yet excessive strength burdens the body? In the Douluo world, could it be that a soul master's body serves more as a vessel for the martial soul? Given that they can inherit their parents' martial souls and occasionally display twin martial souls, might this be related to the strength of their souls? Regrettably, aside from that esteemed master, the only comprehensive repository of knowledge remains the Martial Soul Palace's library, which is not readily accessible. Chapter 22. The Ice and Fire Dragon Flame Staff. The time required for the forging of a martial soul is not insignificant. During this period, Xiao Tianxiang, unable to quell her anxiety, brought Dugu Yin along for a brief inspection. They beheld Jiang Xuan practicing diligently on the ground and Dugu Bo seated serenely upon a branch. The serpent staff, a symbol of the harmonious coexistence of martial souls, assured Xiao Tianxiang of her husband's safety, as he appeared to be in excellent condition before the ice and fire duality. With the poisoned Douluo standing guard nearby, Xiao Tianxiang merely cast a fleeting glance before retreating. Mengyuran's family had already arranged for her to be escorted to the Star Do forest. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin, having caught sight of her younger cousin, fixed her gaze upon him intently. Achieving the esteemed 38th level at the tender age of 15 is indeed a testament to exceptional talent, rendering oneself a paragon among soul masters. With a touch of fortune, it is not inconceivable to envision surpassing my grandfather's legacy in this lifetime. Yet, standing before me is my younger brother, Jiang Xuan, who, despite being merely 2 years my junior, has already ascended to the realm of a three-ringed soul master. It must be admitted that the scant remnants of my own talent and pride pale in comparison to his prowess. Even Tinting, despite his efforts, has only just grazed the boundaries of the soul zone realm. What further heights can he hope to reach in 2 more years? At merely 12 years of age, on the brink of 13, and wielding a fire martial soul, I find myself unceremoniously summoned by my grandfather from the academy to the Sunset Forest. How could a spirited young maiden such as myself endure such monotony? While awaiting the arrival of guests, I dared not voice my discontent due to my grandfather's imposing presence. However, upon discovering that the visitor was a youth even younger than myself, my heart, as the proud and spirited Dugu Yin, could hardly contain its tumult. Having not seen the object of my affections for several days, the anger that flickered across my face was unmistakable. I resolved that once my grandfather concluded his pressing matters, I would certainly teach this foolish boy, who had disrupted my affairs, a lesson, though we both stand at similar levels of 30-something. His youth and superior talent render me at a disadvantage. I could forego utilizing my third soul skill, and even then, Grandma Chaotian would not accuse me of bullying. Just as I departed, a sudden explosion erupted from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, sending water gushing forth and splattering the two of us on the shore. I pondered whether this duo harbored some peculiar proclivities. Dugu Bo, in a state of disbelief, employed his soul power to disperse the surging water. The synchrony between the grandfather and grandson was uncanny, one unleashing a torrent of azure flames while the other commanded the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, and azure flame surged from within him, evaporating the water entirely. I had suspected that flame was extraordinary. It was astonishing to witness a 30-level soul master evaporate water imbued with such potent fire attributes. One could only imagine the intensity of the temperature within the azure flame lotus. I had encountered dragon-type soul masters before. Yet, even a 70-level wielder of a fire dragon martial soul within the Tiando Empire did not possess flames of such terrifying heat. As Dugu Bo marveled once more at Jiang Xuan's azure core fire, the Dragon Lord Meng Shu emerged after successfully absorbing the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms. The connected spirit of Chaotian Xiang had also arrived early to await him. Laughter erupted from the elder, echoing through the central expanse of the sunset forest. 90 levels. 90 levels. At last, I, Meng Shu, have transcended the threshold of 90. Title Doulo, O divine heavens, I have finally achieved this milestone in my life. Brother, please temper your soul power. Do not ruin my precious medicinal garden, Dugu Bo urged, noticing Meng Shu's excitement as he raised his hand, eager to test his newfound soul power that had broken through its previous constraints. Given that the other party had ascended to the rank of title Doulo, Dugu Bo adjusted his address accordingly. Ha ha ha, my dear brother Dugu Bo, I beg your pardon, Meng Shu responded, descending gracefully from the air. Although he could hover prior to this day, he had never done so with such effortless ease. It was evident that he had indeed surpassed the coveted level 90 threshold. As a longtime partner, Chao Tianxiang, despite still being at the Soul Emperor level, understood her husband's aspirations intimately. Approaching the gathered crowd, the delight in Meng Shu's eyes was unmistakable. Dugu Bo was the first to speak, inquiring, level 90? Indeed, level 90, no more, no less. Yet the essence lies not merely in the soul power, Meng Shu replied, a knowing smile gracing his features. Oh, Dugu Bo raised an eyebrow, pondering what could be of greater significance than the soul power at level 90. With a flourish, Meng Shu unveiled a red and blue dragon staff from his palm. The ice and fire dragon staff, the evolution of my martial soul. The casually brought forth staff captivated the attention of Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Du Gaian, who marveled at its exquisite design. The original dragon martial soul, known as the dragon head staff, was well known in the Douluo Continent. Any martial soul bearing the name dragon was inherently formidable. The dragon head staff was considered a high-level attacking martial soul, with its deep brown body culminating in a majestic dragon head. Aptly named. Whereas it once exuded a sense of antiquity and grandeur, it now radiated an enchanting and powerful aura. The red and blue hues signified the dual attributes of ice and fire inherent in the martial soul, transforming the staff's body and dragon head into resplendent scales that adorned it. The top of the staff now featured 2 fearsome dragon heads entwined. Could it truly be that a martial soul could ascend? Indeed, it had. Dugu Bo found it hard to fathom. Had someone told him before today that one could elevate a title Doulo's soul power by 2 levels, he would have accepted it as plausible. He could also believe that one could assist an 89th level soul Douluo in reaching level 90. However, a martial soul was an innate aspect of a person. How could it possibly be altered? The cause of all this was merely a boy not yet 13 years of age. Undoubtedly, you have convinced me. At this moment, the last vestige of hesitation in Dugu Bo has completely vanished. He can distinctly perceive the supreme soul aura emanating from Meng Shu's ice fire dragon staff martial soul. It is evident that Meng Shu's path as a title Douluo will not halt at the 91st level. The reality of Douluo Continent is thus, prior to this day, as a title Douluo, Meng Shu found himself compelled to lower his head and address Dugu Bo as Your Excellency, yet now, they stand as equals. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Finally, the anxious Jiang Xuan was able to ease his troubled heart. If successful, all would be well. If not, not only would the transaction be jeopardized, but even the safety of Grandfather Long would be at risk. Fortunately, everything was progressing favorably. The Ice Fire Dragon staff. While the four unsuspecting individuals gazed in astonishment at the possibility of martial souls undergoing postnatal evolution, the reasons behind this phenomenon were known only to Jiang Xuan. The Time Traveler. The key lay in the staff's slight connection to the bloodline of the dragon race, combined with the two divine herbs. Eight-angled profound ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, which were nurtured by the essence of the Ice Fire Dragon King. This unique combination had seized the singular opportunity for evolution. Had it been possible for anyone else to achieve this, Jiang Xuan would have been the first to be captured and used as a test subject for others' martial soul advancements. Dugu Bo and Meng Shu nodded in agreement. They had never anticipated that martial soul evolution would be as commonplace as cabbages, and that merely one instance like Meng Shu's was already exceedingly fortunate. Chapter 23. Divine Herbs? A share for everyone. What about me, Jiang Xuan's younger brother? May I also evolve my emerald-scaled serpent martial soul like Grandfather Long? The power of Grandfather's emerald-scaled serpent emperor is vastly superior. Upon witnessing this, Dugu Yin had already cast aside previous grievances, her eyes sparkling with visions of her own martial soul evolution. Faced with his granddaughter's unreasonable demands, Dugu Bo felt a hint of embarrassment and remarked, "Yin Yin, step back." "Oh, Grandfather, you previously mentioned that if the chance arises, I too could evolve into the emerald-scaled serpent emperor and touch the realm of tidal Douluo. Since Grandfather Long can do it, surely I can as well. Is it as simple as jumping into the spring?" As she spoke, Dugu Yin genuinely prepared to leap into the ice fire two-element eye, but Dugu Bo managed to restrain her. The elder admonished, "Nonsense. Without special preparations. Do you wish to become a fried serpent or a frozen serpent soup?" Though the emerald-scaled serpent emperor is formidable, its lethal toxins can also ravage the soul master themselves. Otherwise, why would Dugu Bo have any interactions with the formidable couple of the great dragon and serpent and the little anomaly? It is not impossible. What? Jiang Xuan Yu is resolute in his pursuit of the extraordinary. Little Xuanzu, exercise caution in your words. Xiao Tunxiang finds it peculiar. Her grandson should not be one to utter such reckless boasts. Allow him to finish his remarks. Dugu Bo, surprisingly unperturbed, has come to accept the unconventional behavior of this peculiar young individual more readily than the couple, Long and she. Upon hearing this, Duguian became quite exhilarated and eagerly inquired, "Is it truly so? Do not deceive me. Indeed, it is genuine." Were it anyone else, Jiang Xuan would not have spoken thusly, but for Duguian, who possesses the bloodline of the azure-scaled serpent, even a minuscule assistance could facilitate her ascension to the coveted azure-scaled serpent emperor, a rank traditionally attainable only at the soul emperor level. After all, the medicinal garden does not belong to her, surely. The old toxic entity would not begrudge the use of celestial herbs for his granddaughter. "Senior Dugu Bo, I require your celestial herbs from the medicinal garden," he implored. "If it aids me in achieving my goals and resolving Yin Yan's predicament, I would gladly offer you the entire medicinal garden, including the ice and fire duality eye." "Ah, there is no need for such grand gestures. I kindly ask you all to wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Jiang Xuan performed a gesture of respect and turned to seek nearby celestial herbs. As the possessor of the martial soul of the azure lotus heart fire, one would expect that the flame apricot blossom would serve him well. Unfortunately, the azure lotus itself already boasts an exceptionally high quality, rendering the extreme young celestial herb merely an embellishment, which would be better utilized in assisting Long Gong with his martial soul advancement. Now, with the tidal Douluo as a reliable ally, his circumstances have become exceedingly comfortable. The old poisoner requires numerous auxiliary medicinal materials. The technique of the python sparrow devouring dragon sounds deceptively simple, yet the perils involved are not known to outsiders. What one can do is merely alleviate the old poisoner's suffering during this process. With the flame apricot blossom no longer available, Jiang Xuan must seek another celestial herb that suits him. The 8-petal celestial orchid. The first to catch his eye was the 8-petal celestial orchid, known for its gentle medicinal properties, which, if memory serves, can enhance cultivation speed. In the original narrative, it was consumed by Oscar. It remains uncertain whether the Shrek 7 monsters can achieve the same level of success after his intervention. Jiang Xuan accepted the gift without any psychological burden. Setting aside his grievances with Shrek Academy, they were essentially strangers to him, and he had yet to cultivate the magnanimity required to embrace them. The 8-petal immortal orchid could benefit both Granny Kao Xiangxiang and Sister Iran, who lacked innate soul power, having previously consumed the Qinghua lotus seed. It is reasonable to assume that the addition of this divine herb would significantly compensate for her deficiencies. However, the most suitable recipient remained Meng Iran, who was still in her developmental stage, while Jiang Xuan had alternative plans for Kao Xiangxiang. Subsequently, the Qilua tulip was also acquired by Jiang Xuan. The memory of the medical compendium rewarded by the system proved advantageous, as he was aware of at least 2 individuals who would be fitting candidates for this celestial herb. One, of course, was Ning Rongrong. For the ability of the celestial herb to transform the 7 treasure glaze tile into the 9 treasure glaze tile would be worth exchanging several soul bones for the 7 treasure glaze sect. At this point, a hint of youthful exuberance crept onto Jiang Xuan's face, as he realized that compared to the affluent 7 treasure glazed sect, his own family appeared somewhat destitute. It would be a disservice not to profit from this divine herb. Contemplating this, Jiang Xuan continued his quest for the celestial herbs by the spring's edge, until he halted in his tracks upon encountering a flower bud that resembled a flame. Its appearance mottled with white and poised to bloom. The legendary Heartbreak Red, a supreme celestial herb capable of reviving the dead, was before him. Regardless of the veracity of its legendary tales, it undeniably deserved its esteemed title, especially given its capacity to conceal one's aura and sustain life after a small rabbit sacrifice. Alas, lacking a beloved to share this moment with, he could not allow it to bloom. The Heartbreak Red could only reach its full potential in the hands of a couple, for those who love shallowly or remain single. It would be as ineffective as wild grass. Su Yuntao, why do I feel subtly mocked even when I'm not present? Jiang Xuan gazed enviously, yet refrained from hastily plucking the delicate red flower of longing, choosing instead to leave it nestled within the duality of ice and fire, contemplating his next course of action. The truest reason, of course, lay in his singlehood. He found the idea of carrying it with him rather disconcerting. Nevertheless, he fulfilled his mission with aplomb, successfully locating the appropriate herbs for the solitary maiden in the medicinal garden. Call me sister, my little Jiang Xuan, teased the enchanting Dugu Yan, hands placed firmly on her hips. Ever since she forged a connection with the serpentine matriarch of fragrant heaven, it seemed she had discovered a straightforward method to keep this prodigy in check. Jiang Xuan paid no heed to Dugu Yan, instead extending his hand towards Dugu Bo, and said, I kindly ask for a drop of your life as poison, esteemed Dugu. Young man, what do you require my life as poison for? Dugu Bo inquired. Though perplexed, he did not dwell on it further. He summoned a drop of dark green life as poison from his own emerald serpent emperor spirit. The venom appeared pitch black, and even enveloped by soul power, its overwhelming toxicity was palpable. It is no exaggeration to assert that should this drop of poison be unleashed, it could easily annihilate a city and its populace of tens of thousands, though the poisoned Douluo ranked only at level 91, placing him at the tail end among the titled Douluos. Under ordinary circumstances, high-ranking titled Douluos would prefer to avoid provoking this formidable figure. As long as one is not alone, any family S titled Douluo below that rank would be unwise to instigate a confrontation with him. While his combat prowess may not be formidable, the lethality he possesses is undeniably exceptional. Jiang Xuan cautiously received the innate poison of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor, enveloping it with the azure lotus, earthly fire. The young man then elaborated, Sister Yin, possessing the Emerald Scale Serpent Martial Spirit, can naturally evolve into the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor. Ordinarily, this process requires the attainment of the Soul Emperor rank. However, with just a modicum of assistance, it can be accomplished ahead of schedule. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Xuan added a celestial herb to the flames in his palm. Chapter 24. The Heartache of Medicinal Materials. The herb integrated into the flames was known as the Jade Blood Python branch, which does not exist in the original text. This celestial herb was discovered near a cave at the edge of the ice and fire duality, where a pile of unidentified soul beast bones lay, presumably from serpentine creatures. Their cultivation age was no less than 50,000 years. As for the cause of death, Jiang Xuan did not delve into it. But the Jade Blood Python branch prepared for Dugu Yin was crucial for resolving the toxin issue within her from the Emerald Scale Serpent. It was essential to refine a drop of Dugu Bo's innate poison to facilitate her awakening to the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor and to utilize the characteristics of the celestial herb to mitigate defects. To an ordinary person, the Jade Blood Python branch might be less useful than a mere firewood stick. Yet for those possessing serpentine martial spirits, it was indeed a divine herb. It is worth noting that in the original text, Tangan displayed a lack of integrity within the ice and fire duality eye. He discovered at least 3 celestial herbs capable of enhancing Dugu Yan's martial spirit and addressing potential hazards, yet he did not leave a single one for her, which is indefensible both morally and logically. Lost in thought, Jiang Xuan observed that the temperature of the azure lotus flames swiftly fused the 2 extraordinary substances. Regrettably, without a medicinal cauldron, he mused that he could have been a pharmacist in the Douluo world. Is it truly sufficient to ingest this? Dugu Yan hesitated. The dark green mingling with red posed quite a challenge for a young girl. In response to her uncertainty, Jiang Xuan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Find a quiet place to consume it, and allow Senior Dugu to protect you. The process is entirely safe, so rest assured." "Is it really all right?" "Absolutely. You need not worry." Jiang Xuan chuckled, feeling as if he were coaxing a child to take medicine. However, from Dugu Yan's perspective, her caution was quite understandable. Nearby, Dugu Bo hesitated, but Jiang Xuan gestured for him to remain silent. "Senior Dugu, the medicinal materials are ready. The refinement will require some time. So it is best to ensure Sister Yin awakens to the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor first. With your presence, you can promptly guide her through the awakening process." "I merely wish to say that I will take Yin to refine it." Dugu Bo, caught off guard by his own thoughts being exposed, lost his composure and swiftly whisked away the giggling Dugu Yan, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of her laughter. "Snicker, I never expected this old poison master to be quite amusing." "Shinner, do not be disrespectful." Understood. Jiang Xuan, feeling helpless, realized that even after ascending to the rank of title Douluo, Long Gong Mingshu remained as stern as ever. He held a deep respect for Dugu Bo, who provided the ice and fire yin-yang that enabled him to fulfill his lifelong dream, despite the fact that this method was suggested by his own grandson. "Grandmother, this is prepared for you. Do I also have one?" "Of course." In the midst of Chao Tianxiang's puzzled gaze, Jiang Xuan produced another immortal herb, known as Shui Xianyu Jigu. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's soul power and refine one's martial soul. Once the esteemed Dugu advances, I shall request a drop of his life poison. However, Mengyaran is still too young to endure this, compelling me to contemplate alternative methods. Yet, with the Soul Emperor's Chao Tianxiang wielding the snake staff martial soul, it would not be unwise to combine the immortal herb with the life poison refined through exotic flames, thus appending the title of the Bailin Snake Emperor to the staff. When Jiang Xuan extended the herb towards Chao Tianxiang, she refrained from accepting it. The elder spoke, "Your grandfather, I, and little Yinner all possess immortal herbs. What of you? Grandmother is already nearing the grave. So what use is it for her to enhance her soul power by a few levels? It is better for you to keep it for yourself." "Oh dear grandmother, do you truly believe that your little Schwanzi would neglect his own well-being? I have long prepared my own immortal herb, so you may confidently consume it." "Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? If you don't believe me, just take a look." Jiang Xuan retrieved the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum he had prepared for himself. This magnificent flower boasted a resplendent hue of purple, with each petal appearing delightfully fuzzy, creating an enchanting unity, devoid of any fragrance. The central stamen rose more than half a foot above the petals, its apex shimmering with a subtle golden radiance. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was a neutral-grade immortal herb. Consuming it invigorated the limbs and facilitated the flow of blood through the 8 meridians, aiding in the cultivation of an indestructible body. While the assertion of attaining an unbreakable physique may seem exaggerated, the benefits of enhancing a soul master's physical form are indisputable. Without the fiery Xuanjiao, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. The quality of the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire martial soul could be deemed the finest across the entire continent, making it imperative to strengthen the vessel that housed this martial soul. Only by continuously expanding and fortifying his own body could he better harness the power of the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire. Unable to resist Jiang Xuan's determination, Xiangxiang finally acquiesced after witnessing him produce a golden chrysanthemum, accepting the Water Fairy Jade Bone. With this Water Fairy Jade Bone and the upgraded Ice Fire Dragon Flame Spear from Long Gong, their cultivation would swiftly progress towards breaking through the Soul Sage realm, especially when their martial souls resonated harmoniously. As for the thighs, naturally, the more robust, the better. Jiang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, and after bidding farewell to the 2 elders, he began to absorb the miraculous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in the open space near the Ice Fire Yin-Yang Eye. He first consumed the flower's stamen, followed by its petals, understanding that while enhancing his soul power was important, the overwhelming surge of strength felt somewhat impractical. Akin to a child wielding a Guangong-esque blade, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was precisely what he needed to remedy this shortcoming. By honing his physique and expanding his capacity, he would pave a broader path for his future endeavors. Upon consuming the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, an extraordinary energy began to wash over his body. The sensation was not painful, rather, it was so pleasurable that he almost moaned aloud. Fortunately, he was alone, as being observed in such a state would lead to a most embarrassing predicament. With the assistance of the Qinglian, the process of absorbing the chrysanthemum was swift, its medicinal properties rapidly integrating into his limbs and meridians. The lingering sluggishness from the awakening of the Qinglian's core fire, triggered by the ice fire in Yang Ai, had notably diminished. Although it would take some time to fully recover, he felt content. One could not expect to significantly enhance the intensity of flames without incurring some cost. After completing his cultivation, Jiang Xuan rose to prepare the necessary herbs for Dugu Bo's python sparrow swallowing dragon, ice spirit flame grass, 9 nether snake saliva fruit, in containing demon flame flower, and cold spirit soul leaf were among the items he muttered about, each herb worthy of fervent admiration from any expert. Despite the herb garden not belonging to him, Jiang Xuan could not suppress a pained expression at the sight of such precious materials. Old Poison Master, if you do not assist me in obtaining a few soul bones upon completing the evolution of the martial soul, I shall curse you daily, he lamented. Oh, system, must the experience you provide feel so painfully real? It aches to see so many cherished herbs. Upon closer inspection, he noted that all the herbs were related to serpentine martial souls and inclined toward the attribute of coldness. Each herb, if taken alone, was a priceless treasure, let alone the several specimens before him. The ice fire Yang Ai served as the divine fertilizer, making it difficult to find such a complete array elsewhere. Chapter 25, The Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon. Is this the elixir you prepared for me? Dugu Bo questioned, struggling to accept the colorful sphere emanating various cold energies as a form of elixir. He carefully sensed that within it lay the residual properties of numerous powerful serpentine soul beasts. Where did you find such an abundance of cold attribute herbs? Though I am the master of this herb garden, I can discern their properties clearly. I must admit, the contents of your mind pique my curiosity even further. But please, do not be too curious about my thoughts. I still need them intact. As for this 9 nether profound origin pill, it primarily aids in breaking the shell. Whether you can withstand the python sparrow swallowing dragon depends on your own capabilities, Jiang Xuan replied. The decision is yours. We can consider this one last time. Jiang Xuan's martial soul manifested in a form of possession, as 2 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, amidst the rising flames. An ethereal hand extended from the lotus mark at his forehead, subsequently drawing forth a flame shaped like a lotus. This is the innate subfire of my blue lotus earth core fire martial soul. You have witnessed the formidable power of the blue lotus flame, which, during the recent martial soul eruption, activated the capabilities of the ice and fire duality. Whether to utilize the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth to forge his very being into chief transformation hinges upon you. Jiang Xuan spoke, his complexion somewhat pale. For someone of his level, a mere 30, level 2, it was indeed overly ambitious to separate a single flame from the blue lotus at this stage. Fortunately, he had recently absorbed the vital essence of the wondrous mushroom and the celestial chrysanthemum, which had bolstered his strength. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. So this is the ethereal spirit fire. Gazing at the exquisite flame lotus before him, Dugu Bo found himself entranced by its cerulean petals, murmuring softly. As the wielder of the martial spirit of the azure scale serpent, he had spent countless years seeking ways to advance his martial spirit. From ancient texts long forgotten, he had uncovered fragments of wisdom, revealing that the evolution of serpent martial spirits typically follows 2 paths. One is to return to ancestral origins, and the other is to undergo a transformative metamorphosis into a dragon. The method employed by Jiang Xuan is the first one. The python sparrow swallows the dragon, utilizing the might of the celestial spiritual entities to assist in the ancestral return of his martial soul. Without further ado, accompanied by the child fire separated from Jiang Xuan, Dugu Bo arrived at the fire spring beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, which, this time, was not situated at the juncture of yin and yang, merely a short distance from the ice spring. Following Jiang Xuan's method, Dugu Bo directed the energy of the fire spring to nourish the azure fire lotus with his own soul power. Although the celestial fire was terrifying in nature, due to its wielder's insufficient soul power, the energy proved inadequate for him to complete the Python Sparrow Swallows the Dragon technique. Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor, possess. Dugu Bo murmured inwardly as the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor entered a state of possession, surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Regrettably, were he to possess a 100,000-year soul ring, he would not be so painfully trapped at the 91st level, unable to advance. Impressive. Is this the oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo? Despite the considerable distance, Jiang Xuan could still sense the terrifying and heart-pounding presence. Affirming that the leap from the 89th to the 91st level, possessing the 9th soul ring of a tidal Douluo, represented a significant qualitative transformation in soul power. If Dugu Bo experienced this, one could only imagine the spectacle of those at higher ranks, such as Super Douluos or Limit Douluos. Jiang Xuan was eager to conclude his expedition in the Sunset Forest and explore the world beyond. The reason he provided Dugu Bo with the child fire rather than the primal fire was not due to any stinginess on Jiang Xuan's part. If he had opted for the primal fire, he could simply reclaim it after use. Unlike the child fire, which necessitated nurturing after being isolated, the primal fire could be restored without such complications, although it would require the consumption of several potent elixirs to recuperate. The crux of the matter lay in the formidable power of the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire's primal essence. Just consider how it had tormented the peak Do Wang. Queen Medusa. Judging by the performance of tidal Douluo, Jiang Xuan did not believe that even a level 91 tidal Douluo could rival a peak Do Wang. Especially given the formidable physique of the serpent people. Should he inadvertently incinerate Dugu Bo, where would Jiang Xuan find solace? Such a capable ally, no. Such a venerable senior could not be allowed to perish. Although the effects of the child fire might pale in comparison to the primal fire, under the changing rules of heaven and earth, its efficacy should not be significantly diminished. Suspended in midair, Dugu Bo nurtured the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire for 3 days. The ever-increasing vitality truly made Jiang Xuan envious. If all that energy were to be absorbed back into himself, it could very well elevate him to the realm of the Soul Emperor. Of course, it was merely a fanciful thought, disregarding any potential side effects. The sheer magnitude of that energy was beyond his capacity to assimilate. The fiery lotus continued to flourish under the nurturing of the ice and fire yin-yang well and Dugu Bo's profound soul power, soon enveloping the entirety of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Old poison, he urged. Elevate the position quickly. Do not ruin the medicinal herbs. For there is a plethora of celestial plants thriving beneath. In a state of acute distress, Jiang Xuan disregarded formalities and shouted with all his might. Fortunately, the rising lotus, which indicated the readiness of the prepared Dugu Bo, heard his plea. With all preparations complete, Jiang Xuan could do nothing more. There still remained a fleeting opportunity for regret. All he needed to do was retract the soul power linked to the Blue Lotus Earth Fire and then detonate it in a desolate place. The energy contained within the Blue Lotus Earth Fire could potentially lay waste to an entire city. Would Dugu Bo falter? 7th Soul Skill, True Spirit Manifestation. In the heart of the Sunset Forest, even the nearby Dragon King and Snake Matriarch, as well as Dugu Yin within the house, seemed to hear the resounding cry of the poisoned Douluo. Jiang Xuan, positioned before the Blue Lotus, witnessed clearly that in the state of true spirit manifestation, Dugu Bo had transformed into the emerald-scaled Serpent King. Dugu Bo's slender frame swelled within the emerald light, soaring upward. The green scales, shaped like diamonds, sparkled as if they were fragments of jade. The human form had vanished, replaced by a colossal emerald green serpent. The Serpent King stretching 30 meters in length and as thick as a large vat. A significant portion of its serpentine body rose upright, its reptilian eyes betraying human emotions. With a cold, piercing gaze, the giant serpent fixed its sights upon the azure lotus. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, surrounded by a dense green mist. Even in the manifestation of his spirit, Dugu Bo felt a chill towards the flame lotus he had nurtured for several days. He pondered how a mutated spirit could integrate with this ethereal fire, an inferno potent enough to threaten a tidal Douluo, possessed by a mere 30-level novice. How envious he felt. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. As the final petal of the azure flame lotus ignited, Dugu Bo no longer hesitated. He swallowed the 9 nether profound yuan pill and directed his true spirit toward the vastly magnified Blue Lotus Earth Fire. Young Jiang, if I succeed, I shall safeguard you for a lifetime. Chapter 26, Refining the Body with Exotic Fire. Dugu Bo's true spirit manifested as a colossal serpent. Swirling in the air before Jiang Xuan, before plunging into the heart of the Blue Lotus Earthfire. The term swallowing the dragon was merely metaphorical. There was no actual dragon for Dugu Bo to devour, but rather he utilized the power of the exotic fire to awaken the thin, ancient bloodline of his serpentine spirit through secret methods. However, as the fully phosphorescent Dugu Bo dove into the core of the Blue Lotus Earthfire, an instant of agony overtook even this tidal Douluo, eliciting a piercing cry that resonated with profound suffering, sending chills through all who heard it. Hold on, old poisoner. As the master of the emerald-scaled Serpent King, you cannot possibly succumb to a mere source fire. Grandfather. At this moment, tears brimmed in Dugu Yan's beautiful eyes. After her martial soul awakened as the azure-scale Serpent Emperor, she finally comprehended the source of the intermittent pain that had tormented her during her childhood. Now, her grandfather was relentlessly striving for a solution at the cost of his own life, and how could she not feel a profound heartache? Xiao Tianxiang clutched Dugu Yan, who yearned to rush forward. The scene ahead was engulfed in flames. Was it not tantamount to courting death for a soul master of merely 30 levels? All one could do now was silently await the success of the poisoned Douluo. The path he chose was his own, as a tidal Douluo. With superior alternatives at his disposal, how could Dugu Bo let any opportunity slip by? The repeated inquiries from Jiang Xuan were, in truth, well understood by all regarding their outcome. Long Gong, wielding his ice and fire dragon staff, was the one who could most empathize with the suffering souls in the void after overcoming the chasm. It represented the unwavering determination to persevere on the path of cultivation. Come on, old friend. Meng Shu and Dugu Bo were of similar age, and having both ascended to the 90th level in recent days, they had forged a bond of camaraderie. The reclusive old poison master had thus found a friend in him. It must succeed. Hearing the piercing screams emanating from the Jiang Xuan, as the possessor of the, was acutely aware of the excruciating pain involved. Through the mist of the, he could faintly discern the charred body of a great serpent engulfed in azure flames. It became evident that the scales of the began to twist rapidly shortly after entering the, ultimately being scorched black and helplessly falling from its vibrant green form. The coldness contained within the, along with the energy of serpents, continuously worked to mend its body and protect its soul. Yet, despite these efforts, the visibly shedding scales resulted in a torrent of crimson blood, which, upon its emergence, was instantly incinerated by the terrifying heat of the, leaving behind glaring blood-red streaks upon this body. As the descended, Jiang Xuan was able to draw closer due to their shared lineage. The incessant hissing sounds emerged from the, while the rapid loss of blood saw the true form of shrinking at a visible rate. The 9 soul rings shimmered in harmony, and to Jiang Xuan's astonishment, the first, second, and third rings began to develop cracks. Starting with the initial century-old soul ring, the first 4 rings shattered one by one, sending a powerful shockwave that elicited a pained groan from the old poison master. The explosions persisted until the 5th 10,000-year soul ring finally ceased. In the end, a faint figure of an elderly man gradually materialized within the serpent's body appeared desiccated. Standing upon a stone beside the, Jiang Xuan wore a grave expression, realizing that the scene from his memories had indeed come to pass. Although the had transformed from its original form to a mirror of, its terrifying nature remained after replenishing its energy. If the was this formidable, one could only ponder how much more fearsome the other top ranking would be. Thus, it seemed that the intensity of the Douluo world was considerably lesser than that of the Duqi realm. The commotion caused by the old poison master was immense. His anguished cries echoed throughout the entire, causing numerous soul masters, preoccupied with hunting soul beasts or quietly resting high-level soul beasts, to gaze in shock towards the depths of the forest, many yearning to rush forth to witness the spectacle. Long Gong, accompanied by the newly ascended 70 level, took the lead to obstruct the way. Regardless of whether succeeded or not, the secrets of the must remain concealed. Several hours later, the old poison master's screams finally subsided. Beneath the massive serpent-esque form, Jiang Xuan, through the resonance of the, could faintly sense a flicker of life. It appeared that success had been achieved. The young man exhaled a long sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, it signified that Dugu Bo had succeeded. The reborn poison Douluo would no longer be the underachiever among the titled Douluo. The Emerald Scale Serpent King occupied a prestigious position among the top-tier martial spirits. However, due to the inherent flaws of his martial spirit, Dugu Bo had long been unable to advance. Yet, after today, having realized the transformation of the python sparrow devouring the dragon, everything would change. As he drew closer, Jiang Xuan retracted the residual energy of the green lotus earthfire. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and under the nurturing for these many days, the energy contained within the green lotus earth fire was formidable. Not to mention that the energy from the shattered soul rings had also been partially absorbed by the flames. It seemed that he had inadvertently made a rather profitable transaction. After this battle, although Dugu Bo lost 4 soul rings, he merely needed to absorb them anew to reconstitute his power. For Jiang Xuan, the earth fire was akin to a trump card. The energy scraped from the tidal Doulos could very well serve as a nuclear bomb, couldn't it? With a mischievous smile. He thought that today he had secured a significant life-saving talisman. It was indeed a miscalculation. He had been so focused on the differing world rules that he had lowered the potency of the green lotus earth fire for the old poison master. Little did he know that human calculations could not rival the heavens, and at the critical moment, a state of energy deficiency unexpectedly arose. The explosion of the soul rings was not only a transformation brought about by the elevation of his martial spirit, but also a supplement to remedy the lack of energy. Having gathered the energy of the green lotus earth fire, Jiang Xuan turned to gaze at the somewhat dim sky, his expression filled with confusion. No. This Douluo Continent also harbors the concept of heavenly tribulations? Shouldn't such tribulations only emerge after a soul beast has existed for 100,000 years? Boom. Before he could ponder further, a resounding thunder echoed from the dark clouds, silver lightning darting about chaotically like serpents, striking towards Dugu Bo's serpentine form. Uft. Old Poison Master, it seems the divine realm has regarded you as a soul beast to strike down. Jiang Xuan swiftly extricated himself, for he dared not entangle himself with the calamity of the thunder tribulation. A tremendous roar echoed once more as the charred body of the azure-scaled serpent emperor vanished, replaced by a great serpent, entirely cloaked in darkness, adorned with emerald green scales upon its back. The serpent bellowed towards the heavens. Having entirely shed the dragon horns of the once transformed azure-scaled serpent emperor, now assuming the guise of an ancient divine serpent. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. The ancient giant serpent exuded an overwhelming aura, and though its surrounding soul rings had diminished to 5, its presence far surpassed that of yore. It appeared that the old poison creature had experienced an elevation of at least 2 levels. The next step would be to transcend the 95-level threshold and ascend to the ranks of the Super Doulos. Jiang Xuan, with an expression of keen interest, gazed up at the sky. The old poison master likely had not yet regained his senses, and there was no rush to awaken him. The thunder tribulation would be quite beneficial for his physique. Although he was in the true form of a martial soul, he was ultimately not a spirit beast. The thunder tribulation, which had been conjured by the heavens, designed specifically to target spirit beasts, would not pose a real threat to him. However, the appearance of this body was indeed familiar, resembling the descriptions of the 9 nether earth serpent from his past life. The serpent bore scales of the original hue of the emerald-scaled serpent king. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as the 9 nether emerald serpent. Snakes and pythons belonged to the same family, yet they diverged along different evolutionary paths. With the 9 nether emerald serpent undoubtedly possessing far greater power than the emerald-scaled serpent king. Faster, we must hasten our pace, urged one of his companions, if we delay. Neither of us will escape the wrath of Lord Chrysanthemum Douluo. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, a group of armored soul masters, adorned with unique insignias upon their chests, hurried along. Ahead of them was a tall figure. A closer inspection revealed that the insignia on their badges belonged to the Spirit Hall. All of them were soul emperors, capable of reaching remarkable speeds. Their shadows barely discernible to the pursuing soul masters, indicating their immense strength. The scenery shifted rapidly as the forest receded beneath them. Their destination was the source of the anguished howls echoing in the air. The soul masters advanced, guided merely by the faint floral fragrance wafting from the front, where they could vaguely see the figure enveloped in golden petals. Stop, came the voice of the white-clad man, languid yet commanding, prompting the Spirit Hall's followers to halt. They turned their gazes towards their leader. Indeed, it was the renowned Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. This individual, known as Chrysanthemum Douluo, possessed skin as delicate as that of an infant and an alluring visage that conveyed an extraordinary aura. Were it not for the prominent Adam's apple, no one would suspect he was a man. A striking androgyny characterized Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, a formidable tidal Douluo of the 95th rank in the assault system. At this moment, he was keenly sensing the surroundings, and then, with his beautifully expressive eyes wide open, he exclaimed, "You too, since you have already arrived. Why not reveal yourselves? Did you truly believe I wouldn't notice your presence? Ha! I apologize for not welcoming you more warmly, Lord Chrysanthemum Douluo, who has traveled so far. I hope you will forgive my neglect." The members of the Spirit Hall immediately assumed a defensive stance, taken aback by the overwhelming soul power emanating from the distance. In the next moment, the Soul Emperors observed two elderly soul masters materializing in front of Chrysanthemum Doulo, a man and a woman, Great Dragon and Serpent, Lord Long Gong Meng Shu and Lady Shi Pei Zhao Tian Xiang. How unexpected to see you here. To think that it has only been a short while since we last met, Meng Shu, and you have actually broken through the 90th level barrier. Congratulations, indeed. In the presence of the esteemed Moonlight, Meng Shu slightly inclined his head in a respectful greeting, despite having ascended to the rank of title Doulo. He was acutely aware that the individual before him was a formidable 95th level Super Doulo, and he had yet to acquire his 9th spirit ring. He could only hope that the old man Dugu Bo would hasten his efforts. Faced with the couple, Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, Moonlight felt a surge of curiosity. It was astonishing that, in such a short span, Dragon Lord had already transcended to the realm of title Doulo. Coupled with the fact that the Snake Lady had reached level 70, the power of their martial soul fusion technique was formidable enough to demand his respect. Nevertheless, his purpose was to uncover the unfolding events, rendering any conflict with the couple unnecessary. Moonlight gracefully descended before them, acknowledging their presence with a courteous gesture. I happen to be passing through the Star Luo border today. The individuals from the sub-hall have reported peculiar occurrences in the Sunset Forest, and at the behest of His Holiness the Pope, I have come to investigate. Might I inquire if Dragon Lord could enlighten me on the matter? The mention of the Pope caused Meng Shu's expression to waver. It was likely that Moonlight would have directly inquired without hesitation prior to this day. It seemed evident that the ghostly title Douluo had not accompanied him, for otherwise, one would not find Moonlight so amiable under a papal command. Indeed, both the couple, known for their peculiar temperaments within the Spirit Hall, were not to be underestimated. Sensing her husband's hesitation, Snake Lady prepared for potential conflict. Determined to safeguard the secret of the ice and fire 2E from the prying eyes of the Spirit Hall, suddenly, a curious scent wafted through the air. As Meng Shu pondered how to respond, Moonlight approached briskly, his demeanor shifting from indifference to exuberance. 8-cornered shambing grass, Liwa apricot blossom, and. Is that the fragrance of the water fairy jade skin bone? Moonlight's nose twitched as he uttered names that left Meng Shu and Snake Lady in utter astonishment. You have discovered the legendary celestial herbs. No wonder. As a soul Douluo, your ascension to title Douluo must have been aided by these divine grasses. Moonlight's expression was a blend of madness and joy, while the attendants trailing behind were left perplexed by the excitement radiating from the esteemed Douluo. Please, tell me, where did you find these celestial herbs? I am willing to offer any treasure in exchange for their location. His fervor was understandable. For his own martial soul was the illustrious Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Indeed, it was the very blossom that Jiang Xuan consumed. As long as he can locate a celestial-grade herb of the same caliber as his martial soul, he stands a chance to ascend to an entirely new echelon. How could he possibly remain unperturbed? Meng Shu gazed with some exasperation at the eccentric behavior of the chrysanthemum Douluo, who, despite possessing an impressive soul power of level 95, was behaving as if unhinged. Ignorance may be bliss. But the issue lay in the fact that the celestial herbs mentioned by Yu Guan were precisely those that Jiang Xuan had ingested alongside his spouse. What to do? Engage in battle? Meng Shu had contemplated merging his martial soul with his wife. But the opponent's formidable 95-level soul power was far beyond that of an ordinary title Douluo. Even if he were to merge with his wife, he himself had only reached level 70, leaving him with no assurance of repelling her. Furthermore, from the tone of his opponent, it seemed that the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall was nearby. Should that individual arrive, neither he nor even the old Poison Master would stand a chance. Old Chrysanthemum, have you not a word to say upon entering my domain from afar? Dugu Bo, my old friend. At that moment, as Meng Shu was caught in his dilemma, a resounding laugh echoed from afar, providing him with respite. After all, there was no enmity between the two parties, and it was best to avoid conflict if possible. Chapter 28. The 9 Nether Azure Serpent. Bang! Dugu Bo and Yu Guan's palms met with a force that sent ripples of energy through the air. Meng Shu quickly shielded Jiang Xuan from the ensuing shockwave, while the few soul emperors nearby found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament. Initially concerned about provoking a confrontation with the dragon and snake couple, they had moved in closer to impress the chrysanthemum Douluo. Now, the energy unleashed from the clash between the chrysanthemum Douluo and Dugu Bo had rained down upon them. Had their bodies not been robust, Those few would have been sent flying several dozen meters, escaping with their lives, but not without severe injury. After the two exchanged probing strikes, they promptly retreated. Yu Guan, glancing at his palm, now slightly charred, could scarcely believe his eyes. After utilizing his soul power to expel the chaotic energy, he incredulously inquired, 94 level? Ha ha ha, indeed. Old chrysanthemum, did you not see this coming? I have not only been reborn through nirvana but have also broken through to level 94. The exuberant laughter could not conceal the emotions within. Dugu Bo stood firm, allowing the onlookers to finally discern his appearance. The poisoned Doulos was no longer the figure of yore. His aged visage rivaled even that of the chrysanthemum Doulos, and his skin appeared markedly smoother. Most notably, his once dark green hair had transformed into a deep azure hue, no longer the vibrant green. His image had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. The robust soul power emanating from his being, due to his recent breakthrough, instilled a palpable pressure among those nearby, with flames and arcs of electricity visibly pulsating through his limbs. What state had Dugu Bo entered? Meng Shu was engulfed in confusion. It was not the opportune moment for inquiries, so he shifted his gaze towards Jiang Xuan, who merely shook his head, indicating that they should discuss it later. Thus, it was suggested that the commotion in the Sunset Forest a few days prior was orchestrated by the old poison expert. Yu Guan observed with great interest the transformed figure of Dugu Bo within such a brief span. Elevating a title Douluo of level 91 to level 94 was undoubtedly a matter that His Holiness the Pope would be eager to comprehend in detail. However, something felt amiss. If he were merely at level 94, it would be impossible for him to withstand Yu Guan's assault head-on. Reflecting upon this, Yu Guan could only marvel at the prowess of the knowledgeable poisoned Douluo, quickly realizing the anomaly. Celestial herbs. You have consumed celestial herbs? The tone of the poisoned Douluo shifted to one of despair, as he calmed himself to sense the myriad of energies emanating from his opponent. And only then did he awaken to the truth. Ice spirit flame grass, 9 nether serpent venom fruit, shadow enveloping demon flame flower, cold spirit ghost leaf. Old wretch. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what you are wasting? Each individual is permitted to consume, at most, 2 celestial herbs in a lifetime, oftentimes restricted to a singular one. And yet you have treated such precious herbs as if they were mere sustenance. Ah, and the miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum, you poisonous serpent, come here and face me. 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 materialized around Yu Guan, and the next moment, he seemed to lose control of his emotions as he lunged towards Dugu Bo. With a cold snort, Dugu Bo, having just broken through, found himself burdened with numerous ailments and an excessive energy yearning for release. Having an old chrysanthemum as a sparring partner was, as the little monster had stated, most fitting. Dugu Bo summoned his martial spirit, but peculiarly, only 5 black soul rings appeared. Without awaiting Ming Shu's intervention, he too charged forward. 9 nether emerald python. Manifest. In a moment of discord, the 2 individuals soared into the sky and engaged in a fierce battle, leaving the attendants of the spirit hall, particularly the Soul Emperor, exchanging anxious glances, fearful of being caught in the crossfire between the dragon and serpent couple. Among those present, only Jiang Xuan seemed to comprehend the reason behind Zhu Douluo's sudden fury. He stifled a laugh and began to elucidate the situation to the bewildered elders. According to the original narrative, Zhu Douluo's martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, is a rare and precious herb, which explains his obsession with collecting various celestial flora, particularly his long-desired flower, the heartbreak red, having been trapped at rank 95 longer than even the old toxic creature. It was no surprise that Zhu Douluo erupted upon witnessing someone consume a pill containing 7 or 8 herbs that were merely inferior to celestial grade, along with 2 celestial plants. In the original story, the man who chose to protect Xiao Wu, upon recognizing her as the possessor of the heartbreak red, revealed his character. And from another perspective, it was fortunate that he refrained from tearing apart Dugu Bo. Their clash escalated into the heights of the sky. Zhu Douluo's martial soul initiated the assault first, as a brilliant golden chrysanthemum was wielded with exquisite mastery, petals swirling and colliding in a dazzling display. Dugu Bo once again transformed into the true form of his martial soul, the 9 nether green python. In an instant, the cacophony of piercing scales clashing against petals rang out, indicating that both had now entered their martial soul true forms, revealing Zhu Douluo's immense wrath. Activating the martial soul true form typically results in a period of weakness afterward, yet its invocation signifies a display of true power. Imagine the anguish of discovering that the celestial herbs you have sought after with great effort have already been consumed by others, only to have someone inform you that they have devoured an excessive amount as if it were mere petals. The more Moonlight pondered this, the angrier he became. Unleashing his full power. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Form X. 2/6 Soul Skill. Golden Petals Radiating Dawn. Old Chrysanthemum is still employing the same old tricks. After all these years, he hasn't made any progress. Wasting celestial herbs. Just wait until I turn you into snake soup. Dugu Bo's Martial Soul True Form. The Colossal Serpent spoke in human language. If it were under previous circumstances, he would have had no chance against the rank 95 Douluo. However, with the right timing and circumstances today, he was determined to make him suffer. 9th Soul Skill. Phosphorescent Divine Light. 8th Soul Skill. Time freeze in battles between titled Duelos. The effectiveness of the first 6 soul rings is often minimal, compelling Dugu Bo to utilize his 8th and 9th soul skills after losing 4 of his rings. While he still possessed enough energy, he aimed to strike. Originally, the Greenscale Snake Emperor lacked the ability to fly, yet upon evolving into the 9 Nether Green Python, it could now hover in the air thanks to its formidable soul power. The enormous serpent's body glimmered with phosphorescent light, exuding an ancient aura as it bared its fangs, targeting Moonlight directly. Damn it! Moonlight cursed silently, wondering when Dugu Bo's martial soul had transformed into such a form. Upon sensing the simultaneous use of the opponent's 8th and 9th soul abilities, he could no longer afford to hold back. The peculiar energy of lightning rendered the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum incapable of inflicting any harm upon Dugu Bo's true self. 9th Soul Skill. Chrysanthemum falls, wounds abound, flowers fall. Hearts broken. The sharp voice uttered words that instilled fear in those nearby. The 2 titled Duelos were evidently playing for keeps. The battle between titled Duelos is a rarity in this world, and Jiang Xuan was captivated, eagerly absorbing the experience both sides exhibited in their mastery of martial souls. However, the limitations of the soul rings were still quite evident. After reaching a higher level, previous 100 or 1,000-year soul rings became virtually useless, akin to mere decorations. It appeared that even the skills possessed by titled Duelos were not particularly numerous. No wonder the unique soul skill of the 97th level Sword Douluo Jinshin could contend with those of the 98th level Super Duelos. Under the activation of the 9th soul skill, the Chrysanthemum martial soul exploded into a myriad of petals, which transformed into a colossal tornado of immense destructive power, hurtling towards Dugu Bo, who had taken on the form of the 9 Nether Emerald Python. Chapter 29. Chrysanthemum Duo Brat. What scheme are you hiding? Even I must be kept in the dark? Meng Shu glared at Jiang Xuan, who had initially intended to assist Dugu Bo but was now held back. Do you truly believe that Dugu, at level 94, can contend with someone at level 95? Absolutely not. Jiang Xuan shrugged. If you prevent me from intervening, do you think your grandparents' martial soul fusion technique could withstand the opponent's onslaught? Not exactly. Then what is it? Rest assured, simply enjoy the battle between Super Duelos. Senior Dugu knows what he is doing. At that moment, it was difficult to explain. Now endowed with the power of lightning, Dugu Bo, transformed into the 9 Nether Emerald Python, indeed had the capability to engage Moonlight in combat. Winning was certainly out of reach. The disparity between Super Duelos and ordinary Duelos was still significant, especially since Dugu Bo had only 5 soul rings at present. The Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, which had just been consumed, was rightfully considered a celestial treasure, thereby ranking among the top-tier martial souls. Jiang Xuan elucidated to Long Gong. In terms of the quality of martial souls, the recently ascended Dugu Elder, as the sovereign of the Emerald Scale Serpent, has surpassed the esteemed Zhu Delaw, who is renowned for the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, after all, the 9 Underworld's Azure Serpent. Even though it is not a creature from the world I am familiar with, is still related in some manner. After the evolution of the martial soul, especially with the incorporation of certain characteristics of my Qinglian Earth Fire, it is remarkable that a martial soul inclined towards the cold attribute possesses burning capabilities, naturally offering a slight advantage over the Judo Law. Moreover, having just undergone the tribulation of lightning, the Dugu Elder's body is still infused with a plethora of chaotic energies, necessitating an exhilarating battle to refine his physique further. Initially, I was concerned that your soul power was insufficient for optimal results, yet unexpectedly, the Judo Law sought us out, providing free labor that one should not refuse. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's explanation, Ming Shu felt at ease. Yet his expression turned somber as he remarked, What you imply is that even grandfather is part of the scheme, is it not? Haha, not at all. This is not scheming. It is merely fortuitous timing. Had the Ju Douluo not approached, I would have certainly persuaded Elder Dugu to serve as a training target for you. Opportunities to strike a title Douluo of level 94 are indeed rare. You rascal, Mingshu chided with a laugh, enviously watching the fierce clash between the two in the air, level 94, level 95. Why do I suddenly feel that my journey to level 90 is merely at its inception? Without further ado, Jiang Xuan fixated on the fierce battle between the title Douluos, while below, Long Gong, a quasi-title Doulo, controlled the two with a certain audacity. Conversely, the members of the Spirit Hall, seeing the lack of movement from their adversaries, sighed in relief, recognizing that while the Ju Douluo could retreat unscathed, the opposing side, boasting two title Douluos, would not easily relinquish their comrades. As long as it is not a life-and-death struggle, it is all good. Peace above all. Long live peace. Old fool, old fool, old fool. Yuguan appeared somewhat lost in thought, muttering incantations as he fought. As a lover of flowers, he was deeply concerned about tarnishing the legendary celestial herbs. However, what he witnessed today was shocking. He felt the anguish of 7 or 8 precious herbs, poised to ascend to the realm of the divine, being devoured by a venomous snake. The clash in mid-air resounded like the harmonious clang of metal, as the esteemed Doulo, the chrysanthemum Doulo, wielded the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum, which invigorated the blood and nurtured an indestructible physique, undeniably categorizing him as a formidable attacker. Conversely, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, a creature of serpentine grace, was initially a controller with agile offensive capabilities. The disparity in their levels rendered him significantly disadvantaged against the old chrysanthemum. However, the current Jiu Baiming Python, possessing an indomitable form, had undergone the crucible of and the trials of thunder, rendering Dugu Bo far more formidable than before. He now resembled a sole master of the assault type. Though Dugu Bo's serpent form was large, it was also remarkably agile. After evading a lethal strike from the old chrysanthemum, he taunted his opponent, recalling how he once had to flee from this formidable foe, always leaving him in disarray. The tides of fortune have turned. Today, it is my turn to torment you. In terms of strength, even with the enhancement of his martial soul, his level of 94 could not quite match the 95 of his opponent, whose heavenly chrysanthemum was equally impressive. Not to mention the experience of the seasoned Super Doulo compared to his own nascent 94th level, were it not for the residual power of the Thunder Calamity, preserved within his body at the behest of Jiang Xuan, continuously honing his being. He would never have been able to engage in battle with the Chrysanthemum Doulo relying solely on his 5 soul rings. At this moment, the Chrysanthemum Doulo, Yuguan, remained blissfully ignorant of being utilized as free labor, tirelessly assisting Dugu Bo in the final stages of his martial soul forging. Those who offend Jiang Xuan might find themselves oblivious to their impending doom. As the battle raged on, an inexplicable thought surfaced in Dugu Bo's mind. Chilling him to the core, he realized that since allowing the trio of ancestors into the Sunset Forest, he had been unwittingly led along. If Jiang Xuan's unusual martial soul fluctuations were merely a coincidence, then everything else, from Mingshu's initial correspondence seeking him out, to aiding Mingshu in evolving his martial soul, to searching for celestial herbs for Snake Granny and Yin Yin to refine their martial souls, and finally persuading him to accept a third method for evolving the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, was a meticulously woven chain of events. As he sensed the approach of the Super Douluo, he was immediately empowered to absorb the Thunder Calamity's energy, utilizing his opponent's strength to forge his indestructible body. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Gazing down at a certain individual drawing upon the battle experience of a title Doulo, Dugu Bo felt a chill run down his spine. It was not that he feared for his own safety. Rather, it was the realization that, as a title Douluo, he had been reduced to a mere puppet. Who knew what further bizarre tricks his opponent might have in store? In a moment of reflection, an idea struck Dugu Bo, although it was self-serving. Allowing a mere child of 12 or 13 to lead him around by the nose was quite an embarrassment. Little monster, he thought. I shall present you with a troublesome matter and see how you resolve it. He first needed to send a message to Long Gong and Shi Pa to prevent them from intervening, for this little brat had a heart as dark as a maggot. With that in mind, once the power of the thunder tribulation within him had been sufficiently depleted, he ceased his assault and questioned Ju De Yuguan. Tell me, old flower, is it not essential to speak of reason? You arrive unannounced in my domain and, without a word, engage me in combat. What of your celestial artifact? I know not of its nature, It was crafted by that young lad below. What did you say? Yue Guan retracted his martial soul. Realizing that the young lad Dugu Bo spoke of was indeed nearby, emanating a familiar aura of martial souls. The mystic fungus celestial chrysanthemum? Sure enough, distracted by this thought, Yue Guan was immediately drawn to the aura radiating from Jiang Xuan, only to find himself caught off guard and immobilized by a grip on the nape of his neck. Chapter 30. Taking a master? Seeking recommendations, seeking monthly votes. Judo bore no intent to kill, a sentiment Dugu Bo could perceive clearly. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the notion of allowing Jiang Xuan to embarrass himself by revealing a modicum of truth to Yue Guan. His earlier frenzy, as expressed in Jiang Xuan's unwavering tone, was indicative of a lover's heartache. Thanks to the prior communication, Long Gong and Sheep had discreetly stepped back. Their original plan was to visit the spirit hall, and with no conflict of interest at stake, Duel had no reason to harm their grandson. Mystic fungus celestial chrysanthemum. Mystic fungus celestial chrysanthemum. Yue Guan seized Jiang Xuan, delivering a rapid succession of 7 strikes upon him, in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative's verification method. These strikes landed on Jiang Xuan's neck, arms, legs, chest, and back. The control exerted by a tidal Douluo at level 95 left no room for resistance. Even for someone at level 30, he felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, the golden glow emanating from his body intensifying, accompanied by an unusual fragrance. As the 7 waves of heat coursed through him, Jiang Xuan distinctly sensed a transformation occurring within his being. His soul power surged vigorously, rising steadily, and rather than discomfort, he experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his entire body. The azure lotus-shaped flames and the ethereal form of the mystic fungus celestial chrysanthemum materialized before him. Azure lotus. Mystic fungus celestial chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is true, young lad. We are fated to be connected. Fate has brought us together, my friend. A thought unexpectedly surfaced in Jiang Xuan's mind as he was being held. He was well aware of the emotional turmoil experienced by Duel. Strictly speaking, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was his martial spirit. As a fellow possessor of a celestial-grade spirit, Yue Guan was eager to find a worthy successor. Due to their unique personalities, both he and Gue Dao lacked families and offspring. Otherwise, the original narrative would not have chosen Dai Mubai as a disciple, nor would he have expressed the desire to protect Xiao Wu. Indeed, upon confirming that Jiang Xuan had consumed the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, the tenderness in Yue Guan's gaze towards him became evident. Gently setting Jiang Xuan down, the delicate-looking Yue Guan, wary of startling the youth with his abruptness, softly inquired, "Young man, you are the grandson of Long Shi, are you not? Would you be willing to take me as your master? With your innate talent, coupled with the consumption of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine." As he spoke, a faint yellow aura emanated from Yue Guan's right hand, gradually transforming into a radiant purple hue, with a hint of golden light at its core. The purple light expanded, and a magnificent chrysanthemum blossomed forth, resplendent in its royal purple. Curiously, each petal of the flower appeared delightfully fuzzy, creating an enchanting unity, devoid of any fragrance. The flower's center rose a full half-foot above the petals, its apex shimmering with a soft golden glow. This was indeed Yue Guan's martial spirit, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. In its martial spirit form, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum exuded an air of nobility and mystery. Had others been present to hear these words, they would have undoubtedly been eager to accept the offer without hesitation. After being set down by the Duel, Jiang Xuan adjusted his attire and respectfully saluted Yue Guan, saying, "I greet you, esteemed Duel. I am Jiang Xuan. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, yet becoming a disciple is a significant matter. By a stroke of fortune, I have acquired a heavenly treasure. If you are interested, perhaps we could convene at the residence of the esteemed Dugu. At that time, I could discuss matters with my elder and seek your guidance on a few inquiries." Upon finishing, Jiang Xuan performed another courteous bow. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." A smile adorned Yue Guan's exquisitely handsome face, and he was not at all displeased by Jiang Xuan's hesitance to accept immediately. On the contrary, he felt quite pleased with the polite youth before him. Within mere moments, he had discerned Jiang Xuan's bone age and soul power with utmost clarity. My goodness, a prodigious soul master, barely 13 yet already a soul respecter of level 30, who has fortuitously consumed the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian Ju. It was as if heaven had sent him as a disciple. Do wait a moment. I shall inform His Holiness the Pope, who is presently resting at the branch of the Spirit Hall within the Star Luo Empire, before returning. Even before formally taking him as a disciple, Yuguan had already assumed the role of a mentor, revealing his satisfaction with the youth before him, setting aside the talent and the fortunate consumption of the extraordinary treasure. The very manifestation of his martial spirit, the lotus flower, was sufficient reason for him to take on an apprentice. Let us depart. Yes, the members of the Spirit Hall moved swiftly, and following the Ju Douloa's command, the group of Soul Emperors, relieved, accompanied Yuguan back to report. A toxic Douluo who had surpassed level 94, a formidable dragon snake Mingshu who had crossed level 90, and a prodigy who would soon become his disciple. Yuguan had already devised how to present this report to the illustrious Pope. Once the members of the Spirit Hall had distanced themselves, Dugu Bo gazed at the little monster with a perplexed expression. Is this it? They're leaving just like that? And you intend to take this little monster as your disciple? Indeed. What else would you suppose, my esteemed Dugu elder? Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with displeasure. He was well aware that Dugu Bo had once again put him in a precarious situation, otherwise. Aside from the initial melding of his martial soul, there was nothing amiss with the person before him. It was somewhat embarrassing for Dugu Bo to be criticized by a junior. Clearing his throat, he admitted, just now, I was caught off guard, and thus, the chrysanthemum pass took advantage of my lapse. Quite unexpected. Is that so, my lord Poison Douluo? If Chrysanthemum Douluo had malevolent intentions, that young man could have met his demise. He had initially believed that his devoted assistance in helping the Poison Douluo complete the martial soul advancement would earn him protection, only to find himself treated as a mere expendable pawn. Misfortune indeed. This insolent brat has gone too far. I have yet to reckon with you for instigating me to face the heavenly tribulation. On the journey back, Mingshu helplessly observed the two old friends, now embroiled in lively banter, having grown familiar with one another. Although he was unaware of what Jiang Xuan had done during Dugu Bo's martial soul evolution, the current scene felt increasingly unsettling. Speaking of which, if his grandson and his elder brother became inseparable friends, what should he call them? Should they refer to each other by their respective titles? Ah, how vexing. The old man had intended to emerge from seclusion to take this little monster as his disciple. But that infernal chrysanthemum pass dared to seize the opportunity first. Before long, a furious shout echoed once more through the forest, though this time Dugu Bo's voice was noticeably more robust. Jiang Xuan, the grandson of the extraordinary dragon and serpent? In the grand hall of the Star Luo Empire's Spirit Hall, a figure sat calmly with his right hand resting on his forehead. The individual, though not tall, was clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple-gold crown, with skin as fair as porcelain and an almost flawless visage. The woman observed the half-bowed chrysanthemum Douluo below her, murmuring softly, Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan. Chapter 31. The more allies, the better. The invitation to the esteemed Ju Douluo, Jiang Xuan, was undoubtedly made with careful consideration. As a mentor, neither Long Gong Mingshu nor Dugu Bo could significantly contribute to his advancement. Thus, Ju Douluo emerged as the most suitable candidate. There is little need to elaborate on Mingshu, as Jiang Xuan, raised by Long Gong and Shipa, has absorbed the essence of both their teachings. Concerning the realms associated with his title, Long Gong must embark on a gradual exploration, while Dugu Bo faces a fundamental mismatch with his martial spirit. It is important to note that Dugu Bo previously leaned towards control and agility, which starkly contrasts Jiang Xuan's path. Moreover, with the evolution of his martial spirit into the formidable 9 nether-green python, it would be more fitting to classify him as a powerhouse. Otherwise, the innate prowess of the 9 nether-green python would be squandered. Even a title Douluo requires time to adapt to a shift in style, let alone the task of teaching others. In contrast to a fixed soul ring model, Jiang Xuan aspires to draw from various schools of thought and carve his unique path, especially considering he possesses an extraordinary system and a special space. From a third-party perspective, both Ju Doulo and Gue Doulo stand out as rare individuals within the Spirit Hall who are well-suited to be mentors. Their strength is not merely a reflection of potent soul power, but rather their individual journeys with their martial spirits have led them to forge their distinct paths. Naturally, if the opportunity arises, Jiang Xuan would be keen to meet the Golden Crocodile Doulo and several other eminent figures atop the Douluo Continent. In this context, it seems relatively easier for the Sword Doulo and Bone Doulo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to meet, particularly with the involvement of the alluring Chilua Tulip. Engaging in transactions with the 7-treasure glazed tile school appears to be a minor concern compared to the secrets held by the 9-treasure glazed tower. The unexpected arrival of Zhu Douluo should be regarded as a pleasant surprise. Thus, Jiang Xuan, you have yet to respond to our inquiry. Why did you extend an invitation to Zhu Douluo to the heart of the Sunset Forest? Upon returning home, Dugu Bo immediately sought out Jiang Xuan. Furthermore, Senior Dugu, you have yet to clarify why you abruptly ceased your engagement with Zhu Douluo during your encounter. Ahem. My martial spirit is still in its nascent stage, and my soul power is not yet flowing smoothly. However, let us return to the purpose of your invitation to Zhu Douluo. Do you genuinely wish to become Zhu Douluo's disciple? Dugu Bo deliberately shifted the topic. Fully aware of the long-standing enmity with Yu Guan, which he could not overlook with a favorable disposition. Standing to the left, Long Gong remained silent. Yet he too was curious about how Jiang Xuan, typically composed, could risk exposing the ice and fire yin-yang by choosing to seek mentorship from Zhu Douluo. In such circumstances, failing to refuse would essentially imply consent. One cannot wait for an individual to arrive only to declare their dissent. Who would dare to toy with the title Douluo? In response to the inquiries of his two elders, Jiang Xuan smiled enigmatically, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, posing a question of his own. I have long been eager to understand how soul masters compare to soul beasts aged between 10,000 to 100,000 years. What level can a title Douluo at rank 91 aspire to in terms of soul beasts? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's retort, although Dugu Bo felt a sense of perplexity, he proceeded to elucidate. If one must provide a datum, I can reference my previous experience with the Emerald Lattice Serpent Emperor Martial Soul. Mingshu said little. For as someone who has just reached the 90th level, he too needed to glean wisdom from such experiences. It is worth noting that even when accompanied by my wife, encountering high-level soul beasts necessitated a strategic retreat. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary battles beneath the confines of soul rings whenever possible. Dugu Bo's countenance turned grave as he continued, regrettably, I must admit that I have yet to behold a soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years. Of course, should one encounter such a formidable entity, the likes of the tyrant Douluo would be rendered irrelevant. While the precise levels may vary, they serve as a useful reference. Prior to the evolution of my martial soul into the 9 nether green serpent, when I was at the 90th level, I encountered a 95th level adversary at the Chrysanthemum Pass. Although I was not a match for it, I could escape without grave consequence. However, if faced with a 100,000-year soul beast, I would surely have no chance of survival. With these words, Jiang Xuan felt a weight settle in his heart. Thus, one could reasonably ascertain that the lower threshold for a 100,000-year soul beast must exceed the 95th level. Furthermore, considering the varying combat capabilities among 100,000-year soul beasts, certain creatures can be dismissed. I even speculate that such beasts reside above the 96th level. Achieving victory against one below the 97th level would be exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, the 100,000-year soul rings would not be so rare. My 9th soul ring originates from a Medusa Queen serpent, which boasts an age exceeding 90,000 years. To acquire this 9th soul ring, I expended considerable resources, enlisting the aid of 4 title Douluo of at least the 92nd level. Dugu Bo unabashedly revealed his own shortcomings as he explained to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan nodded, recognizing that with the algorithm proposed by the old Toxin Master, the calculations became rather straightforward. A soul beast of the highest caliber, existing for over 70,000 years, undoubtedly possesses the strength of a title Douluo. Much like soul masters, the variations in species and the strength of their bloodlines significantly influence their combat capabilities. The example of Dugu Bo serves as the most fitting illustration, given his status as a previous benchmark for measuring combat prowess. Young one, what are your true intentions? Dugu Bo demanded. If you do not clarify your motives, I shall not let you off easily. Haha, has the esteemed Dugu forgotten something crucial in his ascension? Soul rings? What significance do they hold? Are they not merely 4 soul rings, each less than 10,000 years old? Their contribution to combat at the same level is rather minimal. Wait a moment, young one. What do you imply? A bold thought flashed through Dugu Bo's mind. Indeed, just as you have surmised. Jiang Xuan's smile grew even broader. It seemed that Dugu Bo now owed him a debt that could not easily be repaid. How delightful it was to acquire a title as a Douluo enforcer. According to common understanding, when a soul master's soul ring shatters unexpectedly, it would cause irreversible damage to their strength. However, since you, esteemed Dugu, relinquished the constraints of your soul rings during the evolution of your martial soul, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, I can indeed reacquire my soul rings. Furthermore, given that both my physical prowess and soul power have reached the pinnacle of level 90. I can ensure that my first 4 soul rings are no less than 50,000 years old. The light in Dugu Bo's eyes intensified. He was no fool. After Jiang Xuan's insightful remark, he was not oblivious to the underlying implications. Originally, he had been prepared to sacrifice 4 lower-level soul skills in exchange for the Juyo by Ming Python martial soul, unaware that a delightful twist awaited him. Nevertheless, what connection did this have with Duelo? While both were pleased, they remained somewhat perplexed by Jiang Xuan's actions. I say, Jiang Xuan expressed with a hint of exasperation. Though it may not be entirely courteous, why do the elders of the Doulo world seem so singular-minded and lacking in insight? Doulo, oh Doulo. A formidable super Douluo at level 95. Esteemed Donggu requires 4 soul rings of at least 50,000 years in age, while you need to acquire your 9th soul ring. Naturally of the highest quality possible. Surely, there is no one more suitable than the esteemed Douluo to assist us in procuring these soul rings? Douluo? Chapter 32, System Space. In a dimly lit expanse, a perfectly sized arena stood at the center, occupied by a tall figure. The surroundings were somewhat ethereal, as if devoid of distinct colors. Silence reigned. An extraordinary stillness enveloped the area, where no outsider dared to tread. And it was uncertain how long this tranquility persisted before a change occurred. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed, neither hurried nor slow. As a relaxed figure emerged from the darkness. You have arrived? Yes. It has been quite some time since your last visit. What? Is there something amiss in reality? No. You know well that my ability to come here is not within my control. Both spoke in affirmatives. The figure on the arena chuckled lightly, saying, Of course, I know. In truth, you have longed to see me, have you not? Your heart is in turmoil. Let me guess, what brings you here this time? The figure opposite seemed to be quite the chatterbox, as the conversation flowed without interruption from the moment it began. Jiang Xuan's expression was awkward as he rubbed his forehead and said, I wonder if we could refrain from the theatrics? We are, after all, the same person. You must know the reason for my presence here. Hee, of course I know. However, it has been quite some time since you visited this space to converse with me, and I find it rather disheartening. Please, have a seat. As he approached the area of shimmering light and shadow, he clearly saw that the figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. This so-called system space had made sporadic appearances ever since Jiang Xuan awakened his martial soul, and it was perpetually inhabited by another version of himself. He harbored doubts about the authenticity of this so-called system space, given the foolish demeanor of that signing-in system. It was hard to believe it could conjure such a practical space. The other Jiang Xuan gestured, and a stone table along with several tea sets materialized before them. Let us enjoy a cup before we continue. Perhaps due to the overwhelming tension of recent days, Jiang Xuan complied and took a seat. He had visited this space numerous times, with each visit marked by unpredictable durations and uncertain gains. Disappointed? The other Jiang Xuan inquired. Well, somewhat. I initially thought Shrek might be more exceptional, but it appears to adhere to the principle of talent reigning supreme in Douluo Continent. Jiang Xuan knew the other would understand, and he revealed his feelings, unable to contain himself any longer. You know, had it not been for the system, my martial soul may never have awakened to its primal state of the blue lotus earth fire. Is it a sense of discontent? Or perhaps an absence of familiarity? Or maybe fear? The other Jiang Xuan posed several questions in succession, playfully toying with the teacup. In Douluo Continent, talent is paramount. Martial souls virtually dictate the destinies of all individuals in this world, bearing a striking resemblance to the bygone days of our previous world. He yearned for change but found himself directionless. Dugu Bo and Grandfather Ming were our allies, and let us not forget the esteemed spirit Douluo. Yet, it was insufficient, far from enough. With only the two of them in this space, Jiang Xuan chose a comfortable position, reclining in the chair. It seemed to him that this was the only place where he could express his true feelings without reservation, including matters even his foster grandparents had never divulged. Seeking the truth of this world proved to be an arduous task, and the enemies were overwhelmingly formidable. Listening to his own murmurs, which sounded almost like a rambling monologue, the other Jiang Xuan did not rush to offer counsel. He simply listened in silence. Why does it seem so awkward between you and little Qinglian lately? The other Jiang Xuan suddenly interjected. Could it be that the spiritual connection has finally been fulfilled? Suddenly, within the ethereal expanse, a vivid azure hue flickered into existence. a flame-like lotus of a more resplendent azure than even Jiang Xuan's own blue lotus heartfire martial spirit. In comparison to his own control, the blue lotus heartfire danced before the man as if it were the very essence of flame itself, twisting and shaping at will, delighting in the whims of its master as it transformed in myriad ways. The blue lotus heartfire had abruptly awakened. Its primordial quality was too profound for the current vessel to endure, forcing the petite azure lotus to patiently accompany me in acclimatization, Jiang Xuan elucidated. Knowing the answer yet feigning ignorance, one would presume that upon my arrival here, you would inherently grasp my thoughts. There are indeed things unknown. Thus, there are certain matters that require your articulation. The blue lotus heartfire, now within Jiang Xuan's body, wore an expression of amusement and remarked, "Why the incessant concern over the mastery of martial spirits? Even if the inherent power of the blue lotus heartfire surges beyond measure, your control surpasses that of many others." Jiang Xuan found himself momentarily speechless, pondering when he had become so fixated on the meticulous control of his martial soul. His obsession bordered on madness. No, perhaps it was not merely about the martial soul. Ever since his transmigration and the awakening of his martial spirit, he had relentlessly exercised every part of his body using the rewards from the system, demanding almost harsh mastery over each ounce of strength. It was this surge of power that prompted him to voice his inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would not have suggested a third solution to the dilemma posed by Dugu Bo. Nor would he have recklessly invited the chrysanthemum Doulos. Throughout his journey, including the connections made through Dugu Yin to the poison Doulos, he had been proceeding with caution, fearful that any instability might lead the narrative astray from his foresight. The acquisition of the Eye of Ice and Fire had indeed altered the world line. Was it truly a matter of flawed thinking? Jiang Xuan rose and approached his counterpart, leaning in to say, "Your mind is in disarray. That is the crux of the matter. Why conceal so many trump cards against Dai Mubai? Do you look down upon him? Our character does not align with such arrogance. Or is it that the disparity between your expectations and reality has left you unsettled? It cannot be that either. We are but youths. What is wrong with being a bit reckless? One must understand that if one pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger for too long, one may very well be mistaken for a pig and devoured. If your control is insufficient, then temporarily abandon the path of meticulous control. I am more than capable of a grander approach. Come, I can teach you." As he faced this alternate version of himself, Jiang Xuan's eyes gradually cleared, contrasting sharply with the confusion he felt upon entering the ethereal realm. The clarity was palpable. The other Jiang Xuan clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Now this is more like it." With the existence of this advantageous space, let us not concern ourselves with the significance or origins of the system. What matters is that it aids us in enhancing our strength. To seize one's destiny, an astute mind is essential, but the crux remains strength, dear counterpart. Fortunately, with your soul power now increased, you can manifest a set of familiar techniques. Allow me to demonstrate. Do not be astonished. Chapter 33, Cultivation. Both Dugu Bo and Long Gong took the time to adjust their states as they awaited the arrival of Yuguan. Given the involvement in soul ring hunting, both were notably cautious, particularly Meng Shu, who was filled with excitement, as this would be his 9th soul ring. With the addition of the chrysanthemum Douluo, they could naturally set their sights on higher-level soul beasts for this hunting expedition. The terms of 100,000 years and other time frames do not refer to the actual lifespan of the soul beasts, but rather denote their cultivation standards. Akin to the 9 rings setting for soul masters. In certain groups of soul beasts, one can find exaggerated examples such as the dark golden terraclaw bear and the titan great ape, where a 1,000-year soul beast contends fiercely with a 10,000-year soul beast. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that this group indeed requires a considerable number of soul rings. Jiang Xuan's own 3rd spirit ring. After consuming the celestial herb, Dugu Yin successfully broke through to level 40 and now requires a 4th spirit ring. Moreover, due to the advancement of his martial spirit to the emerald-scaled serpent emperor, he must also contemplate the elevated requirements for the 4th spirit ring. The so-called optimal configuration of spirit rings is established by various sects based on general circumstances, where factors such as physical condition, martial spirit strength, and willpower all influence the longevity and absorption of one's spirit rings. For instance, when I absorbed the 1st and 2nd spirit rings for the blue lotus earth fire, the 1st spirit ring, a century-old one of just over 400 years, was the most suitable in its seed state, while the 2nd barely approached a millennium. Had I awakened early, the strength of the blue lotus martial spirit would have certainly enabled the 2nd spirit ring to bear the weight of a millennium. However, Awakening prematurely without the requisite physical strength to adapt to the martial spirit would likely result in a burden akin to that borne by Nagato and Naruto. As the ancient saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This principle is firmly etched in Jiang Xuan's mind, preventing him from recklessly attempting to absorb spirit rings beyond his level. Consequently, he has laid a rather perfect foundation, although the Blue Lotus has awakened. Much of its power remains constrained by his physical form. Otherwise, with the terrifying burning capability of it would be incomparable to any other flame. Additionally, there is the need to procure spirit rings for the 70-level snake matriarch Chao Tianxiang, and together with several others, they amount to a total of 8 spirit rings. This is precisely why Jiang Xuan sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhu Douluo in advance. During Zhu Douluo's absence, Jiang Xuan has been diligently familiarizing himself with a special technique he recently acquired, utilizing his free time for practice. Every day, aside from training, he is immersed in further training. This diligent little brother of mine truly exemplifies hard work. Dugu Yin murmured, observing Jiang Xuan, who was engrossed in closed-eye meditation not far away from her, while several elders were occupied with their own secluded cultivation for several consecutive days, aside from mealtimes. She had not witnessed him partaking in any other activities. Doesn't he tire? Moreover, such a training regimen seems perilous. Is he a masochist? Following Dugu Yan's gaze, the azure lotus appeared increasingly vivid, with the flames within his body transforming into whips of fire. Crack, crack, crack. Do not misunderstand. It is the sound of the flaming whip slicing through the air and striking the boy's skin. The overwhelming desire for mastery drives the youth to engage in relentless training. And the use of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire Whip, a unique manifestation of his martial soul, is merely a serendipitous method of cultivation. Naturally, Jiang Xuan, consciously slowing the pace of his soul power cultivation, cannot afford to be idle. In a meditative state, he manipulates the Blue Lotus Earth Fire with his second consciousness, employing his first soul skill to conjure the ethereal whip, this time directing its focus upon himself. While consuming the wondrous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum can indeed fortify his body. The duration required is excessively protracted, and the effects have been greatly exaggerated. To cultivate a physique capable of withstanding the Blue Lotus Earth Fire martial soul, one must endure hardship. Otherwise, success remains elusive. The whip's relentless strikes upon his body leave behind a series of crimson and azure welts, the searing flames and tremendous impact inducing involuntary groans of pain from the boy. The lashing persists for an extended period. The true world of Douluo is far from the simplistic narratives of novels, where one casually encounters martial souls of the 3rd or even 10th generation. Consider the individual from the textbooks, the first to wield a dual martial soul, whose physical inadequacy led to his demise while attempting to bestow soul rings upon his second martial soul. A martial soul as formidable as the Golden Saint Dragon alone imposes immense pressure upon its wielder. Imagine bearing 3 or 4 such souls. Contemplating this dilemma, Jiang Xuan, despite the pain, cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity. When one genuinely awakens 3 or 4 martial souls, the physical strain imposed by them would likely claim your life before you even have the chance to cultivate. Let us not forget that in the original tale, Tangan's training of the Haotian hammer commenced only after he had consumed the 8-pointed profound ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom, thereby strengthening his physique under the conscious guidance of his father. From whence does this wisdom derive, if not from His Holiness the Pope? Thus, the illustrious Tangan, indeed. The principle of you reap what you sow resonates deeply, as Jiang Xuan approaches the rewards bestowed by the system's sign-in with utmost caution. As for the observing Dugu Yin, Jiang Xuan has long been aware of her presence. However, her lack of interference allows him to indulge in her happiness. As the levels of those around him rise, his imaginary rivals have long transcended his peers. It is no exaggeration to assert that he could easily vanquish 10 soul cultivators of Dugu Yan's caliber. With little time to spare for distractions, Jiang Xuan's mind is preoccupied with the manifestation of his alternate self's martial techniques from the system space last night. Although he has yet to grasp the underlying principles of that enigmatic realm, he regards it as a golden finger akin to the system. This peculiar space can be accessed intermittently, and the silhouettes within are indistinguishable from his own. Their martial spirits, levels, and even thought processes mirror his own. The sole distinction lies in the fact that, with each significant enhancement in his strength, he is able to absorb a plethora of extraordinary techniques from his past life. albeit with the foundational power being replaced by soul energy. The dual bone techniques were acquired upon reaching level 20, regrettably. He cannot yet replicate the mastery of that venerable elder with the long beard. Had he achieved such prowess, it is likely that even the physical form of the white cat at Shrek Academy would have been shattered by his hand. In Jiang Xuan's conjecture, the realm of cheating resembles a manifestation of a fantasy from his previous life. The distinction lies in the necessity for him to master the techniques and gradually refine the synergy with his soul power, rather than being able to utilize it directly. Recalling the unique palm technique from the previous night, Jiang Xuan's face twitched. That familiar motion increasingly validated his speculations regarding the origins of the cheating space. The youth concluded his training in the clad only in shorts that revealed muscles incongruous with his age, an image that elicited gasps from an unseen observer. Subsequently, under the gaze of the onlooker, Jiang Xuan began to mobilize the soul power within him, simultaneously activating his first soul skill. The Jiang Xuan's palm hung loosely, and within it, a small azure dragon, shaped like flames, began to emerge. Channeling his inner strength, he entered a state starkly different from that of utilizing a soul skill. With a slight bend in his left leg and his right arm arched, he traced a circular motion with his right hand and, with a sudden whoosh, thrust it outward. Roar! Dugu Yin exclaimed in disbelief, as the sound of a dragon's roar accompanied the sweeping motion of the young man's palm, sending debris cascading from the mountainside. Chapter 34. The Descending Dragon amidst Dugu Yan's astonished cries. The mountainside not far from their dwelling was unexpectedly reduced by more than half by a level 30 soul master. Was this the power one should expect from the first soul skill of a soul master? Was it an illusion, or had the world truly changed? Although the eroded mountainside was not far from her, the sheer force of it shattered Dugu Yan's understanding of reality. He had no third spirit ring. No. Could a 10,000-year soul skill from a fifth spirit ring be this exaggerated? But it was not over yet. The young man, standing on the open ground, moved gracefully, his hands alternating between opening and closing. The azure flames had transformed completely into serpentine azure dragons. Roar! This was no mere illusion. The resonant dragon's roar was indeed conjured by Jiang Xuan, whom his grandfather had dubbed a little monster. Yet, shouldn't his martial spirit be an elemental spirit resembling a lotus-shaped flame? What was this dragon's roar? Her boyfriend was a genius from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Yet he had never unleashed an attack of such terrifying magnitude, not even close to the level of 40. The azure dragons danced wildly around the young man. And had anyone well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine or anatomy been present, they would have comprehended the incantations Jiang Xuan whispered. The soul power converges at the governing vessel. The energy flows into the dantian, aligning the central channel and drawing the essence to the crown point above. The flow traverses the Taiyin Lung meridian to the central palace, the cloud gate, the heavenly palace, and finally to the heart of the palm. After discreetly comparing, Dugu Yin realized she dared not approach the extraordinary attack, let alone withstand it. Finding herself at a safe distance, she bit her lip and stealthily moved a bit closer, eager to decipher the incantations emanating from the young man's lips. It truly is possible. I was right all along. As the azure dragons glided through the air, the energy gathered with immense potency. Despite possessing only a little over 30 levels of soul power, through the young man's unique method, he had managed to manifest energy exceeding the might of a 1,000-year soul skill, albeit after a considerable duration. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Jiang Xuan thrust his hands forward to release the dragon-shaped energy, two azure dragons, bearing the traits of the azure lotus earth fire, spiraled down, flattening the earth beneath them to a depth of several meters. You. Stammering and at a loss for words, Dugu Yin approached Jiang Xuan, who then inquired, "Are you truly not a titled doulos?" Despite the inherent absurdity of the situation, Dugu Yin found it difficult to believe that Jiang Xuan, merely a soul master of the soul respect rank, could unleash an attack rivaling that of a soul emperor. "What is the name of this soul skill?" she inquired. "This cannot be classified as a soul skill." In response to Dugu Yan's question, Jiang Xuan, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, softly replied, "It should be referred to as martial arts." Martial arts? Dugu Yin echoed, intrigued. "You may interpret it as a unique soul skill created by a formidable soul master. I just completed my training today." He nearly let slip that, aside from himself and Tang San, the concept of martial arts was virtually non-existent in the Douluo world. Thus, he hastily concocted a story to deflect her curiosity. Upon acquiring the dual bone skills, he had speculated whether that space was indeed a manifestation of his soul. as the dual bones represented skills from his memories, much like the palm technique he was currently employing. This led him to ponder that, aside from the soul ring skills, soul masters could indeed create their own techniques, as he had envisioned. However, the evolution of the soul master profession over hundreds of thousands of years had rendered individuals overly reliant on the existence of soul rings. After all, who would expend effort to develop their own skills when they could simply hunt soul beasts to acquire abilities? It was often only those who had reached the pinnacle of soul mastery, such as the characters in the second season, who contemplated the research of exclusive skills. At times, the overwhelming strength and convenience of soul rings could indeed lead humanity into a state of despondency. Thus, the question arises, why is it so challenging for a god to emerge from Douluo Continent, and why can soul beasts never ascend to divinity? Jiang Xuan harbored a bold notion, and the results of today's experiment suggested he was nearing its realization. It was evident that spirit beasts could not ascend to divinity. Since the failure of the divine war instigated by the dragon god, the lofty deities of the divine realm had effectively sealed the path for spirit beasts to achieve godhood. Furthermore, one might argue that the necessity for spirit rings, imposed upon spirit beasts for the breakthroughs of spirit masters, constituted a formidable constraint. Under the relentless hunting of spirit beasts, how long could their lineage endure? The later installments of Douluo illustrate the grim fate of the spirit beast clan. Although their lifespan surpasses that of humans, when it comes to innate talent, humans are indeed favored by the heavens. So, why was Jiang Xuan so resolute? Observing Tangan's post-divine behavior offers clarity. The sea god's unpredictable tempest and the Shura god's abilities seem to flow effortlessly. Yet, what of the previous two martial souls and their spirit ring skills? Were they rendered obsolete? Deities possess unique skills and artifacts, but if, upon achieving divinity, one utilizes only original skills, what then is the purpose of spirit ring skills? It must be said that after learning this set of palm techniques by emulating another version of himself using spirit power, Jiang Xuan felt for the first time that he was so close to the truth of the world. Self-created soul skills? The oblivious Dugu Bo, unaware of the implications, sparkled with excitement and eagerly inquired about the name of this self-created soul skill and whether he could teach it to her. Suddenly, Dugu Bo halted her questions, shifting to inquire about the skills of other spirit masters. It was clear that asking about non-comrades' abilities was a significant breach of etiquette, leaving her somewhat anxious, especially since she had already benefited greatly from him. Otherwise, the prospect of advancing to the Emerald Scale Serpent King seemed a distant dream. Jiang Xuan remained unfazed by the situation, smiling as he remarked, "Sister Yin, this set of palm techniques is characterized by its utmost rigidity and yang energy, rendering it unsuitable for female soul masters. Furthermore, your Emerald Scale Serpent King evidently does not align with an aggressive combat style. However, once you return from your soul hunting expedition, I can certainly impart some alternative techniques to you." Alternative techniques? She scoffed. You dare to label that as merely an alternative technique? Are we even from the same world? As she beheld the exaggerated devastation left in the wake of his demonstration, the young girl couldn't help but swallow hard. If that was merely a minor technique, then what could be said of her Emerald Scale Serpent King? A mudfish, perhaps. Yet, there was nothing particularly surprising about it. It was merely an application of the inherent properties of martial souls, with the intent of transforming the current state of soul master cultivation. Jiang Xuan chose not to conceal his capabilities and elaborated to Dugu Bo. As you can see, my martial soul, being of the flame element, allows me to transform it into any desired form. Jiang Xuan spread open his palm, and Dugu Bo turned her gaze towards the sound. The flame continuously coalesced in his hand, forming a spherical object that was subsequently compressed and enhanced by its master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As they drew closer, Dugu Bo could distinctly hear a piercing shrill. Could the martial soul be utilized in such a manner? A yearning expression involuntarily appeared on Dugu Bo's exquisite face. The small ball of flame, no larger than a palm, harbored formidable energy that was not to be underestimated. What if she, as a control soul master, possessed such an offensive capability? Chapter 35, The Guidance of the Super Douluo. In Jiang Xuan's grasp, the fiery orb twirled incessantly under his masterful control, the flame energy coalescing in an enigmatic form. Subsequently, Dugu Bo observed as Jiang Xuan demonstrated, thrusting his palm, which held the flaming sphere, towards a robust tree. With a resounding crash, the process was not swift, yet the displayed might was enough to instill fear. The trunk bore an exaggerated, spherical cavity, and the massive tree, several meters in diameter, was cleaved in two. Even more terrifying was the aftermath. While the front bore a neatly circular wound, the rear could only be described as utterly ravaged. The latter portion of the trunk was rendered unrecognizable, interspersed with charred remnants left by the fiery attributes. Martial soul? Could a martial soul be utilized in such a manner? Dugu Yin suddenly felt as though she had unlocked an extraordinary door, having always relied on soul skills in combat. She had never encountered such a distinctive technique. Excitedly, she inquired, "What is the name of this skill? Is it a self-created soul skill?" "Well, to be precise, it is merely a unique application of the martial soul. Even titled Douluos like you, Dugu, can master it. For instance, the most common technique among serpentine creatures involves using their bodies to constrict and attack. As for the name," Jiang Xuan paused for a moment. He was not particularly adept at naming things, considering that this creation was inspired by a certain anime within the confines of the system space. He whimsically suggested to Dugu Yin, "You may call it the spiral sphere." Spiral sphere? Indeed, it is the spiral sphere. After all, there are no copyright fees to pay, and having another manifestation of it will save a great deal of time and skill exploration. Unfortunately, due to his fire attribute martial soul, he was unable to produce a variation with wind attributes. Thus, the characteristic of wind's slicing nature could not be manifested. Strictly speaking, soul power, chakra, and internal energy are fundamentally indistinguishable. The spiral sphere conjured from the azure lotus earth fire lacked some cutting edge and sharpness, but compensated with the ferocious nature of flames. The azure lotus version of the spiral sphere was quite commendable. After explaining the principles to Dugu Yin, she was able to generally utilize her soul power to create a soulless, attribute-less version of the spiral sphere. Regrettably, without any attributes, its power would be significantly diminished, rendering it somewhat superficial. Nevertheless, Dugu Yin was elated to acquire such a novel skill. As for the earlier dragon-shaped palm technique, upon her inquiry, Jiang Xuan reluctantly disclosed the name of one of its techniques, the dragon in anguish. The dragon in anguish? What a peculiar name. Peculiar? If taken in isolation, it is indeed difficult to comprehend, especially the incantations Jiang Xuan had just muttered. If this palm technique were presented to any of the martial arts enthusiasts from his past life on Blue Star, they would surely recognize its complete name. Yes, indeed. It is the transformation of the martial soul's nature. I initially believed you to be quite talented, but I am astounded, truly astounded, that you have already reached this step. Suddenly, accompanied by a long, melodious laugh, an elegant figure descended gracefully from the sky, alighting beside the two who were engrossed in their discussion of techniques. Elder Chrysanthemum Douluo. Ah, Elder Chrysanthemum Douluo. Jiang Xuan bowed his head in greeting, gently guiding the somewhat dazed Dugu Yin to bend at the waist. Jiang Xuan had always adhered to proper etiquette, harboring a strong aversion to arrogant scions who flaunted their lineage, believing that such pride was not the mark of a genius, but rather the folly of the foolish. Etiquette, at times, can occupy a moral high ground. The substantial losses suffered by Shrek Academy were, to some extent, attributable to this very principle. Although in the face of absolute power, such niceties may hold little significance, they were nonetheless appreciated by the current title Douluo, Yuguan. Yuguan nodded in satisfaction. If nothing else, the disciple he was preparing to accept exhibited none of the haughty arrogance typical of a genius, instead displaying remarkable humility. If the allure of the top-tier martial soul combined with the extraordinary golden lotus was the reason for his desire to take on a disciple, the boy's recent demonstration of understanding regarding the outward projection of soul power had further delighted him. It must be noted that temperament is also of the highest caliber. After all, a genius is merely a potential future powerhouse. The two should not be equated, a fact often lost on many prideful clan offspring. In stark contrast to his own disciple, Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, appeared significantly lacking. At this moment, Dugu Yin wore a face of anxiety. Despite being the granddaughter of a titled doulos, her encounters had been limited to her grandfather and the pseudo-titled doulos, long gone. The other soul masters she had met barely reached the level of soul doulos, and the otherworldly man before her exerted an immense psychological pressure. The emblem of the spirit hall emblazoned on his chest made it clear Dugu Yin was not foolish enough to inquire about his identity. A wave of envy washed over her as she glanced at Jiang Xuan, a sense of defeat creeping in. It was one thing to engage in light-hearted banter with her grandfather, but to witness the ease with which Jiang Xuan interacted with this enigmatic figure was disheartening. Was the chasm between people truly so vast? Ignoring Dugu Yin, the golden lotus Douluo, in a state of elation, transitioned into his martial soul embodiment. ready to demonstrate the transformation of his martial soul for Jiang Xuan. The extraordinary golden lotus was cast into the air, emitting a resounding clang akin to the previous days, as it was directed to collide with a nearby tree. The tree, bewildered, pondered, "What have I done to deserve this?" Jiang Xuan observed with clarity. In this particular state, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum resembled a relentless killing machine, showcasing the essence of aggressive assault in a dazzling display. As he continued to watch, with Yuguan's voice barely fading, the tips of his right fingers danced, transforming the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum into a myriad of petals. At times, it morphed into a fierce whirl of sharp petals, while at others, it enveloped the sky in a cascade of floral curtains, obscuring the heavens for a brief moment. Is this the profound understanding of martial souls possessed by a super Doulos? Both individuals were utterly entranced by the transformations of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The petals, seemingly delicate, were in fact immensely resilient. To think that he had once considered himself to be a connoisseur of the world's heroes, yet now realized how far he had to go. Those who could cultivate to the rank of titled Doulos undoubtedly possessed unique insights, and the few techniques displayed by Chrysanthemum Doulos had illuminated many obscure thoughts in his mind. It was no wonder that discussions in the past regarding the perceived weaknesses of the Douluo system rarely criticized the self-contained nature of the super Doulos. Although the world's rules may have flaws, those super Doulos, exemplified by Chrysanthemum Doulos, who had forged their own paths, were not few in number. Did you comprehend it? Jiang Xuan once again bowed in gratitude for the guidance of the esteemed Chrysanthemum Doulos. Ah, did you truly understand? Dugu Yin felt somewhat bewildered. Having failed to keep pace with the trajectory of Chrysanthemum Doulo's martial soul, how could this young prodigy claim to have grasped it? What exactly did he understand? In the next moment, Jiang Xuan demonstrated through action why he had asserted his understanding. Blue Lotus Earth Fire, manifest. With a youthful shout, the fiery lotus once again encircled him, an enchanting and exquisite flame flower appearing in the palm of his hand. First soul skill, transformation of exotic fire. Though his soul power was insufficient to wield it with the same abandon as Chrysanthemum Doulos, he could cleverly utilize his soul skills to assist him. The fiery energy coalesced in an instant, just as a cold snort reverberated through the air. Chrysanthemum sect, you have taken on my disciple, encroaching upon my territory. Chapter 36, Stipulating Demands. I say, Chrysanthemum sect, previously I could not defeat you, but now I shall not fear you. Jiang Xuan is my disciple, and you have overstepped your bounds. The speaker was none other than Dugu Bo and Longgong Mengshu. They had likely been roused by the aura of Yuguan's soul power, which normally would require a considerable time to exit the sect. Yet, in response to Dugu Bo's inquiry, Yuguan remained unperturbed. Under ordinary circumstances, the two adversaries would have exchanged blows at the first sign of discord. Yuguan elegantly covered his mouth, chuckling. Hee, I admit, after your martial soul's mutation, you indeed possess the qualifications to contend with me. However, if you wish to take on disciples, you, the poisoned Doulos who has yet to fully comprehend your own path, may find yourself lacking in strength. You, accursed chrysanthemum. Do you believe I will one day scatter your ashes? Come and try if you dare. Do I fear you? Jiang Xuan gazed in exasperation at the two feuding adversaries from the original work, who, upon meeting, engaged in a quarrel akin to that of shrewish women, utterly disregarding their dignity as titled Doulos. Dugu Yin turned away, covering her face, repeatedly reminding herself that this was not her grandfather. The most awkward of all was Longgong, for both individuals far surpassed him in strength. Dugu Bo, now at the formidable level of 94, was a stark contrast to his former self, while the Chrysanthemum Doulos had reached the pinnacle of 95. In times when one had yet to ascend to level 90, he would not even have qualified to stand alongside them. Mengshu felt no jealousy. Rather, he was immensely pleased. Was the dispute not merely a matter of his cherished grandson seeking a master? As a grandfather, could he possibly harbor envy towards his own grandson? Truth be told, Jiang Xuan had no intention of apprenticing himself to Dugu Bo. He was merely intent on vexing the Chrysanthemum Doulos, who remained oblivious to the little monster's true thoughts. The divergence in their martial spirits was one aspect. Additionally, Dugu Bo was still on the quest to elevate himself to a higher echelon of Doulos. While the Chrysanthemum Doulos had not only aligned his martial spirit direction but had also carved out his own unique path as a formidable warrior. The leap from level 91 to 94 could be achieved through the accumulation of time. Yet the transition from 94 to 95 could only be traversed by those of extraordinary talent, in the realm of soul respect. Jiang Xuan was confident in his ability to overpower Soul Sect practitioners, and even those at the threshold of Soul King would find themselves at a disadvantage. However, as one ascends the ranks of soul cultivation, the disparities become glaringly apparent with each incremental level. This was a significant reason behind Jiang Xuan's fervent desire to refine his soul power. Moreover, he had matters he wished to entrust to the esteemed master. In terms of mentorship, the chrysanthemum Doulos was indeed quite suitable for him. The young man promptly intervened to halt the bickering between the two. Observing that the little monster had something to convey, Dugu Bo turned his head away with a disdainful expression. Who would not want to take on as a disciple this little monster, well-versed in pharmacology? He was undoubtedly the best candidate for inheriting the legacy. Yet their martial spirits were fundamentally incompatible, and he had to contend with the formidable 95 level of the chrysanthemum Doulos. At present, Dugu Bo's soul power and martial spirit strength could indeed rival that of the chrysanthemum Doulos. However, the latter's experience as a super Doulos was undeniably superior, albeit marginally. Once the two ceased their quarrel, Jiang Xuan respectfully bowed to Dugu Bo. During the days spent refining their bodies with, they had forged a bond of camaraderie, one that would not be affected by Jiang Xuan's decision to apprentice under the chrysanthemum Doulos. Moreover, Jiang Xuan's primary motivation for seeking the chrysanthemum Doulos as a mentor at this stage was to benefit both Dugu Bo and Long Gong. "Well, young man, have you made up your mind about becoming my disciple?" he inquired. "I am profoundly grateful for the kindness of the esteemed chrysanthemum Doulos, yet before I take this step, I have a humble request I hope you might grant." "Oh, do tell." "The arrival of the Moon Festival has heightened my interest, and I find myself increasingly fond of the young lad before me. After taking him as my disciple, it is evident that he could make numerous requests, all of which I would be inclined to fulfill. However, such actions might suggest a certain utilitarianism in the act of taking on a disciple. The young man possesses an understanding of propriety, which brings me an added layer of joy regarding my discerning choice in taking on students." Having received my consent, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze towards his grandfather and said, "I, Jiang Xuan, have been raised by grandfather Mengshu since childhood. It is evident that the higher the age of the soul beasts I must hunt after breaking through level 90, the better. Therefore, I dare to request the esteemed assistance of the elder Ju Doulos. Additionally, both Elder Dugu Bo and my grandmother are in urgent need of soul rings. Given the uncertainties involved in hunting high-level soul beasts, I sincerely hope to receive your aid." To my surprise, Ju Doulos readily agreed. As Jiang Xuan was about to express his gratitude, Ju Doulos' tone shifted. "As long as you have become my disciple, I shall not remain indifferent to your grandfather's quest for a soul ring. Yet, why should I assist this venomous serpent in acquiring one? A title Douluo with only 5 soul rings presents a unique spectacle, does it not? Oh, old flower, who craves your assistance? I, a dignified title Douluo at level 94, can certainly handle a few 10,000-year soul beasts myself. If you are capable, then step forward. Do not let the younger generation speak on your behalf. I have not invited this little creature to meddle in my affairs. Listen, my good disciple kindly seeks assistance. Yet he is labeled as meddlesome by a certain loathsome serpent?" I interjected. "Ah, dear elders, let us not act out of emotion." Jiang Xuan pondered that the strange fungus and the azure-scaled serpent were not natural enemies. Their relationship was not as irreconcilable as the avian and serpentine martial souls. Yet, here they were, with the flower Doulos and the poison Doulos seemingly at odds, ready to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. It baffled him. The necessity for the flower Doulos to participate in the soul-hunting expedition was rather evident. The poison Doulos' martial soul had undergone a transformation, and the remaining soul rings were primarily tailored to complement the characteristics of the azure-scaled serpent, rendering them nearly ineffective. A control-type title Doulos, who had leaned towards agility in combat, would require a considerable adaptation period to transition into the formidable offensive role of the 9 nether blue mystic python. The additional 4 soul ring slots could not be squandered on merely seeking out ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. Jiang Xuan, eager to bolster his own power, naturally hoped for the strongest possible alliance with the ancient poison master. However, the prospect of encountering soul beasts exceeding 80 or even 100,000 years without the flower Doulos' involvement was nothing short of fanciful, if circumstances permitted. Jiang Xuan indeed wished to recruit a few more title Doulos to venture into the heart of the Star Doe forest in pursuit of those 2 emerging 100,000-year soul beasts. It would be nothing short of a dream to bestow a 100,000-year soul ring upon his grandfather. Aside from the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, He had other plans, and it seemed that the most suitable and straightforward option would be her. The flower Douluo, the poison Douluo. And the level 90 Dragon King represented the full extent of the title Douluo forces Jiang Xuan could muster at present. This promised to be a luxurious soul-hunting expedition. Regrettably, the ghost Douluo had to return to the Spirit Hall due to prior commitments. Otherwise, with the fusion technique of the ghost and flower Douluo, they could have certainly hunted a few 100,000-year soul beasts for sport. As for persuading the flower Douluo to agree, Jiang Xuan had his own strategies. Chapter 37. One must be steady in life. With 3 titled doulos and a soul sage accompanying a few youngsters to procure soul rings, one could certainly question the strength of this formidable lineup. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a steady approach, Jiang Xuan believed in concealing as many trump cards as possible. He had not forgotten that, at this juncture, venturing into the Stardew Forest to acquire soul rings would likely lead to an encounter with the foolish ape, Erming. The original protagonist had endured a severe beating. He wondered if the Titan giant ape would falter at the sight of 3 doulos, especially with one being a super doulos. It could even be argued that 2 among them possessed combat strength akin to a super doulos, and with the fusion technique of grandmother serpent and grandfather, they could almost stride through the Stardew Forest as if it were their domain. What? Facing near certain death? Jiang Xuan was unconvinced by such notions. Those who could push through should not be attempting to tackle a hellish mode dungeon unless they were either foolish or mentally impaired. With ample support at hand, was it truly wise to rely solely on Shrek's soul sage to seek out exceptional soul rings? Not to mention the possibility of encountering a 10,000-year dark golden terraclaw bear. Would one dare to engage? Yuguan remained silent, eagerly anticipating what surprises his promising disciple might unveil. The more he observed the youth, the more he found himself favoring him. Had it not been for Jiang Xuan's prior knowledge of Zhu Douluo's character, he would have been quite unsettled by such peculiar scrutiny. Exchanging glances with Dugu Bo, Jiang Xuan pondered briefly before saying, "I would appreciate it if you would follow me, as there is something that may pique your interest." What could possibly warrant the necessity of entering the room before being revealed? His willingness to assist Dugu Bo hinged merely on a single phrase. Their relationship was predominantly a contest of wits. Yet, Yuguan was immensely curious to discover what further marvels his prodigious disciple might present. Is this a surprise? Or shall we continue without concern? Dugu Bo taunted with evident delight, relishing the sight of his old rival in a predicament. In that moment, Yuguan paid no heed to Dugu Bo, entirely captivated by the unassuming white flower before him, as if he could not bear to divert his gaze for even an instant. The flower, roughly the size of a palm and resembling a peony, lacked leaves and was anchored to a sizable dark stone, which appeared rather cumbersome in the hand. Upon the pristine white petals were several striking crimson splashes, vivid as blood, imparting an oddly poignant beauty. Is that the heartbreak red? He mused. Indeed, the king of flowers. The heartbreak red. Although Yuguan was aware of the flower's name, he found himself confirming it with Jiang Xuan, akin to a child incredulous at having received a cherished possession. Upon receiving affirmation, Zhu Douluo unexpectedly shed a few tears, overwhelmed by the sight of the flower he had sought for half a lifetime, now presented to him by a mere 12-year-old boy preparing to take him as a disciple. How ironic. I, Yuguan, have scoured the earth for half my life, and yet I have not even caught a whisper of the heartbreak red. And now it lies so effortlessly before me. Alas, what a pity. What do you lament, Zhu Douluo? When that little monster proclaimed he would gift you this celestial treasure, I vehemently refused. How can you now express regret for something you had once dismissed? Certainly not due to disdain. Remarkably, Yuguan refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with Dugu Bo, his countenance instead reflecting profound appreciation, his hand lingering before the heartbreak red. Without directly explaining, he addressed Jiang Xuan, who held the flower bud, stating, "My dear disciple, if I am not mistaken, those celestial treasures were all recognized by you and administered to the old poison snake and his ilk, correct?" "Indeed, there is no denying that," Jiang Xuan nodded resolutely, recognizing that if the other 2 individuals present truly understood the significance of the celestial herb, they would have consumed it for cultivation long ago, rather than waiting until today. Yuguan continued, "Thus, you must comprehend the implications of the heartbreak red. You should take it into your possession. Do you not want it, esteemed elder? What purpose does that which is deemed useless serve? To behold the king of flowers is, for me, a source of contentment." As if compelled to elucidate, Yuguan addressed the 2 with a poignant inquiry. "Are you aware of what it means to suffer from lovesickness? This flower, to bloom, requires the unwavering thoughts of a devoted lover. One must sincerely drip a drop of blood upon its petals. Should there be even a hint of doubt, even if one were to bleed to death, the flower shall remain unattainable. Once in bloom, as long as it is beside its owner, it shall never wither. The stone beneath the flower bears the name of Wuju. If forcibly destroyed, the precious red of lovesickness will lose all its potency. Jiang Xuan expounded. Indeed. Alas, I, old chrysanthemum, remain solitary, and neither I nor old ghost can receive the blessing of the flower deity. As he spoke, Yuguan's countenance grew somber. Yet he felt immense satisfaction knowing the youth was willing to present such an ethereal herb to him. Take good care of it. My wish is to witness the bloom of the lovesickness red upon you in this lifetime. The unknowing group fell silent after hearing the tale, with the young lady Dugu Yin feeling it most acutely. Amidst tears like pear blossoms, she wished to test whether the flower would acknowledge her as its master, only to be repelled by the force of the lovesickness red, causing a trickle of blood to escape her lips. It was not severe, and she could not be considered to have gained the flower's recognition. Indeed, Dugu Yin was aware that her initial admiration for Yu Tianhing stemmed from his talent and handsome visage, despite the passage of time. How could one claim deep feelings had developed? Observing Dugu Yan's state, Dugu Bo and Mingshu instinctively refrained from approaching the lovesickness red, fully aware of their own limitations. What a pity it is that the lovesickness red, taken away by Tang San in the original narrative, was intended to deepen the bond with Zhu Douluo. Yet the other party could not earn the nod of this proud flower. Reluctantly, it was returned to the treasure pouch. The treasure pouch is the sole guide that allows Dugu Bo to contain living beings, aiding him greatly, merely collecting a bit of interest. As for Jiang Xuan, he had no desire to engage in futile experiments with the lovesickness red. As one whose martial soul was on the brink of awakening the lone wolf, a solitary being, and who had become accustomed to being single, he had yet to encounter a maiden who stirred his heart, let alone ignite profound feelings. With the lovesickness red taken away, he wondered whether a certain soul ring and soul bone, notorious for their erratic behavior before powerful beings, could still reach the finals of the Soul Master competition as in the original tale. Since the lovesickness red had been confiscated by Yuguan, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan retrieved another celestial herb from the treasure pouch, one that had not appeared in the original narrative. The ice fire dragon saliva fruit, which bears fruit after blooming, may not match the lovesickness red in potency for Zhu Douluo, yet it remains remarkably suitable. How thoughtful. The several individuals present felt a sense of numbness upon witnessing yet another celestial herb extracted by Jiang Xuan, save for the ever-frustrated Dugu Bo. This time, Yuguan did not attempt to evade the situation. The heart-wrenching Shaanxi Duanchong red was simply unavoidable, which is why he refrained from seizing his little disciple's treasure. However, he was well aware of the ice-fire dragon saliva fruit, and with the aid of the flowering fruit, he was confident about overcoming the formidable 97-level abyss. Damn it, that little rascal is nearly depleting my medicinal garden, he cursed inwardly. Chapter 38. The Soul-Hunting Operation. Not only was his medicinal garden being stripped bare, but he also had no grounds for complaint, as the young man was utilizing the celestial herbs from his own garden to curry favor. Dugu Bo had to endure this, even managing to wear a smile when necessary. After all, it was for his own benefit. After the encounter with the chrysanthemum Douluo, Jiang, the young lad, expressed his intentions candidly, as he had no prior knowledge of the treasures involved. Alas, one suffers the consequences of ignorance. The inner turmoil of Dugu Bo remained unbeknownst to others. After accepting the celestial herb, the expression of Jiang Xuan softened somewhat, a hint of relaxation that Dugu Yin astutely observed, leaving her somewhat puzzled by its significance, while the others seemed oblivious. Once preparations were complete, Jiang Xuan welcomed the inquisitive chrysanthemum Douluo to the primary seat within the room, and to the latter's astonishment, he knelt before him. Thud, thud, thud. Upon kneeling, a series of 3 resounding knocks followed. In this extraordinary realm, Jiang Xuan has relentlessly pursued strength ever since his martial soul awakened at the tender age of 6. His dedication to self-improvement has become nearly obsessive. While others perceive him as a prodigy, the label of genius cannot overshadow the reality of his unwavering efforts. The Douluo Continent is a world where power reigns supreme, and he is acutely aware that even formidable beings like Dragon Duke and Snake Lady, who possess the strength of Tidal Douluo, are merely considered powerful by a narrow margin. Although his family could provide an environment conducive to a life of indulgence, after witnessing the might of soul masters, Jiang Xuan would never resign his fate to the hands of others again. The 3 knocks were imbued with a sense of regret towards the calculations of Zhu Douluo, as well as an acknowledgement of his parents, symbolizing his true belonging in this alien world. He willingly relinquished the Jiao Jiao Xian Bing Chao and the Li Huaxing Jiao Shu, opting instead for the Qirong Tong Dianju. A decision meticulously planned to ensure that when he entered the Spirit Hall, he would have the opportunity to meet Zhu Delaw and seek mentorship under a grand banner. The distinction between having a level 95 teacher and lacking any backing is monumental. With the carefree and unpredictable nature of Poison Douluo, Jiang Xuan could not be certain of receiving assistance from him. Given the advanced age of Dragon Duke and Snake Lady, Jiang Xuan understood the necessity of securing a guardian for his path of growth. One might criticize him for being overly scheming, but a more flattering interpretation would be that he is prudent. He calculates each step, particularly after the trials faced at the age of 6 and the subsequent experience of being expelled from the school, which heightened his desire for strength. To put it bluntly, Jiang Xuan's philosophy is rooted in a fear of death, with survival being his foremost priority. In a fantastical world devoid of a protagonist's halo, the measure of success lies in longevity. As long as his talent remains sufficient and he outlives others, there will come a day when he can attain unparalleled mastery. There is no shame in this. Initially, he had intended to conclude the matter of refining his martial soul with Poison Doulos Ice and Fire Duality, and then request assistance in hunting for soul rings before making a trip to the Spirit Hall. However, fate had other plans, as Zhu Delaw unexpectedly sought him out. It could only be described as divine providence. Thus, the knocks he performed were filled with genuine emotion. Good. Yu Guan recognized such a gesture of respect, though few on the Douluo Continent are aware of the nuances in the etiquette of apprenticeship. As a super Douluo of the Spirit Hall, he certainly understood. Perhaps the protocols imparted to him by his elder, Dragon Duke or Snake Lady, had come into play. Typically, a simple bow suffices for apprenticeship on the Douluo Continent, but Jiang Xuan chose to honor Yu Guan with the ceremonial kneeling reserved for kings and parents, which delighted him immensely. Once the kowtowing concluded, Dugu Yin brought forth the tea that Jiang Xuan had previously requested. The youth raised the cup above his head and presented it to Zhu Delaw, allowing the scalding liquid to spill into his palms. With such remarkable talent and character, my child, I must say you are the most outstanding individual I have encountered in many years. Rise now, for today, Yu Guan, shall accept you as my closed-door disciple. After sipping the tea served by his disciple, Yu Guan's expression radiated excitement as he directly mentioned the term closed-door disciple. However, what could possibly bring more joy than the arrival of double happiness? Grasping Jiang Xuan's hand, Yu Guan pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "It is the disciple who has presented a celestial herb to the master first. Currently, the master possesses no remarkable treasures to offer. Once we return to the Spirit Hall, I shall petition His Holiness the Pope for a soul bone on your behalf." Soul bone? The assembly exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, although its age is not particularly high, it suffices for your developmental stage. Those present were well aware of the significance of soul bones. They are an exceptionally rare existence and are among the most coveted items in a soul master's aspirations. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts. Yet they differ substantially. The likelihood of encountering a soul bone is merely 1 in 1,000 or even lower. Generally, only exceptionally powerful soul beasts that experience unique circumstances upon death may yield a soul bone, unlike soul rings, which can be found on any soul beast. As a result, soul bones are exceedingly scarce and immensely valuable. Another distinguishing feature of soul bones is that, unlike soul rings, which can only be utilized by the one who slays the soul beast, soul bones can be traded and purchased in certain special locations. Any soul bone, regardless of its commonality, commands a staggering price and is often hard to come by. Yu Guan himself has never laid eyes on a high-level, 100,000-year soul bone, let alone the more dismal, 10,000-year variants. Soul bones symbolize immense strength and come with accompanying skills. To bestow a soul bone, even considering the contributions of Zhu Delaw in the Spirit Hall, is an exceedingly rare gesture, showcasing the high regard in which Jiang Xuan is held. Interestingly, Dugu Yin felt a twinge of envy towards Jiang Xuan, who had just bowed in respect once more. Despite having a titled Delaw grandfather, she had never encountered a soul bone herself. Meanwhile, Long Gong, standing nearby, beamed with joy at his grandson's fortune in having such a master as Zhu Delaw. It is important to note that Zhu Delaw is not alone. He has the formidable Ghost Delaw by his side, ensuring that as long as Jiang Xuan avoids reckless behavior, His future is undoubtedly bright. Faced with Zhu Douluo's generous offer, Jiang Xuan surprisingly did not refuse, simply bowing in gratitude. After performing the customary bowing ceremony, he unequivocally regarded Zhu Douluo as the person he respects the most. As the saying goes, one should not decline a gift from an elder. There is no need for insincere modesty. Very well, my child. Regarding your earlier mention of assisting the old poison master and your grandfather in acquiring a soul ring, I have agreed to accompany you. Fortunately, there are no pressing matters at hand, so I shall join you on this journey to Stardo. Thank you, master. You need not thank me, dear child. We are beyond such formalities. In just a few short hours, Zhu Douluo had uttered the word good countless times, prompting the envious Dugu Bo to leave his dwelling in a huff, seeking solace outside. Cursed that chrysanthemum pass. Was it truly necessary to flaunt the acquisition of a mere apprentice? A small monster? Nonetheless, this time he refrained from banter. With Master Jiang Xuan's influence in play, their relationship would not be as acrimonious as it had been in the past, including Meng Yiran, whom Snake Lady had brought along. The group indeed required a considerable number of soul rings. The addition of Yu Guan undoubtedly provided a sense of security, not to mention, with 3 title Douluo present. Dugu Bo's objective for soul rings and Meng Shu's 9th soul ring was set towards the ambitious target of 90,000 years. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing's confusion on this night. Atop a humble abode within Shrek Academy, the moonlight cascaded upon the earth, illuminating a delicate figure seated in contemplation. The individual possessed an exquisite visage, yet bore an unsettling maturity that belied their age, with a hint of sorrow reflected in their eyes that evoked a sense of compassion. Zhu Zhuqing had been a part of this so-called Shrek Academy for some time. However, having escaped from Xinghua, she found not a glimmer of hope, but rather an overwhelming sense of despair. While she endured humiliation at the hands of her sister and that man, a timid white cat frolicked carefree in Tiando. Over the past years, she had witnessed no progress from him. Apart from the growth of his soul power, he seemed to squander his innate talent. Our hearts resemble trees. The more a tree yearns for the light above, the deeper its roots must delve into the earth, into the shadows. Must one embrace the darkness whilst aspiring for the light? Though it was summer, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her, the piercing chill prompting her to instinctively draw in her graceful legs. Her eyes were clouded with confusion and anguish. Could she truly find her own light? Or, as her sister had said, was she to accept her tragic fate, especially when Dai Mubai, who shared her destiny, had chosen self-abandonment? Having finally located her fiancé, she had anticipated that this academy, which welcomed monsters, would offer her some surprise. Alas, it seemed to be a fade, more renowned than substantial. In recent days, she had observed a couple engrossed in their affection, a spoiled young lady, a loathsome individual driven by desire, and a talented food-type soul master who had lost their discernment due to mere appearances. Together, they resembled a child's play. That Tangan possessed some measure of strength. Yet how did he compare to Dai Mubai, or the youth named Jiang Xuan? Judging by their ages, the fiery youth was not far removed from her. Yet he had already attained the rank of soul master at level 30. Could she truly, while languishing here, fulfill the vow she had made upon leaving that dreary place and seize control of her own destiny? Zhu Zhuqing gazed blankly at the sky, as if she could see her own reflection among the stars. Due to her corporeal form, she perceived everything, including the individual she longed to meet. Yet, the one thing she yearned to behold, hope, eluded her grasp. Tomorrow, she would venture into the Stardo forest to procure a soul ring for that 30-level food-type soul master. How she wished her talents could mirror those of her companions, sparing her from the suffocating pressure she felt at this moment. You spoke of trees that, with their roots anchored to the earth, could bask in the light. But I cannot see it. I truly cannot see it. In an unnoticed corner, the girl's sobs resonated like the lament of a nightingale, evoking deep sorrow, yet no one paid heed. On the path to the Stardo forest, a luxurious carriage moved slowly through the throng, eliciting envious glances from the hurried passers-by, though none dared to approach foolishly. The carriage's canopy bore the circular family crest of 2 canes, the illustrious dragon and serpent. Any soul master with a modicum of experience in the world understood its significance. Those more powerful than the dragon and serpent would not concern themselves with a mere carriage, while those of lesser strength would not wish for an early demise by obstructing its passage. To reach the heart of the Stardo forest, they would first need to stop at a transit city for supplies. Despite the chaotic mix of souls, the influence of the spirit hall maintained a semblance of order, with an array of supplies, including weapons, visible along the roadside. Dugu Bo, Zhu Douluo, and Long Gong naturally ventured ahead. As their mission involved confronting soul beasts nearing 10,000 years in age, necessitating their descent into the forest depths, where higher-level soul beasts were scarce. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, Meng Iran, and Dugu Bo were in search of their 1,000-year soul rings. With the presence of the 70-level Chao Tianxiang, they would suffice until the trio completed their hunt for 10,000-year soul beasts, after which they would assist the Snake Lady in acquiring the 7th soul ring for her unique martial soul. At this moment, Jiang Xuan found himself awkwardly regarding a girl with ear-length hair, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, clad in practical attire. Her large, deep brown eyes were fixed intently on him, radiating a cold demeanor as she remarked, "You've certainly grown adept, even mastering the art of sneaking away." Up close, one could discern a resemblance between her and Dugu Bo, who stood to Jiang Xuan's left. Headstrong. After resolving matters concerning his grandparents, the situation with Iran was proving to be a dire challenge. Jiang Xuan donned a mask of distress, revealing a sheepish expression as he said, "Sister Iran, do not wrongfully accuse me. I left an envelope to inform you of my whereabouts before I departed. Otherwise, how could Grandpa Ming have so swiftly deduced that I had truly gone to Shrek to enroll? You think you have a point?" She retorted, "As your sister, do I not have the right to know where you are going? You did not even bother to inform me of your plans before leaving." The enchanting beauty feigned annoyance. But alas, it was only Jiang Xuan who had the privilege to behold her in the secluded workshop. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to quell the tempestuous wrath of this lady, for the days to come would be unbearable otherwise. Dugong became intrigued by the amicable exchange between the siblings and, from the sidelines, fanned the flames by saying, "Oh dear, didn't I tell you to inform your sister if you find the flowers at home unappealing? Young lad, those in their adolescence understand such matters. Shouldn't I introduce you to some lovely ladies from the heavenly Royal Academy? Sister Yin, please spare me." Jiang Xuan, devoid of any attachment, closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, while Chao Tianxiang remained oblivious to his plight, exhibiting no inclination to intervene. Interestingly, the elderly woman seemed rather pleased to witness such a scene. If it were true that the bond between her and Xiao Xian had remained too familiar to cultivate romantic feelings, then the young girl from the Dugu family, Little Yin, appeared to be a splendid alternative, her encouragement a welcome boon. With a spirit of generosity, Iran remarked, "I am merely here to attend to serious matters." Jiang Xuan pouted, hoping to gain the old woman's affirmation, but was taken aback when she remained unmoved, seemingly entranced in meditation. Soon, the only sound that filled the air was the lamentations of a certain youth, while a subtle smile crept onto the elder's face from a hidden corner. For it was only during such moments that the boy exhibited emotions akin to those of his peers. Too mature, indeed, a troubling sign. One could only hope he would find the liberation of his heart and emerge from that haunting experience. The carriage halted before an inn. As the day was drawing to a close, rendering immediate entry into the starry forest inadvisable, Chao Tianxiang gestured for Jiang Xuan to handle the check-in procedures, suggesting they set forth at dawn. As the jest concluded, Jiang Xuan descended from the carriage, reverting to the demeanor of a youthful prodigy, devoid of arrogance and entirely free from the earlier embarrassment. Dugu Bo, leaning against the carriage, appeared to spot a peculiar group of individuals. Without much thought, she turned to Ming Yiran and inquired, "Has Jiang always presented himself in such a manner to outsiders? Why does his temperament seem so capricious?" Chapter 40. A Reunion. "Indeed," Meng Yiran responded tersely. "How intriguing. He truly is a little enigma. Even I cannot discern which aspect of him is the genuine one," she mused. The articulate confidence he displayed when confronting the titled Douluo in the Sunset Forest, the relentless dedication he exhibited during training, and his courteous demeanor towards strangers, all facets of him. Meng Yiran gazed at the tall figure of the boy she had watched grow, momentarily lost in thought before seemingly addressing herself. "I, too, am at a loss. You, too, do not understand?" Jiang Xuan was blissfully unaware that the two were discussing him. After arranging accommodations for several guests, he called over the waiter to prepare for the evening meal. Although soul masters are less dependent on sustenance than ordinary individuals, the necessity of nourishment remains indisputable. "Oh, esteemed guests, how many of you are there?" "4. Please provide us with a dining space on the second floor." "Certainly. For guests dining on the second floor," the waiter bellowed. Jiang Xuan tossed a silver coin to the waiter as a reward, instructing him to tend to the carriage. Before proceeding to welcome the elder into the inn, the waiter, upon receiving the coin, beamed with delight. For an ordinary person, accommodating a generous soul master was a source of great joy. even though the peculiar temperaments of some soul masters could be rather challenging. The inn, though not particularly large, was adequately furnished. The two beauty-obsessed girls hurried to their room to freshen up, while Jiang Xuan assisted the elder to the second floor, surveying the inn's surroundings. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. Were it not for the power thrumming within him, reminding him of this world's differences, he might have doubted whether he had indeed arrived in an ancient era from his past life. The characters were both familiar and foreign, and the distinctive white cloth draped over the waiter's shoulder added to the ambience. The dining area below bustled with many soul masters, most of whom adhered to the established norms, beyond complying with the regulations of the spirit hall. They understood that there were few establishments where one could pause and recuperate during the arduous task of hunting soul rings. The scenes often depicted in lowly novels, where the protagonist flaunts their prowess to belittle the establishment, were conspicuously absent. Everything appeared tranquil and harmonious. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Jiang Xuan's mood would have remained buoyant were it not for an unexpected group of unruly guests. "Waiter, bring the wine. Be quick about it." "Ah, dear guest. I apologize for the wait. Please have a seat. With your party being so numerous, might I suggest you occupy the hall on the first floor?" A coarse shout abruptly pierced the air, causing several diners to frown, in stark contrast to the previously well-mannered young man dressed in finery. The boy with heterochromatic eyes exuded a more brutish demeanor. The rotund fellow standing behind the boy grumbled, "Bah, who cares? As long as there's food, I'm content. After a day of travel, I'm famished. Come on, everyone, sit down. I'm waiting for Xiao Wu. She went to buy some carrots. Hee. How about that Shuqing girl sits next to me?" "Xiaoyao, go on." "Fatty, I think you're asking for trouble," another retorted. "Hey, boss Dai, don't be angry. I'm just joking." A group of 6 or 7 individuals boisterously occupied a large table in the hall, oblivious to the sentiments of the other soul masters dining nearby. At times, Jiang Xuan found himself envious of the protagonist's aura. For an ordinary individual to act so brazenly without any real strength would likely lead to dire consequences. From a distance on the second floor, Jiang Xuan idly watched the commotion below, recalling memories that surged through his mind, suggesting that something significant was yet to unfold. True to his recollections, although the Shrek 7 sat together at the table, the atmosphere was anything but harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a frigid expression, while Ning Rongrong bowed her head, lost in her own thoughts. Fortunately, the jovial antics of the rotund Ma Hongjun alleviated the otherwise tense atmosphere. It was only natural for Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress, to reveal her true nature. One couldn't help but wonder why Oscar was infatuated with her. This perplexed Jiang Xuan immensely. Just as he pondered this, a group of individuals entered from outside, much like the Shrek team. They comprised a similar ensemble of 7 or 8 members. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, seemed to embody the character of the Xian Gui soul master from the original tale. He was not unhandsome, with his hair meticulously groomed to a glossy sheen. However, the sight of a turtle shell on his back when his martial spirit manifested, paired with a hint of greenish hair, painted a rather comical picture. The entire group donned moon-white soul master robes, which were even more extravagant than those of the esteemed Dugu from the Star Do Royal Academy. Adorned with intricate silver thread embroidery, their movements sparkled with a radiant glow. Behind the middle-aged leader trailed 6 young men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 20 years of age. Each of the young soul masters bore a cerulean circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with 2 characters of the same hue, Sanghui. "That young lady is quite lovely, Dai," remarked Ma Hongjun, his voice piercingly loud. The expressions of the Sanghui Academy members, who were just about to take their seats, soured at his comment. Following Ma Hongjun's audacious remark, Dai Mubai contemptuously retorted, "It's merely the insignificant Sanghui Academy. Nothing to boast about." Their voices were notably unrestrained, echoing clearly even to Jiang Xuan, who was leaning against the staircase on the second floor. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Was it true that only the incompetent refrained from provoking trouble? Jiang Xuan remained non-committal on the matter. Such assertions could only be made when one possessed absolute power. What if the adversaries were not merely the Sanghui Academy led by a Soul King-level teacher, but rather an assembly guided by a Soul Sage, or even a Soul Doulos? Would they still dare to instigate conflict? Simply stirring up trouble. It is not as if he is championing the cause of Sanghui. Rather, It is disconcerting to witness his female classmates being repeatedly bested by the younger members of Shrek. Both factions are equally matched, after all. In this world, the powerful dictate their own fates, while the destinies of the weak lie in the hands of others. The notion of intervening in the face of injustice is but a fallacy. Despite the mistakes made by Shrek, Jiang Xuan would choose to observe coolly. This is not a reflection of cold-heartedness, but rather an acknowledgement that if Songhui Academy has been insulted, they must reclaim their dignity themselves. If they cannot prevail, they should keep their heads down, for only in doing so can they avoid being utterly defeated and cast aside. The same applies to Shrek. The fault lies with the Songhui's Soul King teacher for intervening. If the students cannot compete, they must accept their lack of skill. There is no merit in seeking to recover lost honor. When one intervenes, it merely transforms into a tale reminiscent of the gored children rescuing their grandfather. If you can call for help, so too can others. The conflict has now shifted outside, and the Soul King from Songhui Academy is quite particular about rules, refraining from fighting within the establishment, as he cannot ascertain whether formidable beings like the Snake Lady might be lurking within. In contrast, the exuberant members of Shrek, including Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, are simply individuals who have yet to experience the harsh realities of life. I shall go see the commotion, Jiang Xuan remarked before vaulting out of the second-floor window. Chapter 41. Is fear of trouble a sign of mediocrity? Can several second-ring and one-third-ring Soul Masters truly contend with an established Soul King? Excluding Tangan's use of hidden weapons, they indeed stand no chance, especially since they are currently in a state of disarray. Without the coordinated efforts of the original Shrek team, and under the oppressive aura of the Xiangui Soul King, the members of Shrek, who possess a martial soul advantage, are immediately forced back. The once handsome Songhui team leader, upon manifesting his martial soul, saw his limbs contract by a third, only to reveal a massive turtle shell protruding from his back. Perched on a branch, Jiang Xuan watched with great interest. It is somewhat embarrassing for soul masters who awaken beast martial souls. If the martial soul is aesthetically pleasing, it is one thing. But if it turns out to be a turtle or some bizarre creature, it can be quite unflattering when reflected in one's overall appearance. After all, strength is one thing, but attractiveness is a lifelong concern. In contrast to the optimal soul ring configurations of the Shrek members, the Soul King Yujicho possesses 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The disparity is glaringly evident, although Yujicho is a Soul King. There exists a disheartening contrast akin to that experienced in online games, where one's level surpasses the opponent's. Yet the sight of uniformly yellow soul rings still leaves one feeling diminished. The situation is not entirely one-sided. Without the use of hidden weapons, Tangan and his companions find it challenging to inflict damage upon this defensive soul master. Ginger Xin gazed into the distance, noting that Yujicho had held back considerably, likely out of trepidation regarding the unique martial spirit of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Why, at such a late hour, were you entangled with an old tortoise? A languid voice echoed, causing Ginger Xin, who was about to depart, to abruptly halt. A robust figure emerged from the shadows, none other than Zhao Wujin. So he had been watching all along. If the young one over there hasn't had his fill of the spectacle, why not come down and observe openly? Who is that? The members of Shrek were startled by Zhao Wujin's words, surprised that despite their prolonged engagement, they had not noticed another presence lurking nearby. Among them, Tangan began to doubt whether his purple extreme magic had malfunctioned, for he had scanned the area and found no one else aside from the patrons of the inn. Yet, if teacher Zhao asserted that someone had evaded his scrutiny, perhaps it was due to the inadequacy of his cultivation level. Had they been discovered? Upon hearing this, Ginger Xin leapt down from the branch and approached the light, unperturbed in the presence of a soul saint of level 76. Ginger Xin? Ginger Xin? Is it really him? Various names were whispered among the Shrek group. Zhao Wujin distinctly recalled the visage of the youth who had inflicted upon him a rather severe beating, while Dai Mubai in the crowd clenched his teeth in frustration. Ever since that day of humiliation, he had struggled to lift his head, dedicating himself to arduous training in hopes of one day avenging his disgrace. He never anticipated that the person he had long been pondering would materialize before him so unexpectedly. Confronting Zhao Wujin, Ginger Xin did not falter. Instead, he offered a slight smile and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior King of Unmoved." King of Unmoved? Yi Zhiqiu gazed incredulously at the imposing figure before him. Zhao Wujin, the notorious King of Chaos? Initially intent on confronting him, Yi Zhiqiu retracted his martial spirit upon learning that Zhao Wujin was his teacher. Realizing that he could neither defeat him nor engage in a reasonable discourse, it was best to avoid embarrassing himself further. Little did Yi Zhiqiu know that, due to Ginger Xian's emergence, he had narrowly escaped a fateful beating. Young lad, we hardly had the chance to converse that day. Have you calmed down? How about joining Shrek to learn alongside this group of peculiar individuals? Unexpectedly, Zhao Wujin uttered these words, much to Dai Mubai's disbelief. Shrek? Jiang Xuan's expression was peculiar as he remarked, "It seems I am a student unwanted by Shrek Academy, much like Zhao Wuji's predecessors. Today, my elder accompanies me to the Star Dough Forest to obtain my third spirit ring, and by chance, we crossed paths. I hope you bear no ill will." Sensing the thoughts of the other party, Jiang Xuan deliberately raised his voice slightly, dismissing the notion of abandoning a super doulos like Yuguan to endure the burdensome stone training imposed by two soul saints and a great soul master. Are you foolish? Or am I? As Zhao Wujie and Jiang Xuan conversed, some bystanders in the inn began to whisper among themselves. Which academy is this? Their standards are remarkably high. That youth over there, judging by the spirit power exuding from his breath, seems formidable. How could he be unwanted? Perhaps it is a hidden elite academy. Let us observe. Such commonplace remarks, however, continuously pierced the heart of a certain individual. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan make a move to depart, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. Stop. Dai Mubai? You? Zhao Wujie was taken aback by Dai Mubai's sudden outburst, but by the time he registered the surprise, Dai Mubai had already dashed forward. Turning around, his previous composure vanished. The youth's expression, once gentle, now revealed an icy calm. Observing the fluctuating emotions of Dai Mubai, Jiang Xuan's voice turned frigid as he uttered, "What is it, young Master Dai? Why, after all these days, have you made no progress? Are you not afraid of being laughed at for shouting by the roadside? Unable to defeat someone with a useless martial soul like me? Brash words. Little beast, let us settle this today. White tiger, manifest." Dai Mubai's eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze intensely on Jiang Xuan. That day at Shrek Academy's gate, it seemed deliberate that he had drawn even with this second-ring soul master, his dignity trampled beneath the dust. The disappointment reflected in the other's eyes had nearly suffocated him. And each night he could not escape the echo of his brother's scornful words within the Star Luo royal family. A waste should simply submit to fate, should it not? A waste ought to humbly accept judgment. But you, a waste, how dare you seize control of your own life? Is it merely due to your birth? Or your talent? I, Dai Mubai, am not inferior to you in any way. Before the wide entrance of the inn, Dai Mubai's desperate roar sent chills down the spine of those present. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless, while the others from Shrek were astonished, realizing that the audacious Dai Mubai harbored such profound darkness within. Had the pressure truly twisted his very self? Confronted by Dai Mubai's furious roar, Jiang Xuan murmured to himself, perceiving that the white cat before him resembled a wounded beast. Relentlessly venting the deepest fears within, attempting to mask its fragility through loud outbursts. Being well-versed in the original narrative, he understood the man's emotional turmoil stemmed from the relentless pressure of his more accomplished elder brother in the struggle for the throne. However, in stark contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's desperate fight against her own despair, Dai Mubai's howls appeared strikingly feeble and devoid of strength. The youth lifted his gaze, his handsome visage framed by a pair of cool, detached eyes, and addressed the distorted mindset of Dai Mubai, asking, "Are you not reconciled?" Chapter 42. The Frenzied Dai Mubai. Jiang Xuan's voice was soft, yet every word was a gem of wisdom. Discontent? Such is the nature of this world. If one is unwilling to accept their fate, then let them rise in rebellion. There is no place for the weak in the presence of the strong. One must either become a powerful force that commands everything or resign oneself to degradation and be controlled by others. You repeatedly denounce your martial soul. Yet in what way does your genius surpass that of others? In the face of the confrontation between the two, Zhao Wujie, sensing the presence within the inn, remained silent. Indeed, this was not a situation that required his intervention as a teacher. These past few days, Dai Mubai had indeed been experiencing difficulties, and it would be best if he could resolve matters with the little monster before him. Otherwise, leaving behind inner demons would be detrimental to him. Since the individual on the second floor had chosen not to intervene, Zhao Wujie was more than happy to let things unfold. Anyone who underestimated Zhao Wujie's intellect due to his seemingly simple demeanor would surely suffer a great loss. The title of Chaos Demon King is not one that can be claimed through brute strength alone, given that the other party had revealed their martial soul. It was only logical for him to respond in kind. To avoid conflict is the mark of a fool, while he did not endorse such a view. It did not mean that one must endure humiliation when confronted. We may not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Roaring blue lotus, earth fire. Manifest. What? This is unbelievable. It was the first time Oscar and Ma Hongjun had shown such astonishment. As the youth's martial soul manifested, a terrifying heat enveloped them, causing the temperature in the air, which had dropped due to the moonlit night, to surge dramatically. Those who were merely spectators could not endure the rising heat and hurriedly retreated to a safer distance from the seemingly harmless youth. The manifestation of the blue lotus earth fire was unlike any other flame martial soul. It was not merely a flicker of fire in the palm. The horrifying aspect was that the boy was engulfed in azure flames, rendering him extraordinarily ethereal, with lotus blossoms floating amidst the flames. Hey, fatty, what are you doing? Can your chicken produce such flames? I've told you several times, Oscar. Mine is a phoenix. A phoenix. Ma Hongjuan's chubby face displayed displeasure. Yet when he glanced at the youth facing Dai Mubai not far away, a look of trepidation crossed his features. While I may not have faced him, the heat he emanates far surpasses my evil fire. More terrifying than your evil fire? Despite Oscar's usual banter with Ma Hongjun, it was merely playful banter among brothers. Ma Hongjuan's mutated evil fire phoenix possessed flames of an exceedingly fearsome temperature. Indeed, it was significantly hotter than Hongjuan's. Moreover, comparing it to the day of registration, it seemed as though he possessed an entirely different martial soul. Having battled Ma Hongjun before, Tang San could discern a portion of this. The occasional tremors emanating from his blue-silver grass indicated just how formidable the boy's fire martial soul truly was. In such a short span of time, has his martial soul progressed? A spark can ignite a prairie fire? Tang San continuously murmured the words spoken by Jiang Xuan that day, feeling an inexplicable familiarity intertwined with an odd sensation. Was it intentional? Dai Mubai's gaze darkened, being in close proximity. He could distinctly sense the formidable power of the opponent's fiery martial spirit. The contrast to their previous encounter was stark and unmistakable. Jiang Xuan remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Dai Mubai's legs, which had noticeably thickened after his transformation into the white tiger. Has he been deliberately enhancing his speed through training? But what of it? Does swiftness equate to evasion from blows? It appears that following his previous defeat, Dai Mubai has come to recognize his current shortcomings. When facing an opponent of equal strength who also possesses a long-range advantage, the disadvantages of relying solely on two soul rings that enhance status become glaringly evident. In the original narrative, no soul master boasts enhancement abilities as extensive as Dai Mubai's, with the protection of the white tiger and the transformation into the white tiger's diamond. Not to mention the subsequent white tiger's demon transformation, the terrifying attribute boosts from these three enhancements indeed empower him to battle above his level. However, the drawbacks are manifold. Dai Mubai made the first move, roaring as the first and third soul rings on his body illuminated. The first soul skill, White Tiger's Protection, and the third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Is the opponent truly that formidable? Has Dai Mubai been compelled to employ his third soul skill? Remarkably, he activated both the first and third rings simultaneously. Zhao Wujie interrupted the two fools with a sharp admonition. Pay attention. The little monster opposite is also an extraordinary genius. Tang San and his companions, having witnessed their previous encounter, were now fully engrossed in observing Dai Mubai charging toward Jiang Xuan. With the enhancement of both soul skills, Dai Mubai's physique and aura surged dramatically, prompting Yi Zhiqiu, who was preparing to depart, to quietly step aside and watch the unfolding spectacle with the students of Shanghai Academy. In an instant, his tiger claw was mere inches from Jiang Xuan's face, the glint of its razor-sharp talons magnified in his eyes. Come on, you little beast. If you dare, withstand my full-force strike. Would he dare to absorb the blow? He could, but it was unnecessary. Dai Mubai had evidently invested all his soul power into that claw, hoping to incapacitate his opponent with a single strike. In such a scenario, whether one could withstand the blow was moot. Directly clashing with the opponent would be foolish. Sometimes, evasion proves to be the most effective means of self-preservation. As the right claw drew ever closer, Dai Mubai envisioned the bloodied form of the individual who had enraged him, vowing that upon his victory, the adversary would experience the agony he had endured for days. With a resounding crash, the right claw struck a large tree trunk, sending it crashing to the ground. Did it miss? The first soul skill, Ethereal Fire Condensation. The absence of flesh-on-flesh impact made it evident to all present that the opponent emerged unscathed beneath the veil of dust. There, Ma Hongjun shouted in astonishment, as the scene that unfolded left the Shrek team utterly bewildered. Is it a trick? Is he deceiving us? Isn't he an elemental soul master? Can a flame martial soul sprout wings? Ning Rongrong prides herself on being a genius. Yet her worldview has been incessantly challenged by the dazzling displays from Shrek and the individual before her in recent days. Tang San, with a grave expression, spoke. The teacher once mentioned that only spirit masters with flying-type beast spirits can possess wings, such as the Dean's four-eyed cat-eagle spirit. However, elemental spirits, particularly fire spirits, are inherently devoid of a fixed shape. Thus, if a spirit master possesses formidable control over their spirit power, they can theoretically transform their spirit into any conceivable shape. Yet, to morph into wings and utilize this transformation to soar into the sky is utterly inconceivable. The unspoken conclusion lingered in Tang San's mind: flight. Apart from title Douluo, countless spirit masters have yearned for this ability. Yet, aside from those with flying-type spirits, the majority can merely dream of such feats. It was astonishing that Jiang Xuan, a fire spirit master, not only achieved this but appeared to do so with remarkable ease. The resplendent azure flames unfurled into magnificent wings from the young man's back, gently fluttering as they elevated Jiang Xuan into the heavens. Chapter 43. The Initial Battle of the Seven Oddities. The Ethereal Wings of the Strange Fire. This was the first application method of a spirit technique that he had developed after the teachings of the Flower de Law, transcending the rudimentary usage of fire he had previously known, and truly manifesting wings capable of flight. The comprehension of spirit utilization by a super Douluo is unparalleled by any spirit sage. Although the consumption of spirit power for the ethereal wings is substantial, it is flight. Who could possibly resist such an alluring temptation? Were it not for the otherworldly adversaries before him, Jiang Xuan might have even experienced the agony. Jiang Xuan was equally captivated by the azure wings of fire beside him, oblivious to Dai Mubai's increasingly darkened expression on the ground. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Aware of his disadvantage in ranged combat, Dai Mubai unleashed a beam of light, attempting to strike Jiang Xuan suspended in midair. A cautious warning echoed from an unknown source. And, much like earlier when he evaded Dai Mubai's attack on the ground, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave was effortlessly dodged. However, evasion without retaliation is not our style. The White Cat should tread carefully from here on. Jiang Xuan's tongue was as sharp as a dagger, casually referring to others as little kittens, completely disregarding the fact that Dai Mubai's martial soul was the White Tiger. However, before Dai Mubai could unleash his next wave of White Tiger's fierce light, the young boy's hands had already coalesced two peculiar flame-shaped objects. Could it be? Tang San struggled to believe that those dual pistols formed from azure flames resembled his own Juga Divine crossbow if fitted with arrows. What Jiang Xuan held was certainly not the renowned Juga Divine crossbow of the Tank sect. Now, utilizing it to bridge the distance with Dai Mubai, engaging in close combat with his wings seemed a sheer waste. A thought crossed his mind. What could be more comfortable for ranged attacks than firearms? Under the tutelage of teacher Zhu Douluo, the transformative ability of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire was pushed to its zenith, a skill not easily imparted by the few from Shrek. This was undeniably the wisdom gleaned from a super Douluo's invaluable experience. At the very least, even Dugu Bo hadn't mastered his martial soul with such finesse, though he certainly possessed an air of elegance. He had initially considered condensing his power into the form of arrows, as shooting flaming projectiles would have been quite satisfying. However, with wings sprouting from his back, he could not shake the resemblance to characters from a pay-to-win online game from his past life. Ultimately, the Azure Lotus was transformed into a flaming desert eagle. Although no one in this world recognized what a desert eagle was, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as he gripped the twin firearms. Damn it, what a steal, Zhao Wujia muttered. This is no mere little monster. It's a true prodigy. Gazing at the fiery apparatus in the young man's hands, the owner of the great strength diamond bear martial soul felt a twinge of regret for the Academy's oversight. To have comprehended his martial soul so thoroughly at such a young age was something Zhao had never witnessed in his lifetime. Mubai was in for a significant challenge. How does one engage in combat from a higher ground to a lower one, or from a distance to a close range? Caution was warranted. Baiyu. Jiang Xuan demonstrated to all present that the terrifyingly ominous flames, emitted in a cylindrical form from his peculiar artifact, swiftly enveloped the spot where Dai Mubai had just stood. The audience could not help but gasp in shock as the ground, having just been touched by the flames, turned an ashen black. Damn it, was that fire not merely a long whip? How could it also launch a long-range attack? Dai Mubai barely evaded another barrage of fiery projectiles, At this moment, he was left with no choice but to run defensively across the ground to avoid being struck. Despite being in a state of suppressed cultivation, he had deliberately trained his speed, and his soul power had even risen a level compared to before, yet he still found himself on the receiving end of the assault. However, even in such a dire situation, facing the devil named Jiang felt akin to confronting an overpowering adversary. Calm down and identify his weaknesses. Do not let anger cloud your judgment, Zhao Wujie reminded him helplessly. After shattering a flame that had been aimed at the crowd with his right fist, he wore a solemn expression. He had not anticipated the fireball technique of a fire-type soul master to wield such formidable strength in the hands of that young man. Maintaining its power while increasing its frequency, how was that even possible? Was it due to that bizarre apparatus born of his martial soul? Yes, remain composed. My soul power is superior. The consumption must be less on my part. Furthermore, as he flaunts his abilities in midair, his soul power must be depleted before mine. Regaining his composure, Dai Mubai indeed lived up to his moniker of a monster. In the midst of fervently dodging on the ground, he finally found an opening in Jiang Xuan's assault to counterattack with his second soul skill, though he had yet to land a hit. The near misses instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Not bad at all. The previous White Tiger's radiance wave had been so close to striking him. Jiang Xuan had underestimated this Dai Mubai. Had he not succumbed to despair and embraced the guidance offered, his achievements today would have been even greater. The ethereal flames he had only recently mastered were sufficient for brief flights, but proved too taxing for agile dodging in practical combat. After narrowly evading another attack, Jiang Xuan chose to descend to the ground. What? No longer playing the Birdman, Dai Mubai exclaimed, exhilarated that he had forced this monster down from its advantageous aerial position. He failed to notice that, at this moment, he no longer dared to adopt that condescending attitude towards Jiang Xuan. Having been humbled by a genius even more extraordinary than himself, Jiang Xuan clapped his hands, his face serious as he remarked, "Today, you indeed appear much wiser than before. Had you not squandered your years in the heavenly Dou Empire, I might even have come to respect you as a formidable opponent. Alas, what a pity, what a pity." Dai Mubai furrowed his brows, forcing himself to maintain his composure. His heterochromatic eyes fixated intently on the diminutive creature before him. Despite having battled for so long, did he not expend any soul power? What a pity. TSK, are you genuinely foolish or merely feigning it? Since arriving at Shrek, what have you truly learned? To bully the weak or to live recklessly? Or perhaps the twin mischief makers from the inn? Silence. Dai Mubai's anger was rekindled by the painful jibe, and even Zhao Wujing, who was nurturing his disciples, wore a grim expression. Kid, is it really worth holding a grudge just because you were denied admission? Am I not speaking the truth? A school dedicated to education allowing its students to spend nights in the brothels, permitting underage students to keep mistresses, and absurdly suggesting that those who avoid trouble are mediocre? I fear it is the troublemakers who are truly the foolish ones. However, contrary to what everyone anticipated, Jiang Xuan did not relent. Accompanied by flaming wings, the youth's words pricked like needles. Enough. I am fully aware of the Academy's cultivation over the years. It is not for an outsider like you to dictate. Dai Mubai cut him off. Ma Hongjun stepped forward in agreement, stating, Dai boss is right. We, Shrek, do not require instruction from someone who has yet to enroll. Following closely was Oscar, who, though not overly agitated, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, I do not know how the Academy treated you on enrollment day, but today, I have heard you incessantly slandering our school. I, Oscar, a level 30 food system soul master, implore you to enlighten me. Tang San, Xiaowu, Juju Qing. Chapter 44. I challenge all of you. What began as a one-on-one challenge transformed into an impasse between the 7 monsters and Jiang Xuan alone. The youth beamed with mirth, subtly gesturing towards a somewhat concealed figure, then burst into laughter. Slander? Is it truly slander? Does not the esteemed Zhao Wujing beside me know better than I? If it comes to seeking out genius disciples, I would gladly proclaim Shrek as the strongest. But, to teach disciples? The boy smirked, perhaps not. A group brawl? We are more than willing to oblige. At some point, Dugu Yin and Mengyiran had approached Jiang Xuan's side. Both the Emerald Dragon and the Serpent King's staff at the ready. Unlike the original story, both women were now 3-ring soul masters. With Dugu Yin having reached the 40th level, the Snake Lady, leaning on her staff, quietly took a seat outside the inn, her intent unmistakable. Zhao Wujing would merely observe the affairs of the juniors. Damn it, Zhao Wujing muttered under his breath, fully aware of the implications behind his opponent's words. The audacity displayed could only suggest that Long Gong was nearby. With a simple, hearty smile, he chose to concede, though he was reluctant to lose face. Since you, young one, harbor reservations about the teachings of Shrek, let us settle this in a more tangible manner. One-on-one, should you manage to best either Mubai or Tangan, we shall concede defeat. The situation began to spiral beyond control. Zhao Wuji's seemingly simple demeanor concealed a profound understanding. He knew well that only he and the three-ring Dai Mubai stood a chance against the formidable grandson of Long Gong. Tangan, Dai Mubai? No need for that. Let us face them all at once, Jiang Xuan remarked indifferently, quelling Dugu Yan's eager desire to engage in a group brawl. He resolved to challenge them solo. After concealing his strength for so long, he felt it was necessary to unleash his full potential. Otherwise, he risked being unable to control his abilities when life hung in the balance, a predicament that would undoubtedly be self-sabotaging. What had begun as a mere desire to join the fray had turned into an unexpected role as the provocateur. How absurd. Such double standards truly broadened his perspective. Was the truth being twisted? It appeared that his amiable nature had led others to perceive him as an easy target. Indeed, to play the part of the fool often results in being treated as one, which is entirely understandable. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Dai Mubai bellowed, believing that he, along with Jiang Xuan, Dugu Yin, and Ming Yiran, 3 soul dignitaries, were set to confront their 7 adversaries. In an instant, vibrant martial souls, accompanied by century-old soul rings, began to swirl around the arena. Renowned for the 7 treasures, they declared, first, strength, second, speed. Ning Rongrong, who often found herself at odds with the group, seemed to have her own intentions as she proactively enhanced the status of her companions. Tangan and Dai Mubai exchanged puzzled glances but refrained from voicing their concerns in the presence of the 3 soul dignitaries, focusing instead on the amplification bestowed by the 7 treasures' glazed tower. As they faced the 7, Dugu Yin and Ming Yiran, still perplexed, retracted their martial souls. But it was evident that the next steps would unfold without ambiguity. Jiang Xuan, unhurried and composed, rolled up his sleeves. Due to the casual bond with the Qinglian heart, employing his martial spirit would not incinerate his garments. Thus, the young man typically donned long sleeves. Once his sleeves were secured, a pair of peculiar wristbands adorned his wrists, intricately etched with strange patterns. What was so unusual about these wristbands? Oscar, perplexed, initially thought his counterpart was merely stalling for time. However, the scene that unfolded next was so astonishing that Oscar would later hesitate to recount it, for it was utterly diabolical. The wristbands bore a rather mundane name, gravity wristbands. One of the rewards from the system's sign-in, purportedly originating from a certain world of pearls. With a playful spirit, Jiang Xuan chose not to stow the removed gravity wristbands directly into his treasure pouch. Instead, he deliberately released them onto the ground without deactivating their gravitational switch. Bang! Bang! The resounding thuds echoed in their ears, and the witnesses could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment. Hands, wristbands? Surely, those were wristbands. Am I seeing things? Dilaoda? Speak up, I am terrified. At least 1,000 gene of force. Tangan pondered for a moment before uttering this phrase. The figure before them could not possibly be human, but rather a humanoid beast? Engaging in combat with such a being seems rather unwise, does it not? Oscar lamented. Still youthful and yet to win over a girlfriend, he did not wish to meet the king of hell just yet. It would be lethal, truly lethal. Were those wristbands? Surely they were not merely a mountain sealed within. Hiss, you lot are rather bold, snake mistress. Zhao Wuji inadvertently shattered a cup, the tea spilling over him without a care, as the cracks forming around the wristbands embedded in the ground mirrored his tumultuous emotions. Gravity objects. As someone whose martial spirit had already invoked several soul rings related to gravitational enhancement, Zhao Wuji was all too aware of their nature. Yet to possess such an item at merely a teenager's age seemed excessively outrageous. Ahem, children grow up. The old must allow them some indulgence. Zhao Wuji's heart was in turmoil. Dear Sister Tianxiang, is this what you call indulgence? Uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, Jiang Xuan, having shed the burdens from his hands, continuously adapted to the sudden lightness of his body. The gravitational ring on his leg, indifferent to the stunned 7 monsters, crashed heavily onto the ground. The shopkeeper, observing this spectacle, was torn between lamenting for the floor or mourning his dwindling finances. The world may scorn those who flaunt their prowess, yet everyone secretly yearns to become the protagonist of such displays, for the sensation is truly exhilarating. The gravity of the situation pales in comparison to the peculiar intensity of a certain individual with bushy eyebrows, and the inadequacy of age is just sufficient. With a slight twist of his neck, Jiang Xuan uttered incomprehensible words to Meng Yuran and took a couple of steps forward. His gaze, cold and piercing, scrutinized the Shrek 7 monsters, showing no sign of compassion despite their familiarity. For his childhood experiences in this world had long accustomed him to the reality that power dictates all. With a swift motion of his hands, the azure lotus earth fire transformed into a fiery staff. Simultaneously, the young man's mind sparked, illuminating both the first and second spirit rings. First spirit skill, ethereal fire manifestation. Second spirit skill, dance of the fiery sun. Jiang Xuan's second soul skill diverges somewhat from the original work's portrayal of Huo Wu. Huo Wu's radiant sun enhances her attributes by 35 across the board, and by relinquishing the flame barrier, she can achieve an additional enhancement of 5. Jiang Xuan's voice deepened as he cautioned, "Be careful, the battle will be resolved swiftly. Protect Xiao Ao and Ning Rongrong." Tangan shouted simultaneously, activating the purple extreme magic eye. Swiftly, Jiang Xuan exerted force with his right foot, propelling himself away from his original position at an astonishing speed towards the Shrek team. The purple extreme magic eye? Let us see whether your vision is quicker or my movements are swifter. In combat mode, Jiang Xuan had undoubtedly transformed himself into the epitome of a lethal machine, exhibiting no superfluous movements in the eyes of the observing Zhao Wujia. His target was unmistakably clear, the 2 support-type soul masters in the team, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The fiery staff seemed almost tangible. Its rapid motion created afterimages before the onlookers. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Jiang Xuan's figure reappeared, the flaming staff was already poised to strike Ning Rongrong at her waist. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun lost sight of their target simultaneously. Chapter 45. Annihilation. Had he evaded? The fiery staff was not an illusion. Through several days of training with Master Gonghua, Jiang Xuan had adeptly learned to manipulate the skill of solidifying, giving the staff not only its form, but also enabling him to utilize the fluidity of fire to render it tangible. The attack missed. It turned out that Tangan had preemptively bound Ning Rongrong with blue-silver grass, allowing her to narrowly escape the fatal blow through sheer force. Otherwise, they would have suffered an immediate loss. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. With Ning Rongrong safe, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to unleash both of his soul skills simultaneously towards Jiang Xuan. Playing with fire? When appears, all flames bow in reverence. Among the 7 monsters, if one were to consider the least threatening individual, aside from the 2 support-type soul masters, it would undoubtedly be the fire-wielding Ma Hongjun. Facing the oncoming Phoenix Fire Line, Jiang Xuan's eyes ignited with azure flames, and a blue fire lotus manifested around him, consuming the red flames entirely. My fire. It was devoured? Ma Hongjun stammered, unable to believe the reality before him. After the azure flames consumed the crimson, they surged towards the dazed figure of the hefty boy. Tangan swiftly pulled him back, exclaiming, "Fatty, don't just stand there. That man's flames are terrifying. Do not confront him head-on." The shock was not confined to Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong, the little sorceress, who had remained sheltered within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, felt a genuine terror of death for the first time. Her body trembled uncontrollably as the azure flames drew perilously close to her face. In a single encounter, Shrek had nearly incapacitated 2 of its members. Ma Hongjun fell into self-doubt, while Ning Rongrong found herself speechless. Had there been no progress at all in the days since they enrolled in Shrek? Jiang Xuan wore a mocking expression, noting that the only capable fighters on the battlefield were Dai Mubai and Tangan. As for the other individual, your speed is still insufficient, little cat. Without a clear understanding of the enemy's strength and lacking the assurance of a lethal strike, an agility-based soul master ought to remain concealed in the shadows. A hidden assassin is far more valuable than one who recklessly charges into danger. Zhu Qing. As Dai Mubai attempted to rush in for support, Jiang Xuan moved even swifter, striking the scheming Zhu Zhuqing away with a single blow, rendering her incapable of further combat. Compassion for the weak? Such notions are non-existent. In battle, there are only foes and allies. He would not entertain the idea of a third presence in his heart. Unnecessary emotions are merely the explosive powder that leads one to the abyss of death. The Shrek 7 monsters, now one less. As Zhu Zhuqing was injured, Dai Mubai let out a fierce shout and charged directly at Jiang Xuan, leaving Tangan no choice but to employ his second soul skill to assist in the assault. First soul skill, Bind. Would it succeed? The dark-hued blue silvergrass had already taken on a vine-like form, ensnaring the youth tightly. The previously cautious rabbit was prepared to seize this opportunity to unleash his Bao soul skill. However, vines fear fire, and even more so when confronting a wielder of boom. Growing impatient, Jiang Xuan had no intention of indulging the opponent in a game of make-believe, with a slight surge of the attribute power of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The encircling blue-silver grass was instantaneously reduced to dust. It is worth noting that apart from the long-range attack he had just executed, he had been relying solely on physical techniques to combat them until now. At this stage, the 7 monsters were still far too weak, or rather, it remained to be seen whether they could achieve the same feats as in the original narrative after losing the assistance of the celestial herb. Tangan's purple extreme magic lost its target once more, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of urgency. Xiao Wu, return. What awaited Tangan was a pair of icy eyes. A massive force to his chest caused him to double over in pain, while Dai Mubai beside him had his tiger claw completely shattered. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was largely unscathed. Tangan struggled to stand, realizing just how staggering the disparity was between himself and his contemporaries. Remaining were Oscar and the half-battered rabbit, but Jiang Xuan did not strike with full force. He could easily incapacitate them, but deemed it unnecessary. It was not out of fear of Tangan's second personality emerging or the so-called Tang sect hidden weapons. Indeed, Tangan was a formidable opponent, but had he truly exerted himself? At least not in terms of soul power. Talent? Hard work? Your innate soul power is indeed significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals, so you may as well accept the title of genius. It is amusing that you, who could have been born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, choose instead to flaunt your diligence over others. Dai Mubai, do you still feel humiliated by me? Your combined strength is rendered futile against a useless martial soul. The young flame-wielding boy gracefully spun a staff adorned with circular patterns. An increasingly intense azure fire emanating from within him, gradually manifesting in the air as if striving to transform the night into day. In comparison, the phoenix martial soul of Ma Hongjun appeared as mere fireflies beside the resplendent moon. In this world, some individuals exist solely to chase after the brilliance of others. Yet often, the opportunity to pursue such light is ruthlessly stripped away by others. Presently, I am strong, while you are weak. Thus, there is no place for the feeble. Since earlier, you have been uttering cryptic words. Do you not feel you are being excessively extreme? Extreme? Indeed, I am rather radical. What is there to deny? In this realm, the powerful hold dominion over their fate, while the destiny of the weak lies in the hands of others. I am strong. Therefore the rationale is on my side. Tangan endeavored to provoke Jiang Xuan with his words, despite there being only one opponent. He realized there was no room for resistance. In the future, Shura, with a heart steeled, felt a surge of defiance. Were it not for the presence of the opponent's elder, he would have relished the opportunity to reclaim his honor with hidden weapons. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who was the first to fall, felt a flicker of disbelief mingled with profound helplessness. Was the disparity truly so vast? Dai Mubai, ensnared in self-doubt, needed no further elaboration, as Zhao Wujia, standing beside him, shared the sentiment of being slapped in the face by reality. It turned out that the youth who had previously sparred with Dai Mubai during the academy's enrollment had not only held back, but had, in fact, been exceedingly lenient. Lastly, let it be said, a genius who has not yet matured does not equate to a strong individual. Excessive arrogance will only lead one to the brink of demise. Provocation? One must possess commensurate strength to do so. As the ancients said, calamity often springs from one's own words. Had it been another, you would have had no chance to rise again. Having spoken, he disregarded Zhao Wujia's ashen complexion, retrieved the gravity ring from the ground, and donned it once more, preparing to depart. Casting a glance at the injured students, Zhao Wujia's fury was nearly uncontrollable. Yet he could only suppress his rage when he looked at the equally formidable Chao Tianxiang, not to mention the fleeting glimpse of the azure-scale serpent martial soul. Do not leave. Just when everyone believed that the childish farce had come to an end, a fierce voice suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 46. Beyond the background. The swift and overwhelming victory of the 7 monsters in their initial confrontation can be attributed, in part, to Jiang Xuan's cleverness. In a scenario devoid of a formal arena, A group of naive individuals who had never faced life-and-death battles posed little threat. The food system, coupled with the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda, proved to be the most burdensome aspect of the team in its early stages. Oscar's sausages were utterly ineffective during the brief skirmish, while the pervasive blue lotus earth fire rendered the rabbit, Xiao Wu, incapable of utilizing her waist-bow skills. It is indeed amusing that a soul beast with a survival experience of 100,000 years, akin to being born yesterday, could be so helpless when faced with Zhao Wujia's martial spirit, reduced to a mere ornament. Even Zhu Zhuqing, the least talented among them, managed to launch a somewhat respectable attack. Although Jiang Xuan easily defeated them without breaking a sweat, it was still better than the rabbit's complete lack of contribution. In terms of battling the seven, only 3.5 possessed any real combat capability, with half of one allocated to Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjuan's flames were countered by the exotic fire, for the dominance of the exotic fire over myriad flames is not mere talk. Thus, considering the initial capabilities of the seven monsters, how many were truly formidable? Tang San, who refrained from using hidden weapons, wielded a second martial spirit that was merely a larger, more prominent hammer. The blue silvergrass was utterly useless, and the only one capable of sparring with Jiang Xuan. Dai Mubai lost his pride upon revealing his true strength. To bully such a group of seven monsters left him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. If they were the seven monsters competing in the Soul Master competition, there might have been some merit, but now? They were merely a group of well-bred young masters and princesses playing house. Not to mention, Dai Mubai could not even defeat Meng Yiran, who had been nurtured by Jiang Xuan since childhood. Yet, he had not anticipated that the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school appeared somewhat defiant. Turning around, he was met with a beautiful face contorted by anger. However, the fury obscured her beauty, revealing instead a distorted psyche, a spoiled brat. This was his assessment of Ning Rongrong. If one were to define the Shrek 7 monsters from the outset, there were hardly any normal individuals among them. One was Tang San, who would never consider leaking any secrets regarding his techniques or family. Another was a debauched young master. A third, a guest unable to control their desires, and a 10,000-year-old rabbit pretending to be young. Monsters? Indeed, they were quite monstrous. The only ones who seemed somewhat normal were Oscar, with his peach blossom face adorned with more than a fair share of facial hair, and Zhu Zhuqing. The essence of human strength lies in the ability to restrain oneself, in a world where strength reigns supreme. As people observed Oscar and the figure engulfed in flames like an elemental king, none would consider a feeble support soul master to be impressive. How dare he? How dare he be so arrogant? Ning Rongrong seethed with anger. Not only did he launch merciless attacks during their previous confrontation, but his condescending gaze afterward was as if she were no more than an insect. Who endowed him with such audacity? I desire his demise. Throughout her life, she had endured so much indignity in mere days. Dai Mubai, that Tang San, and today, that Jiang. It was evident that the blows suffered by Shrek had not diminished this little witch's essence. Rather, the conflicts of the day had rekindled her ire. Ning Rongrong retrieved a signal flare from her pocket, igniting it and sending it soaring into the heavens, where it erupted into a brilliant display. A signal flare? Summoning assistance. Perhaps. Indeed, as the petite princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, it was only natural for her to have protectors nearby. The flare served as an urgent call for her school's immediate subordinates. Following the flare's explosion, a figure concealed in the shadows quietly approached Ning Rongrong's side. They truly are rallying reinforcements. Jiang Xuan regarded the figure of Ning Rongrong before him with diminished interest. Initially, he had assumed that her summons would bear some novelty. Yet it appeared to be merely a gathering of sycophants in comparison to her background. Had he just traversed into this world? He would undoubtedly have avoided entangling himself with the little sorceress of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. However, today, it seemed that avoidance was no longer an option. Emerging from the shadows was most likely Ning Fingji, dispatched to safeguard Ning Rongrong, a personal bodyguard whose soul power was not overly discernible, suggesting expertise in the art of disguise. At the very least, he could be presumed to be a soul emperor. Was this the demeanor expected of the young master of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school? Jiang Xuan inquired deliberately. You have repeatedly insulted my academy and even harmed my classmates, expecting to walk away unscathed? Either you apologize, or you shall not depart today. Ning Rongrong's eyes flickered, as she sought to concoct an excuse for herself. Jiang Xuan remained non-committal, and it must be said that he was not entirely foolish. understanding the necessity of crafting an excuse to prevent the reputation of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school from being tarnished by the perception of numerical superiority. After all, if memory serves correctly, their wealth rivals that of nations primarily due to their commercial endeavors. Ignoring the pretentious remarks of Ning Rongrong, Jiang Xuan approached the rising Chao Tianxiang to assist his grandmother, seemingly oblivious to the threats posed by the other party, and stood there like a fool, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers. Only Zhao Wujie seemed to grasp the source of the other party's confidence, silently lamenting that this hunting expedition for spirit rings was likely to stir up grave trouble. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school, how did such a wild girl come to be here? What did you say? Do you dare to tear my mouth apart? She retorted. Oh. Why not ask the spirit emperor beside you if he would lend you a hand? Or do you intend to crush me with your Seven Treasures glazed tower? Dugu, not known for her amiable disposition, especially as a wielder of a serpentine martial spirit, coldly mocked in her spirit-possessed state upon witnessing the other party's futile attempts to summon aid. Emerald Scale, Serpent Monarch. If the spirit emperor of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school possessed any wit, he would surely recognize that safeguarding crucial members of the sect involved more than merely protecting them from harm. It also encompassed the protection of the sect itself. Such foolish logic that invites disaster upon the sect was unlikely to manifest. Moreover, given that the Shrek 7 monsters had received such a lesson at her hands, it was not merely Zhao Wujie's temper that had kept him from intervening, nor was it solely due to his wariness of the serpent lady Chao Tianxiang. Rather, it was evidently clear that the rules of the continent dictate a fierce rivalry among the youth, but should the elders intervene, it would lead to an irreconcilable conflict. Clearly, both the spirit emperor of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and Zhao Wujie understood that they must reclaim their dignity themselves if one is outmatched. They must accept their defeat gracefully. Otherwise, the encounter with Long Gong at Shrek's doorstep would serve as a cautionary tale for Zhao Wujie and Flinder. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school has endured on the Douluo Continent for so long precisely because of their survival strategies. Soon, those from nearby sects who received the signal arrived, and to Ning Rongrong's surprise, they merely stood silently behind her, indifferent to her cries after confirming she had not been harmed. Do you possess such audacity? Do you dare to disregard my words? Ning Rongrong's tone shifted as her attempts to rally support fell on deaf ears. Chapter 47. Unable to win, yet still unable to speak. The more than 20 individuals dispatched from various locations of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to the inn revealed that the sect indeed possessed considerable financial resources. A simple observation indicated that even the least among them bore the rank of a four-ringed spirit master. Ning Rongrong was baffled. How could she, who typically commanded respect within the sect, find herself bullied today while these individuals remained unmoved? In response to Ning Rongrong's despair, Dugu smiled brightly and approached her, lifting her delicate face in front of everyone. With a didactic tone, she inquired, "Are you perplexed? Unable to comprehend? Or is it simply that you cannot accept?" Meng Yuran echoed her sentiments. Have you realized that once they confirmed your safety, they became indifferent? The two women, one after the other, relentlessly battered each other's defenses. The initially suspected Soul Emperor seemed somewhat moved, yet ultimately chose silence. He was merely required to follow orders during this outing, and any unnecessary actions would undoubtedly bring unwarranted complications to the sect, since the sect leader intended to train the young lady, as long as her life was not endangered. All was well. The century and millennium soul rings adorning Dugu illuminated her serpent-like pupils in the night as she asked Ning Rongrong, "Do you know the name of my martial spirit?" Ning Rongrong retorted, "Why should I care what your martial spirit is called? Hiki, but the Soul Emperor beside you knows. As do the helpers you summoned. Don't believe me? Just ask them." Jiang Xuan's expression was peculiar, as he harbored suspicions regarding Dugu peculiar tastes. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and silently observed. As the granddaughter of Dugu Bo and having attained level 40 in her cultivation, anyone who underestimated her as a mere decorative figure would surely meet an untimely demise. In comparison to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, neither Ning Rongrong nor even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could rival Dugu innate talents at this moment. In the original narrative, the ability to triumph over the Tiando battle team was largely attributed to the protagonist's overwhelming advantages. This assertion extends beyond mere combat prowess. Dugu role as a control soul master for the Tiando Royal Battle Team raises questions about her intellect. Upon hearing Dugu words, Ning Rongrong cast a puzzled glance at the Soul Emperor beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. The members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were indeed well-versed in the world, or else they would not have reacted as Zhao Wujia did. Faced with the questioning gaze of the sect master's daughter, he uttered, "The Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor." The Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor? The Soul Emperor's voice betrayed no concealment. The members of Shrek pondered the significance of this spirit's name, wondering if it bore any special meaning. Oscar and Ma Hongjun turned to Zhao Wujia, while Tang San, under the guidance of their master, was the first to speak. "If I am not mistaken, that woman's surname is Dugu. Xiao San, just say what you mean." "How do you know her surname?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Have you met her before?" Oscar, unharmed and still lively, pressed further. "What is the issue with the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor spirit?" It was not the spirit itself that posed a problem, but rather the implications behind it that made both the teacher and the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wary. Tang San sighed. Recalling his master's words, there exist many unique spirits in this world, and among them, the Emerald Scale Serpent, or rather, the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor, is one such rarity. The current known possessors of this spirit are exceedingly few, and one of the recorded individuals is the titled doulos known as the Poison Doulo, Dugu Bo. The Emerald Scale Serpent is distinct from the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor. Since the woman before them possesses the latter, her identity is beyond dispute. A titled doulo. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement, affirming Tang San's explanation. More crucially, Dugu Bo might not be an adversary that could be easily matched by both the Sword Doulo and the Bone Doulo. The concern was that given the opportunity, the Poison Doulo could reduce the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to mere titled doulos. No wonder their reactions were so intense. Upon hearing this, a certain rabbit felt a chill run down its spine. In Tang San's bewilderment, it glanced around nervously, fearing that the titled doulo might be nearby. While instinctively releasing its aura in an effort to conceal itself, the lineage of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor spirit was singular, with no reports of widespread possession among soul masters. Thus, Tang San was certain of the other party's identity. In other words, the tall woman beside Jiang Xuan was the granddaughter of a titled doulo. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered. As a member of the royal family, she possessed a modest understanding of the contemporary titled doulo. The discussions emanating from Shrek were, of course, overheard by both Dugu Yin and Ning Rongrong. However, in contrast to Ning Rongrong's reaction, Dugu Yin merely smiled, covering her mouth as she introduced herself. Dugu Yin, a level 40 control system soul master of the Emerald Lizard King. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Meng Iran, with her martial soul being the Serpent Emperor's staff and also a level 40 assault system soul master, had previously stood quietly by. She stepped out from behind Jiang Xuan, joining in Dugu Yan's performance. 2 level 40s. The two enchanting serpent maidens exchanged glances, instantly grasping each other's intentions. Observing Ning Rongrong's increasingly somber expression, Meng Iran felt a wave of relief wash over her, previously concerned for her little brother, and quipped, "From the looks of it, Princess Ning seems inclined to exert her influence over others. It is fortunate that your guardians possess clarity of thought, devoid of the unsavory traits often seen in nouveau riche families. It would be regrettable if you brought unnecessary trouble to your sect." She continued, "Or do you, Miss Ning Rongrong, believe that Sword Doulo and Bone Doulo would trouble Yin Yin because of the previous sparring between the younger generation, or perhaps due to the numerical disparity?" As Meng Iran stepped forward, Ning Rongrong could not help but feel a twinge of unease. You all, Miss Meng, I hope you will exercise restraint. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will certainly provide an explanation in due course. Fortunately, the Soul Emperor could not bear to watch this unfold and quietly interjected with a low hum. Having achieved her desired result, Meng Iran chose to temper her words. With Jiang Xuan now in her life, she felt her talents and disposition far surpass those of her former self in another world. The response from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Guardians was straightforward. They could not afford to offend the direct relatives of 2 titled doulo over a matter lacking justification. Even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which also possessed a titled doulo, would tread carefully. Such reckless behavior might occur from the descendants of influential families, but certainly not from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If one were to inquire why they were so cautious, they would soon learn of Meng Shu's ascension to titled doulo. Let us not forget that on the day when the Chrysanthemum Doulo explored the Sunset Forest, there were attendants from the Spirit Hall present, and the personnel within the hall would undoubtedly relay such significant news back to the Spirit Hall. As one of the top 3 sects, their information network was exceptionally well connected. How dull. Seeing that Ning Rongrong remained unresponsive, Meng Iran and Dugu Yin chose to withdraw gracefully. Despite having only recently acquainted themselves, they shared a profound glance with the members of Shrek, as if they were sisters bound by a deeper understanding. The formidable Long Gong had indeed ascended to the status of a titled Douluo. Zhao Wujie felt a pang of despair. The title of the guards suggested an implication that left Shrek in a precarious position. Fortunately, Dai Mubai possessed his own influential background, and typically, disputes among younger generations would not escalate to direct confrontation involving titled Douluo. Upon realizing that the two companions of the youth who had been rejected by the academy were descendants of titled Douluos, the reactions among the remaining 6 were varied. Chapter 48, The Flame Spear. The conclusion unfolded dramatically. Ning Rongrong, who initially intended to leverage her status, discovered that the adversary's lineage was not significantly inferior to her own. A family is not a dictatorship, thus, resorting to violence to exacerbate tensions was out of the question. Ning Rongrong stood still, seemingly lost in thought, while the others from Shrek were at a loss as to how to console her. Or rather, no one wished to intervene with a spoiled young lady accustomed to her family's indulgence. Oscar's face revealed his inner turmoil. If his previous remarks within the academy could be deemed impulsive, employing the family's influence outside was a clear indication of the intentions at play. The words may have sounded pleasant, yet none present were fools. Had the opponent lacked a significant background, the outcome of the day would have been uncertain. For the first time, Oscar found himself questioning the validity of his affections. This doubt intensified, especially when Master Zhao Wujie opted to take a passive stance, choosing to observe. Coming from a humble background himself, Oscar loathed the behavior of those who wielded their lineage to oppress others, even if they were nominally his allies now. Jiang Xuan was acutely aware that his actions were steering the 7 oddities in a direction divergent from the original narrative. After concluding their business, Dugu Yin and Meng Iran returned to the side of Chao Tianxiang. The elder rose slowly once more, his aged voice imbued with a profound soul energy, softly declaring, "Indeed, both I and the old man have grown feeble, yet our grandson shall not be subjected to indignities. Once the old man has acquired the 9th soul ring from the Star Luo Empire, I shall pay them a visit, thereby assisting Xin'er in seeking justice." As anticipated, Long Gong had indeed surpassed the 90th level, confirming Zhao Wujie's earlier speculation, and he felt a sense of relief that he had maintained his intellect during the encounter instead of teaching the younger generation a lesson. The expressions of those present varied. Dai Mubai's unique heterochromatic eyes revealed his origin from the Star Luo Empire, suggesting a connection to the Elder S family. As Dugu Yin passed by Jiang Xuan with Meng Iran, she winked, seemingly inquiring how well she had avenged him. Faced with Dugu Yan's audacity, Jiang Xuan could not help but chuckle, wishing to exclaim, "Well done." It is often said that one's perspective shapes their thoughts. From a divine viewpoint, or while immersed in the narrative of the 7 oddities, there had been no sense of strangeness. But standing on the opposing side unveiled an uncomfortable sensation that permeated his being, given that they were so fervently assisting him. With her grandfather and mentor aiding the old man in acquiring the 9th soul ring, it was only fitting that he should not remain indifferent. Conveniently, there was a matter he originally intended to address upon meeting the Star Do battle team after securing the soul ring. But it seemed opportune to collect a favor in advance. Jiang Xuan sought to make a decision. As the protagonist, he stepped forward a few paces, approaching the Shrek members who bore varying degrees of injuries. "What? Do you believe you can seize victory by taking advantage of our momentary lapse in vigilance and flaunt your prowess?" The distance between both sides was minimal, and it was Ma Hongjun who, unable to contain himself, voiced his thoughts first. Surprisingly, it was Oscar who intervened first. "Speak less, fatty. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" Jiang Xuan toyed with the azure lotus, its cerulean flames pricking at the confidence of a certain individual who held an unwavering belief in their own fiery prowess. "Are you suggesting that my victory is merely a consequence of my initial advantage? Do you contend that your martial souls have not yet been fully realized?" Indeed, the Shrek's 7 wished to retort, yet Jiang Xuan seemed to acknowledge his own assertions as if they were self-evident. Just as their confusion mounted, the handsome youth shifted his demeanor, as if imparting wisdom to his adversaries. "What if I have indeed exploited the disparity in information, taking advantage of your delayed reactions to defeat you one by one? It is true that, in an open confrontation, I would not be able to vanquish all of you so effortlessly." Note that he specifically stated not so effortlessly. Tang Sen was the first to lower his head in silence. His purple extreme magic eyes had failed to catch even a glimpse of the opponent's movements. Were there enmity between the two parties and the absence of their elders, he would doubt even the efficacy of a hidden weapon, uncertain if he could strike his foe. Jiang Xuan's icy tone, whether a mere illusion or not, seemed to convey an undertone of disappointment to Zhu Shiqing. The prodigies among you might assert. Isn't it just that I possess a slightly higher talent and a stronger martial soul? Is that not the case? Ha ha ha, truly? Do you genuinely believe that? Like an unexpected jest, the youth suddenly erupted into laughter, leaving those around him bewildered. Dugu Yin, perplexed by Jiang Xuan's demeanor, was subtly urged by Meng Yiran to observe in silence, while their teacher, Zhao Wujie, suppressed his curiosity to discern the boy's intentions. As azure flames danced in the air, the ethereal blue lotus re-emerged in the boy's hands. Jiang Xuan remarked, "There are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters." This statement holds truth. Yet it can also be contested. Indeed, according to your assertions, my martial soul's second awakening grants me a talent on par with yours. But do refrain from hastily refuting me. One has blue silver grass, another the white tiger, another the 7 treasure glazed tile, and yet another the sausage. Pray tell, what is your innate soul power? Mine, alas, is merely at level 5. Level 5? Surely you jest. The others expressed disbelief, their expressions tinged with indignation. Oh, of course. I am merely teasing you. Due to the inherent deficiency of my martial soul, half of my soul power is required to sustain the energy demanded by it, rendering my level 5 innate soul power virtually inconsequential. This is also why the Azure Lotus is so formidable, notwithstanding the compression of soul power. Jiang Xuan's cultivation should not be merely above level 30. This is compounded by the fact that I have yet to acquire my 3rd soul ring, which would directly elevate my soul power. So, what do you believe was the source of my recent victory over you? If it were the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. With that, the youth turned, and the azure flames surged in intensity, prompting Zhao Wujie and the nameless Soul Emperor to shield the others. Upon glancing at Jiang Xuan again, the flames in his grasp had transformed into an enigmatic flaming spear, distinct from the previous intangible staff. The two high-ranking soul masters could distinctly perceive the profound difference within. Jiang Xuan murmured to himself, contemplating that if the true eruption of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire were to occur, it would not merely result in superficial injuries. With soul power continuously infusing the fiery spear, his right hand slightly raised behind him, the spear's form swelled once more. The flame spear arrow. Beautiful, powerful, fiery. Numerous descriptors could coalesce around the manifestation of the martial soul held in the youth's grasp, an advanced application of the unique fire's condensation. A creation born from the profound understanding of martial souls imparted by a super Douluo. With a flick of his right hand, Jiang Xuan aimed at the distant, uninhabited cliff. Chapter 49. Heart's Execution. As he hurled the flame spear, Jiang Xuan did not bother to observe the aftermath upon the small hill. He released it guided by an inexplicable intuition, sensing an unseen presence watching him. Without further contemplation, he turned to the astonished onlookers. Am I dreaming? Oscar's jaw nearly dropped. Was this truly the kind of devastation a level 30 soul master could unleash? Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. Tangan repeatedly uttered several phrases, for the first time doubting the efficacy of his own hidden weapons. In the face of such a terrifying inferno, could he genuinely inflict harm upon his adversary? The azure flame spear erupted, and from a distance, what was once a several-meter high hill had vanished, replaced by a considerable crater. Little monster. Zhao Wujie's eyelids twitched furiously. As he internally lamented, this isn't just a missed opportunity for a promising student. These 7 little monsters together wouldn't stand a chance against him. 40 level? Or perhaps 50. It was evident that an ordinary fire soul master could scarcely conjure such a fearsome explosion. While Zhao Wujie was astounded by the terrifying scene Jiang Xuan had created, he was also puzzled, as adversaries unlikely to become allies. What could be the motivation behind such an act? The sharpest mind among them, Tangan, had his own thoughts, yet he remained momentarily dazed, his mind consumed by visions of the blazing inferno. Ma Hongjun lowered his head, while Dai Mubai's once proud tiger eyes now reflected defeat. So, this was what he meant by holding back. While others might temper their strikes, he unleashed a torrent. Indeed, with a martial spirit so fearsome, how could it result in anything less than grievous injuries if fully unleashed? Strength. Could I also possess such power? While the members of Shrek were captivated by the terror of Jiang Xuan's martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gleamed with newfound insight. She was more intrigued by the techniques the young man had employed to defeat them earlier, the astonishing speed and unparalleled mastery over his own body, undoubtedly rendering him invincible among his peers. Jiang Xuan yearned to accomplish a task, albeit one that merely echoed the actions of a certain esteemed master. It was indeed the unexpected emergence of Dugu Yin that stirred within him a recollection from his past life, a detail concerning the soul battles undertaken by the Shrek team following their expedition to the Stardo Forest. Among their opponents was the Royal Combat Team of Heaven Do, led by Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng. After Shrek, utilizing their extraordinary prowess, triumphed over the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Yu Xiaojing discreetly approached his nephew, Yu Tianheng. One cannot deny the astute intelligence of Mr. Yu Xiaojing, whose reputation, often deemed lacking by readers of the past, was indeed far from unfounded. His intellect was evidently remarkable. Jiang Xuan could not help but acknowledge this. For rather than offering consolation to his nephew in his moment of failure, Yu Xiaojing chose to expose the ages of the Shrek members to Yu Tianheng, showcasing his cunning strategy. Reflecting upon his earlier intentions to confront Yu Tianheng, Jiang Xuan felt a tinge of relief. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, when dissected, the family's martial spirit conveys a meaning of unparalleled dominance and relentless advancement. Surely, as a member of the family, Yu Xiaojing comprehended this, which is precisely why he acted in such a manner, leveraging the age advantage of Tangan and his companions to further undermine Yu Tianheng's pride. His singular aim was to secure victory for Shrek in the forthcoming Soul Master selection competition, thereby proving to his family that he was no failure. Such scheming is indeed the mark of a genius. However, Jiang Xuan found it repugnant to employ such tactics against his own nephew. Ironically, Yu Tianheng's initial reaction upon seeing Yu Xiaojing was one of unrestrained joy. Devoid of the formidable spirit of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Yu Tianheng was, in subsequent battles, no match for Shrek. With deliberate displays of skill, Jiang Xuan exploited the advantages of physical prowess and the evolving nature of martial spirits to strike at Shrek, mirroring the tactics of that esteemed master. After all, since they were adversaries, what harm was there in being a touch more ruthless? Jiang Xuan's intentions were, of course, beyond the comprehension of Zhao Wuji, who had an attribute point skewed like a bear. This could also be seen as a form of retribution for the recent support given to Dugu Yin. Observing the disparity among his peers, Tangan found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Yet, among the 7 monsters, how many could truly withstand such a blow? Jiang Xuan was filled with curiosity. From her demeanor, it was evident that Ning Rongrong had been gazing downwards from the very beginning, lost in her own thoughts. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had completely shed their earlier arrogant bravado, which had once deemed those who dared not stir trouble as incompetent. The expressions of Oscar and Zhu Shiqing were intriguing, and coincidentally, Jiang Xuan's aim was precisely those two. He wondered if there might be another opportunity to stoke the flames and draw them away from Shrek's ranks to his own side. Jiang Xuan ultimately felt insufficient and added fuel to the fire, stating, previously, the Xian Turtle Soul King was a formidable opponent, difficult for even the combined strength of 7 to defeat. Yet, as your mentor, Senior Zhao Wujia is able to vanquish foes with a mere fist, without even employing his martial soul. So, ponder where the issue lies. Mentor? Isn't he just a level 50 old turtle? He is not entirely mistaken. Zhao Wujia, sensing the inquisitive gazes of his students, was at a loss for words. The students were exceedingly polite, adept at managing their demeanor, making it challenging for him to express his frustrations. With each respectful reference to Senior Zhao Wujia, their tone was filled with honorifics. After all, they were contemporaries. Yet the disparity between them seemed rather vast. Jiang Xuan smiled broadly. Indeed, you are the possessor of the formidable diamond bear martial soul. It is quite pleasing to hear the esteemed soul sage Zhao Wujia, at level 76, remark, martial soul, body. My dear geniuses, why not contemplate the intrinsic relationship between the two? A feeble martial soul cannot be supported by a robust body. Conversely, a powerful martial soul cannot be borne by a frail physique. One represents the soul of the soul master, while the other serves as the vessel for that soul. If you fail to grasp this fundamental concept, then you have no right to bear the title of monsters. Especially that cursed fire chicken over there. I'm a phoenix. A phoenix? Very well. Let us refer to you as a phoenix. But you must realize that you, much like myself, are evidently afflicted by the inadequacies of innate awakening. Do you not see that our outcomes are precisely opposite? As a top-tier beast martial soul, a phoenix's soul master, even when mutated, would never exhibit the unwieldy physique that you, marred by lust, display. You bemoan your martial soul's shortcomings while failing to provide it with a formidable body. Do you not feel unworthy of the name Phoenix? It is not that the original work's depiction of the coxcomb phoenix as a means to purify the cursed fire into a fire phoenix is flawed. Rather, the very essence of the cursed fire's scorching power is simultaneously eradicated. A martial soul possessing the ultimate flame, transforming into an ordinary fire phoenix, is indeed a lamentable loss. What does it mean to touch upon the vital point? Ma Hongjun bowed his head, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. He realized that the negative impact stemming from his martial soul had led him to seek outlets for his frustrations with the aid of the Dane. Rather than striving to enhance himself to overcome the drawbacks of his martial soul's mutation. Now, do you all concur with my earlier statements? Senior Zhao Wujie cannot interfere in the conflicts among peers. If you wish to reclaim honor for your academy, you must either defeat me or persuade me. If you cannot prevail in combat or articulate your arguments, may I inquire who has bestowed upon you the audacity to prove the strength of Shrek Academy to me? Revealing the drawbacks of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is not out of kindness from Jiang Xuan. It is merely a means to utilize facts to delve deeper into exposing Shrek's shortcomings. After all, an academy's worth is not solely determined by the strength of its teachers, but also by the quality of its instruction. Chapter 50. Departure. I am leaving. I have just taken on an apprenticeship. Perhaps we can spar again next time. With that, Jiang Xuan turned and left with Meng Yuran and the others, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhiqing as they departed. As for Dai Mubai, after several provocations, Jiang Xuan had long regarded him as a mere ghost. Nevertheless, there are times when allowing someone to live can be more gratifying than ending their existence. In the wake of this setback, aside from the protagonist who managed to rally, Jiang Xuan was curious about the reactions of the others and the Shrek 7 monsters. Would it not be better to leave Dai Mubai's fate to his brother? Thus concluded a farce ignited by a teasing remark. It was certain that Ma Hongjun would be considerably more cautious with his words for quite some time. Observing the group from Shrek entering the inn, the once assertive members of the Zhanghui Academy were about to say something, but were halted by Yi Zhiqiu. In situations where one is outmatched, endurance becomes a necessity. The young man's words carried deeper meaning. It was not merely about formidable strength, but also about an elevated sense of reason. He neither sought trouble nor feared it, addressing not only those few rascals, but also the onlookers. In a world where might dictates reason, enduring ridicule, or even physical provocation without the necessary strength to defend oneself is simply a matter of survival. As a teacher, one might refrain from intervening. But should they choose to step in, they must weigh whether they can contend with the instructors behind their adversaries. Once Yu Zhiqiu retracted his Xian Gui martial spirit, his appearance visibly improved. Casting a lingering glance at the departing figure, he thought that he would likely see them again at the Soul Master competition. Let us depart. Having suffered a setback, with no chance to reclaim their dignity and their students having been beaten, Yu Zhiqiu wisely led his pupils to another inn. Upon returning, Jiang Xuan and the two young women, Dugu Yin and others, dined on the second floor, seemingly unaffected by the earlier clash. Let us go. To catch up with that monster, you must first adjust your mindset. Zhao Wujie, though not eloquent, understood that this setback was not entirely detrimental. Once the soul ring hunt concluded, a little psychological guidance would suffice. As everyone entered, no one suggested changing locations, leaving Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing behind. Zhiqing, why are you still standing there? Come here at once. The girl seemed to have made a decision in her mind, reflecting on the recent battle as she whispered softly, her breath steady and unruffled. After finishing his meal, Jiang Xuan parted ways with the three companions and entered his room to prepare for rest. To be honest, he was rather looking forward to tomorrow's expedition to the Starry Forest. The first 2 soul rings he acquired were obtained from the Soul Beast Forest near his family's residence, where there was no shortage of high-grade soul beasts, particularly those of 100 years with commendable attributes. While a Soul Master's cultivation could be substituted with meditation, Jiang Xuan preferred not to replace restful slumber with an entire night of contemplation, as it would undoubtedly impose an unnecessary strain on his mental faculties. As the saying goes, one must balance work and rest. Upon entering his room, Jiang Xuan channeled his soul power through the lotus mark on his forehead, causing a broad lotus platform to materialize within the confines of the chamber. When it came to relaxation, nothing surpassed the comfort provided by his innate lotus platform. Born from the blue lotus earth fire, the temperature within the room noticeably increased with the lotus platform's emergence. However, once seated upon it, he experienced an extraordinary coolness, a delightful contrast between warmth and chill. The petals surrounding the lotus platform were significantly more abundant than those in his martial spirit, and it was evident to the naked eye that several lotus seeds had already been separated from the core. It was due to the existence of the Earth Heart Lotus seeds that Jiang Xuan dared to assert that his blue lotus earth fire was not merely a martial spirit, but also the enigmatic fire of the 19th position in the realm of elemental flames. To his astonishment, the primal force of the Fire Dragon King within the ice and fire duality, I seemed to have infused his blue lotus with a hint of crimson flame. He pondered whether he would ever have the chance to access the true essence of the two great Dragon Kings. With a deliberate motion, he split his hands, revealing a flicker of red flame at the center of the azure fire lotus. Jiang Xuan tested its separation and found he could indeed extract the red flame. With the nurturing of soul power, it could potentially form a new flame. However, the potency of this flame was disappointingly feeble, likely failing to match even the fifth-tier beast fire, let alone rival the extraordinary blue lotus. After gazing intently for some time, Jiang Xuan ultimately returned the flame to its original blue lotus form, suppressing the urge to conduct a certain experiment. The audacious notion swirling in his mind was ill-suited for experimentation in someone else's room. After all, provoking a nuclear explosion would be quite undesirable. Given the ability to wield different flames, however diminutive their strength, Jiang Xuan believed that the conjecture nestled in his heart should indeed be realizable. He mused whether his comrade, the fire, would require royalties for his ideas. Focusing his mind, Jiang Xuan chose to practice the nameless technique on the Qinglian, realizing it was still early outside. He had a rough idea of the name for the technique that granted him the ability to control various flames, but he did not dwell on it excessively, instead channeling his energy into cultivating his soul power. However, a lingering curiosity about the origins of another version of himself tugged at his thoughts. Though the entry into that enigmatic space was beyond his control, this journey to the ice and fire duality had resolved his inherent deficiencies, providing ample energy and effectively doubling his cultivation speed. Previously, he had been forced to compress his soul power due to his body's inability to store large quantities, which would dissipate into the surrounding space for Qinglian to absorb freely. At times, once satisfied, she would whimsically discard any excess, refusing to allow him to absorb it. A soul master could continue to cultivate even without obtaining a soul ring. The compression of soul power offered the significant advantage of minimizing waste. Otherwise, if the quality of his soul power did not improve, the inferior energy would be expelled by Qinglian, leaving him with no one to argue with. The old poison master lived a peaceful life, a truly good person. The ice and fire duality, and the wondrous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, were precisely what he urgently needed, while his grandfather had yet to establish contact with Dugu Bo. The thought of joining Shrek and following Tangan to the ice and fire duality was not out of the question. With an increase in cultivation speed, he anticipated obtaining his third soul ring soon, and he believed that reaching level 40 would come swiftly with the accumulation of effort. As azure flames danced around him, they remarkably did not touch any object within the room. The azure fire flickered with a spirit of its own, seemingly celebrating alongside its master. While cultivating, Jiang Xuan contemplated which aspect would be best for his third soul ring. Although the techniques taught in the system space were beneficial, it was evident that mastering them would take time. Soul skills, on the other hand, presented a promising shortcut to rapidly enhance his strength. It was no wonder that so many preferred not to explore and create their own soul skills, as acquiring a soul ring was a task that left ordinary soul masters with little time for in-depth study. Jiang Xuan had scarcely begun his cultivation when he succumbed to a deep slumber upon the Qinglian, the familiar aura of his surroundings providing a perfect respite for the exhaustion accumulated throughout the day, in stark contrast to the peacefully dreaming Jiang Xuan. Countless gifted youths in the other chambers spent sleepless nights in meditation. Meanwhile, in a certain location, a disheveled middle-aged man appeared, his expression peculiar, as though he were suppressing an inner fury. Chapter 51. The Star Do Great Forest. After preparing the necessary supplies, Jiang Xuan packed the essential items into his magical treasure pouch and called upon his companions to embark on their journey. This expedition to the Star Do Forest could be considered a form of training. Upon their departure, the Shrek group had already vanished from sight, presumably having entered the forest ahead of them. This absence was a relief, as it spared Jiang Xuan the sight of Dai Mubai's resentful gaze, which could have dampened his spirits. With Tianxian taking the lead, their trio was well prepared, as long as they did not encounter an extraordinarily powerful Soul Emperor. They would be safe enough in the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest. With the intention of fostering camaraderie, the elder quietly fabricated a narrative of training for the trio. Training? The inner circle was perilous, while the outer circle offered little challenge. Are you truly convinced that this would serve as effective training? Dugu Yin and Meng Iran, having consumed celestial herbs, were both wielders of top-tier martial souls, possessing formidable combat abilities in their own right. When they unleashed their full potential, even a soul king would be hard-pressed to contend with them. To find a soul emperor in the Star Do Forest required searching for soul beasts that had existed for approximately 40,000 years, which were primarily located in the inner regions, with the outer areas offering little threat. By the time the morning's SI hour arrived, the two had finally completed their preparations. It seemed that, regardless of the world, the inclination for women to seek beauty remained constant. However, Jiang Xuan, sipping his morning tea, was content to wait, displaying no signs of impatience. As they set forth, their carriage was left at the inn, for the primeval forest was no thoroughfare suitable for a carriage, and one had to tread carefully in such a place, lest they draw attention to themselves. After traveling eastward for about an hour, they finally caught sight of a modest supply town, marking the entrance to the Star Do Great Forest. In between lay a long stretch of desolate no-man's land. Stark and barren, Jiang Xuan, having traversed the Star Do Forest for the first time in both his past and present lives, was enveloped in an exhilarating state, devoid of any complaints regarding the scenery. Meng Iran, as the elder sister and the Dragon Lady, had visited this place on numerous occasions. And the same could be said for Dugu Yin. However, the girl, having spent more time in the Sunset Forest with her grandfather, was intensely curious about this vast sanctuary of soul beasts. The designation of largest habitat was no exaggeration. From a distance, the entrance in the east stretched for thousands of miles, while the side of the Tiando Empire was merely a modest entryway. One could only imagine the grandeur of its total area. The original narrative had indeed undersold it. The vegetation transitioning from sparse grasslands to shrublands was already comparable to the trees of the Shenangjia from the previous life, and peering deeper revealed an endless expanse. The towering ancient trees were far more exaggerated than those in the Sunset Forest, with trunks wide enough for several people to embrace. And the moment one stepped into the forest, the distinction from the outside world was palpable. Ah, what a rich essence of life! If only one could cultivate here indefinitely. Even at the periphery, the abundance of heavenly energy was astonishing. It was no wonder such formidable soul beasts could thrive here. The Star Do Forest was indeed a sanctum for cultivation, yet if one desired to dwell among the soul beasts, they were free to do so at their own peril. In response to the two women's astonishing remarks, Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. Due to the life source in the central region of the forest and the primal state of the entire area, energy was indeed plentiful. However, the scarcity of high-ranking soul beasts in the outskirts did not imply their absence. It was not uncommon for high-tier soul beasts, comparable to titled doulos, to patrol their territories, resulting in numerous unfortunate souls losing their lives each year. Hence, Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss regarding the two women's thoughts. As long as the method of acquiring soul rings for ascension remained unchanged, the possibility of peaceful coexistence between soul beasts and humans was bleak. The Star Do Forest was the domain of the soul beasts. If one wished to reside there permanently, they were courting death, and he preferred not to be involved. Dugu Yin echoed this sentiment, noting that many creatures in the Star Do Forest were absent from the Sunset Forest. Although the three were not overly conspicuous, they also did not exhibit excessive sensitivity, as they had yet to enter the territory of soul beasts over a century old. "What is that soul beast called?" asked Dugu Yin. "The red-eared monkey, a 10-year soul beast, a gregarious creature with no harmful intentions." "And what about that turtle over there?" "It is not a turtle. It is a green-haired Zhizhong insect." "Insects can have shells?" "Who told you that soul beast insects cannot have shells?" Throughout their journey, Dugu Yin and Meng Iran truly resembled a theatrical duo, with a plethora of bizarre questions arising. Jiang Xuan was left wondering what the current Soul Master Academies were teaching, as it seemed they were neglecting even the fundamental knowledge of soul beasts. A Soul Master, wishing to survive, should possess fundamental knowledge of soul beasts. After yet another attempt to ambush the wooden-scaled serpent, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being perception-type Soul Masters, they appeared as naive as a wide-eyed rabbit. Feigning ignorance. "Please, I understand that we are not well acquainted. However, one is the granddaughter of the esteemed Dugu Bo, while the other has grown up alongside her. Who are you trying to deceive?" "It seems that adapting to a new environment is proving challenging. I trust you both as much as I would a ghost. It is evident that Dugu Yin is once again trying to persuade my sister to recruit me. As expected, Dugu Yin spoke up. Are you truly not considering joining our Tiando Royal Battle team? Given your age, you surely wouldn't miss the opportunity to participate in the Continental Soul Master Tournament selection. Dugu Yin was well aware that if she could enlist this little prodigy into the Tiando team alongside herself, securing first place in the selection would be all but guaranteed. Perhaps even achieving commendable results in the continental competition. Your sister has already agreed. Come on, apart from her, there are also some lovely ladies in the team. Your sister will introduce you to a girlfriend. Recognizing that a direct invitation was ineffective, Dugu Yin resorted to the allure of beauty. It must be noted that the Soul Masters within the Tiando Royal Battle team are indeed remarkable individuals. The original protagonists defeating opponents of higher ranks seems somewhat exaggerated. I appreciate your good intentions, Yin Jie, but let us put the matter of joining the team aside for now. Jiang Xuan envisioned organizing his own team for the competition. His sister, Meng Yuran, having consumed the celestial herbs and earth core lotus seeds, had already attained a top-tier talent. Thus, it would be unreasonable for him to switch allegiances. After politely declining Dugu Yin, Jiang Xuan began to contemplate the composition of his team. If all went according to plan, he could potentially recruit Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing. With these two, his team of 7 would not be lacking. However, it would not be an easy task for Oscar to sever ties with Shrek Academy. And while Jiang Xuan believed he could leverage Zhu Zhuqing's desire for growth to separate her from the academy, Oscar's emotional attachment to that institution was undoubtedly much deeper. One step at a time, the commencement of the Soul Master Tournament is still some time away, and suitable candidates have been scarce. If all else fails, forming a new team is also a viable option. Chapter 52, A Corner, Encountering Love? Participating in the Soul Master competition. The Royal Academy of Tiando indeed presents itself as an excellent choice. The captain, Yu Tianheng, stands out as a remarkable representative of the younger generation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, possessing commendable soul skills and innate soul power. However, it is unfortunate that the teaching methodology, akin to that of Shrek Academy, seems to be rarely addressed by other esteemed institutions, leading to a lack of emphasis on the essence of martial souls and the training of soul masters themselves. In comparison to Bei Bei from the second team, Yu Tianheng appears significantly inferior. It is rather disheartening for a captain to be impulsively targeted by others through cunning tactics, if this is not a plot-driven demise. It indicates that young Yu Tianheng is perhaps overly fiery, which does not sit well with Jiang Xuan. Conversely, the remaining team members shine much brighter. Whether it is the exceptional Dugu Yin, bearer of the Emerald Lizard Emperor martial soul, or the adept owner of the Wind Chime Bird martial soul, they both exhibit remarkable potential. The Xuanwu turtle of the Stone Brothers can even evolve into a top-tier water martial soul, rivaling that of the legendary Phoenix in the second team. Their steadfast personalities further enhance their reliability. Lastly, there is the most formidable support soul master, the Nine-Heart Tang, Yilingling. Possessing only a singular soul skill, her support martial soul offers comprehensive area healing, the extent of which can be controlled by the soul master's will. The higher the soul power, the more effective the healing becomes. Does this not sound familiar? Jiang Xuan couldn't help but express his thoughts, remarking that this was merely a mobile version of a spring. Contemplating further, he found himself tempted to join such a team, which boasted a formidable offense, crowd control, and agile assassins, complemented by 2 defensive spirit masters alongside supportive ones. He pondered how the main protagonist group, with its peculiar combination, could falter in battle. The powerful offensive spirit master, Bai Miao, was no match for Yu Tianheng, and the control spirit master lacked the means to contend with the Bai Lin snake. Not to mention the absence of defensive spirit masters and the presence of 2 support spirit masters. Was it truly possible for them to lose in a team fight? One could only say that the protagonist's halo was indeed invincible. Moreover, Yu Tianheng, as the captain, bore the brunt of the defeat. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Dugu Yin continued to chatter beside him, while Meng Yuran, as a comrade, could only offer a wry smile, expressing her helplessness to Jiang Xuan. Naturally, he could not agree to her request at this moment. Jiang Xuan understood the implications. How would he fit into the Tiando royal team without overwhelming strength? It wasn't merely a matter of bringing together several formidable spirit masters to secure victory. The team's chemistry could very well diminish with his addition. Would he even be able to handle 7 opponents in the spirit master competition? He was contemplating how to subtly recruit Yi Lingling to his side, and joining them first would complicate matters both morally and rationally. A mobile version of a spring team was truly desirable. He had no interest in any other sects like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Survival was paramount for output. The periphery of the Stardew Forest was far more expansive than he had imagined, providing adequate space for spirit rings for spirit masters across the continent. From the moment they entered the Stardew Forest, the group, while joking, remained vigilant for any signs of spirit beasts in their surroundings. The outer area was generally a haven for spirit masters below the fourth ring, abundant with thousand-year spirit beasts, yet sightings of 10,000-year spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. It occupied a range that was just right, not as terrifying as the mixed zone, where even 100,000-year spirit beasts could roam freely. Among the spirit beasts, aside from the slumbering 10 great ferocious beasts and the likes of the Silver Dragon King, Dition, there were certainly more than just the apparent 200,000-year spirit beasts. Otherwise, how could the myriad of 100,000-year spirit rings from the sect of the second part come into existence? Alas, the outer area offered little in terms of practical experience for Jiang Xuan and his companions. As per the suggestions of their elders, acquiring spirit rings could lean towards high-level 1,000-year spirit rings, and with his sister possessing her unique methods, even attempts at 10,000-year spirit rings were within the realm of possibility. While the original work depicted Tangan as having extraordinary luck, Jiang Xuan believed he could grant his sister a tangible advantage. Today truly seemed to be their fortunate day. Unexpectedly, they were on the verge of closing a substantial deal, complete with a buy-one-get-one free offer. Just as they were making their way from the outer area to the mixed zone, a sharp, mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. A few robust adult men abruptly blocked their path. "Excuse us, gentlemen, but may we inquire what assistance you require?" Jiang Xuan opened his mouth, revealing what he believed to be his most radiant smile. The few individuals blocking his path were of slightly lesser stature, barely surpassing his 12 years. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Ha ha ha, brothers, this foolish lad dares to inquire what we're up to?" The leader among them, a man of middle age, bore a menacing scar that stretched from his face to his neck, exuding an air of intimidation. At that moment, he was stepping upon what one might mistakenly assume to be a stone. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the bodies of several individuals stacked together. They had been attempting to mask the scent of the corpses with herbs from the Stardew Forest, which explained why Meng Yuran and Dugu Yin had not detected the stench of blood. Were they seasoned criminals, adept at murder and plunder? If utilizing herbs to conceal the scent of human flesh is essential knowledge for a soul master, then the skillful arrangement of corpses to employ corpse-eating insects to eliminate traces is not something an ordinary person would comprehend. The corpse-eating insect was something Jiang Xuan had encountered in the notes of an old poison master, a vital little treasure for those engaged in lethal endeavors. Thus, these individuals could not be of good character. Noticing Jiang Xuan's silence, a small, wiry boy beside the man with the scar displayed a lewd grin and remarked, "Why waste words with them, big brother? Whether we slay this group or another 3, it makes no difference. Besides, these 2 lovely maidens are quite pure-looking." The term lovely maidens naturally referred to Meng Yuran and Dugu Yin. However, pure-looking? With a smile that barely concealed his tumultuous emotions, Jiang Xuan found himself unexpectedly exposed to the eyes of several onlookers. The 2 young ladies, both bearing serpentine martial spirits, were far from the image of purity one might expect. The group discreetly encircled Jiang Xuan and his companions, devoid of the usual villainous banter. The man designated as the leader shot a piercing glance. "Let us not complicate matters further. If you have chanced upon something you should not have seen, consider it a stroke of unfortunate luck. Judging by your appearance, you must be some unknown noble scion seeking to hone your skills." Unable to contain himself, the man advised the others, "Once we return to the city, seek out a few companions to relieve your frustrations. I have no desire to attract unnecessary trouble." His words were succinct, and he seemed poised to take immediate action. This, however, caught Jiang Xuan and his companions off guard. It was rare for those with reckless abandon to resist the allure of 2 beautiful women. Although Dugu Yin and Meng Yuran could not be deemed stunningly beautiful, they were undeniably exquisite in their own right. The way they dressed suggested the possibility of guardians nearby, prompting a desire to swiftly resolve the situation. Before uttering those words, the man had clearly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no high-ranking soul masters were present before revealing his malicious intent. "Martial spirit manifestation," he bellowed. "Brawn of the bull, manifest. Serpent spear, manifest. Golden monkey, manifest." Under the leadership of the chief, several soul masters with a white and yellow soul ring configuration unleashed their martial spirits, with the leading figure boasting a formidable white, yellow, and purple presence indicative of a soul sect level. For Liu Yin, as a member of a soul master team, engaging in merciless acts and theft had become routine. Oftentimes, the rewards from eliminating certain soul masters far outweighed the risks involved in hunting soul beasts. His remarkable level of soul power, a staggering 48, along with the unwavering execution of his team, ensured they remained undetected by the spirit hall. Among the group, the monkey was undoubtedly the most lascivious. After each successful venture, he would often scatter his golden soul coins upon the bellies of women. Today, confronted with such beauty, he was no exception. Truth be told, upon first laying eyes on them, he felt a surge of desire. These two young soul masters were 100 times more appealing than the women found in any brothel. Yet, Liu Yan's rationality curbed his impulses. An innate sense of danger, honed by his extraordinary talents, had always been his safeguard against peril. Although the sensation he experienced upon encountering the trio was not overwhelming, he sensed a subtle shift, likely due to their familial connections. But what of it? As long as they could eliminate their targets and leave no trace. Who could possibly trace the deeds of Liu Yan's soul-hunting team in the vast Stardew forest? Among his subordinates, the bonds forged with his brothers were rooted in a mutual reverence for wealth, though the true measure of their loyalty in the face of mortal peril remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Liu Yan's teachings to them were unwavering, advocating for the utmost effort even against seemingly trivial adversaries. Together, they had vanquished all challengers, having previously ambushed and eliminated 2 squads from an esteemed academy, each boasting the prowess of soul kings. Thus, within this 6-member team led by a soul master, the remaining 5, all of whom were soul elders, managed to thrive in the outer regions. In his estimation, the 3 individuals before him were no exception. Regrettably, after dispatching a previous team, presumably composed of academy students, time had become a constraint to avoid attracting unwanted attention from their instructors. Otherwise, these 2 young ladies might have enjoyed a rather novel experience. Rest assured, in light of your courteous demeanor, I shall ensure your demise is not excessively agonizing. After merging with the spirit of the bull, Liu Yan's physique had notably expanded. His arms and legs had grown significantly thicker. The gaunt man, characterized by a sharp visage, now sported elongated limbs, revealing his monkey martial spirit. Is it truly impossible to sit down and converse amicably? We assure you, we have seen nothing at all. Jiang Xuan, with keen interest, began to comment on the other martial soul. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, his expression so naive that one might mistake him for an inexperienced young master. Liu Yan, perplexed by the young master's unusual demeanor, unlike others who would grovel and plead, decided not to dwell on it, realizing that the other's thought process was quite peculiar. Are you done playing? Meng Yiran's tone was frigid, while Donggu Yin had already entered a state of serpent eyes without anyone noticing. Oh dear. It's not that I wish to take a life. I merely afforded him an opportunity. Yet you all seem so ineffectual. The youth's voice was soft. Yet in the close proximity, it was distinctly audible. Just as a few were about to mock him, the ensuing scene rendered them speechless. Emerald Scale Serpent King, manifest. Serpent King's staff. 2 enchanting voices echoed, but the ever-lecherous monkey had lost interest in discussing the lovely voices of the 2 beauties. Yellow, purple, gulp. 2 soul sovereigns? The optimal configuration of soul sovereigns? A voice filled with dread arose within the ranks. The academy students had faced adversaries before, but those were merely low-ranked soul masters. Who could have anticipated that today, in what was supposed to be a casual endeavor, they would confront such peril? Indeed, one must never speak of returning home after this endeavor. With a fierce grip, the monkey unleashed his serpent spear with all his might. The barbarian bull soul sect roared. And no melodramatic scenarios unfolded. They were all desperate individuals. And the act of kneeling and begging for mercy upon witnessing the optimal soul ring configuration was far from their nature. Instead, they surged forth with ferocity at the moment the 2 martial souls manifested. Liu Yan's thoughts were straightforward. 2 suspected soul sovereigns alongside an unknown-level soul master meant they had certainly encountered a formidable challenge. Typically, youths clad in luxurious garments hailed from prestigious families and would never venture into the Stardew forest like them. Were they here for survival? Then why had these 3 come? Surely, it was for the soul rings, and among them, someone must have breached the 30th level and prepared to ascend to the 40th. With such an optimal soul ring configuration and such youthful soul masters, one could hardly consider them inept. To seek the other's forgiveness? Huh. Only a fool would contemplate such an uncertain action that risks one's life. Heaven and hell can sometimes arrive with astonishing swiftness. Lu Yin, accustomed to the dangers of his profession, had often contemplated the day he might face a formidable adversary. Thus, they were always careful to assess their opponent's strength before engaging. However, today, by chance, they encountered 3 young children who possessed such terrifying levels of soul power. The moment the martial souls manifested, the palpable sense of impending doom made him acutely aware of the overwhelming soul energy emanating from the 2 young women. There were not one, but 2 soul sovereigns at the 40th level. He possesses a profound understanding of his own brother's capabilities. Even in the midst of a chaotic brawl, it is evident that a level 30 would inevitably be bested by a level 40. Thus, he can only wager that these few prodigies lack practical combat experience. Such astonishing talent must have been cultivated by dedicating all their time to the refinement of their soul power, leaving open the possibility of opportunity amidst life and death struggles. While lost in thought, his movements remained swift. Several individuals nearly simultaneously lunged towards Meng Yiran and Dugu Yin, deliberately overlooking Jiang Xuan, who had yet to reveal his martial soul. Do Meng Yiran and Dugu Yin truly lack practical combat experience? Remember to leave a survivor, Jiang Xuan timely reminded them, lest the 2 ants reduce their opponent to mere remnants, as he yearned for a touch of amusement amidst the monotonous journey through the starry great forest. Regrettably, the other party was uncooperative. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's supplementary remarks, the 2 women exchanged knowing smiles. In an instant, Dugu Yin transformed into a delicate form reminiscent of a fragile creature, adopting the striking posture of a green-scaled serpent. Her legs fused together, morphing into a robust serpent tail that supported her body, while Meng Yiran's serpent staff radiated with an intensified brilliance, swiftly thickening by a discernible margin. First soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison. First soul skill, sweeping through thousands. A purplish mist enveloped the surroundings, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift dramatically. As they understood the imminent threat of poison and braced themselves with grim resolve, they covered their mouths and noses. As for Meng Yiran, her serpent staff, due to its mutated nature, resembled more of a long pole, exuding an indescribable aura of valor in her grasp, as her first soul ring gleamed with renewed vigor. Chapter 54. The Law of the Jungle. The moment Lu Yin and his companions erupted into action, they spared no effort, for the stakes had escalated to a life-or-death scenario, striving to take down the 2 three-ring soul masters in one decisive blow. As for the pale-faced figure standing idly, he was likely no more than a mere distraction. Third soul skill, charge. Fourth soul skill, earth tremor. Third soul skill, rending claw. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated by the radiance of soul rings, as an array of extraordinary skills descended upon them like a torrential storm. Indeed, they were reckless adventurers, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques from the most cunning angles. Jiang Xuan took a step back, as if by mere chance he had narrowly evaded an attack from a 3-ringed soul master. The group attacking Meng Yiran and Dugu Yin suddenly heard a delicate shout. First soul skill, sweep across thousands. The serpent staff in Meng Yiran's grasp thickened, exuding a profound weight that instantly transformed its essence. Under Jiang Xuan's intentional guidance, Meng Yiran's martial spirit had mutated, making it far more suitable to describe her abilities as an offensive powerhouse. The serpent staff, or serpent rod, infused with 2 golden soul rings, possessed unparalleled heft and striking power. Both women were seasoned warriors. Even if they did not match the life-and-death experience of their opponents, the disparity in strength was undeniable. While both sides consisted of 3-ringed soul masters, the adversaries were uniformly equipped with a combination of white and yellow rings. In stark contrast, Meng Yiran and Dugu Yin boasted the superior configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple rings. Furthermore, Meng Yiran's 3rd ring was not merely a 1,000-year soul ring but a formidable one, exceeding the basic configuration with a grand total of 3,100 years from the mighty Golden Bear. As Meng Yiran swept the serpent staff, the overwhelming force caused the 2 burly men who had charged in first to change their expressions dramatically, their bodies sent flying by the sheer impact, their faces turning a sickly hue upon contact. One blow, and they were severely injured. Only the man with the monkey martial spirit managed to narrowly evade the attack. Relying on his speed, Lu Yin, witnessing the scene, felt shaken as 2 of his comrades nearly lost their combat abilities from a single encounter. His hands formed exaggeratedly large fists. He chuckled. When a sensitive attack soul master encounters a powerful attack soul master without maintaining distance, What could he possibly use to fight back? As the captain of the squad, Liu Yan's objectives were clear, as the only soul master among them. He was determined to be the main force in battle. The opposing team clearly consisted of one sensitive attack and one powerful attack soul master, and he surmised that the man was likely a support type. If he could swiftly eliminate the sensitive attack soul master, he was confident he could turn the tide against the other serpent staff wielder. It must be said, disregarding innate talents, their combat acumen was evidently far superior to that of ordinary academy students, honed through experiences in life and death situations, which proved far more practical than mere techniques. Had they encountered a different group of students instead of Jiang Xuan and his companions, they might well have succeeded. While control-type spirits do indeed restrain sensitive attack types, powerful attackers can only limit their counterparts based on the disparity in strength. The Emerald Scale Serpent King was not particularly adept in direct combat at higher levels, or even at equal ranks. It held a disadvantage, which was why Dugu Bo had once earned a notorious title. However, the man before them, though a level 40 soul master, could hardly compare to the prowess of the Emerald Scale Serpent King with his Brawn Bull martial spirit. Do not mention the disparity between soul rings. Direct confrontation has never been the forte of agile attack soul masters. The phosphorescent purple poison silently spread, and although they were aware of its toxicity, there was no recourse during battle but to shout a warning to cover their mouths and noses. Just as Liu Yan's attack was about to make contact with Dugu Yan, a bizarre scene unfolded. Dugu Yan smiled alluringly, her body, seemingly fragile and boneless, evaded the man's fist with grace, while Liu Yan, with his horns resembling a bull, appeared clumsy and stumbled in place. Did he miss? No. Though I am not a speed-type soul master, I should have been able to decrease my opponent's speed by 30 with my ground stomp. What technique did he employ? Weren't you just eager to capture this lady for some fun? Now, here I am before you. Care to play a game with me? Liu Yan's expression fluctuated, and upon glancing at the monkey who had spoken, he noticed the latter's complexion had turned a shade of bruised purple, while the others within the mist began to collapse as well. Poison. The instant he saw the opponent manifest their martial soul, Liu Yan recognized that snake-type souls generally possessed toxic attributes. Thus, they had discreetly consumed detoxification pills. Yet, even that could not avert disaster. The venom of this snake martial soul master was truly terrifying. After Dugu Yan activated her martial soul, her elongated snake tail exuded an alluring beauty while harboring the strength to strangle. The disrespectful monkey soul master found himself ensnared by the snake's tail around his neck, reminiscent of a constrictor preparing to devour its prey. As the poison took effect, the monkey soul master found himself immobilized, yet his spirit remained unscathed. Under Dugu Yan's deliberate torment, the lengthy serpent would gradually end his life, all while inflicting maximum psychological pressure. Is this not cruel? Liu Yan shook his head. It appeared he had inadvertently succumbed to the snake's venom as well. That was not merely a missed punch. It was a manifestation of his diminished reflexes due to poisoning. Watching the torment of the monkey unfold beneath him, Liu Yan felt a surge of dread, not for those who had fallen, but for himself. As his mind raced with thoughts of how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. How careless. The two soul masters, both of the third ring, were taken aback by the formidable strength of their opponent, particularly the poison soul master before them, who had silently infiltrated the poison into their comrades' bodies, even though they had held their breaths. Strangely, the auxiliary soul master seemed unaffected, in stark contrast to the silent approach of Dugu Yan. Meng Yiran's combat style presented a completely different scene. The serpent staff in her hand was nearly half a fist thick, making a whistling sound as it swung through the air. The girl's gaze was resolute, devoid of the softness she had displayed moments before. Although the staff appeared to be a mere slender rod, it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. When it struck an enemy, the impact was such that they would collapse to the ground, incapacitated. At best, they would end up bruised and battered with broken bones. Observing the surroundings, one could see numerous craters and shattered tree trunks, revealing the terror that this beautiful girl wielded. With a resounding thud, the serpent staff struck the ground. Even without the enhancement of her martial soul, the seemingly unremarkable staff, upon lightly touching the earth, kicked up a significant cloud of dust, underscoring its exaggerated weight. Watching his formidable sister engage in such an exaggerated fighting style, Jiang Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Had he inadvertently led her down a peculiar path? Perhaps if the serpent staff were renamed to something more auspicious, like the golden cudgel, it would be more fitting. As his companions fell one by one, clearly a deliberate tactic by the enemy, Liu Yan unleashed his third soul skill. his face contorted with rage as he charged towards what he believed to be the auxiliary soul master. Chapter 55. A ruthless individual? Among the 3 soul masters, 2 were incredibly powerful, both at the 40th level of soul ancestor, although they had yet to acquire their soul rings. The optimal configuration of their soul rings and their displayed combat prowess filled Lu Yin with despair. The poison soul master required no further elaboration. The monkey who had previously taunted her now faced an uncertain fate. The other staff-wielding soul master, seemingly delicate, possessed tremendous strength, effortlessly cleaving a tree as thick as a man's torso in half. The consequences of such a martial soul striking a human body were all too predictable. Despite their youth, their soul power was remarkable, their martial souls top tier, and their soul ring configurations impeccable. Surely, the last remaining individual could not be so formidable. All he needed was to capture this auxiliary soul master, and there might still be hope for rescue. As he noticed the narrowing distance between them, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Yan's eyes. Indeed, with a 2-ringed soul master, he was convinced that geniuses were not commonplace. With his team on the verge of annihilation, how could Lu Yin not become frantic? He gazed at the 2 yellow soul rings adorning the boy, which, despite being optimal configurations, would not deter him as a soul ancestor from seizing victory. The scarred man remained oblivious, while the 2 women displayed expressions of pity. Alas, why choose anyone but a seemingly innocuous man who was, in truth, a demon in disguise? From the depths of the Azure Lotus, flames of Azure Lotus arise. In the face of the soul sect's sudden assault, Jiang Xuan did not overestimate himself to the extent of neglecting to utilize his martial soul. As the gaze of his adversaries turned towards him, the Qinglian Earth Heart fire erupted forth with a swift roar. Having reached a level of mastery post-awakening that allowed it to be unleashed at will, uncertain of the source of their exuberance, he questioned whether they perceived him as a mere soft persimmon to be easily crushed. Frankly speaking, the trio indeed approached the situation with a somewhat playful mindset. The implications behind the configuration of soul rings extend beyond merely the disparity in skill potency. The distinction between soul rings of 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years, even a mere 1-year difference, represents a qualitative and quantitative divergence. The early maturation of soul masters in the Douluo Continent can be attributed, in part, to the nourishing effects of the energy absorbed from soul rings on their bodies. Whether a soul master's first ring is 100 years old speaks volumes about the quality of their martial soul and physical constitution. One cannot equate a 100-year soul ring with a 10-year white ring, let alone a 1,000-year one. This explains the reaction of the soul hunting team upon witnessing the 2 women possessing 1,000-year soul rings. It is worth noting that Lu Yin only acquired a barely 1,000-year purple soul ring upon reaching level 40. Although he currently possesses merely 200-year soul rings and has yet to absorb a 3rd 1,000-year ring. Thanks to the consumption of the rare heaven-piercing chrysanthemum and years of physical training, Jiang Xuan felt no fear in a contest of strength against the soul sect. With a dismissive laugh, he faced the punch of the bull spirit master without flinching. Upon reflection, he appeared to be the most affable among the trio. Was he chosen because they believed they could subdue him and use him as leverage? One must admit, as an original works background character, they were indeed more credible than some of the mindless antagonists, displaying a commendable level of intelligence. The skirmish unfolded within mere minutes, devoid of any verbal sparring. Instead, their intentions were clear and their strikes ruthless, all aimed at their critical points. Had their talents and backgrounds been slightly more elevated, they might have achieved even greater heights. How could this be possible? Witnessing his 3rd soul skill being effortlessly countered, he found it perplexing that such a massive fist could be met head-on by the delicate hand of the opposing figure. Why was he able to withstand his assault with the strength of a mere 2nd-ring soul master? It was indeed strange. Apologies, he thought. As his martial soul had recently undergone a 2nd awakening, and he was still unfamiliar with the strength of his own body, leading him to test his limits. The 2 women retracted their martial souls and silently stood beside Jiang Xuan, observing the astonished man whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Xuan's eyes nearly squinted into a narrow slit, and after being struck by the venom of the azure-scaled serpent, not only did his movements become sluggish, but his reflexes seemed to have diminished as well. Truly alarming. Upon closer inspection, a thin layer of flame enveloped the point of contact between their hands and fists, as the azure heart fire had already charred the man's 4 fingers into grotesque white bones. Yet astonishingly, his opponent exhibited no reaction. Did he not glance at his own palm? Though I regret to inform you, esteemed, unnamed soul master, that I have yet to master my martial spirit, resulting in an inadvertent and exaggerated release of energy. What cursed flame is this? Like the whisper of a demon, Lu Yin could no longer ponder how his opponent managed to withstand his assault. His left fist was visibly consumed by the azure flames. Terrifyingly, he felt no pain whatsoever. This won't do. It cannot be extinguished. He attempted to isolate the bizarre flames with his soul power, yet his normally formidable muscles felt as fragile as tofu beneath a cleaver. Is it poison? Can the toxicity affect my nerves? At this moment, Lu Yin realized that this was the handiwork of the snake soul master. What kind of serpent's venom renders the detoxification pill utterly ineffectual? Internally screaming, the relentless flames began to creep up his left arm. Had it not been for the obstruction of his soul power, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a pile of bones by now. Since there is no sensation of pain, Lu Yin steeled himself, turning to seize his companion's steel knife, aiming it toward his own left arm. The anguished cry did not emerge from Lu Yin. Meng Aran, though somewhat carefree, was startled into turning away by the gruesome scene. Dugu Yin similarly exclaimed in reproach, "Pervert! What a ruthless individual!" Realizing that he felt no pain, he had immediately resorted to severing his own arm to halt the burning of the azure heart fire. Impressive. Jiang Xuan initially presumed that the individual before him was merely a ruffian of the lowest order. However, upon witnessing his disposition, as well as the ruthlessness and cunning with which he conducted himself, it became evident that he was indeed a character worthy of a more formidable narrative. The three of them appeared to be akin to antagonists cornering the protagonist into a desperate situation. The man leapt back a few paces, his face increasingly marred by purple blotches as time progressed, and he could feel the inexorable drain of his vitality. His short arm, cast aside, was momentarily enveloped by his soul power to staunch the incessant bleeding, while his gaze, filled with malice, fixated on the previously innocuous-looking youth. The first soul skill. The second soul skill. The third soul skill. Ultimately, fury eclipsed reason as the three soul rings erupted in unison, causing his form to swell once more, resembling a small mountain as he charged toward Jiang Xuan. The two women, observing the spectacle, discreetly retreated to the sides. Alas, such lack of camaraderie. What if he were to be crushed should he fail to withstand the assault? In light of this, out of respect for his opponent, Jiang Xuan set aside his playful demeanor, viewing this as an opportunity to gauge the full extent of his soul's second awakening. Yes, I believe this is indeed my full strength. A soul master of level 48, nearing level 50, is a fitting match. First soul skill, ethereal flame manifestation. Second soul skill, dance of the fiery sun. The burly bull soul master, utilizing the momentum from his run, hurtled forward, while in the youth's hand, a blade of flame resembling a tang knife materialized with a whispered incantation. Chapter 56, Battle of the Soul Sect. Bang! The flame tang Dao collided heavily with the right fist of the bull spirit master, causing a significant indentation to appear behind Jiang Xuan, showcasing the sheer terror of the force involved. Yet, astonishingly, despite such an exaggerated clash, the young man's feet remained firmly planted, as he withstood the opponent's assault wielding only his right hand and the sword. The seemingly fragile flame blade did not shatter as one might expect. Instead, it resiliently resisted the bull's fist with its slender form. To clarify, the sword's body was also composed of the blue lotus earth fire. The greatest benefit of apprenticing under the chrysanthemum Douluo was that Jiang Xuan's exploration of the manifestation of his martial soul had ascended to an entirely new level. Compared to his previous gradual experimentation, having a super Douluo guiding him on his unique path was undoubtedly the most efficient shortcut. Unlike before, when he could only create intangible objects using his first soul skill, his progress was now remarkably significant. Similar to the battle he had last night with Shrek. As long as Jiang Xuan wished, he could not only conjure flame dual pistols or flaming arrows, but he could also transform the blue lotus into the appearance of blue silver grass. Ultimately, it was merely a distinction of fiery blue silver grass. One must admit, regarding his primary martial soul, the blue lotus earth fire, it possessed every form he desired. Describing the transformation of his martial soul's properties would be more fitting. Much like how the chrysanthemum Douluo's wondrous chrysanthemum effortlessly shifted among the variations of its petals. If the blue lotus flame could manifest as a lotus flower, then transforming into various forms of tools was certainly within its capability. Unlike the gentleman's longsword, Jiang Xuan undoubtedly favored the Tang Dao, as he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. In stark contrast to Jiang Xuan's ease, The bull spirit master Lu Yin was drenched in sweat, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. Just moments ago, he could attribute his inability to exert full force to the influence of poison, but now, with 3 soul skills stacked and an accompanying shock effect, how could this elemental spirit master possibly endure? Shouldn't he be evading with agility and then relying on the advantages of his martial soul to engage in a tug-of-war? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. A weapon spirit master withstood the attack of a beast spirit master with sheer physicality. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. Was it difficult for the soul sect master to accept? Ah, indeed, for on the Douluo Continent, few consciously trained their bodies without the aid of their martial souls. Once a beast martial soul was activated, the body's strength naturally increased, and weapon spirit masters had no incentive to attempt such a strenuous and thankless endeavor. Yet, why do so many fail to comprehend this? A powerful martial soul means a formidable spirit master. Similarly, a spirit master's inherent strength enhances the expression of their martial soul's abilities. For instance, in terms of soul ring absorption, the robust physique of an individual could endure a far greater duration of soul rings than that of a frail person. The youthful, carefree words resonated in his ears. Yet no matter how much force he exerted, it felt as if they had sunk into the ocean without a trace. The single-handed grip on the Tang knife exhibited no discernible change. Aside from the tremors induced by the force transmitted through the blade, there was not a hint of fluctuation. "Hey, you 2 siblings are rather extraordinary," Dugu Yin remarked, poking the expressionless Ming Yiran, who seemed utterly unfazed by the scene unfolding before her. It was one thing for her sister to sweep through the crowd like a Valkyrie descending from the heavens. It was another for her brother, an elemental soul master whose physical strength was not his strong suit, to engage in a contest of strength with a beast soul master. Could someone just enlighten me on the extent of this exaggerated physique? In response to Dugu Yan's astonishment, Ming Yiran merely smiled, pondering whether to disclose that her own extraordinary strength was a result of her brother's training. Originally inclined towards agile attacks, she had now shifted towards a more brute force approach. While the combat style may lack elegance, the inexplicable exhilaration derived from wielding a hefty club to strike her opponents had led her to subconsciously embrace this newfound style. Lu Yin, the bull-like figure, was rendered speechless. Observing this, Jiang Xuan ceased his taunting. Having tested the strength of his body honed through the cultivation of the, he no longer held back. With the flow of soul power in his right arm, he repelled his opponent a few steps back. Aware that the use of the blue Lotus scorching abilities was rather soul power intensive, struck purely by brute force, Lu Yin could only see the boy's indifferent expression as his left hand gripped his right wrist firmly. Jiang Xuan spoke, enveloping his fist with soul power to avoid contact with the flames of the blue Lotus. "One must admit, you truly are a remarkable individual. Were it not for the capriciousness of fate, in a world devoid of martial soul restrictions, you would undoubtedly soar to greater heights." As Jiang Xuan summoned his soul power, the temperature of the blue Lotus earth fires surged abruptly, and soon, azure flames enveloped his entire being, transforming him into a regal embodiment of fire. Despite being merely a white-ringed soul master, with a 1,000-year soul ring that was but a subpar yellow variant, the opponent's methods and ruthless demeanor, along with a style devoid of hesitation, inevitably reminded him of a certain cultivator from his past life known as Han Tianzuan, a figure renowned in the cultivation realm. If a bull-headed soul master were to exist in such a fantastical world, his accomplishments would surely be unparalleled. Alas, this is a lamentable world where one's destiny is often predetermined by their birth. Enough with the jesting. How could you prodigies ever comprehend the trials I have endured? Why must we, the inherently disadvantaged, be trampled beneath your feet? Beneath that colossal frame, the man ultimately succumbed to the neurological devastation of the phosphorescent purple poison. His composure shattered, resorting to a shameful, hysterical tirade of insults. Has reason been nearly consumed? The poison of the phosphorescent serpent monarch is indeed terrifying. From beginning to end, the man exhibited not a flicker of fear in his eyes, even under the overwhelming disparity of power, giving the impression that he was desperately seeking an opportunity to escape. No, it cannot merely be described as an impression. It was indeed his intention. Observing Lu Yin, driven to madness by the phosphorescent purple poison, Jiang Xuan silently pointed the blade of his flame Tang Dao toward him. "May this guide you on your journey, esteemed soul master." Jiang Xuan has never considered himself a virtuous individual, whether it was seeking apprenticeship at Shrek Academy, later leveraging the prophetic narrative to negotiate for the ice and fire duality in the celestial herb, or even assisting Dugu Bo in evolving his martial soul with ulterior motives. Did the other party remain unaware? Certainly not. However, the exchange of interests sufficed. He despised the hypocrisy of engaging in self-serving acts while simultaneously seeking to absolve himself. Such duality was rather disingenuous. Did the savage bull soul master and his soul-hunting squad err in their actions? Or were the nameless individuals they dispatched at fault? From their perspective, neither was in the wrong. They were merely struggling for survival in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Compared to the scarred man before him, he was far superior to many protagonists in novels featuring overpowered characters. Alas, the world is inherently unjust. These individuals sought to eliminate him simply because he outclassed them. Thus, they perish while he endures. Such is the unyielding truth of existence, leaving little room for grievances. The youth exhaled softly, proclaiming, "In an instant, 10,000 deaths." Chapter 57. In an instant, 10,000 deaths. In an instant, 10,000 deaths. The frenzied bull soul master lunged at him once more, completely devoid of rational thought. Jiang Xuan, in silence, infused his soul power into the fiery Tang Dao manifested from the blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, simultaneously unleashing his first and second soul abilities. Instantly, the temperature of the azure flame surged dramatically. Having been afflicted by Dugu Bo's first soul skill, the azure phosphor purple poison, Lu Yin would not survive long without proactively dispelling it. This is not an exaggeration. It is implausible for Dugu Bo to ascend to the rank of titled doulos without accumulating enemies along the way. Yet, the presence of his granddaughter, thriving and studying at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, is a telling indication of the situation. Would others refrain from involving themselves with Duguian? Certainly not. Although Dugu Bo ranks near the bottom in combat prowess among titled doulos, he possesses unparalleled area of effect capabilities. Anyone lacking confidence in outright killing Dugu Bo or confronting him alone would think twice before provoking this formidable poison master. As for those at even higher ranks, seasoned veterans typically bear no grievances. The title of Poison Douluo is indeed fearsome. The most prudent course of action would be to avoid confrontation and allow the savage bull soul master to succumb to the effects of the poison. In the past, he would have undoubtedly exercised such careful restraint, even if the opponent's combat strength posed no threat to him. Precaution is warranted to evade the dying retaliation of a soul master nearing the rank of soul king. Perhaps this was a moment of unnecessary sentimentality. Watching the man before him transform from calm and sagacious to this frenzied state, he was inexplicably reminded of a haunting memory. Concluding the encounter with his most potent attack could be seen as a form of respect, a respect for a leader steeped in crime and violence. No one is inherently noble, and one cannot rule out the possibility that Jiang Xuan himself might one day be slain in the pursuit of soul bones and rings against some high-ranking soul masters. When one is killed, death is inevitable. He never believed that possessing an unknown system after traversing realms would render him invincible. This explains why Jiang Xuan, in his relentless quest for power, has become irretrievably lost. In battle, he would engage those he could defeat and rely on his allies for those he could not. Reasonable? Quite so. With a support system, does he not have an advantage over those without? To speak of it, without the connection to the Dragon Prince and the Snake Matron, it is unlikely he could approach the Eye of Ice and Fire, let alone facilitate the second awakening of the Qinglian Earthheart Fire. Without such a background, he would likely have been swiftly educated by others at Shrek Academy. The flames of the Qinglian Earthheart Fire grew ever more vigorous, the fiery Tang Dao exhibiting a mesmerizing hue of blue tinged with red. Come with me to hell. At that moment, the scarred man, engulfed in madness, flickered with a moment of clarity before launching himself frantically at Jiang Xuan, who wielded the flaming blade. It was all a matter of a fleeting breath. Could he even momentarily suppress the venom of the green-scaled serpent? Remarkable. Alas, a moment of slaughter. To the masses, it was a massacre. Before the eyes of the two women, the illogical azure flame of the blade surged forth like a tidal wave from the Tang Dao, erupting into a terrifying conflagration upon contact with the soul master of the mighty bull, without even a hint of a scream. The robust figure staggered a few steps before collapsing with a thunderous crash, his body inexplicably cleaved in two, taking with it the remnants of the recently slain soul-hunting squad, consumed entirely by flames. What was undeniably a gruesome scene appeared almost serene due to the horrifyingly high temperature of the Qinglian Earthheart Fire, which incinerated blood and bone alike. Resembling the automatic harmonization scene in online games when a humanoid monster is slain, those with a slightly warped psyche might even extol the artistry of such flames. Disturbing. Dugu Yin could not help but utter another curse. She had been astonished by this creature, younger than her by nearly 3 years, countless times along their journey. Although the soul sect was affected by its own green-scaled serpent poison, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. Defeating a soul master of over 40 levels with a mere 30-level strength without so much as a heavy breath was indeed a formidable feat. Was it necessary for them to continue living? In response to the criticisms from Dugu Yin, Jiang Xuan could only laugh it off. While his mind remained clear, he had hoped to engage with her playfully. Alas, the rapid onset of the green-scale serpent's venom rendered him a mindless brute, indistinguishable from a madman. Once the remarkable rationality of his opponent was eradicated, there was no need to squander any further time. In an instant, a myriad of kills ensued. The advanced application of martial souls resembled the formidable resilience of the wondrous mushroom petals in the hands of Yuguan, akin to iron and gold. The azure lotus earth fire was also utilized to its fullest potential. After transforming into a Tang Dao with his first soul skill, he maximized the advantages of its transformative properties, enabling the flames not only to possess explosive qualities but also the sharpness akin to blades. This was the reason he could unleash fiery blade energy moments ago, reminiscent of martial techniques from other fantastical realms. It was fortunate that he had departed from Shrek early on, serendipitously encountering his master. Otherwise, the journey of discovering the nature of his martial soul would have been fraught with unnecessary detours. The myriad of kills could be regarded as one of his few trump cards at present. Casting a meaningful glance at a certain spot, Jiang Xuan retracted his martial soul and approached the two women, exchanging a knowing look before speaking loudly. Using a finishing move truly drained soul power. Fortunately, there are no soul beasts around. Otherwise, the three of us would stand defenseless. Let us take a moment to rest. You know my explosive moves are limited. I haven't even recovered my soul power yet. Isn't it said that siblings united can cut through metal? Having grown up practically as one, they understood each other's intentions with a mere glance. The peculiar exchange left Dugu Yin thoroughly confused. Drained soul power? Not recovered? Defenseless? Am I missing something? That exaggerated gravity ring you're still wearing doesn't exactly scream weakness. Moreover, I contributed the most during the entire battle, so where's this excessive consumption coming from? And that striking move you executed earlier was indeed impressive. Now you claim you have only 3 tricks up your sleeve? Are you mocking me? Dugu Yin was bewildered, though it mattered little now. Whether or not he was jesting, she only needed to distract a certain little mouse lurking in the shadows for a fleeting moment. In the brief exchange of glances, they failed to warn Dugu Yin as they suddenly sprang into action, dashing towards a specific direction. Gravity ring, hands, disengage. Gravity ring, feet, disengage. Witnessing their swift movements, Dugu Yin's expression changed dramatically. Were there still others present? It was no wonder the siblings appeared so vigilant. The fact that the perverse individual could evade her green-scale serpent senses was alarming, and he had even directly disengaged his gravity rings. Turning her gaze towards the dense forest, Dugu Yin activated her martial soul once more, maximizing her perceptive abilities. Boom! The azure tongue of fire erupted, igniting the surrounding trees in a blazing circle. A soul master capable of evading the green-scale serpent's awareness, despite not having struck from the shadows, was daring enough to spy. Naturally, Jiang Xuan opted for the preemptive strike. Chapter 58. Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer swore that she had never experienced such misfortune in a single day. Her sister had just managed to break through the 40th level, and with the acquisition of a Millennium Spirit Ring, she could ascend to the rank of Spirit Master, joining the ranks of the Academy's most formidable individuals. However, she could not have anticipated that her luck would plummet while tagging along with the Academy's instructors and her sister to the Stardow Forest in pursuit of spirit rings. Initially, they encountered several unknown spirit beasts with powers exceeding 40,000 years in the mixed zone. Although the spirit beasts in this area were already of considerable strength, it was unprecedented for them to face multiple high-ranking spirit beasts in succession. From a distance, these creatures predominantly appeared as serpents and subdragon species, exhibiting greater prowess than their counterparts. Fortunately, the beasts did not target their small team. Otherwise, they might have met their demise without understanding how. The leading instructor, a spirit sage, along with a recently promoted spirit emperor mentor, constituted a formidable force, theoretically more than adequate for securing a Millennium Spirit Ring for a spirit master. However, due to the peculiar nature of her martial spirit, the glimmering dolphin, it was nearly impossible to locate a suitable Millennium Spirit Beast in the outer regions, prompting the instructors to lead them into the mixed zone. Accompanying them was another Spirit Emperor mentor with a need for spirit rings. Yet as long as they did not venture too deep into the mixed zone, safety was generally assured. Was today a race among spirit beasts? This young lady felt as if she were being chased relentlessly. Upon closer inspection, Shui Wei appeared disheveled, as though she had been tossed about and trampled. Anger welled within her. As a delicate fairy who cherished beauty, she had never endured such indignities. All of this misfortune was thanks to those 10,000-year spirit beasts, who seemed to pursue her without reason, forcing her to flee from the mixed zone to the central area in a state of panic, much to the detriment of those targeting the Millennium Spirit Beasts. Among the Academy's team were several spirit scholars, and a few young apprentices had narrowly escaped being crushed by the foul feet of the spirit beasts. According to the instructors, a powerful team of spirit masters was hunting high-ranking 10,000-year spirit beasts, and judging by the subdragon species they encountered, the targets were far from ordinary. The lowest level of spirit beasts they faced boasted powers of at least 40 to 50,000 years, equivalent to the human spirit Douluo level. Among them was a remarkable 9,000-year frost subdragon, whose attributes were quite suitable for her. However, a 9,000-year dragon spirit beast could serve as the 9th spirit ring for a title Douluo, a rank far beyond her reach as a mere spirit scholar. Speaking of which, from where did those nefarious individuals emerge? Concealed within the grass, Shui Yuer was pale with fear, her expression still unsettled, comparable to the formidable title Douluo. The soul beast swept past with a ferocious howl, leaving the members of the team in utter disarray, even though their target was not the Water Element Academy. It was not merely the onslaught of soul beasts that caused her to become separated. Rather, it was during the moment when the leading instructor wavered under the impact of the Frost Wyvern shockwave that a peculiar group of cloaked figures emerged from the mixed area, launching an unprovoked assault on their team. The manifestations of their martial souls were indeed strange, so much so that even the instructor could not discern their true nature. What was truly terrifying was the uniformity of their soul rings, all optimally configured, with one individual even surpassing the logical limits of soul ring allocation. Despite their relatively modest cultivation levels, none higher than Soul Emperor among the three cloaked figures, their bizarre attack patterns and extraordinary soul rings enabled them to contend equally with a Soul Saint and a Soul Emperor. In the chaos of the mixed area, the instructor was concerned that the sounds of battle would attract the attention of the soul beasts. Recognizing that several students were no match for the 1,000-year soul beasts typically inhabiting the area, she instructed the senior students to escort her and a few companions away from the fray for safety's sake. Truly madness. The students of the Water Element Academy included several high-level soul practitioners nearing level 50 who had intended to rush to their instructor's aid. However, the reckless onslaught of their opponents was deafening, seemingly designed to provoke the soul beasts. The combination of the soul beast tide and the inexplicable attack from the cloaked figures forced the students to hastily retreat to the periphery of the academy, seeking assistance from a few deans and mentors. As a water-type martial soul, Shui Yuer possessed the skill to conceal her presence. While most soul beasts sensed the overwhelming vitality within a soul master, she was able to minimize her aura, thus evading encounters with high-level soul beasts without incident. Oh, the face-devouring spider truly is the most repugnant creature in the realm of soul beasts. Shui Yuer clenched her small fists in anger. If it hadn't been for encountering a 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider on the road, she and her senior Wu Ti have become separated once again due to the latest surge of soul beasts. How impressive it is to reach a high rank. Yet, does one not consider the plight of us novices when hunting 10,000-year soul beasts? Cursing the unidentified soul master responsible for inciting chaos in the mixed zone, Shui Yuer felt as though misfortune had befallen her. After losing contact with her companions yet again, she had no choice but to reduce her pace, cautiously navigating through the mixed zone. As for her two teachers, one a Soul Emperor and the other a Soul Saint, taking on 3 Soul Emperors should not pose a problem. Upon reaching the central node of the outer zone from the mixed area, she swore she had never felt such a mix of ill fortune and fortunate luck upon witnessing an unforgettable scene. Several ruthless criminals appeared to be tending to a crime scene, among them a vicious scarred man, seemingly referred to as Lu Gu, a despicable member of the White Ring Soul sect. In a one-on-one confrontation, Shui Yuer was confident she could defeat him. However, given the number of adversaries, it would be prudent to conceal herself for the time being. With 6 or 7 soul sages present, she certainly could not contend against them alone. Her teachers had always instructed her to hide when faced with insurmountable odds. The Stardew forest was inherently saturated with various attributes of energy, and as long as her presence went unnoticed, her Ingtai dolphin's ability to conceal her aura would enable her to evade danger safely. Hurry up. Move quickly, she urged. Oh dear, are you three fools? With such a large group of people, you haven't noticed? You're practically walking right into their faces. Goodness, you're like pigs, stepping right on their noses without realizing it. While Shui Yuer was silently playing hide-and-seek, she noticed three students, appearing to be soul masters, approaching the group of criminals. One of the boys seemed much younger than her. Don't go. A soul master looking about 12 or 13 years old was undoubtedly there to acquire his second soul ring, or perhaps even his first. The outcome of encountering such a band of desperados was all too foreseeable. Should she save them, or let them be? If she did not intervene, their fate would likely mirror that of others, slaughtered mercilessly, unable to escape death. Yet, if she chose to help, the trio appeared woefully weak. Unless they had two powerful soul masters among them, there was scarcely any awareness of danger, even in the outer zone of the Stardew forest. She was uncertain if she could prevail in battle. While she was confident in a duel against the White Ring Soul sect, the sheer number of foes was daunting. Don't blame me. It's you who are walking into the lioness den. A dead friend is better than a living stranger, Shui Yuer muttered to herself. Yet what transpired next nearly shattered her entire worldview. What is there to blame? Chapter 59. The flood sweeps away the Dragon King's temple in the dense, star-studded forest. A young girl with a sweet visage and an oval-shaped face appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. With her petite frame, she was anxiously striving to lower her body temperature, employing the restraint technique of her oceanic dolphin martial soul to its utmost limit. Could an elemental soul master truly contend against a beast martial soul master? The likelihood seemed exceedingly slim. Even high-ranking elemental soul masters, when faced with beast soul masters of a lower rank, would generally opt to avoid confrontation, akin to a swordsman engaging a tank in a battle of endurance. Typically, the soul rings of beast martial soul masters are primarily amplifying in nature and coupled with the inherent enhancements of their martial souls. Their advantages over weapon soul masters are often substantial. Yet today, she was witness to a scene of astonishing magnitude. An exaggerated control-type poison attribute soul master incapacitating a multitude of soul respect ranks with a cloud of purple mist, alongside that impressively formidable female soul master wielding a long staff. The sheer audacity of their assault was nothing short of heroic, truly magnificent. Initially torn over whether to offer assistance, upon witnessing the prowess of her counterparts, she decided against being a mere bystander. The Snake Soul Master appeared to hail from the Tiendo Academy, renowned for its esteemed reputation. It was only fitting for her to lend her support to their cause. As Shui Yuer prepared to summon her martial soul, she was taken aback when the scarred, brutish man charged towards a seemingly frail young man in the fray. Hey, aren't you two going to protect the support? From a distance, Shui Yuer could only watch helplessly, fearing that the handsome youth might be crushed into a pulp. Is this real? Am I still dreaming? Or have I succumbed to snake poison? A torrent of flames erupted, showcasing an overwhelming power. If the earlier female soul master had demonstrated sheer brutality, then the youth wielding the fiery tang knife was simply beyond comprehension. Shui Yuer found it hard to believe that prior to today, anyone could assert that a two-ringed soul master could stand toe-to-toe with a four-ringed soul sect. It is not to say that a two-ringed soul master could not slay a soul sect. In the absence of martial soul manifestation, a surprise attack certainly held a high probability of success. However, this was an outright confrontation, an audacious face-off. How utterly fierce. Wait. When did Shui Yuer become so infatuated at such a critical moment? If all went well, this young lady would be free of psychological burdens. Don't blame me for not helping you. What was there to blame? As she swallowed her shock and prepared to leave in search of her companions, the chilling voice of the young man suddenly resonated beside her. Jiang Xuan leaned in closely, their faces nearly touching. Although the boy wore a slight smile, the murderous intent in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. He had noticed the commotion during the second attack of the fierce bull spirit master. What was this unsettling aura emanating from the Jinglian? Observing that Dugu Yin remained utterly unresponsive, it became evident that there was an ice or temperature-concealing water-type spirit master lurking nearby. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would be a stunningly beautiful woman. Speak forth. What is the purpose of your clandestine observation? If such a lovely visage were to be marred by the flames, it would surely be a calamity. Jiang Xuan skillfully harnessed the power of transforming flames into the semblance of a long rope, binding his opponent tightly. The female spirit master found her hands ensnared and suspended high above. The moment the flames met the water attribute soul power, they counteracted one another, releasing a hissing mist. It is worth noting that Shui Yuer, a level 36 soul master, possessed a soul power that significantly surpassed Jiang Xuan's, making her capture seem implausible. However, the instantaneous speed of Jiang Xuan, freed from the burden of gravity, proved overwhelming. Without the augmentation of her martial soul, this seemingly delicate girl stood no chance against his formidable form. Moreover, fire inherently served as the nemesis of ordinary water attribute soul masters, and the being was the sovereign among flames. In this moment, Shui Yuer, with wide, fearful eyes, appeared disheveled, her attire, already in disarray, now looked even more peculiar after being subjected to such treatment. The sight of her suspended by the fiery rope evoked unsettling images, especially when paired with her tear-streaked visage. "Why are you binding me? Can't you recognize kindness? I was just about to rescue you," she exclaimed, her voice muffled. Shui Yuer struggled. But Jiang Xuan had swiftly sealed her mouth to prevent any cries for help, leaving her to emit only muffled sounds of protest. Meng Yiran and Dugu Yin arrived in succession, highlighting the disparity in physical prowess among soul masters. By the time the two women reached the scene, Jiang Xuan had already captured his adversary, while they were still approaching, with Dugu Yin lagging behind Meng Yiran due to her lack of dedicated training. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene that elicited embarrassment. "What are you doing? Put her down." Even the spirited Dugu Yin blushed at the sight, recognizing the distinctive blue hair and Tianshui Academy uniform of Shui's wear. Indeed, her clothing had become tattered, already torn from the previous encounter with the soul beasts and the black-robed assailant. Now, bound by, her attire was reduced to mere shreds. Though Jiang Xuan had managed to prevent any burns to her skin, one might mistakenly assume that Jiang Xuan harbored peculiar predilections, especially given the sight of the flames fashioned into bindings. "Ah, do you know her?" Dugu Yan's exclamation halted Jiang Xuan, his hand awkwardly frozen in midair. Perhaps I mistook the person?" Quickly retract the azure flames from the girl. He exerted considerable effort to prevent her from unleashing her martial soul and fleeing. Alas, it appears she is indeed acquainted with Donggu Yin. As Jiang Xuan drew back the blue flame tether, the young maiden suddenly weakened, about to lunge toward him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he stepped back just in time for Donggu Yin to catch her. Meng Yiran remarked, "My brother truly remains single by merit. Encountering a breathtaking beauty, he shows no inclination to cherish her. He even raised his hand with the azure flames, seemingly intent on delivering a finishing blow." Regarding the youth's evasion of Shui Yuer's advance, Meng Yiran felt her mind whirl, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Her brother, evidently strong and handsome, remained an unwaveringly oblivious man. What to do? "I'm rather anxious." After catching Shui Yuer, Donggu Yin felt a bit awkward and hurriedly instructed a certain fool to retrieve a cloak from the treasure pouch for her. The moment she saw the familiar school uniform, Donggu Yin sensed trouble. Unfortunately, the steel-hearted man, once unbound, moved with remarkable speed by the time she reacted. He had already ensnared her. She is from Tianshui Academy. Chapter 60, Encountering the Genuine Article. She is Shui Yuer from Tianshui Academy, Donggu Yin introduced. During the previous exchange between the two academies, they had indeed met, and she was technically from the same cohort as her and Tian Heng Sr. Jiang Xuan was well aware of the Tianshui Academy. He had acted a touch too hastily without verifying the identity of the other party, after all, as a villain. It is often the case that the first to strike holds the advantage. He merely acted a fraction too quickly. Moreover, the psychological resilience and adaptability of the Tianshui students appeared to be rather lacking. Tianshui Academy, ranked among the 5 great elemental academies, possesses its own unique requirements, naturally emphasizing water attributes as its primary focus. As a former member of the LSP, Jiang Xuan had a fair recollection of the remarkable Tianshui girls who shone in the Soul Master competition. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy's admission criteria are the most stringent. For, in addition to possessing a water-type martial soul, there are several additional stipulations. Firstly, applicants must be female. Secondly, only those of beauty are accepted. This has resulted in a veritable production base of stunning beauties, from teachers to students alike. Tianshui Academy, is also notably the only one among the 5 that opens its doors to commoners, which starkly contrasts with the nominal inclusivity of Shrek Academy towards commoner soul masters. From the original text, Jiang Xuan held a decidedly positive impression of Tianque Academy. As long as a girl awakened a water-type martial soul, she could join for a period of study regardless of her innate talents, marking it as a rare soul master academy that truly welcomes commoners. He had contemplated seeking collaboration to potentially expand the academy's admission criteria after enhancing his own strength. But now, all was in ruins. The memories of his past life echoed in his mind, and he felt a profound sense of frustration. In his attempt to collaborate with Tianque Academy, he had inadvertently captured one of its students and nearly harmed another. Could they not meet with a smile and bury the hatchet? He found himself quite anxious about the outcome. Dugu Yin shot him a glare and quickly helped the other girl up, saying, "Senior Shui Ware, it was truly unintentional. Please do not take it to heart. We just encountered a band of desperados and mistakenly thought I was one of them." The once lively Shui Ware now spoke in a soft, delicate voice. Although she was considerably taller and older than Dugu Yan, the contrast made her appear small and pitiful in Dugu Yan's embrace. With each word she uttered, her tearful eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over. Hadn't the 2 girls looked as if they wished to end his life? Was an apology not sufficient? Truth be told, he would rather face off against a soul king, perhaps even several rounds, than to provoke a girl, especially one as beautiful as her, to the point of tears. Shui Yuer lamented, "Why must I be so unfortunate? Nothing seems to go right for me today." In that fleeting moment, Shui Yuer, who had just been infatuated with Jiang Xuan, truly sensed the terrifying intent to kill. Had it not been for Dugu Yan's voice, she might have faced her demise. Once Shui Yuer regained her composure, Jiang Xuan and his companions understood why she had secluded herself in this place. It turned out that she was the sister of Shui Binger, possessing the Yingyu dolphin martial spirit, which explained her ability to evade Dugu Yan's perception through the green scale serpent. Although serpentine senses are remarkably acute, they are not infallible. Against a soul master with such a unique water attribute, who can conceal their body temperature, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. Additionally, Dugu Yin was not specializing in perceptual soul masters, so it was entirely reasonable that she failed to notice Shui Wei promptly. However, what puzzled Jiang Xuan was the presence of an aura he found particularly repugnant. The green lotus earth core fire instinctively repulsed her without cause, leading him to discover her whereabouts. Thus, you encountered a beast tide and subsequently faced inexplicable attacks that caused your separation? Dugu Yin inquired, offering comfort. Having momentarily escaped the terror of life and death, Shui Yuer managed to steady her emotions, casting a complex glance at Jiang Xuan. You should avoid the mixed zone. There are many high-level 10,000-year soul beasts rampaging for reasons unknown. Numerous teams venturing into the mixed zone today to hunt for soul rings have likely suffered similarly, she warned. Moreover, there was an unknown trio that possessed soul rings exceeding the optimal ratio. I must swiftly seek the branch dean for assistance. The mixed zone? A soul beast tide? How could a soul beast tide occur in the mixed zone? Logically, if it were a true soul beast tide, it should sweep from the core region into the entire outer zone. It appeared that the students eliminated by the Manyo team were likely in situations akin to Shui Weir's. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but ponder the timeline. What could trigger a beast tide? It seemed implausible. 3 or 4 times, there were merely a dozen 10,000-year soul beasts. And even if their age surpassed 50,000 years, they would barely reach the level of 80 or 90. The 10 great ferocious beasts were still lost in their dreams of devouring insects. Who would be so bored as to provoke multiple 10,000-year soul beasts? Wait a moment. Over 50,000 years? Multiple times? Suspected 9,000-year soul beasts of the subdragon species? Jiang Xuan suddenly recalled something, his expression becoming quite peculiar. He couldn't help but inquire. Is there any indication that the frost wyvern may be poisoned? How do you know? Shui Yuer blurted out. Meng Yiran looked at her brother in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly posed such a question at this moment. Poisoned? Wyvern? Dugu Yin seemed to grasp the situation, exchanging a knowing glance with her companion, both of them suddenly feeling awkward. Well, if all goes as expected, the poison afflicting that frost wyvern should be in this condition, Dugu Yin stated, as the emerald-scaled serpent monarch manifested, conjuring a drop of its venom once more. Observing Dugu Yan's actions, the astute Meng Yiran also comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the root of the problem lay with the elders of the 3 of them. Shui Yuea nodded, affirming their conjectures. Well then, this time, when the yellow mud falls into the pit, It is not just excrement. It is indeed excrement. The beast tide was instigated by the combined efforts of Dugu Bo, Mingshu, and Douluo in their hunt for soul beasts. The frost wyvern, with its 9,000-year lineage, was likely sought by Mingshu for his 9th soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring is a rare treasure, and a 9,000-year draconic soul beast is undoubtedly the most suitable for possessing the ice and fire attributes of the ice fire dragon flame staff. The signs of poisoning on the beast could very well be attributed to Dugu Bo's emerald-scaled serpent's venom. Although the evolution into the 9 nether emerald demonic python significantly enhanced his martial spirit's physical prowess, suggesting the potential to become a formidable assault-type soul master, it did not mean that the old poison master had relinquished his unparalleled abilities. On the contrary, one could argue that he had become even more formidable. With the addition of the nether attribute, his innate poison had grown even more terrifying. It seemed that the beast tide encountered by the Academy was inadvertently conjured by their own actions, and they had almost obliterated the opposing side in the process. Offending others in this regard, it was clear that they were not the protagonists, and their demeanor was tightly constrained. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Chapter 61. Jiang Xuan's Fury. So the beast tide is a result of your elders hunting soul beasts? If all goes as expected, then yes. The feeling of being caught red-handed with the sentiment of I do not kill Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren dies because of me is indeed 100 times more distressing. The nature of one's relationships, whether virtuous or wicked, bears no relevance. On the path of cultivation, one must maintain a harmonious heart. Each individual possesses a unique character. Why then does Jiang Xuan hold admiration for that scarred man, who clearly belongs to the ruthless category that stops at nothing to achieve his goals? And what of himself? He is certainly not a good person. Jiang Xuan has never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Rather, he embodies the principle of returning grievances 100-fold. However, to label him as a villain would be an exaggeration. A good youth, he believes in repaying kindness with profound gratitude. When it comes to hunting soul beasts, Master Yueguan and Elder Dugu must certainly find the most suitable soul beast before taking action, which inevitably leads to disturbances among the soul beasts. If one is unfamiliar, it is easy to dismiss the events. However, if one is acquainted, it becomes challenging to pretend as though nothing has transpired. Given that they can hunt a frost dragon that has existed for 90,000 years, it is reasonable to assume that the poison Douluo is also involved, is it not? Sister Yanzi, I implore you to assist our teacher. Those peculiar soul masters pose an uncertain challenge for our instructors. Dugu Yin tugged at her clothing, expressed her reluctance. Sister Yue, it is not that I refuse to help, but my grandfather and the others are deep within the mixing zone, even the central area. Pursuing soul beasts. We cannot enter. They must contact us instead. The signal flare has just been sent. Worrying will not resolve anything. Moreover, one of the instructors at the Shrek Academy is a soul sage, so confronting a team comprising 2 soul emperors and 1 soul king should not pose a significant problem. Noticing the pallor on Shui Yue's face, Meng Yiran offered words of comfort. No, those individuals have rather bizarre martial souls. It seems one of them possesses a blood-sucking bat with an extraordinarily peculiar sound wave attack. Additionally, 1 soul emperor surpasses the typical ranks of yellow, purple, and black soul rings, boasting a 1,000-year soul ring as their second. Fearing that the aftermath of the battle might attract other high-ranking soul beasts, the teachers instructed us to seek support from the branch academy. Since we cannot reach the elders at this moment, I must hasten to the Tianshui branch to summon assistance. Wait, Jiang Xuan called out to Shui Yue, who was about to depart. Did you just say that one of them possesses a 1,000-year soul ring as their second? Ignoring Shui Yue's astonished gaze, Jiang Xuan, who had felt slightly embarrassed moments ago, now appeared to have received alarming news. His body seemed to tremble uncontrollably as he gripped his own arms tightly, revealing faint traces of blood. Please clarify, do those individuals don black robes to conceal their identities? Indeed, and their martial souls emit a repugnant stench of blood. Is this odor more pronounced when their martial souls manifest? Jiang Xuan's expression shifted as if he were attempting to confirm something. Yes, although uncertain why Jiang Xuan posed such questions, Shui Yue was not overly vexed and recounted the battle scene she witnessed just before her departure. After hearing her, Meng Yiran gently placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. A blood-sucking bat. An eerie infantile cry, ha ha ha. At last, I have found you, little mice. It's been 6 long years. 6 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent them? Shui Yue was taken aback, the boy's manic laughter echoing with a hint of hysteria, even as two distinct tears of blood emerged from the corners of his eyes. The exaggerated configuration of soul rings, the grotesque martial spirit never before witnessed, and that extraordinary combat capability that transcended the ordinary, all concealed, shying away from revealing its true form. Who could it possibly be but the sinister Soul Master? Jiang Xuan, who had been relentlessly pursuing the traces of the sinister Soul Master, could not help but laugh uproariously. What is he doing? Dugu Yin and Shui Yuer shifted their gazes to Meng Iran, who stood aside. As the boy's sister, she ought to possess the most insight into his peculiar behavior. The laughter grew increasingly exaggerated, followed by the azure flames that had previously caused Shui Yuer considerable distress, surging forth from the boy's body. Is this his martial spirit? Forcing himself to regain composure, Jiang Xuan suppressed the overwhelming hatred and, with the remnants of his rationality, inquired about Shui Yuer's general location and the situation at hand. According to her account, two instructors from the Shrek Academy were intentionally leading the adversary toward the outskirts for battle, suggesting they could not be too far away. Take care of them. Grandma should be here shortly. I must go. Without further explanation, he addressed Meng Iran. The azure flame manifested in its possessed state, two yellow soul rings trailing behind him. As the flames transformed into exaggerated azure wings, soaring toward the direction of the battle, much to the astonishment of Dugu Yin and Shui Yuer, he knew that as an elder sister, Meng Iran would not hinder him in this matter. Fly, fly, flight. Gazing at the departing Jiang Xuan, Shui Yuer was startled. Wasn't he merely a touring soul master? Flames could possess wings like avian martial spirits. Moreover, what could a great soul master accomplish amidst the battlefield of soul emperors and soul saints? Dugu Yin, having previously witnessed Jiang Xuan's unique fire transforming into wings, felt a twinge of envy but did not forget to inquire of the remaining party, saying, "So, what is the story? Last time in the carriage, your strange remarks about your brother, surely you can clarify now." Meng Iran's eyes reflected concern as she remarked, "The soul master encountered by Shrek Academy should be referred to as a sinister soul master." Sinister soul master? The two women were perplexed. Well, Xiao Xuan's and I are not biological siblings, as you know, Yin. My grandfather mentioned this to me, but what does it matter? Meng Iran faced the two, recalling the stubborn child in her memories, saying, Xiao Xuan's parents perished at the hands of a sinister soul master. Grandma, please hurry. Knowing she could not obstruct her younger brother, Meng Iran chose silence and stepped aside. Once the youth departed, she promptly used her serpent staff to contact the nearby snake mistress, Chao Tianxiang, through a special method. To ensure safety, she had refrained from venturing too far. In the midst of the Stardo forest, a ball of azure flame raced swiftly in a single direction. Soul beasts instinctively avoid danger. Although the intensity of the flame was not particularly high, the faint aura of impending peril prompted the ancient soul beasts along the way to refrain from hindering its advance. 6 years. It had been 6 years, and a cryptic smile played upon the boy's lips. Despite the events unfolding before his very eyes, he had relentlessly pursued the truth for years without a single lead. Evil Soul Master. Oh, evil Soul Masters. I once thought you insects would truly hide away until the end of time. Yet, I have finally caught up with you. I shall send you all to the depths of the abyss. The boy clenched his fists tightly, his jaw tightening to the point of drawing blood. The moment he received the news, dark memories resurfaced in his mind. With the fiery wings flapping rapidly, he yearned to hasten his pace, to go faster, disregarding all reason. The azure flame enveloped him as it extended from his wings, encasing his body securely. Any trees or branches that obstructed his path were shattered without resistance. A voice in his mind urged him to remain calm, yet the murderous intent in his eyes only intensified. Indeed, the former version of himself would never have acted so recklessly, always plotting before taking action. However, the thought of the evil soul masters overshadowed all else in his mind. A faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaped his lips as the already fearsome temperature of the azure flame escalated further. Chapter 62, Evil Soul Master. In a certain area between the mixed zone and the outer region of the Stardo Great Forest, the surrounding trees lay devastated by a tumult of chaotic energies, leaving a vast expanse in ruins. The intensity of the battle that had just transpired was evident. Scattered near the remnants of small soul beasts were blue fabric strips and droplets of human blood. Quickly, those two wretched women cannot have gone far. 3 men in black robes leaped down from the air. The leader bent down to scoop up a handful of blood-soaked earth, inhaling deeply with a satisfied smile. Addressing his companions, the Soul Emperor from the Tianshui Academy is gravely injured. Once the duration of her 75th level Water Lotus Soul Saint's true form elapses, she poses no threat to us. The highest-ranking man sneered, "Do not underestimate her. The Water Lotus possesses a degree of purifying ability. Since we have discovered her today, we must ensure that the Soul Master is eliminated and cannot continue to live." Is the second one injured? The leader of the trio, though diminutive in stature, was undeniably the most formidable among them. At this moment, the other member, possessing sharp ears, was evidently the one referred to as the third brother. The aura of the third-ranked Soul Master was noticeably waning. He bore severe injuries, the result of their recent skirmish. When he heard his elder brother's inquiry, he took a breath and replied, "It's nothing serious. Once this is over, if I can drink that woman's blood, I should recover swiftly. Perhaps I might even enhance my abilities. Indeed, but we must remain cautious. We cannot allow them to escape. We have no fear of Tianshui Academy. But if we attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, it would spell trouble," he added. "True enough. We three brothers are uncertain when we will reach the rank of title Douluo, at which point we shall no longer need to hide like this." The eldest brother furrowed his brow, reprimanding, "Foolish. Do you think that once we become titled Douluo, we can act with impunity? The Spirit Hall has, according to the Lord's accounts, limit Douluo among them, and there are even more than a handful of Super Douluo. We must endure. We will find a swift path to cultivation, but this is precisely what those self-righteous individuals cannot tolerate." The three brothers had long been marked for pursuit by the Spirit Hall. Today, they risked exposing their whereabouts as part of the requirements after joining a protective organization, which dictated that they must eliminate any solitary soul master possessing purification abilities. "Come now, brother, you're overly cautious. The Stardow Forest is vast. Do you think the Spirit Hall can pursue us through its depths? Let us quickly subdue that Tianshui Academy Soul Saint. Perhaps our master will reward us with a soul bone or something of the like." Such thoughts are absurd. The rewards are indeed forthcoming. They laughed heartily as they pressed onward, their raucous laughter echoing through the air. Not far off, two figures struggled to move, and with each distance they covered, one of them appeared increasingly weakened. A grotesque wound marred their chest. Supporting him was a striking woman, seemingly in her 50s. Although she showed signs of age, the effects of her soul master powers rendered her appearance less aged than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, the woman's expression was grave as she glanced down at her companion, who was growing increasingly disoriented. She pondered, "The attacks from those individuals are truly bizarre." Both were at the Soul Emperor level, yet her student, Xiao Chong, had been swiftly defeated, and she had not anticipated that the remaining Soul Emperor and Soul King would be able to contend with her so fiercely. Fortunately, she had managed to evacuate her students beforehand, having initially thought them mere reckless ruffians. Never did she imagine their strength could reach such terrifying heights. A Soul Emperor capable of contending with her, a Soul Saint? How utterly outrageous. It is no wonder that the Spirit Hall wishes to eliminate this group of individuals. The beautiful woman felt a flicker in her eyes, her mind inundated with scenes from her past encounters where, despite manifesting her true spirit, she failed to vanquish her adversary. While the interference caused by the Bat Spirit King's sonic attacks played a significant role, one must concede that spirit masters who cultivate through nefarious means are formidable foes. A millennium's second spirit ring. The woman murmured, her form unwilling to linger. As long as those young ladies could traverse safely beyond the periphery, the distance to the Branch Academy should not be far. She had been careless. If only she could have discerned the identities of her opponents sooner. The Spirit Hall typically stationed sub-branches between the outskirts and the town, making it reasonable to seek their assistance. Who would have anticipated that the rodents lurking in the shadows would rise to inflict harm today? "Jiang Jie, pick up the pace. We can still go faster." "I can endure," said the Soul Emperor named Xiao Chong, her voice hoarse. In this moment, she had nearly lost her combat capability, having been caught off guard by a peer SI that breached her defenses. To be defeated so swiftly in a battle of equals was disheartening. Without the burden of her companion, Jiang Jie, who possessed her true spirit form, would not have been in such a dire predicament. "Stop saying foolish things." The woman managed a strained smile. Clearly, carrying an injured person was not as effortless as she had imagined. She rejected the notion of abandoning her companion, stating, "Haven't you realized it yet? Their target is me. If they do not eliminate me, abandoning you would be futile." Evil spirit masters. This term does not solely refer to malevolent individuals. Rather, in the Spirit Hall's introduction to Soul Saints and above, it describes a type of spirit master who hastens their cultivation through inhumane means. These methods vary greatly, but most are tied to acts of slaughter. For instance, the most common evil spirit masters require the souls of those who died in abject misery or bore deep-seated grudges to forge vengeful spirits that enhance their own abilities. They may also resort to vampirism, consuming souls, or even extracting the resentment of the deceased as they slip into oblivion within dreams to elevate their prowess. The most conspicuous characteristic of evil spirit masters is their ability to surpass their peers at an early age, as evidenced by the exaggerated spirit ring ratios of the three opponents. It is astonishing for individuals of such youth to possess such extraordinary vitality and physique. Having absorbed 1,000-year spirit rings, the woman had begun to form a hypothesis regarding the reasons for their pursuit, under the guidance of the angel god of the spirit hall. Coupled with the unique nature of the evil spirit master's own spirits, they often falter in their attempts to break through the ranks of titled doulos. Consequently, with the relentless pursuit by the hall's elite, they are left with little choice but to conceal themselves. However, over the years, a significant number of evil spirit masters have remained hidden in the shadows, targeting low-level spirit masters with purifying capabilities. Initially, she had not considered her opponents from the perspective of evil spirit masters, thinking instead they were merely enemies from the academy. Yet, upon witnessing the blood-red scythe and the vampiric bat spirit manifest, along with their exaggerated spirit ring ratios, she finally grasped the reality of the situation. How slow-witted she had been. A modicum of vigilance could have prevented such a predicament. Alas, my apologies, but this path is impassable, O esteemed soul sage. Indeed, we have been pursued. The beautiful woman raised her head, and three men clad in black robes appeared not far ahead. Chapter 63. A reunion with the Shrek team. The sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, expanding the delicate hue of dawn. The sky brightened steadily. After departing from the small town, the Shrek group headed directly towards the Duel forest, with the presence of Zhao Wujia, a high-ranking soul sage. Their objective was the region between the outer zone and the mixed zone, where the quality of 1,000-year soul beasts was notably superior. Among them, Oscar was the most exhilarated, for he was on the verge of acquiring his third soul ring. TSK, I am about to become the fastest food-type soul master in the world. Throughout their journey, Oscar had repeated this declaration countless times. Ma Hongjun, with a sausage stuffed in his mouth, expressed his irritation, saying, "Can you, Oscar, stop your incessant chatter? You've repeated that at least 7 or 8 times already. Mind your own business, you glutton. If you're so capable, don't rely on me to make your sausages." Oscar retorted, exasperated by Ma Hongjun's threats. "Ah, yes, I am indeed threatening you. What of it?" Observing the playful banter between the two, Tangan shook his head. They had yet to enter the Duel forest, where the surroundings were filled with low-level soul beasts, thus, their antics bore little consequence. Yet, he pondered whether his companions had truly received a commendable education as soul masters. In the forest of soul beasts, a lack of reverence was a grave misstep. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, endowed with exceptional martial souls, seemed as if they had been raised in a carefree manner. Their brother, noticing Tangan's silence, the ever-curious Xiao Wu stepped forward, her eyes brimming with inquiry. "Are you still thinking about last night?" Indeed, 7 against 1, and they were all defeated. How could he not be concerned? The disparity among peers entering the Soul Master Academy together was striking, leaving him somewhat unsettled. His mind was filled with the fiery youth's words. "Teacher, will I truly learn something new at Shrek Academy?" For the first time, Tangan found himself questioning his teacher's advice. Was an academy that failed to impart even the basic knowledge of soul beasts truly as exemplary as Jiang Xuan had claimed? Diverging from the original narrative, the atmosphere among the group was decidedly eerie. Dai Mubai strode ahead with a somber demeanor, occasionally glancing upward at Zhu Zhuqing, who was deftly navigating the branches to gather information. Ning Rongrong walked in silence, her head bowed, with her thoughts concealed from the world. The only semblance of normalcy in the group emanated from the playful banter between Oscar and Ma Hongjun. As their instructor, Zhao Wujia's perceptiveness surpassed that of these youthful novices. Rather than trailing behind as in the original tale, he positioned himself firmly at the rear of the formation. Several members of the group hailed from backgrounds that commanded respect and caution, making any misstep potentially perilous. After offering some words of comfort to Xiao Wu, despite the presence of a soul sage among them, Tangan remained inherently cautious and would never allow the group to remain in a state of unawareness. As Jiang Xuan had pointed out, soul masters often neglect the development of their physical forms. Without their martial souls manifested, they are indeed exceedingly vulnerable. How had that individual trained? Tang San believed he had never relaxed his efforts throughout his life, having diligently practiced the Tang sect's Xiantian skill and engaged in physical training. Yet, could the disparity in their physical capabilities be attributed solely to childhood nutritional deficiencies? Compared to Jiang Xuan, who had been nurtured within the esteemed dragon and snake couple sect, Tang San's upbringing in a humble rural setting was markedly inferior. Shaking his head to dispel excessive contemplation, he reminded himself that Jiang Xuan was also a prodigious talent, capable of transcending the continent's conventional understanding of fire-based martial souls, much like how he himself had shattered the notion that blue silver grass was incapable of cultivation. After a significant period of travel, as Oscar produced sausages to share with the group for replenishing their soul energy and taking a respite, Zhao Wujia suddenly rose, prompting Tang San to follow his gaze. Both shouted in unison, "Something approaches. Quickly rise." The men scrambled to their feet, while the seemingly fragile Zhu Zhuqing swiftly ascended to the treetops to assess the situation. The manifestation of her martial soul, the spectral spirit cat, was evident. No wonder the fiery youth regarded Zhu Zhuqing with such esteem. Tang San held great admiration for her exemplary performance as an agile attack-type soul master within the team. Despite her age, her soul power was not at the pinnacle, yet her mindset, as their instructor would assert, epitomized the noble qualities of a true warrior. The spectral spirit cat possessed exceptional visual acuity, making it well-suited for reconnaissance. Even at night, its sight could extend far, and now, under the midday sun, it was even more potent. A cool, ethereal voice emerged from the foliage, her presence elusive yet palpable. A soul beast was approaching, the 1,000-year windtail rooster snake. Unexpectedly, despite the absence of Meng Aran and the Serpent Lady, the Shrek team still encountered this unfortunate spirit beast, which was seemingly destined to become Oscar's third spirit ring. Zhuqing intercepted it, at least altering its course. Tang San shouted from the ground. The girl, eager to challenge herself, dashed towards the 1,000-year spirit beast, disregarding the concerned gaze of a certain individual below. Bang. First spirit skill, nether puncture. First spirit skill, bind. Oscar, known for his amiable nature despite his rather peculiar martial spirit, was more than willing to assist such a naturally gifted food-type spirit master. Hence, both he and Tang San promptly attacked the wind-tailed rooster snake. However, the speed of the wind-tailed rooster snake was unparalleled, and their assaults were deftly evaded. Otherwise, its relatively weak combat prowess would have long since led to its demise. In the original narrative, through their united efforts, Ning Rongrong enhanced their capabilities with the 7 Treasures glazed tower, ultimately allowing Zhao Wujia to subdue it. Yet now, they were scattered, and without Zhao Wujia's intervention, capturing the wind-tailed rooster snake seemed a mere fantasy. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial spirit could have provided some deterrence if manifested swiftly, yet their responses were decidedly inadequate. Despite Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong being less than stellar, the effects of their martial spirits could not be dismissed. However, Ning Rongrong's indifference and Ma Hongjuan's sluggishness left Tang San feeling helpless. It's about to escape. From Tang San's account, Oscar realized that this wind-tailed rooster snake was undoubtedly suitable for him, and how could he not be anxious now that his opportunity was slipping away? His head throbbed. These little monsters needed more training. No wonder they were easily overwhelmed by others. Zhao Wujia prepared to act, as a disorganized team clearly posed no threat to the swift wind-tailed rooster snake. Bang! As the mighty diamond bear was about to manifest, a blue figure suddenly emerged in front of the wind-tailed rooster snake. Get lost! An enraged shout echoed from the fiery silhouette, and with a single, massive punch, the fleeing wind-tailed rooster snake was struck down from the sky to the ground. My wind-tailed rooster snake. Who is it? Who is it? Is it him? The reactions among the group varied as they realized that the spirit beast they had painstakingly located had been snatched away. In contrast to Shrek's group on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing, suspended in midair, had the clearest vantage point. Chapter 64. The Obstruction of Zhao Wujia. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xuan, who had been pursuing the trail of the evil soul masters. At this moment, he unleashed all the energy he had absorbed from the ice and fire Yangyin Eye and from the previous encounter with Dugu Bo. Energy that had originally been kept as a trump card within the Qinglian, but was now revealed without reservation. Apart from the 2 yellow 100-year soul rings behind him that indicated the youth's rank, the sheer intensity of his energy was astonishing, rivaling that of the Soul King Yujiqiu from the previous day. Although this state would not last long, it was sufficient for his needs. It should not be said that Yi Zhiqiu was weak. Rather, one could only imagine how terrifying the long-accumulated energy of the Qinglian's core fire must be when fully unleashed. Bang! Faced with the sudden appearance of the soul beast blocking his path, Jiang Xuan showed no hesitation. With the complete awakening of the Qinglian, he not only possessed an extraordinary martial soul, but also had significantly enhanced his physical strength through subtle training. With a powerful right fist enveloped in soul power, he struck the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake down from the sky with a single blow. The expressions of those on the ground varied widely. Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. How could he encounter this calamity wherever he went? Reminded of last night's ordeal and the formidable azure flames now before him, Dai Mubai managed to suppress the urge to confront Jiang Xuan once more. After all, his hands, which had been injured the previous night, had yet to fully recover. Observing the youth's expression, it seemed something significant had transpired. Ning Rongrong, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly lifted it, her gaze complex as she regarded Jiang Xuan, who was momentarily stalled in midair due to the soul beast's interference. She pondered the implications. Could that boy's wings truly enable long-distance flight? It appeared he had not exerted his full strength last night. Zhao Wujia and Tang San harbored differing thoughts, their eyes captivated by the dual fiery wings that Jiang Xuan possessed. It was somewhat shameful for Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, to be unable to fly himself, especially in contrast to the clumsy form of the Titan giant bear. In any world, the ability to soar through the skies was an object of envy. Ah, my soul rings. Only Oscar lamented with a heart-wrenching cry. Fully aware that soul rings produced by soul beasts could only be absorbed by the one who defeated them, the loss of a soul beast that was so well suited for him was a significant blow. The opposing party did not seem to need the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake as a martial soul. Surely, there were fire attribute dragons or similar creatures more appropriate for his needs. Oscar's wailing prompted Zhao Wujia to devise a plan. He called out to Jiang Xuan in the sky. Are you simply going to walk away after stealing my disciple's soul ring? Zhao Wujia's voice, amplified by soul power, resonated loudly on the ground, causing Jiang Xuan, who was preparing to leave, to pause and slowly turn around. A hoarse voice emerged, asking, "You wish to obstruct me?" As Jiang Xuan turned around, his appearance had morphed from that of striking handsomeness to something terrifying. His blood-red eyes were filled with an overwhelming emotion of hatred, and strange patterns seemed to extend from the corners of his eyes. The two young girls were taken aback. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who typically maintained a cool demeanor, could not help but feel curious. What had happened to him? Though his tone remained calm, the terrifying aura and his irrational demeanor were unmistakable, prompting concern about the fate of his companion. Was something amiss? Zhao Wujia, rather oblivious to the youth's expression, continued to jest. Stealing a soul beast is a grave taboo in the realm of soul masters. As the grandson of the Dragon King, you surely must be aware of this. You can either come down and bow an apology or exchange a few blows with me, after which I shall let you depart. He chuckled, relishing the opportunity that had finally presented itself. Having been mercilessly beaten at Shrek's entrance by the Dragon King and witnessing his disciple being effortlessly defeated in Soul Beast Town, Zhao Wujia, known as the King of Chaos, felt justified in his resentment. Could anyone believe he bore no grudge? At this moment, the opposing party had mistakenly killed their soul beast. How could he not seize the chance to exact some measure of retribution? If the little monsters could not contend with this aberration, then he would step in. Moreover, it was perfectly legitimate, judging by the youth's demeanor. He was undoubtedly eager to attend to some pressing matter. Given their previous encounters, it was inconceivable that such an arrogant individual would bow his head in apology. As long as he refrained from doing so, it was only fitting for an elder like himself to impart a lesson on respecting one's teachers and heritage. He need not fear retaliation from the elder. After all, he, Zhao Wujia, was truly a genius. With this thought, Zhao Wujia summoned his martial spirit, entering a state of possession as 7 perfectly matched soul rings appeared behind him, clearly prepared for any sudden assault from Jiang Xuan. He felt no shame in facing a mere second-ring soul master, knowing full well the formidable strength of Shrek's 7 young prodigies. Yet, it was astonishing that such a talented group had been so effortlessly defeated by the youth before him. Should he falter in this encounter, it would be a source of great amusement. Later, as Flander would remark, the youth's martial spirit had undergone a second awakening, and he would need to be cautious of that fire. Its temperature was no trifling matter, for a burn in a certain sensitive area would be quite unpleasant. Apologies indeed. Come forth. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, then I shall. What? Did I mishear that? Zhao Wujia, unconcerned, seemed taken aback, staring at the youth who bowed before him. An apology? Even those around them could hardly believe it. This proud genius, capable of disdainfully rejecting Shrek and possessing astounding strength, was actually lowering his noble head. Senior Zhao Wujia, I sincerely apologize for unintentionally slaying your target soul beast. I assure you I will come bearing compensation to apologize in person at a later date. However, I must attend to some urgent matters now, and I kindly request that you do not make this difficult for me. To everyone's astonishment, amidst such intense emotions, he remarkably managed to maintain his composure. Was the time long? Indeed, it was not short. Yet, after sparring with Zhao Wujia, he found himself unable to keep pace with those malevolent soul masters, risking exhaustion that could render him powerless against them. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his parents' vengeance compared to a mere apology. As he approached, Zhao Wujia could sense the boy's tightly suppressed emotions. How could he still discern the most effective course of action in such a state? You say he is arrogant? Indeed. There was a hint of disdain in his demeanor. However, in this moment, he demonstrated both humility and adaptability, leaving Zhao Wujia momentarily speechless. His expression a complex tapestry as he regarded the student he was meant to mentor. Teacher, let him go. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is not yet dead. Xiao Ao can deliver the finishing blow. Ah, it isn't dead? Tang San's voice filled Oscar with joy. He turned to see that the serpent's body bore no purple soul rings, indicating it had not yet perished. When a soul beast dies, it automatically forms a soul ring that persists for a brief period. The absence of such a ring on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent signified it had not fallen to Jiang Xuan's hand. That's a relief, Zhao Wujia muttered, almost involuntarily. To be honest, the moment the other party lowered his head, he found himself at a loss for reasons to press the matter further. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, leaving him frustrated. How was it that he sought trouble with this peculiar youth, only to find himself schooled in the process? Ultimately, Zhao Wujia could not maintain his pride and simply stated, "You may leave." "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your magnanimity." Jiang Xuan clasped his hands in gratitude as his fiery wings unfurled, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment." Oscar suddenly interjected. "Wait, I have a large sausage. I have a large sausage. I have a large sausage." Do not misunderstand. This was Oscar's soul incantation. Food-type soul masters must invoke peculiar soul chants when releasing their abilities. After repeating it several times, under Jiang Xuan's puzzled gaze, Oscar presented him with a large sausage representing his martial spirit. Earlier, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent nearly escaped. Consider this my gratitude for helping me intercept that third soul ring. This is a recovery sausage. The recovery sausage can replenish soul power and heal injuries. Although uncertain about the exact nature of the issues at hand, Oscar felt it would be of use to Jiang Xuan. He extended the recovery sausage, somewhat hesitant to meet the boy's crimson eyes. Accepting the sausage, Jiang Xuan did not decline. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "A great favor deserves no formal thanks." At this moment, he truly required something to restore his soul power, as Oscar had readily accepted the sausage. After consuming a large sausage, this food-type martial spirit, which was innately filled with soul power, instantly transformed into pure soul energy that flowed into his body, significantly accelerating the recovery rate of his soul power. The group was not too far away. Jiang Xuan would undoubtedly remember Oscar's assistance and expressed his gratitude once more as he continued to advance towards the direction of the blue lotus with a flutter of his wings. "Snap out of it. Stop staring," Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his right hand clapping as he looked towards a few individuals in the distance, muttering to himself in a hearty voice. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. If I had been more adaptable back then, I wouldn't have been pursued by the spirit hall for so long. What a formidable opponent. This was Tang San's thought. He had initially believed he held a high regard for the other party, yet he was still caught off guard. Realizing that in terms of temperament, the opponent was not at all inferior to his own terrifying talent, the Shrek 7 monsters regained their composure. Pondering that fleeting moment and questioning whether they could truly remain composed amidst such unstable emotions, Zhao Wujia did not press them, aside from the Dragon King's breakthrough, which was also due to the Stardow Forest. It was more about cherishing talent. It truly pained the heart. Such a little monster should belong to their academy. Look, you're the only one good at making favors. Do you want to prove that Oscar can handle situations? Go on and absorb your third soul ring. All right. Zhao Wujia clapped to rouse the grinning Oscar, who had not anticipated that he would proactively offer the restorative sausage. Ma Hongjun added with a hint of melancholy. You wouldn't consider betrayal, would you? Let us not forget we were thoroughly beaten last night. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to continue, he noticed Dai Mubai's expression as he approached and wisely covered his mouth. Oscar chuckled. Enemies are best resolved, not entrenched. Here comes my third soul ring. Oscar used a small knife to end the life of the fainted phoenix-crowned snake, and after a moment of radiant gathering, a purple thousand-year soul ring slowly ascended. Once he absorbed the soul ring from this phoenix-crowned snake, Oscar could claim the title of the youngest food-type soul master in the entire continent. The remaining few, witnessing Oscar sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul ring, silently dispersed around him to act as his guardians. Dai Mubai approached and questioned Zhu Zhuqing, who was leaning against a large tree. Are you still watching him? Do you care so much for those who are stronger? Why haven't you looked me in the eyes since coming to Shrek Academy? What do you want to see? My self-destruction? My indulgence in a lavish lifestyle? Or perhaps how the illustrious young Master Dai is fostering the twins in utter decadence? The young girl's voice was cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she spoke of matters utterly unrelated to herself. Yet, Dai Mubai could not possibly be unaware of the implications underlying her words. On the day of the Shrek Academy recruitment, due to the nature of their martial souls, he had immediately recognized Zhu Zhuqing from the Star Luo Empire. His harsh words towards Jiang Xuan were merely an attempt to mask the guilt stemming from his years of idleness. Please give me one more chance. One more chance? It's been 3 years. Have they offered me any opportunity? He reflected. While I was striving in Star Luo, what were you doing? The man's words rang true. He contemplated leaving, for a place where the academy allowed students to indulge in debauchery without stringent oversight offered little hope. However, before Dai Mubai could articulate his thoughts further, Zhu Zhuqing turned and leapt onto a tree trunk, dismissing him entirely. The young man clenched his fists tightly, striking the nearby trees in a fit of frustration. Zhao Wujing merely cast a glance in their direction, refraining from further comment. Hey, I wonder if Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are involved? Ma Hongjun, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, approached Tangan with his usual curiosity. What do you care? If you had any charm, perhaps you could attract the young ladies too? Tangan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Xiao chimed in, having witnessed Dai Mubai's indifferent demeanor towards the oldest student among them. Although he felt it was somewhat inappropriate, he reasoned that as classmates, it was best to refrain from judging others. Hurry up. Move faster. They were already able to discern signs of battle from soul masters along the way. The nauseating stench of decaying maggots unmistakably belonged to those individuals. It seemed the 2 soul saints from the Tianshui Academy had sustained considerable injuries, confronted by the sinister soul masters. Their unpredictable and malevolent abilities could indeed spell disaster for the unprepared. In truth, the general populace had yet to grasp the concept of evil soul masters. For now, it was merely the Spirit Hall's categorization of those who employed killing as a means of cultivation. These individuals had long been shunned by the Spirit Hall, which worshipped the angel of God, preventing evil soul masters from gaining significant power. Yet, there were always a few who slipped through the cracks, continuing their nefarious deeds. Jiang Xuan clenched a restorative sausage between his teeth, resolutely maintaining his optimal state at all times. In this moment, even the mere act of blinking would conjure the memories of the day he awakened his martial soul at the tender age of 6. As an individual born from this world, he had experienced the love of a father and mother, a sentiment he had never encountered in his previous life. Despite his parents being ordinary folk, had everything progressed smoothly, he would likely have awakened a commendable martial soul, thereby elevating his parents' living conditions, if only things could have unfolded favorably. If only those individuals from 6 years ago had not intervened. The malevolent soul masters. The malevolent soul masters, he murmured incessantly. For it was the only way Jiang Xuan could stave off the consuming fury within him. On the day he awakened the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, his village and parents were annihilated at the hands of those wicked soul masters. Despite possessing the formidable Blue Lotus Earth Fire martial soul, his 6-year-old self lacked any capacity for resistance. It could be said that had it not been for the timely arrival of the Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matriarch, he would have become the first fallen traveler in this world. Chapter 66. The Dragon Soars in the Sky. Do not resist futilely. The outskirts of the Stardow Forest are far too expansive. Do you think we are unaware of your intent to flee towards the periphery? The trio of malevolent soul masters, with the second wielding a scythe, chuckled derisively. The third, a blood-sucking bat, possessed the ability to induce delirium. Now, my friends, Do take a moment to consider whether the direction you are heading in the outskirts is indeed contrary to that of the Shrek Academy branch, he taunted. Ahahaha. Shui Lianhua. Blame only yourself for awakening a martial soul that was never meant to be. The two teachers from Shrek Academy found themselves ensnared, particularly vulnerable given the grievous injuries sustained by the Soul Emperor among them, rendering escape an impossibility. The trio erupted in triumphant cackles. The third, perhaps due to the influence of his martial soul, made a rather unsightly observation, stating, "Tiske, though advanced in years, one cannot deny the appeal of their countenance. Were it not for the current unrest in the heart of Stardo, one might say we three brothers could indulge ourselves a bit. Ha 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 ha. Shrek Academy is renowned across the continent for recruiting beauties. Isn't that statement rather redundant?" The second retorted, in the dire predicament of two being unable to escape. The third party exhibited a certain audacity. The third brother, despite being in a state of palpable weakness from the assault by the Shrek Soul Saint, appeared utterly unconcerned. The depiction of the sinister cultivation methods by the Spirit Hall indeed proved to be as terrifying as described. The beautiful woman managed a sorrowful smile. Her left arm having been severed by the scythe-wielding Soul Master during the recent skirmish, the effects of her martial soul's true form were nearing their conclusion. Once the true form dissipated, the Soul Master would enter a prolonged period of frailty, a dire gamble for survival. Glancing at her companion, whose aura flickered erratically, it was evident that the need for a finishing blow was unnecessary. Without timely intervention, survival was bleak. The primary issue lay with the insidious black mist clinging to her wounds, which could only be temporarily sealed with soul power. Should she lapse into unconsciousness, salvation would be nigh impossible. It is indeed said that evil begets evil, and the dark martial souls were no strangers to her, though few had willingly succumbed to such depravity. In the face of death, one ought not to indulge in idle chatter. The path chosen by the three brothers was, in their belief, the righteous one. In the Douluo Continent, power reigns supreme. In this realm, the strong dictate their own fate, while the fates of the weak lie in the hands of others. The strong establish the rules, and the weak abide by them. Can you dare claim that your esteemed soul saint has not overseen the demise of an innocent life? The beautiful woman fell silent, perhaps unable to refute or lost in contemplation. The scythe-wielding evil soul master stepped forward, a glint of madness in his eyes, in the presence of the strong. There is no seat for the weak. Our lives as soul masters are but a game, and this game mirrors the essence of life itself. Yet, to engage in this game is not optional. One must play, whether they desire to or not. As he drew closer, his wide eyes revealed the fervor of his conviction. Is it wrong for us to seek to seize our destinies? Indeed, with such inherent advantages, should I not exploit them? Otherwise, like you too, would I remain unable to transcend the 8th level? Let it be known that my brothers and I broke through to the ranks of Soul King and Soul Emperor before the age of 40. Is it not through the nourishment of those beneath us that we have achieved such greatness? As the esteemed bishop would say, they should feel honored to contribute to the illustrious soul masters. At this, the group displayed a semblance of reverence. Nonsense. The beautiful woman's gaze sharpened. While the earlier statements held a semblance of truth, the latter was undoubtedly the self-delusion of a soul master lost in the path of darkness. Just then, the second brother, a robust man of imposing stature, stepped forward, interrupting the scythe master's frenzied discourse. While it may be prudent to wait for the soul saint's true form to conclude, the present turmoil in the Stardo forest suggests that a tidal Douluo is pursuing the 9th spirit ring. We cannot allow you to linger much longer. As the night stretches long, it is time for the two of you to embark on your journey. The corpulent leader, whose martial spirit remains elusive, nonetheless exudes the formidable aura of a soul emperor, is strikingly vibrant black and purple soul rings capable of instilling awe in all soul masters. His voice is remarkably calm, distinct from the brutish demeanor of the ugly Batman and the scythe-wielding spirit master, revealing a sense of rationality. Unlike the typical villain who relishes in delaying tactics, he is prepared for an immediate exchange among the three, aware that the fleeting time of their martial spirit manifestation cannot be squandered. With a glance, he signals his two companions to separate, creating distance among the trio of sinister soul masters. The Bat Soul King, burdened by severe injuries, retreats to the farthest point, resorting to his sonic waves for support. Sister Zhang, lend me a hand, even if it's through self-detonation. I must at least take that Xiao Soul Emperor down with me, he gasps, steeling himself for a desperate struggle. His martial spirit flickers, barely maintaining its embodiment. and were it not for the resilience typically exhibited by water attribute soul masters, she would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon hearing her companion's determination, the beautiful woman summons the water lily once more, its purifying essence aiding in momentarily suppressing his wounds. She hesitates to expend too much soul power. Noting that reinforcements seem delayed, likely due to the Bat Soul King's enchantment causing them to stray far from the fray. She fervently hopes there are no issues concerning the students. Attack. The water lily reappears, its essence causing the trio to furrow their brows as their soul rings ignite, readying for their final assault. 5th soul skill. 6th soul skill. 6th soul skill. The invocation of the 1st and 2nd soul skills amidst the 5th and 6th seems particularly jarring. The basic knowledge among soul masters dictates that the higher the age of the soul rings, the more potent the skills. Thus, earlier skills are often relegated to supportive roles in later stages. Who would dare employ their 1st or 2nd soul skills in combat? Who? The leader of the sinister soul masters instinctively turns, only to be stunned by the overwhelming heat and the unfolding scene. Roar. A colossal azure flame dragon descends from the heavens, targeting the injured Bat Soul King who has retreated to a distance. Third brother, evade. Just as the sinister soul master's warning escapes his lips, an icy voice emerges from the flames, and the terrifying dragon-shaped fire rushes toward the grotesque man. Third brother. Caught off guard, the already severely wounded Bat Soul King fails to escape the inferno, engulfed entirely by the flames. The beautiful woman, witnessing the scene from afar, perceives it as the emergence of a stunning lotus, even more sacred than her water lily. Disregarding the 2 individuals from the Heavenly Water Academy, the remaining Scythe Soul Master and the corpulent man charged toward the Bat Soul King engulfed in flames, for he was their youngest brother. With a thud, the lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 67. The Pinnacle of Power. As the flames dissipated, the 2 could only behold the charred corpse that tumbled forth from the inferno. A Soul King had perished, extinguished in an instant. Who could it be? The Scythe Soul Master turned his gaze toward the newcomer. Indeed, in the ruthless law of nature, survival of the fittest prevails, and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. In the eyes of you wicked soul masters, or rather, the exalted few among your ranks, who would concern themselves with the lives of mere ants. Whether they live or die, they are but specks of dust. A figure wreathed in flames descended beside the 2 soul masters of Heavenly Water Academy. The voice that emerged was unexpectedly youthful. 2 astonishing yellow soul rings floated behind him. A great soul master? What jest is this? The attack of a great soul master has effortlessly slain a soul king-level wicked soul master. It is known that, according to the combat prowess of wicked soul masters, they are invincible against those of equal rank unless faced with a restraining soul master. Even if the Bat Soul King was under the focused scrutiny of the Heavenly Water Soul Saint, and his aura was diminished, it was inconceivable that a mere great soul master could achieve such a feat. Not only the adversary, but even the 2 Heavenly Water Soul Masters found it hard to accept. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xuan, who had hastened to pursue. As the flames gradually receded, ethereal blue fire lotus blossoms materialized around him, their youthful appearance striking. Could he really be so young? The recent assault was not the result of some sudden enhancement. The energies from the ice and fire duality, and the ascent of the solitary Dugu Bo to the 9 nether-blooming python had all been stored within the azure lotus. The energy contained within the fire dragon attack unleashed by the flying dragon in the sky was indeed formidable. Furthermore, as the flame sovereign, the azure lotus itself is a nemesis to all malevolent entities. Please consume this. As the azure flames dissipated, Jiang Xuan's crimson eyes remained sharp. Yet his demeanor was remarkably composed. He retrieved half of an azure fire lotus seed from the lotus mark on his forehead. Now was not the time for hesitation. He needed to administer it to the Heavenly Water Soul Saint if he hoped to preserve the remaining 2 Soul Emperor-level wicked soul masters. The other severely injured Soul Emperor could only expel the malevolent energy from his wound using the exotic fire, followed by simple cauterization to staunch the bleeding. The ability to eliminate the Bat Soul King in a single blow was the result of multiple factors. The Bat Soul King was already gravely injured and had not had time to replenish his strength through blood, combined with the energy accumulated within the azure lotus enhancing the flying dragon in the sky, and the unique properties of the countering malevolence contributed to this instant annihilation. He would not be so arrogant as to believe he could contend with a wicked soul master on equal footing. While the cultivation methods of wicked soul masters are inhumane, they also endow them with unparalleled combat prowess. Thank you for your assistance. Without hesitation, The elegant woman surnamed Zhang consumed the Qinghua lotus seeds handed to her by Jiang Xuan, fully aware that questioning the nature of the item was unnecessary. Although she had been unaware of the means by which he had dispatched an evil soul master of the Soul King rank with a single blow, the certainty that he was allied with her was sufficient. At the very moment the Qinghua lotus seed entered her body, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the young man before her. Not only did her previous injuries begin to mend rapidly, but her soul power was also replenished at an astonishing rate. What manner of wondrous substance was this half-lotus seed, that it could yield such formidable effects? In response to the woman's inquisitive glance, Jiang Xuan remained silent. The lotus seed was a divine artifact from the core of the Qinglian's heart fire, and even a half-seed was sufficient for healing. Moreover, given that she possessed a highly compatible flower martial soul, it was conceivable that their synergy might yield even greater results after this ordeal. However, the quantity of lotus seeds was limited. He had previously given one each to Dragon Duke, Snake Granny, and EE, leaving him with a mere half-seed, an expenditure that pained him deeply. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, he was willing to pay any price to eliminate these three vile creatures. Evil Soul Master. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that my brothers, who prided themselves on their cautiousness and had evaded countless pursuits from the Spirit Hall, would meet their demise at the hands of a great soul master during a single mission. Oh, my third brother, how often did I urge you to strengthen your body? Yet you chose to squander your energy on the whims of women, and now look at you, burnt beyond recognition. The towering, corpulent soul master behind him was illuminated by the glimmer of soul rings, his right arm swelling grotesquely, while pale blood seeped through the entire limb, and a bizarre, bone-like weapon appeared to extend from his very being. He seemed to mourn for his fallen third brother, engaging in some peculiar ritual. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan's eyes brimmed with an unstoppable tide of murderous intent. Huh, your brother's life is precious, yet my parents' lives hold no value in your eyes, do they? While these three were not the same evil soul masters who had slain his parents, it mattered little to him. Anyone who had fallen into the ranks of evil soul masters would face his wrath. You wretched creature. I shall turn you into a bloody offering to honor my third brother. After the recent attack, how many more times can you unleash such power? The woman, having mostly recovered after consuming the Qinghua lotus seed, hastily inquired. Her earlier reference to him as the boy now transformed to your excellency due to the overwhelming display of his strength. If I unleash my full power, I can do so twice. If Elder Tianshui permits, I shall provide you with assistance. Please allow me to finish the enemy off while they still draw breath. As Jiang Xuan spoke, his murderous intent showed no signs of abating, yet his rationality prevented him from losing his judgment simply because he had eliminated a soul king. He recognized that, without having acquired his third soul ring, he was not a match for his opponent and that he must rely on the Tianshui soul sage. His trump cards could not be recklessly deployed without understanding the full extent of the adversary's capabilities. The scythe-wielding soul master nearly succumbed to his fury and charged forward, only to be restrained by the malevolent soul master leader, who gritted his teeth and urged, "Calm down. That little beast possesses a problematic martial spirit, one that counters us more effectively than that Tianshui woman's water lotus. We must act together and first ascertain his true nature." Indeed, it must be acknowledged that the residual flickers of azure flames from the Bat Soul King indicated the unique properties of this Soul Emperor. Endowed with a second Millennium Soul Ring, was no ordinary foe. Both combatants assumed an offensive stance. After placing his companion on the ground, the Shrek Academy's Soul Sage regarded his opponent with a grave expression. The youth still had at most 2 attacks left, however. It was crucial to remember that a Soul Emperor and a Soul King belonged to different tiers of existence. Furthermore, once precautions were taken, it remained uncertain whether the youth's broad and sweeping assaults would prove effective. The outcome of the primary conflict would ultimately depend on himself. Please do not resist. Jiang Xuan suddenly uttered a perplexing statement, and then his palm pressed firmly against the back of the other. In a moment of urgency, the beautiful woman felt a small hand resting on her smooth skin, exposed after the battle. Before she could inquire, a continuous stream of soul power from his kind flowed into her body, the energy clearly surpassing the level of the water lotus, nearly eliciting a groan from her lips. Water? Fire? It was evident that due to Jiang Xuan's connection of the Qinglian's characteristics with her martial soul, ethereal flames began to rise from the petals of her water lotus. An overwhelming force. Indeed, an overwhelming force. The extremes of water and fire, the enigma of the lotus. Chapter 68, Full Throttle. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, The quality of the boy's fiery martial soul was unmistakably high. Yet, why did this opposing attribute of fire enable her water lotus to undergo such a remarkable enhancement? The water lotus, now cloaked in terrifying flames, seemed to exhibit a fusion of the martial soul's characteristics, with the soul power relying on the water lotus while the fiery force remained undiminished. As she felt the terrifying enhancement within her body, the Tianshui soul saint could not discern whether it was merely an illusion. But the two soul emperors before her no longer posed a threat, though her soul power remained unchanged. Her martial soul now possessed the ability to counteract the foes with the boy's flames and that peculiar, ultimate power. Confronted with the evil soul masters, Jiang Xuan, consumed by rage, certainly did not come to offer himself up as a sacrifice. If he allowed his fury to obliterate his reason, what difference would there be between him and the disdainful Dai Mubai? Yet, when faced with the malevolent group responsible for the murder of his biological parents, expecting him to remain emotionally unperturbed was not maturity, but rather cold-bloodedness. Struggling to suppress the desire to charge forward, it was rationality that held back his intense fury. After all, he had witnessed the death of his parents before his very eyes when he awakened the Qinglian at the tender age of 6. It could be said that Jiang Xuan's pathological pursuit of power was significantly rooted in this experience. He could not afford to die. Not only must he survive, but he must thrive, ensuring that all who dared to tread the path of evil soul masters would be sent to the abyss. His reliance on the Tianshui soul saint was not a mere whim. He had learned from Shui Yuer that this 75th level soul saint possessed a water lotus as her martial soul, which likely attracted the attention of the evil soul masters due to its purifying power, as long as the two were not directly killed before his arrival. Possessing the Qinghu Yanzi would allow him to retain this formidable combat power, though his soul power was insufficient and his level too low. The stored energy could merely serve as a trump card, incapable of truly contending with the enemy. However, one must not forget that in the original story of Duel, Hui Yuhao utilized the extreme ice power of the Ice Emperor Scorpion to elevate his teammate's ice martial soul to the realm of ultimate ice. The disparity in combat capability between ordinary and ultimate martial souls is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan possesses a martial spirit that is a manifestation of the earth's core lava, an ethereal flame born from the depths of the earth. It has undergone countless forges, amalgamations, compressions, and carvings over a decade to attain its spiritual essence, taking a century to attain form and a millennium to blossom into a lotus. When it reaches maturity, its hue is predominantly azure, with a cluster of blue flames at its heart, known as the Azure Lotus Fire or the Azure Lotus Core Fire. It can be envisioned as a flame in the shape of a lotus, is it not, in essence, a lotus in its fiery state? Though the two individuals may appear somewhat peculiar, the enhancement in the quality of the martial spirit is undeniably tangible. The expression of the beautiful woman reveals a hint of fascination. Indeed, the experience of possessing a pinnacle martial spirit is profound. It is no wonder that this young man could vanquish the troublesome bat-like evil spirit master despite lacking a millennium's worth of soul rings. How long can you maintain this state? Inquired the Zhang clan soul saint, turning to him. Until I eliminate my opponent. The youth's gaze remained blood-red. Wholly unaffected by the mature woman's presence, his focus was solely on the two figures clad in black robes not far away. As the two opponents moved in unison, Jiang Xuan swiftly cautioned, "Be vigilant." The most towering evil spirit master wields his martial spirit in his right hand, and it appears to have undergone a mutation. He immediately discerned the strangeness of the leader. Indeed, even if the evil spirit master trained at an accelerated pace, attaining a second soul ring, which requires a millennium, would necessitate an extraordinarily robust physique. Is there any existence in the world that can amplify one's own martial spirit more than the original? The original work of Douluo does not mention the body martial spirit, but that does not imply its absence. The leader's martial spirit represents a vital arm of humanity. And among body martial spirits, those pertaining to essential body parts are naturally more formidable. Is the martial spirit the right hand? No wonder the power is so exaggerated. The beautiful woman nodded, her previous concerns alleviated, although the addition of a small burden behind her slightly hindered her movements. The martial spirit enhancement provided her with a sense of capability rivaling that of a high-ranking soul Douluo. May I borrow your soul power? Certainly. Due to the shared lotus nature of their martial spirits, while the synergy did not reach the level of a martial spirit fusion technique, with the other's active cooperation, it was feasible to utilize the formidable soul power of a soul saint to execute skills. Let us hunt them down, pack of wolves. The words of the youth cold and resolute, heralded the imminent clash. As he spoke, two soul rings illuminated simultaneously around their bodies, and the azure flames surged forth. A fiery ring erupted outward. And with the energy of the azure fire lotus seed, numerous azure fire wolves materialized from thin air. The fire wolves took up positions in varying heights and locations. Their eyes glimmering with a spark of sentience, they were not mere soul beasts. Brother 2, unleash your full strength. We can wait no longer. Understood. Let us first eliminate that boy behind, roared the corpulent leader. The azure firewolves, upon their emergence, did not launch an immediate assault. Rather, they positioned themselves strategically to obstruct the path of the two brothers. Testing the potency of that azure fire with their bodies was evidently not an option. The man expressed his inability to proceed. Despite the flame's master being merely a trifling 3 rings, the instinctual dread emanating from the azure fire was undeniably palpable. What could evoke such profound fear within him? His right hand, a manifestation of his martial soul, had enjoyed a smooth path of cultivation, post-mutation. It even possessed the ability to absorb flesh and blood to bolster his own training. Had it not been for his innate soul power being limited to the 7th level, he might have already attained the realm of a soul sage. Without further contemplation, his objective was clear: to confront the soul sage of the Heavenly Water Academy. 4th soul skill, White Soul Shock. As a configuration surpassing ordinary soul masters, this 4th soul skill, honed over millennia, endowed him with a strength far superior to that of a typical soul emperor. An invisible shockwave surged forth towards his opponent. The dark side martial soul of the malevolent soul master followed suit, the brothers' coordination seamless. Their soul skills cascaded in succession. 5th soul skill, Blood Refinement of the Vast Sea. As a soul sage, the experienced warrior woman exuded an aura of invincibility, with an enhanced buff akin to a portable energy source at her back. She resembled a deity of war. 3rd soul skill, Jade Lotus Golden Body. 6th soul skill, Raging Waves. The attack approached with blinding speed. Previously, he had struggled against the Soul Emperor wielding the right-hand martial soul and that bat-like Soul King, but now he navigated the onslaught with ease. The pressure wave was shattered by the soul power emitted from his left hand, while the terrifying crimson blade aura of the Scythe Master seemed to meet its nemesis against the flame-clad water lotus, dissipating like melting ice without posing the slightest threat. However, the 6th soul skill of the Soul Sage was not so easily countered. The Lotus martial soul transformed into an unending torrent of water, lacking exaggerated destructive force, but instead delivering relentless pressure. The scythe-wielding evil soul master, having taken the brunt of the attack, was sent hurtling backward. Hey, tear him apart. Wolfpack. The one providing the buff, Jiang Xuan, was not idle. At the moment the scythe master was cast aside, he commanded the azure fire wolves to pounce upon the adversary. Boom. Chapter 69. The Shock of the Shrek Ensemble. Boom. With a soft utterance from the youth, the fire wolves detonated upon contact with the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fire wolves rained down like a flurry of blows upon the beleaguered foe, exploding in rapid succession. The terrifying azure flames erupted forth, leaving the scythe-wielding man with no escape as he endured the successive blasts of numerous fire wolves, ultimately relying on his elder brother to shield him from the remaining attacks. Cunningly, the fire wolves remained stationary before the Soul Emperor-level evil soul master, seemingly aware that they would not inflict significant damage upon him. Is the second brother all right? He'll survive. That kid's flames are too restraining for us. The soul power feels as though it is being scorched. My defenses were abruptly breached. Steadying myself, I beheld the sight of the second elder, wielding a massive scythe, a ghastly figure marred by vibrant streaks of blood, which had congealed onto his garments due to the intense heat of the, observing his left hand, which had made direct contact with the azure firewolf. The stark whiteness of exposed bone was evident, and he was panting heavily. Contrary to his earlier claims of being well, in a single encounter, the formidable, bolstered by the soul power of a soul saint, revealed its might. Fearing that the connection between the water lotus and the might not mirror that of the original texts and his companions, making it difficult to forge a bond, felt a profound sense of assurance. Today you shall remain within the Stardow forest. Amidst the chaos of battle as both sides clashed, found himself in close proximity to the fierce combat between the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint, witnessing a scene distinct from that of a title Douluo. The young man's cold gaze absorbed the essence of battle experience. If the title Douluo navigated the future direction for reference, the duel between the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint allowed for a clearer understanding of subsequent techniques. What a terrifying youth. Once more, he inflicted severe damage upon his adversaries, prompting admiration from the beautiful woman. Previously, she had suffered grievous wounds from this Soul Emperor and the deceased Soul King. Had it not been for the concern of a final counterattack, she might have been slain. The roles had now reversed, and due to the young man's fiery Lotus martial spirit, she found herself prevailing against two Soul Emperor-level evil soul masters. The sporadic assistance from the Azure Fire Wolves played a significant part in this outcome. Restricted by the environment teeming with Azure Fire Wolves, the opponents were at a disadvantage. Uncertain who among the illustrious disciples was marveling inwardly, the beautiful woman once again unleashed the Water Fire Lotus towards her foes, seizing the opportunity in their moment of vulnerability. As the adversaries had indicated, those who could cultivate to the Soul Saint stage were hardly naive innocents. As for the level of martial spirit required to elevate the Water Lotus to such terrifying heights, that question could wait until after the battle concluded. Teacher, must we truly join the fray? What if? What if what? I would never harm you. The Dragon King and Serpent Queen are honorable individuals and would not force you youngsters into anything. With me here, what is there to fear? Having you here might not guarantee safety, was a thought left unspoken. At that moment, the Shrek team was advancing at remarkable speed towards the direction from which had departed. Strangely, a powerful soul master of the mighty, known for his offensive prowess, was now capable of flight. Upon closer inspection, he had sprouted a pair of delicate wings from his back, a gift from S Millennium Soul Ring, enhanced by the assistance of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, Snake's Millennium Soul skill. I possess a mushroom sausage. The mushroom sausage soared at the speed of a wind-tailed rooster snake for a full minute. As a food-type soul master, Oscar truly possessed extraordinary talent. Seeking out Jiang Xuan was indeed the joint intention of Oscar and Zhao Wujie. As he mentioned, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Zhao Wujie, whose nature was inherently good, felt a sense of affection for the other party. Seeing their urgency suggested that something troubling had occurred with their companions. To save a life would likely prevent further difficulties for the few from Shrek when they eventually encountered the Dragon King. The clumsy bear, considering the repeated offenses against Jiang Xuan by Dai Mubai, acknowledged that he was ultimately a student of the academy. That day, the Dragon King had vented his anger by expelling him, but the obstinacy of the stubborn tiger only added to the frustration. Alas, now that the formidable dragon snake had ascended to the rank of title Douluo, Shrek was not to be trifled with. Oscar's unintentional act could certainly help alleviate some of the tensions. Zhao Wujie, with genuine concern, wondered whether Dai Mubai, blinded by hatred, could rise above his despair. It was Tang San and Xiaowu who voiced their doubts, and upon hearing that they should approach Jiang Xuan, who had two title Douluo elders with him, the rabbit felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. She only hoped that the message she sent would reach Ming-Er quickly. Tang San glanced at Xiaowu, puzzled by her distracted demeanor since their entry into the Stardow forest. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted ahead, reminiscent of a soul master battle. Zhao Wujie shouted, urging them to stay back unless he signaled otherwise. Understood, teacher, they replied, keeping a few individuals behind. With the little hedgehog, Tang San, present, they were still in the outer area, where ordinary soul beasts posed little threat to them. What on earth was happening to warrant such fierce fighting in the outer region? Goodness, could he truly contend with a soul emperor? This was absurd. Zhao Wujie felt exasperated and cursed. You little rascals, didn't I tell you to stay back? Tang San helplessly pointed out the short distance. They could almost see the unfolding scene. Although they were at the outskirts of the Stardow forest, the density of the trees was astonishing. Before them lay a different spectacle. For figures were entangled in the sky, one large and one small attacking, while the other two soul emperors were struggling to hold their ground. In the air, eerie blue fire wolves intermittently separated and then lunged at one another, with the explosions marking their self-detonations. Below, the ground was engulfed in flames, accompanied by the charred remains of an unidentified object. Was the battle truly this terrifying? My heavens! Were these beings really soul emperors and soul saints? Upon further inspection, it became clear that Jiang Xuan was positioned behind a soul saint, likely providing support. Yet the ferocity of the battle was beyond Zhao Wujie's comprehension. The presence of two soul emperor-level evil soul masters and a soul saint empowered by the Qinglian buff indicated a combat scenario vastly exceeding that of a typical soul saint. How could they possibly resolve such inflated boasts? Waiting for answers. Fortunately, there were no signs of the soul battle. Upon witnessing this scene, a sigh of relief quietly escaped the crowd. However, someone who had narrowly evaded detection in recent encounters was already devising a means to depart. The resonant clang of metal echoed as two malevolent soul masters found themselves at the brink of exhaustion. The battle grew increasingly alarming, as the youth seemed to have bestowed some extraordinary enhancement upon his ally, a soul sage, whose combat prowess had remarkably surged. A fire soul master capable of obliterating a soul king was, astonishingly, a support type? My education has been lacking. Do not deceive me. Boss, we have company. Damn it. There's no time for a blood escape. Prepare to flee. Chapter 70. A dominant slaughter. Is it them? At the first sight of the Shrek team, Jiang Xuan realized that the arrival of Zhao Wuji undoubtedly added to the woes of the two brothers who were already at a disadvantage. It appeared that both sides were somewhat acquainted. Observing their movements, the soul sage from Shrek Academy spoke up. Prepare yourself, young man. Those two seem inclined to flee. Their intent to escape was genuine, and it was evident that it involved considerable risk. Otherwise, they would not have contemplated such a desperate measure only upon Zhao Wuji's emergence as a new soul sage. With a subtle shift in his gaze, Jiang Xuan deliberately shouted at the group on the ground, Senior Zhao Wuji, these two are evil soul masters. I hope you can set aside past grievances and lend your assistance. His voice was intentionally loud, meant for the adversaries to hear. If they were prepared for the final strike, evasion would become problematic. Damn it, they truly know each other. I'll increase my speed and block their attack. The second brother thought, evil soul masters? What are those? As the leader of the evil soul masters, having pierced his own right hand to buy time for the other scythe-wielding soul master, the beautiful woman behind Jiang Xuan quietly readied her own formidable treasure. Zhao Wuji had vaguely heard this term before and remarked, keep an eye on that kid. The two over there pose quite a significant threat. His curiosity was piqued as to what could compel such an arrogant genius to bow his head. Thus, setting aside previous grievances, he prepared to strike. Great strength Diamond Bear. Manifest. The third spirit skill, gravity enhancement. The fifth spirit skill, gravity compression. A towering golden bear phantom stood firm, and although Zhao Wuji's external appearance was momentarily disregarded, the two formidable gravity skills undoubtedly proved to be immensely helpful. What an opportunity! The beautiful woman unleashed her spirit skill once more, repelling the opposing Soul Emperor, and Jiang Xuan, who had been poised for action, leaped forward. In his hand, a terrifying azure fire lance coalesced within the young man's palm. The primal martial spirit remained powerful, particularly in the hands of a mutated evil soul master. The woman could barely gain the upper hand against the dual Soul Emperor attacks, and any attempt to secure a kill would demand even greater effort. With Zhao Wuji's arrival and the assistance of the two gravity skills, the adversary was forced to reveal a fatal flaw. It was a matter of accountability. Grievances were grievances, and rather than being enemies with Shrek, it was more accurate to say that much of the animosity had dissipated after Long Gong dealt with the two Academy's teens, with subsequent tensions largely stemming from Dai Mubai's provocation. Jiang Xuan's soul power was inherently insufficient, relying heavily on the soul sage from the Heavenly Water Academy to achieve his current standing. Without that support, defeating the Bat Soul King would have been an insurmountable challenge. The dragon subduing palm technique, learned from the system's space, was undeniably potent, yet it demanded an exceptionally high level of skill from the Soul Master, rendering it inadequate against two cautious Soul Emperors. With only 2 uses of the energy stored in the Blue Lotus remaining, he resolved to employ the Flame Spear to resolve the confrontation. Under the influence of Zhao Wuji's gravity soul skill, one of the two adversaries staggered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xuan manifested a peculiar lotus flower at the tip of the fiery spear. This time, it bore not just the azure hue, but also a fiery red shade, visible solely to Jiang Xuan, though still a work in progress. The destructive aura emanating from the spear's tip was palpable. Pierce through him. Flame Spear. If you wish to take our lives, let us perish together. The malevolent leader of the Dark Soul Master spat blood, while the scythe-wielding Soul Master faced a more dire fate, casting a vengeful glance in Zhao Wuji's direction. Had their soul skills not been interrupted by the gravitational force, they would have long since fled. Let us be your burial companions. With a cry, the two launched themselves towards the Shrek team, while above, the Heavenly Water Soul Sage and Jiang Xuan unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously. Boom. Damn it, you little rascal. I've helped you for nothing. The fiery spear collided with the water lotus cloaked in flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The azure flames surged forth, causing the beautiful woman in the sky to retreat hastily, her soul power severely drained, leaving Zhao Wuji to bear the burden of protecting the rear of the Shrek Academy. Damn it, Jiang, our enmity has escalated yet again. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. 1st soul skill, immutable king body. Boom. Whoosh. As the flames engulfed the surroundings. Several students of Shrek, maintaining a safe distance, remained unscathed. However, once the azure energy dissipated, the first to draw attention was Zhao Wuji's. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish the malevolent soul master, he unleashed the full might of a soul sage. Coupled with the formidable energy left behind by the explosion of the unique Dugu Bo, a combination of terrifying power. Under normal circumstances, when Zhao Wuji's activated his martial spirit, his body would be enveloped in a resplendent hue of golden iron, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength characteristic of a bear-type martial spirit. Yet, at this moment, none of that was apparent. His hair was nearly singed away, leaving him with a half-bald appearance, although the soul skills were not aimed at them. The aftershocks were far beyond what mere 2nd and 3rd ring soul masters could withstand, compelling Zhao Wuji's to endure the explosive impact with his physical form. Dai Mubai, I truly regret ever taking you on as a pupil, he lamented internally, harboring deep resentment. After learning of Mengshu's ascension to title Douluo, and with the knowledge that he bore the responsibility of teaching several of Shrek's extraordinary students, he reflected that, had it not been for their sake, he might have considered resolving their animosities and aiding one another. Aside from his scorched hair, Zhao Wuji's garments were reduced to tatters, and beneath his robust frame, a glimpse of a red pair of shorts could be discerned, a sight both comical and absurd. Clearing his throat, one could imagine that under ordinary circumstances, the mischievous children of Shrek would have seized the opportunity to mock Zhao Wuji's. However, in this moment, given that the injuries sustained were due to their attempts to protect one another, even the most jovial among them found no humor in the situation. Furthermore, the magnitude of the explosion unleashed by that azure flame was astonishingly exaggerated. The beleaguered group now wore expressions of shock and confusion, grappling with the reality before them. Is it truly over? With unsteady footing, he was fortunate that the Tianshui soul sage beside him provided support, preventing him from collapsing. Gazing towards the site of the explosion, he felt compelled to ascertain the complete demise of the malevolent soul master before he could find any solace. Indeed, they were akin to the indomitable cockroaches of the battlefield. Jiang Xuan let out a bitter smile. Aside from that one unfinished skill, he truly had exhausted all his trump cards. He had even factored in the Soul Saint's martial spirit, yet it remained a formidable challenge to vanquish 2 soul emperors. As he surveyed the aftermath of the explosion, he beheld a thoroughly decimated corpse lying at the center, while the wielder of the right-handed martial spirit was left with only half of his body, swaying unsteadily. The splattered black blood had even stained Ma Hongju nearby, whose expression was a mix of madness and despair. A grand soul master, a soul venerable. I never imagined that my 3 brothers would fall to the hands of such an inexperienced brat. I am unwilling to accept this. However, do not rejoice just yet. The great master shall find you and tear you apart piece by piece as a sacrifice. Water Lotus, Fire Lotus. I trust the master would relish the opportunity to obliterate 2 soul masters endowed with purifying powers in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the man's voice was cut short as a slender staff ended his life with finality. Chapter 71. Reflections on the 3rd Soul Ring. The finishing blow was delivered by the arriving Chao Tianxiang. After consuming the divine herb, her soul power surged to the 70th level, and the toxins within her serpent staff now bore the characteristics of the ancient poisonous creature, the azure-scaled serpent. Under the effects of the venom, the evil soul master finally met his demise. Shaoxuanzi. Meng Yiran rushed over to support the exhausted Jiang Xuan, visibly relieved upon recognizing him as her elder. She then turned her attention to the gravely injured soul emperor, Xiao Chang. To her, there were no divine entities like the Qinghua Lianzi to rely on. Although the beautiful woman briefly shifted her focus elsewhere, her gaze lingered on the young man, lost in contemplation. The terrifying Fire Lotus, that unforgettable, ultimate power. Upon seeing the newcomer, the tense Jiang Xuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, nearly collapsing against Meng Yiran's shoulder. Beside them, Dugu Yin smiled charmingly, realizing that even this little monster had a day of exhaustion. The series of shocks he had experienced during this time were indeed extraordinary. 2 soul emperors, and let us not forget the already lifeless Bat Soul King. Had he truly teamed up with a soul saint to achieve such a feat? The final scene was witnessed by all present. Yiran, help me over there, Jiang Xuan urged, regaining his composure as he asked Meng Yiran to assist him towards the Shrek side. Meng Yiran complied. All right, take your time. Though the battle seemed to favor them, the inherent risks were not to be underestimated. By the time they arrived, the two soul masters from the Heavenly Water Academy might have lost their fighting capacity. It remained uncertain whether the enemy had reinforcements or what the effects of consuming the Qing Huolianzi would yield. Could he truly harness the ultimate power of the Qing Lian against that soul saint? All of this was shrouded in uncertainty. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. Thus, 3 malevolent soul masters have perished, and Jiang Xuan has once again emerged unscathed. Although he is acutely aware that such a mindset is misguided, and under normal circumstances he would never act so recklessly, he understands that when it comes to matters concerning evil soul masters, he is truly unable to restrain himself. He must find an opportunity to address this issue. The youth chuckles bitterly, as the memories of that fateful year continue to torment his calm demeanor. His temperament may be impulsive, but if he were to confront those who had slain his parents, could he truly remain rational? Just moments ago, it felt as though another soul was influencing his actions. Before the members of Shrek Academy, several exchanged glances, uncertain of the youth's intentions. Following a somewhat comical display from Zhao Wujie, they witnessed Jiang Xuan, with the support of Meng Yiran, gradually bowing in respect. His voice, lacking in strength due to fatigue, conveyed his gratitude. "I thank you, Senior Zhao Wujie, for setting aside past grievances to offer your assistance. Should you require anything from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." This repetitive scene unfolded once more. Differing ideologies aside, his sentiments towards Shrek Academy were distinct from his feelings for Zhao Wujie himself, who deserved this gesture of respect from Jiang Xuan, setting aside the ulterior motives of the other party. It was Zhao Wujie who had played a significant role in vanquishing 2 soul emperors. Otherwise, even allowing one to escape would be unacceptable to him. To eliminate evil soul masters, he would readily part with something as precious as the blue fire lotus seed without a moment's hesitation, for even half of it could rival the existence of divine herbs. The enmity was profound. Not only would he bow in gratitude, but he would also seek the assistance of a titled doulos at any cost, seizing every opportunity. The enrollment at Shrek that day had no bearing on Zhao Wujie, and a teacher who, in the original narrative, did not shy away from facing the Titan giant ape to protect his students was undoubtedly competent. Thus, let the saga of Shrek conclude here. Flander, you cunning merchant, you have truly suffered a significant loss this time. Zhao Wujie, having previously harbored displeasure towards the soul beast town, now felt it dissipate, yet a complex emotion washed over him as he observed the youth's slowly departing figure, then glanced at the peculiar group of young prodigies beside him. Setting aside their innate talents, their dispositions were starkly different. In Jiang Xuan, Zhao Wujie perceived the makings of a formidable future champion. With a heavy heart, Zhao Wujie waved his hand and boomed, "Let us depart." Lord Zhao Wujie, the unparalleled dragon and serpent owe you a favor, Tian Yangxiang interjected as Zhao Wujie prepared to leave. She had observed the confrontation with the 2 evil soul masters from a distance. Despite her lack of fondness for Shrek Academy and their past grievances, they had ultimately aided her grandson, thus a favor was indeed warranted. Was it a loss? Not in the least. The notion of guaranteed profit is indeed appealing. In a concealed location, Zhao Wujie displayed a satisfied smile. A titled doulos, particularly one endowed with the martial soul fusion technique, holds considerable influence. This venture is far from a loss. Not only is it unlikely that the adversary will continue to trouble Shrek, but there will also be ample opportunities in the future where he might need to leverage this goodwill. Once the members of Shrek departed, and under the protection of 2 soul saints, Jiang Xuan began to recuperate on the spot. Serving as a power source for soul saints is no trivial matter. The gap between him and Hui Yuhao, who only lacks 3 rings in their duo, amounts to a significant 40-level disparity. Fortunately, the essence of the Qinglian is superior to that of the ultimate flame. Otherwise, being drained in such a manner would be quite distressing. After exhausting the flame spear's energy, he found himself devoid of soul power. Within the petals of the Qinglian earth heart fire lies the capacity to store a finite amount of energy. The explosive energy from the explosion of Dugu Bo and the ice and fire yin yang is indeed birthed from the otherwise. Even a genius like Jiang Xuan would struggle to pose a threat to the 2 soul emperors. Moreover, there exists the owner of the original martial soul within. Regrettably, his internal soul power was insufficient. Although the flame spear possesses formidable strength, it pales in comparison to that particular move. He must swiftly acquire the 3rd 1,000-year soul ring. By solidifying the foundation of his body at each critical level, he would have a broader selection of options for higher year rings. According to the original text, the first soul ring is 432 years. However, With the Qinglian body tempering, he managed to stably absorb a 456-year soul ring after awakening his martial soul. Thus, the so-called optimal configuration pertains primarily to ordinary soul masters. The strength of a soul master's martial soul and physical prowess are both determinants of the absorption age of soul rings. In his childhood, Qinglian's innate full soul power and blinded hatred obscured his vision. As his body grows, the potential for a higher age for the first soul ring may indeed increase. Just as the owner of the original martial soul, the evil soul master, transcends conventional understanding of soul ring configurations, it is indeed perilous. Had the adversary's right-hand martial soul undergone a second awakening, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, this is of little consequence. The skills learned within the system space during combat can sustain him effectively in battle, while soul ring skills primarily offer auxiliary effects. This collaboration with the Soul Saint from Tianshui Academy has sparked an audacious idea within him. If incompatible water and fire can connect, why not seek a soul ring of a different attribute for his Qinglian? As the grows, consuming all under heaven, will the disparity in soul ring attributes affect the Qinglian? Chapter 72, Shui Binger. Before long, reinforcements from Tianshui Academy arrived, the leader bearing a striking resemblance to the beautiful woman. "And Zhang, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" In a moment of emotional turmoil, Shui Yuer, with her tear-streaked face resembling a pear blossom after rain, rushed into the embrace of another. She then took the hand of the beautiful woman beside her to examine her condition. The Soul Saint, the Water Lotus Soul, gazed at her little niece with a hint of exasperation and tender affection, saying, "I am fine. Do not disturb your Aunt Xiao Chong. She requires treatment." Fortunately, the Tianshui Academy, renowned for its mastery of water elements, was well equipped with healing soul masters. Among the entourage was a soul emperor with a healing staff spirit, boasting a formidable level of 60. The luminous techniques of healing light, restorative light, and life light were swiftly employed on the injured Xiao Chong, stabilizing her condition and visibly aiding the slow recovery of her wounds, which had been purified by ethereal flames. The healing staff soul emperor appeared quite aged, and it seemed unlikely that he would find an opportunity to break through the 70th rank in his lifetime, a common plight among support-type soul masters, who often faced sluggish cultivation progress. "Are you truly unscathed?" teased Zhang Qingyi, the leader of the Tianshui Academy support team, who happened to be her elder sister, the vice president of the academy, and a formidable soul doulos at level 82. The beautiful woman, known as Zhang Qingyu, was Shui Yuer's aunt. As she spoke, her gaze drifted once more to the fiery youth seated nearby. Were it not for the constraints of age, she would have desired to whisk him away. Having felt the transformative power that enhanced one's martial soul, the addictive sensation was indeed difficult to resist. Upon learning that this young boy, who had yet to acquire even a single ring, had managed to contend against 2 soul emperors and slay a soul king, even the experienced Zhang Qingyi was taken aback. Her curiosity about the flame lotus that could augment her sister's water lotus martial soul was intense. But she refrained from pursuing it further upon noticing the elderly woman with a cane, the snake matriarch, who stood nearby. The news of Long Gong's ascension to the rank of title Douluo had spread, albeit slowly, among the 5 great academies. However, thanks to the Soul Hall's deliberate dissemination, Tianshui Academy could not overlook such a significant revelation. The legendary dragon and serpent, previously able to rival a title Douluo with just a soul Douluo and a soul emperor, now had even greater aspirations with Long Gong's promotion. The academy found itself indebted to others, and it was not their place to investigate the peculiarities of others' descendants. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui's strength was not to be underestimated, yet it possessed only 2 soul Douluo level experts. Title Douluo typically belonged to the upper 3 sects or, like Dugu Bo, roamed freely, with the remainder largely under the auspices of the Soul Hall. Setting aside her excessive thoughts, Zhang Qingyi promptly approached the snake matriarch to express her gratitude, suppressing any lingering doubts. "Our Tianshui Academy is immensely grateful for the assistance rendered by the dragon and serpent Kalinzi during our recent ordeal. We appreciate your support, and once the soul hunting concludes, we hope to host Long Gong in the imperial capital of Tiando to properly express our gratitude. Of course, if Long Gong is occupied with preparations for the Soul Master competition, I shall personally visit with the president to extend our thanks." The elderly woman spoke in a roundabout manner, and the bridal sedan was carried by everyone. After losing her children, Kao Xiangxiang, along with Meng Shu, consciously sought to expand their influence, and forging a good relationship with the Tianshui Academy was undoubtedly advantageous. Nodding in response, she remarked, "You flatter me. I wonder if your grandson has sustained any injuries. We could commence treatment for him here." Zhang Qingyi inquired, as she gestured for the healing staff spirit to approach. Xiangxiang waved her hand, politely declining. Xiao Xuan's eye is not gravely harmed, merely fatigued, and his soul power is severely depleted. Treatment is unnecessary. He may recuperate, and we can assess later. It would be prudent to prioritize the treatment of your Academy's Soul Emperor lady. 3 charred corpses lay to one side, and both parties instinctively distanced themselves from the location of the 3 malevolent soul masters. At this moment, ordinary soul masters had no concept of malevolent soul masters. Yet higher-ranked soul masters had at least heard of such beings. "Is that the sister you mentioned, Jiang Xuan? A girl from the Tianshui Academy, who bore a striking resemblance to Shui Yuer," spoke up. She stood approximately 1.65 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure that was neither excessively voluptuous nor diminutively slender. Like Shui Yuer, she had cascading water-blue hair that flowed down her back, and her fair face was adorned with exquisite features. At first glance, she might not seem exceptionally stunning, but a closer look revealed her beauty, a kind of ethereal charm. In terms of age, Shui Binger was actually younger than Shui Yuer. But within the Tianshui Academy, individuals were ranked by strength. Despite the small age gap, Shui Binger possessed far greater prowess than Shui Yuer. A peculiar sensation stirred within her as her enchanting eyes gazed at the handsome young man seated at the end. Her curiosity piqued. She found herself perplexed by the inexplicable flutter in her heart. However, this was not the time for such musings, and she could only suppress it. The two had never intersected before. Perhaps her surprise at hearing that he could slay a Soul King through special means had stirred her emotions. The young girl restrained her feelings, and together with Shui Yuer's incessant chatter, her demeanor lacked the grace one would expect from a beautiful maiden. Sighing, she thought that even in the Douluo Great Forest, such frivolity was unbecoming. Evidently, her studies were insufficient. Shui Yuer likely remained unaware that as she regaled her older sister with tales of Jiang Xuan's achievements, the very subject of their conversation was contemplating how to assign her additional tasks upon their return. Once the Soul Emperor's treatment stabilized her injuries, Zhang Qingyi bid farewell to Xiangxiang, explaining that further treatment for Xiao Chang was necessary at the academy, as the Douluo Great Forest was certainly not an ideal location. A great favor cannot be repaid with mere words. Take care. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and as she prepared to leave, Zhang Qingyi cast one last glance at the still unconscious Jiang Xuan, then turned her attention to her 2 whispering nieces, as if making a decision. At that moment, Jiang Xuan, deeply engrossed in meditation, remained oblivious to the scrutiny he was under. Damn it, why did the Qinglian suddenly react? The youth, on the verge of tears, had not experienced such a situation since his second awakening. After depleting his soul power, the strain on his meridians nearly caused him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the disturbance was but a fleeting moment and did not linger for long. With his eyes tightly shut, apart from sensing Meng Iran and Dugu Yin nearby, Jiang Xuan could only vaguely discern that many individuals had arrived at Tianshui Academy, but their identities remained unclear to him. Following this encounter, the once solidified soul power appeared even more robust, prompting Jiang Xuan to resolve to attempt a new strategy with his upcoming 3rd soul ring. Should his hypothesis prove successful, his ultimate trump card would reach unprecedented heights. As for the peculiar sensation that had briefly flitted by, the youth chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 73. The Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear. In the Douluo Forest, between the outer regions and the mixed zone, the tranquility of the forest was shattered. Under the moonlit night, an unusual clamor filled the air. From the grass, a massive shadow writhed forward, splitting the smaller trees beside it, while the fallen leaves on the ground were sent soaring high into the air. A peculiar hissing sound emanated from the colossal creature, and in the moonlight, its unwieldy form became visible, still coated in slick, damp earth. As the mud fell away, glimmering golden threads were revealed. It was as if the beast had been forcibly drawn from the depths of the swamp. The golden silk fire python, judging by its serpentine length, it measured approximately 13 to 14 meters and possessed cultivation exceeding 7,000 years. I found it. Trying to escape? First soul skill, Serpent Emperor's Golden Shield. Third soul skill, Mountain Splitter. The serpent's eyes revealed a trace of human-like emotion, and the magnified azure-hued staff bore flecks of golden light. Wielded by none other than the opportunistic Meng Iran. Standing at level 40, she planted the Serpent Emperor's staff before the golden silk fire python, embodying an indomitable warrior. The combination of her third soul skill and the first soul skill, Serpent Emperor's golden shield, severed the path of the colossal serpent. Logically, a soul beast of 7,000 years would not fear a level 40 soul master. Yet, the python's vital point was already gushing blood, indicating it was gravely wounded. Moreover, Meng Yiran was no ordinary soul master. In her spirit-embodied state, the feminine curves were not overtly pronounced, but her hands, gripping the weapon, exuded formidable strength. Though it perhaps should not be described thus. The giant python attempted to flee, yet behind it loomed a terrifying sixth-ring soul master, with azure flames swirling around, leaving the serpent no room to escape. Empty. Revived to full vigor, Jiang Xuan was currently busy concealing his face, unable to bear the sight of Meng Yiran, whom he had nurtured into an unorthodox figure. Unlike the original narrative where her martial soul evolved into an incongruous form, Meng Yiran, with the foundation laid by the Qinghua Lianzi, had unmistakably embarked upon the path of a berserker soul master. Moreover, her prowess surpassed that of the typical assault-type soul masters. The solid physical foundation established by the Qinghua Lianzi, coupled with the subsequent celestial herbs, had endowed her with a robust vitality. Had her martial soul remained the Snake Emperor's staff without alteration, a transformation into a certain broken sword would have rendered her strikingly similar to a certain formidable woman from memory, known for her audacious return. From the moment she acquired her first soul ring, she developed a penchant for engaging in one-on-one battles, focusing entirely on enhancing her attack power and the weight of her martial soul. At this moment, the golden silk fire serpent she pursued undoubtedly possessed fire attributes and extraordinary strength. The injured soul beast found it exceedingly difficult to withstand Meng Yiran's relentless onslaught. The Snake Emperor's staff, wielded by the girl who had trained under Jiang Xuan since childhood, was brandished with impressive ferocity. Under the bludgeoning force of the staff, the giant serpent's breath faltered once more. Well done, Yiran. One more strike. Dugu Yin, ever the instigator of chaos, was visibly exhilarated to witness her close friend display such ferocity. This 1,000-year-old soul beast had already sustained significant damage to its 7-inch mark, prompting the snake matriarch, who followed closely behind, to relish the prospect of diminishing its strength to a mere fraction for the sake of honing her granddaughter's combat skills. The reason for their nocturnal soul-hunting escapade, braving the taboo of soul masters, could be traced back to the signals from the old poison master. The trio, who had stirred up considerable unrest in the Star-Do Central District, had successfully concluded their hunting activities and, upon arriving promptly, fortuitously encountered a suitable soul beast, which left Chao Tianxiang unwilling to let it escape. Consequently, the four of them launched a coordinated assault on the colossal serpent. Jiang Xuan and Dugu Yin refrained from intervening, merely observing Meng Yiran's solitary performance. Indeed, identifying a suitable direction is of paramount importance for a soul master. In an alternate timeline, Meng Yiran evidently failed to harness the full offensive power, agility, and toxic capabilities of the serpent staff, which led to the confrontation with the slightly younger Tang San. However, the current Meng Yiran, even against the 29th level Tang San, would find no challenge from Dai Mubai. The Serpent Emperor's staff, having absorbed 3 soul rings, has now undergone a remarkable transformation in weight. All right, Yiran, deliver the final blow without any complications, reminded Chao Tianxiang, emphasizing that the previous sinister soul master had thwarted their collaborative efforts. In the Star-Do Forest, one could never predict the emergence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a soul sage might find herself in dire straits, making it unsafe for a mere handful of juniors to venture forth together. With a mighty strike, the Serpent Emperor staff struck down, splitting the scalp of the golden silk fire python. Once in combat mode, Meng Yiran was entirely transformed. She responded coolly. We must understand it immediately. The icy tone of the girl, combined with the blood that had inadvertently splattered across her face, was illuminated by the moonlight, enhancing her allure. Be cautious, that beast is desperate. The enormous python, sensing its imminent demise, raised its massive serpentine body, having been driven from the swamp. It lacked any semblance of sentience but instinctively recognized that if it did not employ its life-saving abilities, it would perish here, becoming another soul ring. Alas, the once formidable predator, now encumbered on land, found its immense size to be more of a hindrance than an asset. The fire python, as its name suggests, not only possessed terrifying strength due to its colossal form, but also required vigilance against the sudden onslaught of fire-based attacks. Do not let it escape. That cunning beast. Jiang Xuan chuckled and scolded lightly. In the soul-hunting state, He always preferred to be thoroughly prepared. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire was ever ready to intercept the opponent's fiery abilities, allowing Mangyaran to strike and acquire the Soul Ring. Who would have thought that the beast would be so cunning? It spat mud all over me. I am going to annihilate it. In a moment of unpreparedness. What spewed forth was not flames, but the muck stored in the two large sacks behind the serpent's throat. As a male, Jiang Xuan found it bearable. But the two girls could hardly endure it, which allowed the creature to slip away at the opportune moment. Observing its colossal writhing form, it smashed through the rocks blocking its path, illustrating the terrifying force it could unleash upon an unsuspecting body. The two girls continued to curse, and Jiang Xuan reminded them, "Please, ladies, if we do not pursue, it will truly escape." His words implied that if they did not get muddy, they might as well let the python go. As the three prepared to chase once more, two distinct roars from different soul beasts echoed, causing Chao Tianxiang to immediately halt their advance. Astonishingly, the fleeing golden silk fire python was suspended in midair, ensnared by a fearsome figure on the mountainside. The dark golden terror claw bear. Chapter 74. The Plotting Foolish Bear. The expressions of the group grew solemn as they realized the towering figure before them was this rare creature. Chao Tianxiang silently urged the three to step back slightly. Under the cover of night, they could not discern the features of their opponent, and recklessly approaching would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. What is a dark golden terror claw bear? Dugu Yin inquired, her expression reflecting confusion. Mangyaran shared her bewilderment. This was the first time they had heard of such a soul beast. She had been eager to confront it, wanting to reclaim the soul ring she had painstakingly weakened. Do not act impulsively. Although grandmother had heard of this soul beast before, today marked her first encounter. She had never imagined that a creature thought to be a fabrication of soul masters actually existed. Had it not been for the moonlight illuminating the unique features of the creature, they might have mistaken the dark golden terror claw bear for a mere bear-type soul beast. If it were indeed that creature, they would be facing a serious predicament. Jiang Xuan swiftly searched his memories concerning the dark gold fearclaw bear. It was no wonder that the others were so cautious. At this moment, those ferocious beasts had no intentions of emerging from the core region of the Star Dough, preoccupied instead with absorbing the essence of a substantial supply. If the 10 great beasts were to appear, the likes of Deming and Ming would not dare approach the core area. He refrained from hastily disclosing the situation to the others, if memory served him right. The 6th ranked among the 10 great beasts, known as Bear Lord, was indeed a dark gold fearclaw bear. This creature represented the most formidable existence among its kind, possessing attributes of the utmost gold. It is worth noting that this utmost gold refers specifically to Bear Lord. The average dark gold fearclaw bear merely approaches that level. Otherwise, given the sheer size of that creature, it would undoubtedly turn tail and flee with the others in tow. Under the moonlight, a massive bear adorned with dark golden fur could be faintly discerned, emitting a contented roar as it gripped the lifeless body of a golden silk fire python. This beast towered over 3 meters in height, akin to a small mountain when standing, its eyes devoid of any emotion, filled instead with cold indifference and cruelty. With a slight tug, the golden silk fire python was effortlessly torn in half, its scalding blood and flesh consumed by the bear. Blood coursed over its entire body, which was cloaked in dark golden fur. Its arms were extraordinarily robust, with shoulders as broad and imposing as city walls. At the ends of its powerful limbs were razor-sharp dark golden claws, each of which, when fully extended, measured over 1 meter in length. As those stout arms unfurled, the claws sliced through the air, producing a faint hissing sound. An exquisite bear indeed. Jiang Xuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chao Tianxiang, considering the prudence of the situation, was preparing to withdraw a few individuals. She did not wish to take risks in confronting a top-tier soul beast of uncertain age, particularly when it came to protecting those with whom she had familial ties. Dugu Yin, Jiang Xuan, and Mangyaran, though long gone, could potentially attempt to vanquish the foolish bear. It seemed wiser to refrain from such an endeavor at this moment. The group crouched low, fortunate that the dark golden fearclaw bear was preoccupied with devouring the fire serpent, a creature seldom found on land. The unusual flavor of the serpent's flesh excited the bear, prompting it to roar incessantly. Jiang Xuan understood Chao Tianxiang's concerns well. Generally speaking, soul beasts exhibit distinct tendencies in their abilities, whether it be towards speed, attack, or defense. However, the dark golden fearclaw bear was an anomaly, proficient in both offense and defense, presenting a paradoxical nature. In other words, it possessed the innate defensive capabilities typical of bears, coupled with formidable resilience. while also exhibiting terrifying offensive power. Its dark golden fur boasted exceptional defensive strength, while its enormous claws wielded fearsome attacking capabilities. It was said that the mightiest of dark golden fear-claw bears could even contend with dragons. Jiang Xuan was well aware that the bear often sought to challenge the golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian, for supremacy in the realm of soul beasts. This assessment held merit. The only notable flaw was its speed. However, the bear's grandmother possessed a skill known as Dark Golden Fearclaw, which was a ranged ability. "Let us go," Meng ran, not one to overstep, suggested upon recognizing the formidable creature before them. "After all, we can always seek another soul ring." Jiang Xuan halted the three individuals preparing to depart, stating, "Wait, what is it?" The sharp claws of the Dark Golden Terraclaw bear, extending no more than 1.5 meters, indicated that it had not surpassed the Millennium Soul Beast stage. A soul beast nearing the pinnacle of golden attributes was perfectly suited for Iran. "Are we certain?" Jiang Xuan inquired. "If it is a 10,000-year dark golden terraclaw bear, we must not provoke it." Indeed, it was confirmed that, according to standard soul beast estimations, a recently matured Millennium dark golden terraclaw bear could withstand a 10,000-year soul beast. If it had already transcended the 10,000-year threshold, their quartet should indeed refrain from inciting its ire. Upon further examination of the bear's claws, which had severed the golden-threaded fire python, Jiang Xuan affirmed, "Precisely. The age of the dark golden terraclaw bear can generally be gauged by the length of its claws. As its age increases, so does the length. However, one cannot ascertain the size of the bear solely based on this, as some naturally large bear monarchs are significantly larger. This foolish bear, though not weak, appeared to be an ordinary specimen within the dark golden terraclaw bear clan. Nevertheless, even an ordinary one was several times stronger than the fire python they had encountered earlier. Who would have thought? Besides being knowledgeable about medicinal herbs, your understanding of soul beasts is quite impressive," Dugu Yen teased. After spending several days together, they had developed a close-knit camaraderie, prompting her to constantly devise ways to recruit this little monster into her team. Still, if the Tiando royal team were to gain such a prodigy, I am confident we could secure a commendable title not just in the preliminaries, but in the entire continent's competition. Yet, she pondered how they would measure up against the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Unaware of Dugu Yan's inner thoughts, Jiang Xuan shifted his gaze to Chao Tianxiang. As an elder, her decision was paramount. Observing the dark golden terraclaw bear preparing to leave after its meal, Meng Yiran felt a sense of inner conflict. To be honest, since embracing a bold and unrestrained fighting style, she had become enamored with the thrill of direct confrontation, and this bear undoubtedly represented the ideal soul ring for her. After a brief contemplation, Chao Tianxiang nodded. "If it is merely comparable to an ordinary soul beast of 2,000 to 3,000 years, I am confident in my ability to handle it. All right then, let us seize it. It dares to steal our soul beast." Among them, both Du Guyan and Meng Yiran were soul masters at level 40, although Jiang Xuan was only above level 30 and had yet to acquire a third soul ring. None of them regarded him as weak. Even without revealing his trump cards, Jiang Xuan could easily defeat his soul master. This dark golden terraclaw bear was a rare opportunity. Even if they needed to delay until Long Gong and the others arrived, that would be perfectly acceptable. The dark golden terraclaw bear possessed formidable attack and defense capabilities. Iran and Yan, you will be responsible for using your speed to restrain it. I will look for an opportunity to breach its defenses, while Grandma will deal a heavy blow. One must admit, the quartet's audacity in targeting the dark golden terraclaw bear was quite remarkable. A message popped up. Ding. System, host. Do not forget to provide readers with explosive updates on February 1st. Author, how could I possibly neglect to deliver explosive updates upon release? A minimum of 5 updates is the baseline. Anything less would be an affront to my integrity. System, I hear that the better the subscription performance tomorrow, the more explosive updates there will be? Author, ahem, let us not reveal the fact that I have been frantically typing and storing manuscripts in preparation for the release, lest I be met with disapproval. Indeed, this book has finally reached this moment since its upload. So let me extend my New Year wishes to everyone. Subtle hint for red envelopes. Kaboo is a quintessential novice author, and it was the encouragement of the editor that led me to write this book. I never anticipated such favorable results. To be honest, the success has exceeded my expectations, even landing on trending lists. I implore all esteemed readers, I assure you, I did not purchase this popularity, Had I done so, would my mother have spared me? However, given the positive reception, I do have modest hopes for subscriptions. I would like to express my gratitude to the esteemed readers for their support, as well as to Editor Cheese for their guidance, which has been invaluable throughout my writing journey, often to the point of exasperation. Haha. The common ailment of new authors. From recommendations to various novel-related inquiries, down to revising chapter titles, I am exceedingly grateful for Editor Cheese's thoughtful assistance. While I was prepared for the subscription rates of Douluo to be lower than other genres, as an author, the subscription count is truly a significant source of accomplishment. I empathize with fellow authors who may not have substantial financial means, and to those who choose to support Kaboo with their subscriptions. I can only express my gratitude through explosive updates. My goal is 1,000 subscriptions. For every additional 200 beyond that, I will add one more update. With no cap. For donations, a captain earns 1 update, and a leader earns 10, also with no cap. Currently, this book has over 10,000 collections on QQ Reading and Qidian. I believe setting a target of 1,000 subscriptions is not unreasonable. Haha. Lastly, regarding questions about this book, I wish to address the plot, the origins of the protagonist's second martial soul, and the characters from the original work, etc. Kaboo does not wish to merely write scenes of ostentation and face-slapping or aimless romantic pursuits. As you may have noticed, I have given considerable attention to the marginalized characters from the original work. I believe this reflects the true essence of fan fiction, and I hope everyone can view it rationally. Should you have any constructive suggestions, please share them. I will incorporate them upon reading. I aspire to craft an engaging story. See you in the early hours of February 1st, and Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 75. I might need a speaker. Sister Yin releases the venom of it. As paralyzing the dark golden claw bear requires significant time, Grandmother controls the situation. When you notice the dark golden claw bear's palms radiating a golden hue, remember to interrupt it with a soul skill. If you cannot interrupt, everyone must evade immediately. What about me? After arranging everything, Jiang Xuan overlooked Meng Yiran, who was quite perplexed. After all, I am a level 40 quasi-soul master, and my combat prowess is not lacking. Ahem, Sister Yiran, act according to the situation. But please wait for my cue before you engage. Very well, I shall heed your signals. Due to the cover of night, it was not Jiang Xuan's intention to exclude Meng Yiran. Rather, the formidable strength of the bear they faced posed a significant threat. 100-year soul beast is equivalent to an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, and a 1,000-year beast could easily challenge a 10,000-year one, judging by the length of its claws. It likely exceeds 4,000 years. While it may not compare to the recently encountered golden silk fire python in terms of age, its combat capabilities are on an entirely different level. If Snake Lady Chao Tinxiang were currently a soul sage with her martial soul manifested, such caution would be unwarranted. However, the 7th soul ring was not yet acquired, and the snake staff was clearly not inclined towards aggressive combat. Confronting a thick-skinned and robust bear proved to be quite challenging. Engaging in close combat without a clear understanding of the opponent's true strength was perilous. Thus, Jiang Xuan had to instruct Meng Yiran to act judiciously. According to the original narrative, the dark gold fearclaw bear possesses a certain bloodline of the behemoth within its veins, which inherently breeds an aversion to dragonkin. Had it not been for Emperor Tian and the Silver Dragon King, the Bear Lord would have found it difficult to remain at peace, let alone coexist harmoniously. This particular bear, having consumed the fire python, even seemed eager to scratch its teeth with its claws. Indeed, in this outer region, it was an unchallenged tyrant. Even within the mixed region of 10,000-year soul beasts, the bear belongs to the upper echelon. It remains unclear how it strayed into this area. Nevertheless, since it has seized their soul beast, it must be prepared to become a soul ring itself. A dark gold fearclaw bear of approximately 4,000 years is a formidable target. Jiang Xuan, intent on cultivating Meng Yiran towards the warrior path, could not let this prime soul beast slip away. If fortune favored him, the future berserker of his team would soon take shape. Under the moonlit night, the dark gold fearclaw bear, having feasted, let out a contented roar towards the heavens. Perhaps due to its disorientation, it had unwittingly ventured into the outer region, dismissing the lowly 1,000-year soul beasts around it. However, it seemed that fate favored the old bear, as it had fortuitously encountered the dual-element golden fire python. Lacking intelligence, it was oblivious to the rarity of this delicacy from the marshes, and without a second thought, it indulged itself. Unbeknownst to it, a few individuals nearby were poised to spring into action. In the world of Douluo, though it is unclear why you possess the bloodline of the behemoth, Your innate aversion to dragonkin may leave you vulnerable. Let us see if your remaining instincts can discern friend from foe once you sense the true dragon aura. I shall first deceive you with a few skills. Upon a colossal tree, encircled only by the strength of many, the dense foliage concealed Jiang Xuan's silhouette. Through the intermittent gaps in the leaves, one could discern the entirety of the foolish bear, whose vigilance was astonishingly low. It is no wonder that in the original tale, it was ensnared by Hua, falling victim to an ice explosion technique that nearly cost it its life. Targeting the dark gold terror claw bear, boasting 5 millennia of cultivation, Jiang Xuan acted not out of recklessness. His formidable innate talent allowed him to traverse the starry forest with impunity, where the higher-level soul beasts capable of contending with the terror claw bear seldom resided in the same vicinity. Even among the 10,000-year soul beasts, few dared to provoke such a monstrous entity. Over time, had its vigilance truly diminished to such an extent? Perhaps so, with its overwhelming strength. If not for the scarcity of its kin, the starry forest would likely be dominated by bears. Jiang Xuan murmured softly, his movements deft and swift. He simultaneously unleashed his first and second soul skills, the dense foliage serving as a perfect concealment. Much like his previous battle against the malevolent soul master, a small azure flame dragon coalesced in his palm, targeting the languidly resting dark gold fear claw bear. Perhaps it was the aura emanating from the 18 dragon-subduing palms that bore an uncanny resemblance to a true dragon. The once unresponsive bear's thick fur bristled as if it had encountered a formidable adversary. With a mighty roar, he executed the third style of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, dragon appearing in the field. A resounding dragon's roar accompanied the boy's clear voice. As the azure flame dragon burst forth from above the dark gold fear claw bear, its expression oscillating between anger and surprise. In an instant, its right paw extended, revealing a dark golden claw. What true dragon exists in this world? Attack it. Though one might dismiss the dark gold fear claw bear as foolish, such an assumption belies its nature. It is among the most elite of soul beasts, and its combat instincts are nothing short of terrifying. Despite Jiang Xuan's preemptive strike with the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the bear managed to react almost instantaneously. Had it not been for its attention being captivated by the dragon-shaped energy transformed from the azure lotus, Jiang Xuan would surely have become its target. Regrettably, after spending considerable time in the system space learning from another version of himself, he had only mastered 3 techniques of the 18 dragon-subduing palms: regret of the overlord dragon, flying dragon in the sky, and dragon appearing in the field. Alas, while the 18 dragon-subduing palms possess formidable power, their grandiose nature becomes a liability at lower levels, rendering them less effective as covert trump cards. Especially when one's energy reserves are insufficient, leading to damage far below expectations. Is it because I lack sufficient sound resonance? Inevitably. As Jiang Xuan watched the immense dragon conjured by the azure lotus shatter under the bear's full force attack, he pondered deeply. The flames alone had inflicted considerable damage. He realized he must acquire his third soul ring without delay. While he contemplated, Xiao Tianxiang's actions remained swift. Her 5th pitch-black soul ring suddenly illuminated, unleashing a 10,000-year soul skill, the first soul skill, Azure Phosphor Purple Poison. As she executed her move, Dugu Yin was equally quick, with the Azure Phosphor Purple Poison spreading forth, soon followed by the attack of the Snake Matriarch, Xiao Tianxiang. The 5th soul skill, Ghostly Serpent Azure Wave Stab. As a soul master of the soul sect level, the toxin of the Azure Scale Serpent King was formidable. Otherwise, the soul masters and soul sects encountered prior would not have been so easily affected by its venom. The dark gold fear claw bear may boast incredible defense, but that refers merely to its exterior. As a highly intelligent representative of its kind, it could still be threatened by the mental toxins of the Azure Scale Serpent King. Xiao Tianxiang's 5th soul skill was a penetrating attack. Once a wound was inflicted, the rest would be manageable. Conversely, Jiang Xuan found himself somewhat speechless as the unreasonable bear disrupted his assault, fully aware of its invincible defense and overwhelming power. Could it not afford him a semblance of dignity? Do I not deserve some face? Suppressing the impulse to unleash a nuclear strike on a certain foolish bear, Jiang Xuan cooperated with the duo's actions to transform the Azure Lotus into a fiery fuse. Chapter 76. Terror. First soul skill, Ethereal Flame Manifestation. As the foolish bear's gaze was captivated by the soaring fragrance in the air, Jiang Xuan activated his first soul skill, causing the flames of the Azure Lotus to swell dramatically, morphing into a fiery tether that lunged towards the dark golden terror claw bear. In that fleeting moment when the dark golden terror claw bear lost its rationality, 3 distinct assaults converged upon it, and before the bear could fully comprehend the situation, It caught sight of a sharp energy spike aimed directly at its chest. As for that crawling insect, despite being a millennium-old dark golden terror claw bear, its cognitive faculties were its Achilles heel. However, relying on its formidable physique, it opted to withstand the energy attack before it. This misjudgment led to the peculiar flames, which inflicted considerable harm upon its fur, capturing its primary focus. The instincts of the soul beast betrayed at this time. The dark golden terror claw bear possessed astonishing combat prowess, and its innate talent for battle had always ensured its victories. Yet, when confronted with the Azure Lotus's core fire, its instincts screamed warnings of impending peril, resulting in significant misfortune. The essence of the Azure Lotus was indeed terrifying, yet at that moment, it was merely controlled by a soul master who had yet to surpass the 30-level threshold. Despite its formidable origin, in a state of energy deficiency, it was inherently challenging to inflict damage upon a bear whose defense and attack power were both maximized. To call it a foolish bear was no exaggeration. Confronted with the venom of Dugu Yan's azure-scaled serpent, it not only exhibited fearlessness but also willingly opened its enormous maw, inhaling considerable amounts of the purple toxic mist. No matter how resilient its body, the delayed onset of the toxin was still substantial enough to incapacitate it. Especially after Dugu Yan had evolved into the azure-scaled serpent queen, the potency of that venom was such that even Soul Kings hesitated to come into contact with it. Faced with the Azure Lotus's core fire and the ethereal Azure Wave strike, the foolish bear chose to deploy a soul power barrier to protect its legs, instinctively recognizing the danger posed by the flames. Indeed, it was a threat not to be trifled with. Unprepared, even with Jiang Xuan's relatively low soul power, he could roast 2 bare legs for a taste. The moment the fiery tether forged by the Azure Lotus ensnared the dark golden terror claw bear, the sizzling sounds of searing flesh became incessant. That peculiar flame had intensified significantly. Once Dugu Yan had released her toxic mist, she settled comfortably to assist from the sidelines. Given the bear's massive size, if they failed to deplete its soul power and stamina in a timely manner, the potency of the azure-scaled serpent's toxin would take time to manifest its effects. The true lethal strike, however, would originate from the serpent mistress's soul weapon, the serpent staff. With a sudden roar, the dark golden terror claw bear was momentarily distracted, failing to notice the 5th soul skill of the snake matriarch. By the time it realized, a gash had already been inflicted upon its chest by the serpent staff. This was merely a 5,000-year-old foolish bear. Had it been an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, such a strike from a soul sage would have resulted in far more than just a wound. In pain, the dark golden terror claw bear flailed its massive claws, its enormous form causing the surrounding environment to shatter. Its dark, formidable fists were considerably larger than Jiang Xuan himself. The strike was effective. Seizing the moment before the bear could sever the fire cord, Jiang Xuan ingeniously utilized the towering trees around him to create a snare-like formation. The bear, caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, stumbled and fell, its colossal weight toppling the trees that had served as obstacles, scattering the green lotus earth fire in the process. Unfortunately, the intensity of the flame depended on its master, much like the previous dragon subduing 18 palms. Without the accompanying resonance of a certain leader, its power diminished significantly. Do not approach hastily, both Jiang and Jiang Xuan exclaimed simultaneously. Despite the visible wound on the bear's chest, from which blood flowed freely, they had taken advantage of the terrain. However, this was merely a superficial injury. Given the bear's terrifying stamina, it was hardly a concern. They promptly deterred the 2 women who were eager to advance. Stand back. Clear the area. The giant bear rose, its footsteps striking the ground, sending dust swirling into the air reminiscent of a certain earth-shattering force. In terms of size, both creatures were comparable. Engaging in a direct confrontation was ill-advised. None of the 4 present were adept at head-on combat. Jiang Xuan, with his insufficient soul power, despite his confidence, felt a pang of apprehension witnessing the bear effortlessly shatter mountains and topple trees in its path. Even the level 70 snake matriarch, along with Dugu Yan, were poison attribute control soul masters. It was not that the snake matriarch could not defeat the foolish bear, but with the minimal power disparity. Delivering a final blow to the physically formidable dark golden terror claw bear for Mangyuran proved challenging. They needed to wait for the bear to exhaust its stamina and work in tandem with Dugu Yan's green-scaled serpent venom. Similarly, Jiang's 5th soul skill also contained the venom from her serpent staff. Patience was required. This colossal beast could not be confronted head-on just yet. As they evaded the relentless assaults, the dark golden terror claw bear grew increasingly furious, pounding its chest in frustration. Naturally, Jiang, as a soul sage, was not an adversary that such a beast could easily approach, and she occasionally maneuvered alongside Dugu Yin to evade the bear's attacks. Jiang Xuan, having unfastened the gravity ring early in the morning, moved with a swiftness akin to that of an agile assault spirit master. Occasionally, he had to use the fire rope to pull Meng Iran, who was unable to evade in time, while also taking on the responsibilities of a control system spirit master. How much longer could this endure? The stamina of the dark gold terror claw bear was truly formidable, once again narrowly evading the bear's exaggerated punches. The dust stirred up had left Dugu Yin in a disheveled state. As long as there was no imminent danger to her life, Jiang Xuan, preoccupied with inflicting occasional damage, paid her little heed. Not far away, Jiang Xuan and Meng Iran were in no better condition, equally harried. Jiang Xuan remarked, "There's nothing we can do. Our lack of substantial offensive power means that a creature capable of shaking the very foundations of the world with its 1,000-year strength cannot be easily subdued, or it would not be a top-tier spirit beast. However, it appears that our adversary is beginning to lose patience." Once more dodging a falling splinter of wood, Jiang Xuan observed the state of the dark gold terror claw bear. Its once lustrous fur had dulled significantly, and its roars lacked the initial vigor, indicating that the poison was gradually taking effect. The group was consciously guiding this colossal beast towards the designated location agreed upon with the 3 titled doulos. Regardless of whether they would be able to slay it, they had ensured ample contingency plans. During the battle, there were occasional spirit beasts, like the stone Leji, that eagerly joined the fray, only to be mercilessly crushed beneath the terrifying bulk of the bear. The dark gold terror claw bear remained unconcerned. Yet it posed a palpable threat to the 4 of them. The previous attackers had merely been spirit beasts of the Millennium rank. What if a higher-level beast were to appear, with yet another attack failing to connect? The colossal bear finally lost its patience and unleashed its innate skill capable of tearing apart even a giant dragon. This was the innate skill of the dark gold terror claw. "Do not approach. Run with all your speed." Jiang Xuan shouted once more as the dark gold fearclaw bear, previously tormented by a swarm of insects, unleashed a simultaneous burst of golden radiance from its left and right claws, employing a terrifying innate soul skill far more formidable than before. Chapter 77. All methods employed. Dark gold fearclaw. As the name implies, this is the signature technique of the dark gold fearclaw bear. This clumsy bear can withstand the might of a colossal dragon with its physical prowess, earning a reputation for being able to challenge century-old soul beasts as if they were mere 1,000-year-old ones, a feat attributed to this divine skill. The crux lies in its formidable claws, whose hardness rivals even the toughest metals. As the claws swung, the air was cleaved apart, producing a resonant buzzing sound that was no mere illusion. With one skill rising and the other descending, the target was none other than Jiang Xuan and his companions. "Hiss. I must ask, brother, have we chosen the wrong target?" Meng Iran exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene, staring blankly at Jiang Xuan. The group collectively gasped, witnessing 4 unfathomable chasms carved into the earth, the indelible marks left by the dark gold fearclaw bear, while another claw arced toward the sky. The energy shattered the very ground beneath them. Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, grateful that the others had managed to evade the threat in time. The reputation of the foolish bear was indeed well-deserved. That bear dared to challenge the formidable golden-eyed Black Dragon King, and even its kin, with merely 5,000 years of cultivation, posed a significant challenge. Typically, 10,000-year soul beasts do not present such complications: thick blood, robust defenses, and an astonishingly terrifying attack power, coupled with 2 skills enabling ranged strikes. Had he not been forewarned about the dark gold fearclaw bear, Jiang Xuan would have had no intention of provoking it. However, now that the confrontation had commenced, given the nature of the foolish bear clan, it was unlikely that the opponent would entertain thoughts of retreat. The dark gold fearclaw bear, which often seeks battles with higher-tier soul beasts, was now fully aware of the formidable soul power emanating from Jiang Xuan, yet showed no inclination to flee. The meager numbers of its clan were not without reason. The surrounding environment of this outer region had been ravaged beyond recognition, and the gradually opening terrain was disadvantageous for the group. After confirming that the 3 others were relatively unharmed, Jiang Xuan once again took the initiative to confront the dark gold fearclaw bear. The snake madam felt a profound sense of frustration, not that she couldn't slay the beast, but rather due to Meng Iran's 4th soul ring. Without the manifestation of her martial soul, She lacked the assurance to subdue such a formidable soul beast without leaving it with some breath. There was nothing to be done but wait and see if the elders could arrive in time. The time required for the four of them would undoubtedly be considerable. And within the Stardow Forest, the Snake Madam also had to be wary of unforeseen incidents. Under such constraints, they were fortunate that the foolish bear lived up to its moniker. Any ordinary soul beast would have fled long ago. Watching Jiang ascend into the air, poised against the dark gold Fearclaw bear, Jiang Xuan realized there was no room for hesitation. Even in the outer region, the Stardow Forest harbored uncontrollable variables. Whether it meant losing the opportunity to capture this exceptional fourth soul ring or encountering another team, neither scenario boded well. Nightfall typically saw soul masters establishing camps, but this was merely the norm. In order to support Jiang, who was acting as a soul sage, Jiang Xuan reluctantly extracted a portion of the energy stored within the green lotus once more. This resource was finite, and he could not predict when the next opportunity to replenish his trump cards would arise. Stealing his resolve, he noted that the foolish bear remained steadfast. Exhausting its stamina would not be an easy endeavor. Turning to the two women beside him, he instructed, "Sister Yin, prepare to unleash your third soul skill, maximizing the output of the Azure Scale Serpent's venom, while I create the perfect opportunity for Sister Iran to deliver a decisive strike." "No problem." In a fit of exasperation, Meng Iran tightly grasped the Serpent Emperor's staff and declared vehemently, her demeanor somewhat unbecoming. The four of them found themselves struggling against a dark gold terror claw bear, a creature boasting 5 millennia of cultivation. As the primary damage dealer, Jiang could hardly attend to all their needs. Were it not for the presence of an exceptionally powerful soul master, Jiang would have never consented to engage this beast. Upon hearing the agreement from the two women, Jiang Xuan nodded and cast his gaze upon the colossal creature, which at that moment was in dire straits, blood pouring from its wounds, with scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh remaining. As a control-type soul master, without the capability for a single fatal blow, Jiang's formidable soul power merely served to irritate the dark gold terror claw bear. Dugu Yen, first soul skill, second soul skill, third soul skill, biphosphor purple poison, red, blue. Meng Iran, first soul skill, Serpent Emperor's golden body shield, third soul skill, mountain splitting strike. As 40-level soul masters, their attack power was formidable. With the majority of the giant bear's attention diverted, they targeted its wounds, further depleting the creature's stamina. Thus, it was indeed a source of embarrassment that Jiang Xuan, as the DPS, could not maximize his damage output. First soul skill, Ethereal Flame Condensation, second soul skill, Dance of the Fiery Sun. The azure fire emanated from the lotus mark on his forehead. Unlike the previous state of martial spirit embodiment, this lotus floated gently, and the air around it seemed to warm perceptibly. Reluctantly, he could not afford to slack off, as he could not let his elder sister's soul ring go to waste. The flames illuminated the youth's visage distinctly, though the pain evident in his expression marred the enigmatic aura. Meanwhile, the dark gold terror claw bear seemed to sense something amiss. An instinctual sense of danger surged within it, its fur bristling as its enormous eyes turned toward Jiang Xuan. "Foul creature, dare you become distracted?" Seeing the bear drawn to the primal fire Jiang Xuan had summoned, Jiang seized the opportunity to unleash another strike upon its neck. A relatively vulnerable area compared to its otherwise formidable defenses. Once again at a disadvantage, the bear bolted in fury, its meager intellect now utterly overwhelmed by rage. Ignoring the fleeting sense of danger that had just passed, Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow, the azure heart fire transformed once more into a peculiar bow and arrow. This time, no extraordinary abilities were intertwined. The primal fire drawn from the lotus mark, enhanced by the martial spirit, would significantly augment the current strength of the azure lotus. Yet, Jiang Xuan himself remained uncertain of when he could truly harness the primordial power of the azure heart fire. Another peculiar weapon. Is that truly your first soul skill? Or could it be a 100,000-year soul ring? Dugu Yin could not help but voice her thoughts, remarking on the peculiar evolution of fiery weaponry, from the initial flame whip to the fire staff, followed by the terrifying arrows, and now this oddly shaped fire bow? Meanwhile, Meng Iran, who had always been by her side, remained silent, having long since grown accustomed to such oddities. She had even witnessed her brother conjuring 2 bizarre flaming wheels from his childhood. Thus, this fire bow was hardly a surprise. Casting a sidelong glance, the young girl continued to observe Chao Tianxiang, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the dark golden-clawed bear in midair. her anticipation for the soul ring that had accumulated 5 millennia of power growing ever stronger. Hee. Fire Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow. Let the foolish bear taste the grand treasure prepared by your elder brother. Jiang Xuan grinned widely. The Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow took on a crescent shape, and a fiery arrow materialized upon the bowstring. Chapter 78. Titan Giant Ape. With a thunderous crash, the colossal figure collapsed to the ground. A pitch-black soul ring manifesting above the red-blue monster's form. Before the creature's head stood 3 individuals, each distinct in appearance. Among them was a man of striking beauty, almost otherworldly, who spoke. The purple flame cold fiery dragon is indeed a rare soul beast. Although it hasn't reached 90,000 years. It is the most suitable for you, old Meng. His voice, somewhat high-pitched, elicited no surprise from the two present. Behind the handsome man stood a titled Douluo, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Another individual, also in a martial spirit state, possessed terrifying vertical pupils that radiated excitement, as if he reveled in his own overwhelming power. If an outsider were to intrude upon this scene, they would surely cry out in astonishment. Black, 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 all black. This was not a stutter. The rather tall soul master boasted a total of 9 10,000-year soul rings. Today, I must thank both of you for your assistance, Meng Shu. As he spoke, the handsome man revealed a hint of astonishment and a trace of envy in his gaze. The 3 individuals were none other than Dugu Bo, Meng Shu, and Yu Guan, who had ventured into the central area for soul hunting. At this moment, each faced the lifeless purple flame cold fiery dragon with differing emotions. Meng Shu was exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring such a high-quality dragon-type soul beast for his 9th soul ring. Although its age was merely over 80,000 years, it was undoubtedly the most fitting soul beast beneath the 100,000-year threshold for his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Yu Guan remained engrossed in the recent battle, astonished that, as his dear disciple had claimed, the shattered soul rings from a martial spirit-s evolution could indeed be reclaimed. Yu Guan scrutinized the 9 eternal soul rings that Dugu Bo gracefully manipulated with his outstretched hand, and one couldn't help but wonder who would believe such a tale. A significant portion of the time spent hunting soul beasts was dedicated to assisting Dugu Bo in seeking a serpent-like soul beast endowed with the might of a titan. It is well known that snakes are typically associated with venom or are renowned for their remarkable speed, like the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which is famous for its lightning-fast strikes. However, Dugu Bo, whose martial spirit had evolved into the 9 nether-green python, was undeniably a formidable offensive-type soul master. Retaining his mastery over poisons, he now possessed an extraordinary level of attack and defense that left Yu Guan envious. Despite having absorbed 4 soul rings, Dugu Bo had yet to reach the 95th level due to his efforts to compress his soul power for ascension, but it seemed that it would soon be a reality. Coupled with his extraordinary soul ring configuration, Yu Guan understood that even though he possessed soul power at that level, the battle dynamics might require a significant reversal. The soul beast before them was one that Dugu Bo had single-handedly slain. Seeing Meng Shu settle down to absorb the purple flame cold dragon as his 9th soul ring, Yu Guan could not help but express a hint of bitterness, remarking, after 2 days of effort, it seems it was not in vain. Indeed, a remarkable transformation. The old man finally grasped why those with twin martial spirits were so formidable. Rarely would Dugu Bo, faced with Yu Guan's sarcastic demeanor, respond with anger. Instead, he merely moved his hands. Feeling the immense energy coursing through his body, Dugu Bo laughed heartily, proclaiming, I am now several times stronger than before. The old poison master maintained the appearance of his martial spirit, casually waving his left hand, unleashing a terrifying force that carved deep grooves into the nearby rugged mountains. If, during his battle in the Sunset Forest against Yu Guan, he had relied on the power of thunder and the enigmatic azure flames to contend with his opponent, now, even at level 94, he felt confident in claiming victory. The only regret was that after 2 days of searching, he had yet to encounter a 100,000-year soul beast. As for Yu Guan's sarcastic remarks, a jubilant Dugu Bo declared he no longer cared, allowing his rival to revel in his amusement. Their discord stemmed from a time when Yu Guan, representing the Spirit Hall, had summoned him to join. But the proud Dugu Bo had been unwilling to be beholden to anyone, resulting in a lasting enmity between them. Now, having come together, and with the assistance of Jiang Xiaozi in obtaining soul rings, Dugu Bo's first 4 soul rings included 2 formidable Titan giant pythons of 70,000 years each, as well as 1 soul beast exceeding 90,000 years. It was during the pursuit of the frost dragon that they had squandered too much time. According to Jiang Xuan, it was most appropriate for the supplementary soul rings to include a sub-dragon or even a dragon-type soul beast, which might pave the way for the 9 nether-green python to reach even greater heights. How indebted he felt indeed, within the depths of his heart. Dugu Bo contemplated the stark contrast between his own formidable battle prowess as a super Douluo and the previously deemed insignificant ice and fire yin-yang, along with the unknown medicinal herbs that now seemed trivial in comparison. He was acutely aware that without the evolution of the 9 Serenities Azure Python, he was still tormented by the venom of the azure-scaled serpent. The ice and fire yin-yang served merely as a means to alleviate his suffering. It was worth noting that the outer region's soul rings were likely nearing completion. A few thousand-year soul rings posed little challenge unless they encountered a wave of soul beasts led by a level 70 serpent matriarch. Yuguan furrowed his brow, expressing a sense of foreboding that had begun to stir within him. Unbeknownst to them, in just a few days, a series of remarkable events had unfolded around Jiang Xuan. While Long Gong continued to absorb his soul rings, compelling Yuguan to cast aside his peculiar feelings, Dugu Bo interjected, stating that the commotion they had stirred in the Star Doe forest was considerable, and it would be wise to assist Ming Shu in swiftly acquiring the 7th soul ring for Tianxiang before making their departure. Neither of them lingered on the matter of the 100,000-year soul beast. Given their combat strength, they could indeed handle a solitary one, though such encounters were rare. Their primary concern remained the safety of the 3 young ones. At that moment, Dugu Bo and Yuguan's faint smiles vanished, their gazes drawn toward the distance. The trees of the earth began to part silently, revealing a colossal figure advancing from afar. What was that? Upon catching sight of the imposing creature, both Dugu Bo and Yuguan felt as though their hearts had momentarily ceased. It was a presence akin to a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the dim light of the stars and moon. Though it moved on all fours, its shoulders towered at least several meters high. If it were to stand upright, the sight would be truly astonishing. It was none other than the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Yuguan's voice took on a sharper tone, and Ming Shu, who was seated in meditation, seemed to sense the terrifying creature as well. His expression grave as he absorbed his soul rings. Where was that creature heading? Dugu Bo inquired, concerned that if it were to approach them, they would be in trouble. Uncertain, but it appeared its target was not us. Chapter 79, Danger. Within the vast expanse of the starry forest, an unusual ensemble of 8 individuals, which ought to present a harmonious tableau, instead exuded an inexplicable aura against the backdrop of the campfire's glow. Observing how the group had split into small factions, Zhao Wujia found himself exasperated. While he had no qualms about training a powerful golden giant bear, the task of providing psychological counsel was indeed a daunting challenge for him. He was acutely aware that the peculiar behavior of the younger members stemmed from the earlier encounter with that boy of the Jiang clan. Yet the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, stubbornly refusing to escape. It was not only the others who were taken aback, even Zhao Wujia himself was astonished. How could a 30-level youth, devoid of a Millennium Spirit Ring, possibly rival a Spirit Emperor? Yet reality often surpasses imagination, as was evident when he fought side by side with the Soul Sage from Shrek Academy against those 2 unknown Soul Emperors, a spectacle witnessed by all. Ultimately, it was that terrifying attack unleashed by Jiang Xuan that left an indelible mark on their memories. Oldly, upon our return, if you do not indulge me in a few fine drinks, I swear I shall give you a beating, he grumbled, preparing to feign sleep for a while. After the boy bent down twice, Zhao Wujia's initial irritation melted away, replaced by a sense of sympathy for the little monster who was not his student. He found himself begrudgingly resenting Flinder and Li Yusong, reflecting that had he been in charge, such a predicament would never have arisen. It was, after all, due to someone's laziness that the dragon-patterned staff Spirit Emperor was perpetually assigned as the recruitment teacher, while the final challenge was left to Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, the others, with the assistance of Ma Hongjun, managed to stoke 2 campfires, and the 7 members of Shrek were dispersed in various groups. Ning Rongrong declined the proposal of her protectors to return to the sect, quietly sifting through the red ashes of the fire. The flames illuminated her exquisite face, rendering it a rosy hue, while the proximity brought an uncomfortable warmth. Oscar, witnessing this, hesitated to speak, recalling the events in the Soul Beast town. His words caught in his throat. Presently, Ning Rongrong's thoughts were consumed with a desire for the flames to burn hotter, as if doing so could bridge the chasm between herself and that arrogant fire-wielding lad. The feeling of having her long-held pride shattered in an instant lingered painfully. Talent? In the presence of a peer capable of engaging in combat with a Spirit Emperor, Her inherent soul power seemed utterly trivial. The formidable support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as that individual had pointed out, those without the ability to protect themselves on the battlefield often met untimely ends. Even the bastion she had relied upon, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, seemed diminished before the direct descendants of two titled Dueluos, after all. Grandfather Sword and Grandfather Bone were venerated guardians of the clan, their considerations extending beyond her singular needs. Perhaps her father thought along similar lines. Moving a fraction closer, Ning Rongrong sought to awaken herself with the searing waves of heat emanating from the flames, her mind wandering into introspection for the very first time. Ultimately, her burgeoning feelings triumphed over rationality, as Oscar gently pulled her away from the fire, advising, "Being too close may harm you." Thank you," she stammered, without unnecessary words. Oscar no longer exhibited the fervor of their initial encounter, only kindness remained as a classmate. Tangan and Xiao were positioned not far apart, and the team evidently lacked the cohesion centered around him, the control-type soul master, as depicted in the original narrative. Leaning against Tangan, Xiao had her eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep, though her occasionally trembling hand betrayed her. Tangan felt a sense of confusion, ever since entering the Stardow Forest. Xiao had not seemed quite herself. Was it something related to the academy, or something else? It appeared he would need to find a moment to inquire about her state. After 6 years of companionship, Tangan was well acquainted with Xiao Wu's every gesture and could discern her thoughts. The peculiar situation seemed to have arisen after their registration at Shrek and the emergence of the formidable dragon and serpent. Was it because of him? Strangely, the image of the boy who commanded azure flames flickered in Tangan's mind. Despite being peers, the boy's combat prowess and physical mastery far surpassed his own. After all these years, following the awakening of his martial soul, Tangan experienced frustration for the first time. As his right hand glided over the 24 bridges beneath the moonlit night, a delicate artifact manifested in the young man's palm. The moonlight and the flames belied the turmoil within Tangan's heart. If such terrifying flames were to become an adversary, could Tangan's hidden weapons truly be effective against him? Oddly enough, since their second encounter, Tangan had inexplicably harbored animosity toward Jiang Xuan. He could not articulate why, but it felt as if something essential was missing, leading to an instinctive aversion toward the individual who stood before him that day. Was it due to Xiaowu's connection? Strangely, regardless of whether Xiaowu exhibited any affection for Jiang Xuan, it was irrelevant. He was merely Xiaowu's brother, and it was a natural response for him to protect her. Tangan's thoughts became jumbled, and he could only deceive himself, attributing his negative feelings to Xiaowu's fear that day or her unease regarding Tangan's hidden weapons. Among the group, the most significant issues lay with Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing. After several days of interaction, despite Ma Hongjuan's incessant teasing, it became apparent that the two had prior acquaintance. However, it seemed that the youngest, Zhu Xing, bore a particular disdain for Dai Mubai. This brought to mind Tangan's first meeting with Dai Mubai. Could it be related to that incident? Tangan's lips twitched. If it were indeed about that, he sincerely could not offer assistance. The girl stood apart, her head bowed as if she had made a decision, while Dai Mubai, bandaged hands and toe, remained aloof, lost in thought and hesitant to approach her. Just as everyone prepared for their shifts of rest, a sudden and violent tremor shook the ground. Zhao Wuji, feigning sleep, burst from the tent, grasping the two solitary figures and pulling them behind him. An aura of chilling intensity emanated from him as he roared, summoning his martial soul, the powerful Vajra Bear. In an instant, as the Shrek members stood bewildered, the unfolding scene revealed the cause of the disturbance. Great, great, great. In the midst of his indulgence in the Oscar sausage, Ma Hongjun was blissfully unaware that the colossal morsel in his mouth had slipped away, his gaze fixed, like the others, upon the astonishing sight before them. Suddenly, a massive arm was thrust in front of Zhao Wujia. Though it was called an arm, the dark, bristly hair concealed muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Then, a pair of eyes, as large as lanterns, sparkled with a yellowish gleam, captivating the attention of the Shrek group. The tremendous sound reverberated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of these naive youths, causing several of their faces to turn pale under the weight of the imposing presence. With his solid foundation of knowledge, Tangan immediately recognized this behemoth, the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Chapter 80, Meng Iran's fourth soul ring. The bowstring taut. The arrow released with a startling swiftness. The greatest advantage of the Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow lay in its minimal energy consumption. As the arrow soared directly toward the face of the dark gold fearsome bear, the bear, instinctively fearful of the azure lotus core flame, was compelled to shield itself with its right paw, while Xiang continued her relentless assault, waves of soul power converging upon its wound. The once majestic and imposing figure of the bear now appeared considerably diminished. Duguyan's green-scaled snake venom, while not as terrifying as that of the elder toxin, remained a lethal threat. It was a challenge for Xiang, a soul sage, who had to remain vigilant to the movements within the Stardow forest while also fulfilling her role as the primary damage dealer. With a resounding crash, if one arrow was insufficient, another would follow. As the fire arrow was blocked by the dark gold fearsome bear's paw, Jiang Xuan drew back the bowstring once more, this time infused with an overwhelming surge of energy. Fortunately, the bear's attributes of attack and defense were nearly maxed out. Heaven had not been so unkind as to grant them terrifying speed as well, for otherwise, even this small group would struggle against the clumsy bear. The arrows, imbued with the azure flames, possessed remarkable power. When faced with Xiang's assault, the bear occasionally opted to withstand the blows with its flesh. Yet it was adamantly averse to the slightest touch of the azure flame. It could manage to block the first arrow, but the second and third proved increasingly difficult to fend off. Observing the bear's plight and its gradually slowing movements, Jiang Xuan simultaneously launched an attack while signaling the two women to synchronize their efforts. As Xiang's fifth soul skill struck, they were poised to follow up with their own assault. Meng Yiran had felt quite constrained for a while, nodding in agreement. The three maintained a relatively safe distance from one another, and although the dark gold fearsome bear was nearing its limits, its attack range remained a formidable factor. Jiang Xuan must remain vigilant, ensuring that he can swiftly control the positions of both adversaries when they unleash their skills. At the onset, he cleverly employed the technique seeing the dragon in the field to deceive the opponent into activating the first dark golden claw, with the intent of exhausting their stamina. The others remained somewhat silent, reflecting on the fact that the dark golden claw bear truly deserved its reputation for being able to withstand a giant dragon. Its stamina was undeniably formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows imbued with the essence of primal fire rained down in rapid succession, illuminating the battlefield with their brilliance. Near the bear's feet, Meng Yiran had inexplicably positioned herself beneath the beast. Grasping the Snake Emperor's staff, the young girl inhaled deeply, her focus drawn entirely to the attacks from the level 70 heaven fragrance and the peculiar Jiang Xuan. With a determined breath, she maximized her soul power, activating her first and second soul skills simultaneously. With a commanding shout, she brought the Snake Emperor's staff crashing down upon the bear's bloodied knee. The first soul skill, Snake Emperor's golden body, and the second, sweeping through thousands, were both formidable. The first skill, derived from the mighty Golden Bear clan, augmented Meng Yiran's attack by 25 and her soul power by 15, a commendable enhancement. The second skill, nearing a millennium in age, bore hints of purple in its yellow soul ring, though not as ancient as Jiang Xuan's own second soul ring. It still boasted an impressive age of 8 or 900 years. In truth, the disparity among soul masters in the early stages is not overtly apparent. Simultaneously, the Snake Emperor's staff, having grown alongside Jiang Xuan and forged by the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, gained weight with each soul ring's enhancement. At this moment, the staff weighed over 1,000 pounds, and when infused with soul power, its heft became even more exaggerated. Thus, she embraced the path of a powerful assault-type soul master. As such tremendous energy combined, her voice echoed clearly in the night as she exerted herself, bringing the Snake Emperor's staff down heavily upon the bear's knee. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing reverberated, followed by the anguished cries of the dark golden claw bear. Now is the moment. The strange fire whip is unleashed. Jiang Xuan had long been prepared, utilizing his first soul skill, the ethereal fire whip, to pull Meng Yiran back. Meanwhile, the fifth soul skill of the celestial fragrance was once again ready in the heavens. Flame Spear Arrow. Jiang Xuan extended his hands, summoning a spear of azure flames that materialized in his right hand. He entrusted Meng Yiran to Duguyan, and after striking the bear's knee, the formidable rebound of the dark golden terror claw bear's defense left her somewhat fatigued. Die, you beast. Fifth soul skill, Ethereal Serpent's Azure Wave Stab. Sixth soul skill, seizing the moment when the dark golden terror claw bear bent over in pain from its shattered knee, both of their attacks simultaneously targeted its neck. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until a deafening sound echoed, and the massive bear ultimately collapsed before the four of them. Phew. I say, Xiaoxian, could you be a tad more precise next time? I almost became a pancake under that foolish bear. Dougie gasped for breath, still shaken as she gazed at the fallen dark golden terror claw bear. From beginning to end, her nerves had been taut. Fearing even the slightest brush with the opponent's strikes, and several times she had narrowly escaped disaster. Meng Yiran was in a similar state, having been closest to the shockwave. Although her soul power was not severely depleted, she had sustained considerable injury and immediately sat down to meditate and recuperate. The dark golden terror claw bear was indeed as fearsome as its reputation suggested. They had perhaps been overly ambitious this time. Had it not been for the creature's erratic behavior drawing near Chao Tianxiang, providing her with protection, Jiang Xuan, despite wielding a soul power of level 70, found himself struggling against a soul beast merely 5,000 years old. The bear's attributes were particularly restrictive against him. If the soul hunting had attracted the attention of other soul beasts, or if another soul master team had arrived, the outcome would have been exceedingly perilous. In response to Chao Tianxiang's inquiry, Jiang Xuan explained, "A dark golden terror claw bear around 5,000 years old is exceedingly rare. If it were any younger, it would not suit Iran's fourth soul ring. If it were older, we would not dare engage without my grandfather present. Encountering it, we simply could not allow this beast to escape. Its stamina is absurdly overwhelming. The persistent issue remains the inadequacy of offensive power. Were the level 70 character to be Jiang Xuan himself, then not even a 5,000-year-old dark golden fearclaw bear would dare to challenge him, let alone one that has existed for 50,000 years. At level 30, Jiang Xuan's attacks were already enough to instill a profound fear in the dark golden fearclaw bear, and one can only imagine the terror he would unleash upon acquiring his true martial soul form. In choosing the bear comrade, Jiang Xuan acted with prudence. If worst came to worst, he would expend the last remnants of his energy to fashion a nuclear bomb and force it down the creature's throat. Under such circumstances, it would be but a matter of seconds. However, he preferred to reserve his ultimate trump card for a dire situation, for even the original character, under the protection of the venerable Yao Lao, had been left in a state of near demise. Although summoning the Qinglian to transform into a martial soul would offer significantly greater control, the sheer magnitude of its potential was enough to instill dread. As Meng Yiran completed his meditative state and nearly restored his vigor, he approached the head of the dark golden fearclaw bear. Without uttering a word, he struck with ferocity, ending the life of the unsuspecting bear with a single blow. A magnificent purple soul ring ascended into the air, a 5,000-year-old dark golden fearclaw bear soul ring. Chapter 81. The bone of the right arm of the dark golden fearclaw. Qinglian, go. Jiang Xuan summoned the azure flame of the Qinglian earth heart fire, enveloping Meng Yiran as she absorbed the soul ring of the dark golden terror claw bear. With the connection to the azure fire lotus seed, the flames of the Qinglian would not harm her. Rather, they would assist her in the absorption process to a certain extent. The 5,000-year dark golden terror claw bear possessed a soul ring energy intensity comparable to that of some 10,000-year soul beasts, the sole distinction being the absence of soul fluctuations. When absorbing soul rings, it is generally understood that the higher the age, the better. However, with the dark golden terror claw bear, the situation differs. To be prudent, he immediately utilized the energy absorption characteristic of the Qinglian to assist Meng Yiran as a guardian. After completing this, the young man slumped to the ground, his complexion pale. A throbbing pain gripped his head, and the lack of blue energy left him feeling genuinely miserable. Each battle fought with full force left him utterly drained. And as a man, his inability to endure for long troubled Jiang Xuan greatly. The overwhelming strength of his martial soul had a significant impact on him at this stage. The Qinglian earth heart fire required primordial power, and with his current soul power at only the 30th level, he was certainly inadequate for what he had absorbed. His ability to vanquish the Bat Soul King relied solely on the energy he had extracted from the old, toxic creature. Each use diminished that precious energy. Fortunately, once he obtained the third soul ring, his cultivation speed would increase significantly, and after replenishing the final essence of the Qinglian at the Eye of Ice and Fire, it would no longer need to serve as a source for his growth as a soul master. From the perspective of an ordinary soul master, Jiang Xuan, with his compressed soul power, had already reached an enviable height, one difficult for common spirit masters to rival. Alas, whether through the instantaneous slaughter, the flame spear, or the 3 techniques he had temporarily mastered from the 18 dragon-subduing palms, all were voracious consumers of soul power. It was a heavy burden to bear. Jiang Xuan inexplicably felt a resemblance to a certain fiery comrade in the early stages, when the level of his fire control had not yet risen. Every skirmish required meticulous calculation. The process of absorbing the soul ring demanded time. Unwilling to squander a moment, Jiang Xuan immersed himself in a state of cultivation, feeling vulnerable with an empty reservoir of soul power. Observing Jiang Xuan enter into meditation, Dugu set aside the myriad questions swirling in her mind. Their relationship could only be classified as that of friends, while they maintained a senior-junior dynamic. It would be inappropriate for her to intrude upon his privacy as a mere acquaintance. The azure and terrifying flame Lotus? It was uncertain if such a description was accurate. Yet Dugu, having participated in the battle, was acutely aware of the ferocity of that flame. What had been shattered by the clumsy bear was merely a fragment of the azure fire arrow. Should her own green-scaled serpent's poison encounter that peculiar azure flame, it would vanish in an instant. Was this not a complete counter to her abilities? Dugu felt a sense of relief, grateful that they were not enemies, but rather friends. Otherwise, facing such a formidable opponent during combat would have been utterly exasperating. The process of absorbing the soul ring proceeded smoothly. Aside from the tireless Xiang, Meng was the first to awaken. Awake? Yes, I have acquired a magnificent skill. Noticing that her brother and good friend had no intention of concluding their training, Meng promptly shared her joy with Xiang, causing a hint of fatigue to dissipate from the elder's aged visage. Laughing, she remarked, "You're nearly an adult yet still so immature. You've gained a fourth soul skill comparable to a 10,000-year soul ring from the dark gold terror claw bear. You should relish that." She urged, "Go rest quickly. After toiling all night, you still need to tend to me." Meng smile was uncontrollable, for even when her martial soul had not yet manifested, she remained a vibrant beauty, playfully indulging her grandmother. Most importantly, the skill acquired from the 5,000-year dark gold terror claw bear had astonished her, compelling her to share the news with her loved ones at the earliest opportunity. "What is it? You've absorbed it so quickly?" Jiang Xuan and Dugu, alerted by the sounds, gradually emerged from their meditative states. Having regained their composure, they were intensely curious about Meng fourth soul skill. The journey of a soul master cannot be compared to that of an ordinary person. After absorbing her soul ring, Meng appeared vibrant and charming, playfully seeking affection from Xiang. Following their own meditative reflections, Jiang Xuan and Dugu had also restored themselves sufficiently, allowing space for one another to showcase their abilities. "Wait, what is happening?" Suddenly, Jiang Xuan seemed to recall something, turning to approach the massive form of the dark golden claw bear. Disregarding the puzzled expressions of the three companions, he directed his attention to the bear's right paw and shouted to Meng, "Sister, come over and lend a hand." "Okay." Meng did not inquire further, stepping forward to lift the immense body of the dark golden claw bear with her small arms and legs, all while Dugu looked on with a resigned expression. "I hope you're not thinking of eating bear paws at this hour," Dugu remarked, hands on her hips, perplexed by the antics of the siblings. Could it be that particular item? The experienced Xiang pondered, suspecting that Jiang Xuan's actions were indeed aimed at that object. Due to traditional beliefs, she had not connected the 5,000-year-old dark golden claw bear with such a precious item. As expected, Jiang Xuan's subsequent actions confirmed her suspicions. A soul bone. A mature soul beast is a treasure trove, and the soul hunting team without a background was not merely assisting others in acquiring soul rings for rewards. They also sought the flesh and blood of slain soul beasts, all rich in high energy. Compared to the potential of soul bones, the blood and flesh were of little significance. With a blue flame cutting like a knife, Jiang Xuan effortlessly severed the bear's forelimbs, the intense azure flames incinerating any trace of blood as they sliced through. Additionally, the paws were roasted in the process. If it weren't for the pursuit of a soul bone, one might actually relish a taste of the barbecued bear paw. Before long, a dark golden bone, pulsating with an intense aura of soul power, revealed itself as the flesh was stripped away. It was a bone from the right arm of the dark golden claw bear, indeed. A soul bone. Dugu expression transformed in astonishment, her mouth agape, while Meng and Xiang, who were laboring, were equally taken aback by their unexpected fortune. Had it not been for Jiang Xuan, Xiang, as a soul sage, might have overlooked the bear's corpse, losing a soul bone of immeasurable value due to considerations of age. The soul bone, resembling the right arm, emanated a dark golden glow, its aura swirling like ripples upon a blade, unmistakably showcasing the bear's formidable essence. Perfect. Fortuitously, possessing the knowledge from the original text, he remembered that the dark golden claw bear, being a top-tier soul beast, had a remarkably high probability of producing soul bones. With a hopeful mindset, he had stumbled upon this invaluable right arm bone. With both arm bones, a soul master would undoubtedly wield the terrifying offensive ability of the claw. Sister, come and absorb it. Chapter 82. The Second Soul Bone? Though the soul bone was undeniably precious, Jiang Xuan seemed unfazed as he tossed the right arm bone of the dark golden terror claw bear to Meng Yiran. Having just absorbed the soul ring from the same formidable beast, she was undoubtedly the most suitable recipient among those present. Dugu Yin, though somewhat envious, held no objections. After all, the soul beast was a result of their hard-fought battle and the soul bone was a prize from the fallen creature. However, the ease with which the young man relinquished such a treasure in light of their sibling bond was truly commendable. In the world of soul masters, it was not uncommon for even the closest of relationships to fracture over matters of gain. As Meng Yiran accepted the right arm bone, her eyes sparkled with disbelief, not at Jiang Xuan's generosity, but inquiring if he truly had no use for it. Was the right arm bone of the dark golden terror claw bear valuable? Certainly. Yet one understands the principle that a worthy saddle deserves a fine steed. Despite its rarity, the bone's age posed a drawback at this moment. Jiang Xuan's mere addition of 100+1 would pale in comparison to Meng Yiran's potential combat prowess should she absorb the soul ring and the bone from the same soul beast. Just imagining a striking girl wielding a hefty club was exhilarating. Go ahead and absorb it. I've got your back, thought the wise matriarch, feeling reassured that the bond between the two siblings would not falter over such a trifle. In her old age, no soul bone, regardless of its value, could bring her greater joy than witnessing the growth of her descendants. Otherwise, her first reaction upon confronting the elderly figure of Shui, Fu Yuji would not have been one of refusal. Meng Yiran opened her mouth to speak, but Dugu Yin, unable to contain herself, pushed her forward, exclaiming, all right. I know you two share a deep bond, but must you flaunt it before me? Hurry and absorb it. Your grandmother is eagerly waiting to see your soul skills. To her surprise, it seemed fortune favored her. Just after absorbing the soul ring, she was now on the verge of absorbing the soul bone. Jiang Xuan harbored little concern regarding her ability to successfully absorb the right arm bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. The original tale of Xiao Zhao's failure to absorb the 2,000-year-old bone stemmed primarily from her frail physique. With dual martial souls and the early application of a soul ring for her second martial soul to enter Shrek Academy, the burden on her body was evident. In contrast, Meng Yiran, having consumed the Qing Huolian Zi and undergone rigorous physical training since childhood, was in a different league altogether. Surely, one would not withhold good fortune from their kin simply to bestow it upon outsiders. And the left palm bone must not go to waste either. Master Jiang had been diligently working for half the night, and with the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy, his stomach was now grumbling in protest. With the presence of the soul sage, Chao Tianxiang, nearby, and considering that their positions were on the outermost edge of the periphery, roasting a bear paw was certainly feasible. It is worth noting that the meat of the dark gold fearsome bear is a rare delicacy, particularly its paw, which is renowned as one of the top 10 gourmet treasures in the world. The bear paw paired with honey was rapidly becoming a culinary sensation in the realm of Douluo, as they awaited the absorption of the soul bone to conclude. Jiang Xuan had ample space in his treasure pouch. It would be quite satisfactory to carve out some of the choicest portions of the large, clumsy bear for sustenance. Observing Jiang Xuan busy roasting the bear paw, Dugu Yin teased, "Little Xuanzi, do tell, is there anything you cannot do?" "Oh, there are indeed many things I cannot do," Jiang Xuan replied without turning back, like childbirth, for example. This elicited a faint blush on Dugu Yin's cheeks, and she playfully retorted, "Indeed. All men are just big, clumsy oafs." "What did you say?" "Nothing." The meat of the fearsome bear was a deep crimson, with an exceptionally springy texture, adorned with delicate strands of white fat, evenly distributed like a web. Such characteristics typically indicate that the meat is remarkably tender. Jiang Xuan had long studied the best ways to enjoy it. The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. He lightly sprinkled some salt and then brushed a layer of the stored honey evenly over the thick bear meat. "I think it's a pity you are not a chef." Sister Yen, as the saying goes, one can enjoy life, delicious food, and cultivation without hindrance. He added with a hint of curiosity, "If it weren't for the fact that I cannot contend with a giant dragon, I would be quite intrigued to know what dragon meat tastes like. You truly are something else. Come, Grandma, have a taste of this dark gold fearsome bear's paw, and see how it fares. Hee. If only old Poison and the others were here, I'd let them know what true delicacy from the Douluo Continent tastes like. You mischievous brat. Daring to speak ill of my grandfather in front of me. Be careful, or I shall report you." Dugu Yin snatched a piece of the bear paw and began to savor it. As a bite of bear meat entered her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she quite ungraciously devoured the remaining meat in a few swift bites. The rich, savory juices filled her belly, leaving a delightful aftertaste, and a wave of warmth spread within her, as the energy contained in the dark gold fearsome bear's meat seemed to instantly dissolve the fatigue and tension accumulated from her day's endeavors. However, she felt a tinge of regret, for a significant portion of the bear meat had begun to spoil due to the venom of the green-scale serpent. Jiang Xuan had not anticipated that with just one taste, she would be captivated and join the ranks of the food enthusiasts. After dividing the portions for the two, he set aside a smaller piece for Meng Yiran to roast by the fire while he took the thickest section of the bear paw. Taking a moment to inhale its aroma, he exclaimed in delight, "Ah, Master Jiang need not resort to instant noodles today. This is simply exquisite. How peculiar." Observing the barbecue while muttering peculiar phrases, Dugu Yin silently carved a piece of bear meat into her spatial pouch. Although it lacked the rarity of the auspicious treasure bag bestowed upon Xiao Xuan's eye by her grandfather, it could still accommodate a fair amount of delightful items, which she could use to tease Tianheng upon her return. The thought brought a subtle curve to her brows. Her determination to entice Jiang Xuan into the star battle team grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, after savoring the food, Jiang Xuan bit down, only to let out a wail a moment later. What the heck? The two watched as he clutched his mouth, a barely noticeable trickle of blood seeping from his lips. Had he bitten his tongue? As she pondered this, Jiang Xuan, who had struck his teeth against an unexpected object, offered no explanation and began to explore the roasted dark golden bear paw. Could it be a soul bone? Another soul bone. This revelation left Ko Xiangxiang utterly astonished, her expression mirroring Dugu Yan's. Could roasting a bear paw yield a second soul bone? A 5,000-year-old dark golden bear had produced 2 soul bones. How extraordinary. And these were no ordinary soul bones. This was the left paw bone of the dark golden bear. After clearing away the remnants of flesh, the miniature claws emerged before the trio, illuminated by the moonlight, glimmering with golden flecks, emanating a sharp sensation. Truly exceptional. A soul beast yielding 2 soul bones. At that moment, Ko Xiangxiang had completely shaken off the fatigue of hunting the dark golden bear. Although the hunt for soul beasts was time-consuming, this was an immensely profitable venture, and the elder could hardly contain his curiosity about where more could be found. Chapter 83. Did the Qinglian consume the soul bone? The feelings of hatred, pain, and jealousy twisted and contorted Dugu Yin as she reflected on the day's dramatic ups and downs. 2 soul bones. 2 soul bones. Oh, how cruel. These siblings were clearly scheming against her. Throughout her life, she had only heard tales of such treasures and had never seen them in person, yet today 2 had appeared at once, and neither belonged to her. Exhausted, let it all come to an end. Confronted by the dark golden fearsome claw bear's left paw bone, it would be a lie to claim I was not astonished. Throughout my journey, apart from moments of uncontrollable emotion in the face of the evil soul master, Jiang Xuan has always exercised utmost caution. He is acutely aware that he is not the destined child of the Douluo Continent. In fact, one might even say he is an anomaly. Just like Tang San and the prodigious Hui Yuhao from millennia later, those who wander near treasures are invariably exceptional talents. A phenomenon best explained by the destiny of the world. Now, a dark golden fearsome claw bear, boasting 5 millennia of cultivation, has simultaneously unearthed both a right arm bone and a left paw bone. How could one not be astounded? It is crucial to recognize that this is a paw bone, which, if my memory serves me correctly, is of the same category as Tang San's 8 spider lances, an external soul bone of rare occurrence. The utmost advantage of such paw bones lies in their ability to record the claw soul skill, enabling them to evolve alongside the soul master. Akin to the dark golden fearsome claw bear itself, this means it can develop into an even more formidable entity without being confined by the limitations of time. Jiang Xuan, you should absorb this paw bone. Jiang Xuan was just about to express his intention to bestow a gift upon Dugu Yin when, unexpectedly, Qiao Tianxiang preemptively spoke. Dugu Yin, being a person of remarkable composure, after grappling with her inner turmoil, nodded and said, "Indeed, I comprehend the sentiment of grandmother Qiao Tianxiang. My martial soul aligns with the agile and controlling path of my grandfather, and forcibly merging the left claw bone of this dark golden terror bear may not yield significant enhancement." The young woman spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet it must be acknowledged that this was a precious soul bone. The two families were now undoubtedly intertwined in a shared endeavor, with the old poison and Master Ju Douluo assisting her grandfather in acquiring the 9th soul ring. Within their team, The most taboo issue was the unequal distribution of spoils. Jiang Xuan pondered, contemplating that the defeat of the dark gold terror-claw bear had required considerable effort from his companion. Given the significance of old poison in this matter, it would be unjust to disregard him. Thus, I shall graciously accept this left palm bone. This is for you. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan retrieved a Qinghua lotus seed from the lotus mark on his forehead. A lotus seed? Indeed, consume it. It will aid in replenishing both your martial soul and innate soul power. Such a diminutive seed appeared to elicit an expression on the recipient's face akin to that of receiving a cherished soul bone. Dugu Bo, puzzled, accepted the lotus seed. Upon grasping it, a gentle energy seemed to flow through her palm, soothing her previously agitated heart with its warmth. Truly a treasure. Consume it. Observing the precious gift from his beloved grandson, the skin of the night fragrance felt a pang of sorrow in the moonlit night. Alas, let it be. Exchanging a soul bone for a Qinghua lotus seed shall be deemed a fair trade. The Qinghua lotus seed, naturally derived from the core fire of the Qinglian, is indeed precious, rivaling the rarity of a soul bone. The divine object born of can remedy innate deficiencies, allowing Dugu Yan's talent to ascend to new heights. Speaking of which, while dealing with the evil soul master, he had also discovered another ancient right arm bone. Unbeknownst to the others, Jiang Xuan was not so generous as to share it with that Tianshui soul saint. Emotions aside, while the evil soul master was indeed his target, having saved the other's life and relinquished half a Qinghua lotus seed, the right leg bone shall serve as compensation. There is no time like the present. Let us proceed to absorb this left palm bone now. Excellent. Jiang Xuan nodded, noting that the right arm soul bone had always been inconvenient to retrieve. Yet the left palm bone could indeed be absorbed with utmost integrity. Sitting down with the dark golden right paw bone in hand, he summoned the recently restored soul power to meld the soul bone with his own essence. The left palm bone, a potential source of growth, was certainly a worthy endeavor. Apart from Mengiran, who was engaged in absorbing her soul ring, the two could distinctly observe the right paw bone gradually transforming into a pool of dark golden liquid under Jiang Xuan's soul power, seeping slowly into his left hand. Dugu Yin murmured, I envy you. When will I ever possess a soul bone? Not competing did not imply the absence of envy. While both siblings had acquired soul bones, she was left with nothing but a perplexing lotus seed as consolation. In a fit of pique, Dugu Yin resolutely sat down as well, absorbing the azure fire lotus seed. Unbeknownst to her, the fire lotus seed, cultivated over a millennium by the azure lotus's core flame, was far more precious than the left palm bone. Chao Tianxiang observed the three entering a meditative state and couldn't help but shake her head. The absorption of soul rings and soul bones required considerable time, and she could wait. While Dugu Yin, engaged in absorbing the azure fire lotus seed, and Ming Yiran, who was taking in the dark golden right arm bone, experienced a smooth process, Jiang Xuan, however, began to encounter difficulties. It was impossible. He could not absorb it. Initially, the dark golden liquid formed from the left paw bone had enveloped his left hand, but a complication arose during the fusion with the paw bone. As Chao Tianxiang observed with keen clarity from the outside, at some unknown moment, the blue lotus earth core fire, a martial soul, had already entered a state of possession within Jiang Xuan. The azure flames actively enveloped the liquid formed from the soul bone, emitting a sizzling sound as it burned. What could possibly be occurring? Xiang, standing nearby, felt anxious. Throughout his life, little Xian had harbored no secrets from his elders, yet this martial soul, which integrated the essence of heavenly and earthly spiritual materials, had always eluded their understanding. Was the current situation indicative of a failure to integrate? No. As the master of the Blue Lotus, Jiang Xuan was acutely aware of his predicament. It seemed as though the Blue Lotus was instinctively rejecting the fusion of the soul bone with his skeletal structure, incessantly refining the left paw bone of the dark gold fearsome bear. A thin layer of separation formed between the flames and his internal body, causing the dark golden liquid to remain in place. What was the intent of the little Blue Lotus? Sensing that his martial soul was uncontrollably scorching the liquid, Jiang Xuan felt a surge of panic. If this continued, his external soul bone would surely be ruined. Despite the Blue Lotus Earth core fire's seemingly insufficient energy, its essence was undeniably potent. Not even the 5,000-year-old dark gold fearsome bear would dare to endure the Blue Lotus's searing heat. Outside, Xiang furrowed her brow, uncertain how to intervene in this unfolding situation, yet her grandson's bizarre state left her in distress. Don't consume it, Jiang Xuan. attempting to forcibly merge the soul bone once more, found the essence of the blue lotus's primal fire, snatching the soul bone away, enveloping it entirely in flames. Just as no one noticed the peculiarities at that moment, mysterious patterns began to flicker on Jiang Xuan's neck, as if they were obstructing his absorption of the soul bone. Chapter 84. Soul Bone. Soul Skill. The ancient, mystical patterns appeared for just a fleeting moment, revealing glimpses of claw-like features and red feathers intermingled. As the patterns reached the nape of Jiang Xuan's neck, they inexplicably dissipated. A portion of his aura wafted into the star-dough forest. Focused on the left paw bone of the dark gold fearsome bear, Jiang Xuan felt a sudden searing heat on his back, though it was fleeting. Xiangxiang's gaze was entirely captivated by Jiang Xuan's condition, leaving the mysterious patterns unnoticed. What is happening to my brother? Meng Yiren awoke immediately after absorbing the soul bone. Yet the sight of Jiang Xuan surrounded by azure flames astonished her. Xiangxiang shook her head, stating, "Currently, there are no significant issues. Though it seems that the other soul bone is likely beyond saving." The other soul bone. Still immersed in the joy of acquiring a premium soul ring and the exquisite right arm bone, Meng Yiren learned from her grandmother that the dark gold fearsome bear possessed a second soul bone. However, at this moment, the dark golden liquid formed from that soul bone was completely enveloped in the flames of the blue lotus. Blue lotus, are you preventing me from absorbing and integrating it into my body? As a martial soul, the azure lotus heartfire is intricately connected to Jiang Xuan. He is acutely aware that this peculiar behavior from the azure lotus will not bring him harm. Yet, why does it only react after he has absorbed it into his body? Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, fixating intently on a mass of azure paste before him. Not solely due to the azure lotus. Just moments ago, he had distinctly fused with the bone of his left palm and could sense the impending amalgamation with the dark golden claw bone, as if something had forcibly compelled it forth. Was it a consequence of my second martial soul? The enigmatic system, aside from issuing sign-in tasks and occasionally entering a dormant state for loading, exhibited no other responses. The second martial soul manifested when the system first appeared during the Shrek sign-in. Did the blanks signify absence or something else? There were too many uncertainties. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that the azure lotus intended to consume this soul bone. The pain. If it must consume, then so be it, after all. The azure lotus core fire is undoubtedly more paramount than a mere soul bone. Should the soul bone provide it with energy, I could certainly seek more to aid its growth. It was merely a pang of heartache. As for the left palm bone, aside from other matters, the dim-witted bear's dark golden claw had long been a source of yearning for Jiang Xuan. Now that it was within reach yet unattainable, the feeling was undeniably excruciating. Resolutely, the young man discerned that the azure lotus was refining something, and without hesitation, in the astonished gazes of Meng Yiren and others, he cast another pitch-black right arm bone into the flames. Since the soul bone could not absorb on its own, let us observe to what extent the azure lotus core fire could grow by consuming both pieces. With a sizzle, the second soul bone instantaneously transformed into a pool of energy liquid. The moment it was cast in, Jiang Xuan could distinctly sense the azure lotus jubilant cheer. Was it pleased with the relinquishment of this object? The process of the azure lotus consuming the soul bone concluded only after Dugu Yen excitedly awoke from absorbing the azure fire lotus seed. Those two soul bones, which could drive the majority of soul masters to madness, were utterly incinerated by the flames, leaving Jiang Xuan with a vague impression that something within had been utterly obliterated by the azure lotus fire before the flames returned to his body. In the divine realm, within the temple, overhead, dark clouds loomed ominously above the pitch-black castle, and an eerie atmosphere pervaded the grand hall. A man, with eyes closed in meditation, suddenly sensed something and awoke, murmuring indistinctly, his words only becoming clear upon approach. Remarkably, someone had actively rejected the world's mark of Douluo star. How intriguing, how amusing. Why do you all gaze upon me? Jiang Xuan, feeling helpless, was under the intense gaze of the two women since he had just finished absorbing the essence. Dugu Yin teased, "Oh dear, you've gifted me such a precious item as the fire lotus seed. Do you think I should kick Tianheng aside to make way for you? Perhaps not. You are magnanimous, but we have a generational gap. You little rascal. Age matters not among soul masters. Are you implying that you disdain my seniority? I said nothing. You implied it yourself." Jiang Xuan, the young girl, flustered, had clearly sensed an acceleration in her cultivation speed after consuming the Qinghua lotus seed. It felt as though she had taken a significant step towards fulfilling her innate soul power. She was aware that the reason for such attention from the other party stemmed from her grandfather's influence. Nonetheless, she still wished to express her gratitude in her own way. Her mind raced to find a worthy young lady who could match this exceptional talent, realizing that a typical girl would not suffice against such a prodigious gift. Chao Tianxiang watched the playful banter among the group with a look of fondness, relieved that everything was proceeding smoothly. She had been quite anxious throughout their soul bone and soul ring absorption process, but now she could finally breathe easy. Dugu Yin exclaimed, "You two siblings. Stop hiding and show me your soul skills." Having witnessed the combat prowess of the dark gold terror claw bear, she was curious about the soul skills derived from its soul ring and soul bone. All right. Meng Yiran, eager to showcase her soul skills, stepped back a few paces. Revealing her martial soul, she rolled up her right sleeve, and a luminous aura danced across her smooth arm. With a declaration of dark gold terror claw, she raised her right hand high and pulled downwards with force. Shadows emerged from her wrist, and a torrent of dark gold energy surged forth, manifesting as razor-sharp claws that seemed to rend the very air. While it might be an exaggeration to say it tore the sky, the energy attack unleashed was undeniably formidable, showcasing both its sharpness and potential for destruction. This soul bone skill is exceptionally powerful, Dugu Yin remarked, her anticipation growing for the fourth soul skill derived from the bear that had cost them great effort to defeat. From her expression, it appeared that Meng Yiran valued the soul ring skill even more than the soul bone skill. Her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Meng Yiran beamed, gripping the Serpent King's staff, which radiated a formidable metallic aura. With the enhancement of the fourth soul ring, its weight was surely more daunting. If the ever-growing Meng Yiran were to continue on this path, could she possibly rival the status of the Haotian hammer? Jiang Xuan pondered this question seriously, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, without pausing, Meng Yiran swung the exaggeratedly large staff towards the robust chest plate of the dark gold terror claw bear. The bear thought, what? Am I to be desecrated even in death? Fourth soul skill, 1000 gene explosive strike. The Serpent Emperor's staff was raised high, emanating a resplendent dark golden glow. It seemed as if an immense force had been applied to the staff, and in the next moment, the two witnesses directly experienced the terrifying might of that power. A crisp sound echoed. The chest armor of the dark golden terrifying claw bear, renowned for its formidable defense, shattered in response. Meng Yiran, wielding the staff with her right hand, humorously proclaimed, "The 1000 gene explosive strike possesses a fixed armor-piercing effect of 25, capable of amplifying my soul power attack by 200. Without any upper limit. The strength I attain theoretically enhances the potency of this skill." Chapter 85, Crisis Approaches. Impressive. A divine technique. With a consistent armor-piercing effect of 25 and an augmentation of 200 soul power attack, both individuals displayed expressions of joy, celebrating Meng Yiran's achievement. At first glance, the armor-piercing value of 25 and the 200 soul power attack may seem unremarkable. Yet one must consider that ignoring 25 of defense is a nightmare for any defensive soul master. Furthermore, the amplification of attack by such a significant margin is indeed formidable. As the soul power continues to surge, the weight of the Serpent Emperor's staff will undoubtedly become increasingly extraordinary. And the potential of releasing the fourth soul skill with such formidable enhancements is clearly visible in its contribution to combat prowess. After showcasing the soul skill, Meng Yiran and Dugu Yin turned their attention toward Jiang Xuan. Unaware that the left palm bone of the dark golden terrifying claw had already been nearly consumed by the little Qinglian, Jiang Xuan gently caressed the palm of his left hand, channeling his soul power within. Suddenly, 5 tendrils of dark golden light extended from his fingers, each measuring approximately 1 foot and 2 inches in length, tapering from wide to narrow, resembling the blades of a knife. The moment they manifested, the air involuntarily emitted a faint whistle. Unlike the original depiction of his palm transforming into a dark golden hue, the youth's left palm remained pristine white, with a faint azure flame swirling above it. These 5 blades danced at his command, as Jiang Xuan skillfully manipulated the peculiar 5 claws, guided by the knowledge residing in his mind. Indeed, he could wield the dark golden terror claws. When the 5 claws made contact with a solid rock, they effortlessly cleaved it in two as if it were mere tofu. Fueled by the azure fire, the energy of the claws surged forth, striking down upon the charred ground below. Dark golden terror claws. The marks left by the attack were scarcely less significant than those created by the 5,000-year-old dark golden terror bear. Could such a soul bone ability be this formidable? Remarkably, the consumption of soul power was only around 20 to 30%, which was not overly extravagant. As he retracted the dark golden terror claws, Jiang Xuan meticulously assessed the depletion of his soul power. He had no intention of experimenting with another skill at that moment. Responding to Ko Xiangxiang's inquisitive gaze, he merely nodded, signaling that they would discuss it later. Why was it that after the Azure Lotus consumed the soul bone and retracted the flames back into his body, he can still utilize the skill? It perplexed him. The sensation felt as though it were the soul bone itself that was being rejected. One must understand that after fusing with the soul bone, a soul master's body would invariably be enhanced. Yet, Jiang Xuan had seemingly bypassed the process of bodily enhancement through soul bone fusion, while the soul skill remained intact. What could possibly explain this? At a loss for answers, Jiang Xuan chose not to dwell on it. Although the enhancement had dissipated, as long as the skill persisted, he was content. The hunt for the dark golden terror bear had been fraught with peril, yet the rewards were abundant, including soul rings, soul bones, and even delectable bear meat. In the realm of online gaming, it would be akin to an epic quest reward. However, the fourth soul ring for Dugu Yin had yet to be secured. Despite the compensation of the Azure Fire Lotus seed, she still exhibited a profound envy, for that represented two soul bones. As everyone had recovered, and the sky brightened significantly, Ko Xiangxiang stretched her shoulders and remarked, "The Duke of Chrysanthemum and the old man must have encountered some issues on their journey, as they have yet to arrive. To avoid any unexpected developments, it would be wise to secure the fourth and third soul rings for the little one sooner rather than later. Indeed, let us heed grandmother's guidance." Dugu Yin acquiesced. "Yet, have you pondered what soul beast you desire for your soul ring?" "Not yet." Jiang Xuan pondered for a few moments and inquired, "Sister Yin, do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the esteemed Dugu, or carve your own path?" He noted that her earlier soul rings did not align with Dugu's soul skills. Dugu Yin responded, "No, rather, my first 3 soul rings were also arranged by my grandfather. After awakening the emerald-scaled serpent martial spirit, he intentionally guided me away from his own path." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan understood the reasoning. It appeared that the old poison master, during the unresolved issues surrounding the emerald-scaled serpent monarch, was deeply concerned that his only granddaughter might follow the same tragic fate as his son and daughter-in-law. Meng Yiran remained silent, awaiting Jiang Xuan's decision. While her mind raced through various soul beasts, all seemingly adequate, most soul masters with serpent martial spirits would typically choose similar types of soul beasts. However, the emerald-scaled serpent monarch's inherent toxic abilities were already formidable, warranting the addition of supplementary attributes. Consuming the Qinghua Lotus seed would undoubtedly foster a gradual affinity with the fire attribute for Dugu Yin. Suddenly, an odd expression crossed Jiang Xuan's face as he realized that, unbeknownst to him, the narrative had been altered to such an extent. In the original tale, Dugu Yin first appeared at a level below 40. While Sister Yi had only ventured into the Star Dough Forest at a similar age to acquire her third soul ring, otherwise, she would not have been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Tangan and others for her soul rings. At this moment, Meng Yiran was also a level 42 soul master, her fourth soul ring being the terrifying dark golden terror claw bear. In contrast, the original Fengwei rooster crown snake had been seemingly subdued by the world's timeline correction and ultimately fell into Oscar's hands. Yet, the fate of the human-faced demon spider remained uncertain. Yes, the human-faced demon spider. What of the human-faced demon spider? Jiang Xuan, with an unexpected remark, momentarily left the two in a state of bewilderment. Was he suggesting that Dugu Yin acquire the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider? Yet, spiders and snakes seemed incongruous at first glance. With no time for lengthy explanations, Jiang Xuan resolved to inform the trio of his thoughts en route. According to the timeline, the soft-boned rabbit, having transformed over 100,000 years, should have encountered the Titan giant ape, likely crossing paths with the Shrek group. Thus, whether it be the soul rings and bones from the 200,000-year soul beasts or the man-faced demon spider capable of producing the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, all warranted careful consideration. According to the original narrative, Tangan's journey, whether through reincarnation or subsequent developments, seemed orchestrated by the fates, marking him as the so-called child of destiny. However, Jiang Xuan's arrival had undoubtedly severed the thread connecting to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. As the convergence of timelines unfolded, he could not predict the ensuing changes. It would be prudent to seize this rare opportunity to confront the ancient soul beast. The soft-boned rabbit had chosen to adopt a human form, exhibiting combat prowess equivalent to a 30-level soul master. In contrast, the Titan giant ape, as a top-tier 100,000-year soul beast, possessed a combat strength approximating between 96 and 97, certainly not reaching the level of 98. Given the presence of 3 titled doulos on their side, combined with the martial soul fusion techniques of the Dragon King and the Snake Empress, there existed a significant chance to subdue the Titan giant ape. Even if they fell short, intercepting the protagonist's fortuitous encounters along the way would still yield favorable outcomes. Jiang Xuan shared no animosity with Tangan, yet neither did they share a bond of friendship. He was not the type to be paralyzed by concerns over potential narrative disruptions. The 8 spider lances were indeed among the finest of external spirit bones. Having dared to exploit the ice and fire yin-yang, what need had he for trepidation about his so-called destiny? Coincidentally, Tang Hao was likely to have departed from Tang San's side at this juncture, making the departure of the rabbit, Xiao Wu, an opportune moment for action. Throughout their journey, Jiang Xuan and his companions followed the signals left by Dugu Bo and his group. Jiang Xuan hoped to rendezvous with his teacher and the others ahead of time. In addition to his bold thoughts, an inexplicable sense of impending danger lingered in his mind. Chapter 86, The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape advanced slowly through the forest, its immense physique rendering the towering trees of the Duel forest mere toys in comparison. Its colossal eyes occasionally twinkled, seemingly lost in contemplation. A seasoned spirit master would undoubtedly exclaim that this was a 10,000-year spirit beast endowed with intelligence. It is worth noting that while spirit beasts are formidable, the emergence of wisdom within them is a rare phenomenon. Constrained by the heavens, the spirit beast race lacks the intelligence and innate cultivation talents that humans possess. Hence the concept of bloodline theory. Standing several dozen meters tall, the Titan giant ape ambled on its 4 limbs, an exaggerated sight indeed. Its occasional leap spanned distances of several meters, as if it sensed someone pursuing it from behind. Perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by not having eaten its evening meal. This behemoth's trajectory remained directed toward the heart of the Duel forest. Unlike spirit masters, even those at the Soul Emperor or Soul Saint level must tread cautiously in the central area, whereas this creature appeared utterly unperturbed. Every spirit beast it encountered along the way instinctively retreated. Although the central area is teeming with spirit beasts, those of the 10,000-year caliber are few and far between. Any spirit beast that sensed the Titan giant ape's presence would automatically avoid its path. Perched upon the giant's shoulder was a figure, none other than Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy. If Jiang Xuan were to witness this scene, it might evoke memories of a certain film from his past featuring a big guy and a beautiful woman. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears fluttered backward in the wind, her face betraying an unmistakable look of concern. Ming, since just now, you have been leading me to the core area. Has something transpired in the Duel forest today? Unlike in the original tale, this time the Titan giant ape had come in response to her signal. Both the formidable dragon serpent and the grandfather of Dugu Yin possessed the strength of a titled Douluo. As a 10,000-year spirit beast, she was easily detectable by spirit masters of the Soul Douluo rank before reaching maturity. The sense of crisis compelled her to contact her 2 companions the moment she approached the Duel forest. As for Tangan, who was pursuing her from behind, Xiao Wu felt a pang of anxiety. As they spoke, the voice of the Titan giant ape rumbled. In recent days, human spirit masters of titled Douluo rank have invaded the central area of the Duel forest, ruthlessly hunting high-level 10,000-year spirit beasts. Among them, a 90,000-year frosty subdragon, bearing the bloodline of our master, has been slain. I fear for your safety, and we must fulfill our duty to protect. Though that dragon has yet to ascend to true dragon status at 10,000 years, its bloodline must not be dishonored. The lives of those spirit masters must be claimed in retribution. You cannot remain near those humans any longer. Moreover, it appears the number of soul rings they have harvested recently is not insignificant. Ming and I must take action. Ming is here as well? In an instant, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, casting a worried glance around her. All right, Ming will escort you to the core area. Those individuals are excessively ruthless. We must impart a bloody lesson to humanity. The air suddenly grew humid, and a colossal bull-headed figure, exceeding 4 meters in diameter, abruptly emerged from the earth. Its greenish scales clinging to its massive serpentine body. Sky blue bull python. The 2 formidable 10,000-year soul beasts of the Duel Great Forest have converged. With the appearance of Ming, Xiao Wu chose not to elaborate further. When mentioning that esteemed figure, even her rebellious spirit could not disregard the secrets of the Soul Beast clan. However, as she departed, she called out pitifully to the towering Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. If you see my 3rd brother, find a way to knock him out and send him out of the Duel forest. A titled Douluo, with 2 10,000-year soul beasts anticipating the impending battle. She fervently prayed for Tangan, who was still searching for his true self. Watching Xiaowu obediently make her way toward the life lake at the heart of the Stardow Forest, the bull-headed serpent soul beast spoke up. Ming, take action and eliminate them. Remember, I said to leave none alive. Understood. Hearing this, the Titan Great Ape, who had initially appeared innocent due to Xiaowu's words, responded with excitement. An almost human-like cunning glimmered in its lantern-like eyes. The eldest is indeed wise. As Jiang Xuan hurried along, he unexpectedly encountered the young master of the Haotian sect, Tangan, midway. The five individuals exchanged glances. Tangan's attire was considerably tattered, and the signs of battle around them painted the forest in an altered light. In the distance, a shadow lay on the ground. It was none other than the faceless spider. I arrived too late. At this moment, Tangan had already seated himself cross-legged on the ground, presumably absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring of the faceless spider along with the unique connection of the 8 spider lances. Mengyiran stepped forward, saying, "Isn't that one of the students from that academy? How did you get lost in this part of the Stardow Forest, so close to the mixed area?" "Oh, it's Shrek," Jiang Xuan remarked, harboring little fondness for that so-called academy due to his association with Mengyiran. The other two remained silent, while Jiang Xuan, contemplative, considered whether to eliminate the protagonist at that moment. A shout from afar made him lower his guard. "Senior Snake Lady, please hold back." Indeed, it was not yet time. Was this the protagonist as Halo? Jiang Xuan's gaze turned toward the newcomers. The individuals approaching were none other than Zhao Wujing and the 6 Shrek monsters, adorned with translucent thin wings. Due to the distance and insufficient light, Zhao Wujing mistakenly assumed Tangan had clashed with the others again and hurriedly called out, "Ah, it's you." Zhao Wujing. Tangan exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Isn't this fate? Fate, indeed. Fate, oh fate. My student inadvertently dashed out. And should I have unintentionally offended anyone along the way, I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Indeed. It is fate that has brought us together amidst the vast expanse of the starry forest, where we have encountered one another on several occasions. Those unaware might mistakenly assume we are part of the same group. A hearty smile adorns his honest visage. It is no wonder that Zhao Waoqi is a character from the original work that few can bring themselves to dislike. Aside from the peculiar rules set by Flanders and the eccentric teaching philosophies, at this moment, Jiang Xuan harbors no ill will towards Zhao Waoqi. After all, a protector of his students who is willing to pursue a 100,000-year soul beast alongside his reckless pupils cannot be of ill character. As he stated, the bond forged with Shrek Academy became evident in the presence of the evil soul masters. Furthermore, he still owes the other party a favor. Jiang Xuan remarked, "Indeed. It was merely a chance encounter." Suppressing his wild thoughts, he regarded the individuals before him with a calm demeanor. Those who met the boy's gaze appeared somewhat uneasy, particularly Dai Mubai, who, with his head bowed, still clenched his fists, bearing the marks of society's harshness. Without further ado, as the face-eating spider had been vanquished and Zhao Wujie arrived just in time, Jiang Xuan deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters. "Let us depart," he said lightly. The little brothers of Shrek should come and play with their sister sometime. Duan Guyan, unable to contain her impatience, teased Mengyiran as she caught sight of the awkward expressions on the faces of the Shrek group. Thanks to Oscar's earlier gesture of sharing his restorative sausage, the atmosphere among them had softened considerably. At least within the Stardow Forest, they would not draw their swords against one another. As they parted ways, Jiang Xuan brushed past Zhu Zhuqing. The girl opened her mouth as if to say something, but her conflicted expression suggested a sudden realization, and she fell silent once more. It appeared that persuading the little cat would require a bit more incentive. Understanding the concerns weighing on her mind, Jiang Xuan did not look back. This was not the time for such discussions. There would be opportunities to converse after returning to the Heavendoe Empire. However, an unsettling sense of crisis loomed nearby. What was the source of it? Moreover, why had the system for signing in for tasks related to the Stardow Forest not responded until now? Finally, they left, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, his chubby face flushed, only releasing this remark once Jiang Xuan and the others had walked far enough away. Oscar delivered a light punch to him, admonishing, "If you have nothing to say, then say nothing." Zhao Wujie was too preoccupied to engage with them, his attention focused on Tangan, who was grimacing in pain from absorbing his spirit ring. Chapter 87. The Calculations of Two 10,000-Year Soul Beasts. Is this never-ending? Dugu Bo gritted his teeth as the second black spirit ring illuminated. He unleashed a wave of energy toward the two colossal beasts that followed closely behind. Understood. Both Yu Guan and Meng Shu replied in unison, their figures swiftly maneuvering as if evading something. The chase seemed deliberate on the part of their pursuers. And even Yu Guan, known for his temperate disposition, could not refrain from cursing, "Damn it, I haven't even poked their nest." Yet these two brutes are acting as if they lost their minds in the core area of the Star Dough, once again evading the massive boulder hurled from behind. Yu Guan found himself eloquently expressing his thoughts for the first time. The three individuals, all possessing commendable abilities, still felt the disparity when confronted by two soul beasts, each boasting an astonishing 10,000 years of age. While both Dugu Bo and Yu Guan could be deemed to possess combat prowess equivalent to level 95, Meng Shu was merely a level 92 assault-type doulos. Faced with adversaries whose combat strength equaled or surpassed level 96, the trio wisely opted for a hasty retreat. The colossal forms of the two beasts soared into the sky, with one of them, the Titan giant ape, responsible for the Boulder-S launch. While the intermittent energy assaults originated from the Azure Bull Python, Dugu Bo proclaimed in a booming voice, "Noble kings of the forest, we mean no offense. Why do you pursue us so relentlessly? Ha ha ha, offense. Humans, is there even a notion of offense remaining between us, the soul beasts, and you? You have intruded into the Star Dough core zone and hunted 5 high-ranking 10,000-year soul beasts in one fell swoop, and now you dare to utter such words? Is that not laughable?" The Azure Bull Python articulated with clarity, causing the expressions of Meng Shu and his companions to shift dramatically. This was indeed their first encounter with these legendary 10,000-year soul beasts, and the ability to speak with human-like logic indicated a level of intelligence that was undeniable. 10,000-year soul beasts possessed wisdom comparable to that of humans, a truly terrifying reality. Were 90,000-year soul beasts weak? In comparison to their 10,000-year counterparts, there existed an insurmountable chasm. Yet they were still synonymous with unparalleled power. However, the gap in intelligence rendered 90,000-year soul beasts virtually doomed when facing a tidal doulos, as exemplified by the 5,000-year-old foolish dark gold fearsome bear. They are clearly steering us in a specific direction, away from Yinzi and the others, I presume? Dugu Bo inquired, bracing himself against an unavoidable attack. With his martial soul having evolved into the 9 nether blue mist python, his physical resilience had increased significantly, rivaling that of a defensive soul master due to the enhancement of 4 10,000-year soul rings. Yu Guan retorted mockingly, "Old poison, do I need to remind you? Your granddaughter's life is precious, yet my treasured disciple's life is not. I am not so foolish as to lure 2 soul beasts towards their position. I propose we refrain from squabbling in the face of such a formidable foe, shall we?" Meng Shu forced a bitter smile, feeling trapped in a precarious situation. He had anticipated that ascending to the rank of Tidal Douluo would herald great opportunities, yet he found himself immediately schooled by 2 10,000-year soul beasts, with his wife absent, and the inability to utilize their martial soul fusion technique. He felt increasingly cornered. The pressing issue remained that the 3 younger companions could not approach the snake lady. Blast it. It seems these soul beasts are intentionally herding us in a particular direction, perhaps seeking a suitable location to employ other soul beasts against us, he mused. Exchanging glances with Yu Guan and Dugu Bo, they understood that they must devise a strategy to extricate themselves swiftly. Had it not been for the Titan giant ape's gravity domain, which amplified gravity tenfold and hampered their movements, they would have surely evaded their pursuers. The domain. The Titan giant ape possesses its own domain, but what of the evidently superior 10,000-year mutated species? A weight settled heavily upon the hearts of the 3. Yet they remained oblivious to the path ahead, precisely the direction where Tangan and Jiang Xuan had encountered one another. Reflecting upon the words of the celestial blue bull python, it became apparent that it sought to utilize these humans, or rather the residual energy of their battles, to eliminate certain entities that its brethren could not confront directly. Otherwise, with both domains unleashed, it was implausible that the least formidable among them, Meng Shu, would remain entirely unscathed and so unburdened at this moment. "Can we strike now, boss?" The Titan giant ape wore a human-like grin, sensing the presence of that young lad nearby. In such proximity, a collective force of beings exceeding level 95 unleashing their full might would inevitably lead to unforeseen consequences. Hee. Once that Tang fellow is eliminated, Sister Xiao will no longer linger in the memories of the human realm. After 6 long years, all remnants of humanity's essence should have been thoroughly absorbed. As the elder, the celestial blue bull python articulated its intentions. Erming immediately grasped the unspoken understanding. While they must not harm Tang San, it did not preclude the possibility of an unforeseen incident, did it? Deming hesitated briefly before confirming with Ming. You are certain of the aura's location, correct? Indeed, it is within this vicinity and alarmingly close. Let us unleash our full power. Agreed. We shall unleash our full power. The two colossal 10,000-year soul beasts prepared to unleash their ultimate abilities. A sight keenly observed by the trio. Do not flee. Activate the locking skill. Let us engage him in combat. The Titan giant ape's mountainous fists descended upon the two, seemingly intent on broadening the area of impact. Although its power was somewhat diminished, the sheer scope left the three title Doulos with no avenue for evasion. Indestructible and transcendent. The golden Buddha emerges. The celestial flower of transcendence blooms. The 9 nether blue abyss python manifest. Ice and fire, dragon flame, with the dragon staff of the unparalleled. Recognizing the futility of evasion, the three promptly unleashed their martial spirits. While area locking skills might wield less power, they were certainly not something mere mortals could withstand. 6th soul skill, golden divine emperor-esque concealment. 6th soul skill. 1st soul skill, destruction of the demon serpent, cloud shattering. 3 title Doulos, adorned with shimmering black 10,000-year soul rings, boldly met their adversaries' onslaught with skills that seemed to cost nothing. Amusingly, both Yueguan and Meng Shu employed their 6th soul skills, while the esteemed Dugu Bo, relying solely on his 1st soul skill, utilized a ring derived from a 60,000-year serpent soul beast. This 1st soul ring represented the limited offensive capabilities possessed by the notorious Old Poison Master, rendering the 5th to 9th soul rings irrelevant in this context. The 8th and 9th soul skills might indeed have some efficacy against the two formidable soul beasts, yet their consumption was exorbitant, necessitating the manifestation of the martial soul as true form for full power deployment, an option to be avoided unless absolutely critical. Among the initial 4 soul rings, 2 were dedicated to enhancing status, while the only other offensive soul skill besides the annihilating serpent cloud break was provided by the frosty sub-dragon. For the Titan giant ape, its most effective weapon was its very being. Although the Titan giant ape lineage, endowed with both metal and earth attributes, had not reached its utmost potential, its exceptional gifts left it without notable weaknesses. One aspect was its unparalleled physical assault, while the other mirrored the breath of dragons. With light beams targeting the 3 title Doulos, boom, the clash of celestial beings wreaked havoc upon mortals, unbeknownst to a nearby group of individuals who were nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 88. Tang San's Loss of Reason. By the heavens. Martial soul, true form, mighty diamond bear. Zhao Wukong had sensed that this expedition to the Star Doe forest would not unfold easily. But who could elucidate the nature of the 200,000-year soul beast trailing behind the 3 title Doulos? Was this truly a battle of deities where the innocent suffered? Zhao Wukong, having lived a lengthy life, had never before found himself as the collateral damage in a fight. One of his students was missing. Another was still absorbing soul rings, and their foes were right before them, yet they were utterly outmatched. Suddenly, a deep black erupted. A brilliant black luminescence enveloping Zhao Wukong entirely. In the state of his martial soul as true form, his previously diminutive stature surged an astonishing 5 meters. His muscles expanding in an exaggerated manner, he became the human incarnation of a Titan giant ape. His brownish-yellow fur grew wildly, transforming him into a veritable giant bear. Yet, within the bear's eyes lingered human emotion as he roared at his equally frightened companions. Run! Quickly flee! By the heavens! Zhao Wukong had no intention of meeting his end here. Soaring into the air, he harnessed the power of his martial soul's true form to shield his students from the terrifying wave of energy. The mere aftermath of the boulders hurled by the Titan giant ape and the soul power fluctuations of the sky blue bull python sent shivers down Zhao Wukong's spine, prompting him to urge the remaining 6 to hastily retreat. Fortunately, the adversaries were not targeting their group. I possess a mushroom sausage. I possess a mushroom sausage. Oscar chanted his soul spell, summoning his flying 3rd soul skill, the mushroom sausage, into the hands of his companions. Ma Hongjun, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Teacher, what about you and Tang San? Hurry and flee to a safe place. Here lurks the Titan giant ape and an unknown soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Generally, ordinary soul beasts would not dare to approach." Upon witnessing his student swiftly ascend into the sky after consuming the mushroom sausage, Zhao Wujie turned his gaze towards Tang San, who was absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. "If anything were to happen to any of you, I would truly lose my mind." The little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the second heir of the prominent Baihu spirit cat clan from the Star Luo Empire. And this troublesome individual before me. Zhao Wujie's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger. Had it not been for this reckless youth, they would not have found themselves in such perilous circumstances. Fortunately, after the initial wave of attacks, it was evident that the two formidable soul beasts and the three titled Douluos were too occupied with their battle to pay them any heed. Otherwise, a mere soul sage like him would not stand a chance against a single strike. In the outer region of the Stardow Forest, one could only speculate how many soul-hunting teams or lone wanderers would suffer from this chaos. Teacher, you have finally awakened? Zhao Wujie's tone was tinged with concern for Tang San's reckless actions, despite his unintentional emotional inflection. However, Tang San was oblivious to Zhao Wujie's expression. His attention was entirely captivated by the Titan giant ape. Ah, beast, where is Xiaowu? In the turmoil of battle, he could not spot the familiar silhouette of his beloved, leading him to dread the worst for her fate. In that instant, Tang San lost all semblance of reason. His clothing suddenly tore apart, and without his conscious awareness, the 8 spider lances instinctively surged forth, propelling him towards the battlefield of those formidable beings as Zhao Wujie momentarily lost focus. Zhao Wujie bellowed, "For heaven's sake, you fool, don't go." The 1,000-year soul ring he had just absorbed stood out glaringly on the 13-year-old boy, yet now, a soul master of merely level 30 approaching the battlefield of a 100,000-year soul beast and titled Douluos was tantamount to seeking death. Damn it. I can't manage this anymore. Though Tang San was consumed by madness, it did not mean Zhao Wujie had lost his wits. The remaining few still required his guidance to escape the Stardow Forest, leaving him no choice but to watch as Tang San, utilizing the 8 spider lances, leapt towards the terrifying form of the Titan giant ape. What is that? Tang San? The battle also captivated Jiang Xuan and his companions. By coincidence, the 4 who sought the 8 spider lances, the human-faced demon spider, and those like Dugu Bo, who aimed to divert the 2 soul beasts from approaching, unexpectedly converged. Are we simply sending our lives away? Dugu Yin pondered, as their positions remained relatively distant. Despite their concerns for the safety of their elders, they understood that merely venturing out would only serve to create more trouble. That Tang fellow, the blue-silver grass soul master, was undoubtedly creating discomfort for their academy's teacher. Or perhaps, courting death. Open blue fire eyes. The azure lotus heart fire enveloped the pupils of Jiang Xuan's eyes, allowing him to perceive Tang San's movements with crystal clarity, despite the considerable distance between them. As a soul master, Jiang Xuan primarily wielded auxiliary soul skills, and it was highly probable that his third would also lean towards amplification, not out of necessity but merely because he possessed no lack of abilities. The azure extreme fire eye represented an alternative manifestation of one's martial soul, or, as one might describe in the realm of Douluo Continent, an inherent capability of the martial soul itself. As the sovereign of naturally occurring flames, the azure lotus heart fire was inherently adept at countering malevolent entities, thus enabling a discernment of evil that rendered his vision impervious to all forms of deceit. Though he had not practiced the so-called purple extreme magic eyes of the Tang sect, it was reasonable to presume that it would not surpass Tang San's expertise in concealed weaponry. The designation of azure extreme fire eye was chosen out of sheer convenience. Had he awakened a golden flame akin to the Celestial Emperor's blazing inferno, he might have considered naming it the Golden Eye of Fire instead. Beneath the azure extreme fire eye, Tang San's actions were laid bare before him. One could only ponder whether this young man had enjoyed too much fortune or had been deprived of the affections of his elder brothers. Facing a Titan great ape of such formidable stature, he dared to breach its defenses with naught but an iron crossbow, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. A glint of purple flickered in Tang San's eyes as he aimed the mechanism at the Titan great ape's eyes. Remarkably, though driven to madness, he had not entirely succumbed to foolishness. The youth was ablaze with rage, his mind consumed by the life and death promise he had made to Xiaowu, now being obliterated by this beast before him. The sound of metal clashing resounded, and unlike Zhao Wujie's soul saint prowess, the true 10,000-year soul beast was armored to perfection. The original text depicted how it could threaten unprepared 4-ring soul masters with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Yet the Titan great ape merely closed its eyelids to effortlessly deflect the attack. What audacity possessed this young lad to dare touch the tigers behind? The moment Tang San appeared, Dugu Bo and his companions took immediate notice. However, as titled Douluo, they lacked the courage to engage the Titan great ape in close combat. How could he be so reckless? Even a super Douluo of the same rank, at level 97, would surely maintain a safe distance from such a behemoth. At this moment, Tang San's state resembled that of Jiang Xuan when confronting an evil soul master, albeit lacking Jiang Xuan's calculated composure, completely driven by fury. If the Zhuge Divine Crossbow proved ineffective, what of the Dragon Whisker Needle? Specifically designed to penetrate innate vital energy, could it succeed? Having exhausted all means. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson as he recklessly hurled every concealed weapon he possessed into the fray, akin to the moonlit night over the 24 bridges. In the hands of an unguarded soul master or soul king, such a barrage could indeed prove fatal. Yet, Jiang Xuan, observing intently, could only shake his head. Brother, you are facing a Titan great ape, a race renowned for their unparalleled physical might. It is often remarked that the majority of soul masters tend to stray from the righteous path, neglecting the essence of cultivation, to the extent that even external objects can inflict harm upon their bodies. The notion of a hidden weapon slayer is rather amusing. Take for instance the Titan giant ape, which requires no soul power, as it embodies the ultimate killing machine in its own right, especially with the assistance of the azure bull python nearby. Chapter 89, Fierce Battle. Faced with the harassment from the little insect, a distinctly human emotion surfaced on the Titan giant ape's visage. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a wave of soul power that sent Tang San flying several dozen meters away. How unfortunate, had it not been for the consideration of Sister Xiaowu's feelings. Ming would have long since delivered a fatal blow to that little hedgehog. However, Tang San, propelled backward due to the opponent's deliberate restraint, found himself embedded in the soft earth like a wind-battered kite. Covered in blood yet seemingly unharmed in terms of bones and muscles, he was still able to move. Brother, find a way to utilize those few humans. In terms of intelligence, the azure bull python undoubtedly surpassed many. The two brothers, having spent countless days together, communicated uniquely, with the Ming reminding Ming, who feared that his somewhat naive brother might inadvertently strangle the frail human. The scent of blood lingers long after a soul master slays a soul beast, and the same is true for the soul beasts themselves. The two sovereigns of the Star Dough Forest exerted considerable effort to keep Xiaowu alive. Stay here. I will go and assist, Tian Xiang declared after ensuring the safety of several individuals. The formidable presence of 200,000-year-old soul beasts proved challenging for the trio, as both Dugu Bo and Yu Guan possessed combat prowess at level 95, while Ming Shu's level 92 appeared somewhat lacking in comparison. As the two supreme soul beasts joined forces, the Titan giant ape continued to impose a gravitational field upon the three. Had their primary target not been Ming Shu, it is likely they would have succumbed in the first round. Ming still exhibited maturity, saying, "Grandma, you go ahead. We are close to the outer region, and such intense battles typically do not attract other soul beasts. I will act according to the circumstances." As Chao Tianxiang turned her gaze towards him, Jiang Xuan cheerfully raised his right hand, indicating that he would not recklessly seek death like Tang San. Moreover, with Chao Tianxiang's involvement, Long Gong Meng Shu was no longer in a passive state of being beaten. The reason why martial soul fusion techniques are so sought after across the continent lies in the formidable power they bestow upon the soul masters who possess them. A power that is indeed captivating. This explains why most owners of martial soul fusion techniques are either siblings or spouses. The combination of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, two formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, would undoubtedly prevail against the collaboration of three super Douluos. Even if the sky blue bull python is a mutated subdragon species. Originally, if only the Titan giant ape were present, Jiang Xuan had contemplated leaving it behind. But with both brothers in attendance, the combined might of the old poison and his master, along with the fusion techniques of his grandparents, rendered the notion of defeating them rather challenging. Casting a complex glance at the precociously mature Jiang Xuan, he recognized that as long as they did not encounter that evil soul master, Xiao Xuanzi remained an exceedingly reliable ally. Nodding in acknowledgement, he began to make his way towards the battlefield of the three. The combat in midair was exceedingly fierce. Even though Chao Tianxiang had reached level 70, she still found it difficult to intervene. Traveling along the ground would help avoid drawing the attention of the two mighty soul beasts. At this moment, the advantages of Jiang Xuan's connections became apparent. In the original narrative, a single Titan giant ape left the Shrek team helpless, yet now, on his side, the formidable Zhu Douluo at level 95 and the poison Douluo at level 94, comparable to a 95 level combat power, alongside the martial soul fusion techniques of Long Gong and Shi Pa, presented yet another super Douluo's combat prowess. Thus, it was imperative to avoid situations of life and death like those faced by protagonists in fantasy novels whenever possible. Wouldn't it be preferable to let the elders exert themselves a bit more while he comfortably reaped the rewards? Mengshu immediately sensed Chao Tianxiang's movements and signaled to the other two to find a way to create an opportunity for them to employ their martial soul fusion techniques. Dugu Bo understood and unleashed his seventh soul skill, Netherworld True Body. Yuguan followed suit with his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. When the true form of the martial soul emerges, it signifies an impending clash of titanic proportions. The radiance of the seventh soul skill flickers, and the figures of Dugu Bo and Yuguan vanish, replaced by two distinctly different martial soul manifestations. If Dugu Bo's Emerald Serpent King, a colossal serpent spanning several dozen meters, was formidable, then the nine Netherbean Python, now in its ninth ring state, is undeniably far more terrifying. The enormous python, its form eclipsing the heavens, appears even broader than the Azure Bull Python, albeit the latter possesses a serpentine body with a bovine head adorned with horns reminiscent of dragon antlers. Dugu Bo's martial soul true form rivals that of a 100,000-year soul beast in size, a testament to the immense power his martial soul possesses post-advancement. The great python remains stationary, exuding an aura that is both primal and ancient, its dorsal scales shimmering with brilliance. In contrast, the imposing presence of the Qirong Tontian chrysanthemum is considerably less intimidating, yet neither the Titan Great Ape nor the Azure Bull Python dares to underestimate it. The true form of a human martial soul embodies significance. Endowed with extraordinary wisdom, they regard the flower emanating golden radiance with due seriousness. The flower, with a diameter exceeding several meters, occasionally reveals a lethal glint between its petals. Be cautious, my friend. Humph. Come forth, gravity domain. The Titan Great Ape's arm radiates a dual hue of golden and earthen soul power, its already exaggerated musculature seemingly swelling further as it collides with the descending true form of the nine nether python. The Azure Bull Python is equally swift, unleashing a torrent of white light from its mouth, having no time to admire the swirling, beautiful petals before it. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a celestial-grade flower, boasts petals that shimmer with the lethal hue of metal. Mengshu quietly retreats a bit. Despite being a titled Doulos of level 92, one of the few formidable beings on the continent, he recognizes that the battle before him, involving two great soul beasts, is not one he can easily join. The disparity in soul power between titled Doulos remains substantial, and the martial souls present here are all formidable in their own right. It could be said that those with inferior martial souls rarely attain the rank of titled Doulos. Is that lattice mind impaired? I had intended to assist Mengshu in approaching the Chaodian fragrance while the two great soul beasts were distracted, only to discover that the cockroach-like boy, who had previously evaded death, has once again risen. To think a 30-level being would dare confront the Titan Great Ape, which even I, at level 92, would not challenge directly. I must admit, I am inclined to deem you the strongest. In this moment, Tang San was devoid of reason, consumed by extreme fury and the crushing weight of inadequacy, with only the singular thought of vanquishing the being that had taken away his beloved kin. A small, delicate hammer materialized in his left hand. And despite the glaring disparity in their circumstances, the boy's frenzied aura compelled one to instinctively overlook the chasm that lay between them. Tang San's assault failed to breach defenses. Focused solely on clashing with the formidable Titan giant ape, he inadvertently drew the attention of the lurking insect behind him, whether by design or mere happenstance. The collision of their energies released a surge of soul power that struck Tang San as he leapt once more. With a resounding crack, the 8 spider lances shattered, scattering dark green fragments of soul bone across the sky, while the sound of bones fracturing echoed within Tang San's body. A mere tremor rendered the boy, who was oblivious to the severity of his plight, utterly incapacitated, lying on the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Meanwhile, a diligent teacher, filled with grief and urgency, struggled to reach the young man and find a way to lift the barely breathing figure away, lest he be trampled into oblivion. Chapter 90, Mutation. Swiftly eliminate that Dragonstaff Soulmaster. Another Soulmaster with a matching aura is nearby. The mysterious voice reverberated in his mind once more, and the immense pupils of the Azure Bull Python were drawn to Mengshu, who had inexplicably retreated to a distance. A matching aura? That could only signify a martial soul fusion technique. Eldest brother, do not hold back. Unleash your full might. We must not allow them to form a martial soul fusion. Gravity domain. Slow field. Already hindered by the gravity domain, both Dugu Bo and Yuguan found their movements further impeded as their martial souls manifested in physical form. It was indeed correct. Both 10,000-year soul beasts possessed their own domains. One exuded gravity, while the other induced a slowing effect. If any of the three were to fall short of level 95, they would surely kneel today. Yu Guan lamented, not waiting for the old ghost to complete his task and return. Had he been present, it would have been trivial to restrain the two with their polar stillness domain, and perhaps they could have even captured those two 10,000-year soul beasts. However, when Dugu Bo and Yu Guan faced off alone, the disparity in their physical prowess and soul power, while not leading to immediate defeat, left them clearly at a disadvantage. Upon receiving the mysterious voice's warning, the Azure Bull Python activated the domains of the two immense soul beasts, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the mixed zone. Some soul masters, initially inclined to investigate, fled in terror. Such commotion and the exaggerated fluctuations of soul power were beyond the realm of their capabilities as soul kings and soul emperors. What does it mean for a soul beast of mountain-like proportions to leap into the fray? Under the influence of both domains, Dugu Bo and Yu Guan could no longer engage freely as before. A mere exchange sent them both reeling. Old Ming, possessing the extraordinary ability to manipulate gravity. The Titan giant ape's exaggerated physique did not hinder its swiftness in the slightest. It was only upon the reminder from Dugu Bo that Ming Shu grasped the situation. As he beheld the shadow leaping to an astonishing height, the onlookers comprehended the truth behind the legendary Titan giant ape's reputed lack of weaknesses. It was no mere exaggeration. Old man, Xiao Tianxiang exclaimed in alarm, for the Titan giant ape would not afford Ming Shu a moment's respite. The gravitational field it commanded was inherently its strong suit, enhancing its velocity. With two colossal fists descending from above, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. In an instant, a figure was sent hurtling from the haze. It was none other than Ming Shu, who found himself in an utterly abysmal state. The dragon staff, being a weapon spirit, did not provide him with the requisite physical fortitude. In the face of the Titan giant ape, whose level far surpassed his own, a mere exchange had left him battered and bruised. Had it not been for Dugu Bo and Yu Guan diverting the primary focus, he would scarcely have had the opportunity to unleash his martial spirit's true form. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, he narrowly evaded the Titan giant ape's dual fist assault. Otherwise, his slight frame would have been utterly incapable of withstanding such force. Even so, the terrifyingly powerful fists, imbued with formidable soul power, struck down upon him, leaving him in a dire predicament. Ming Shu's gaze fixated on the Titan giant ape, once again entangled with the nine nether true form. It was no wonder that records indicated a lack of clarity regarding the creature's specific abilities. Those who had witnessed its skills often met their demise. This assertion was no exaggeration. Damn it! Dragon Lord was wounded, and from a distance, Jiang Xuan witnessed the unfolding chaos through his Qingji fire eyes. To his astonishment, not only was the Titan giant ape present, but the Tianqing bull python had also emerged amidst the shifting narrative. How could they have known that the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady would employ a martial spirit fusion technique? I must assist. Alas, Xiao Xuanzai, you cannot go, Jiang Xuan declared, disregarding the two hiding behind him as he leapt from the cave, unfurling his wings of in midair, and soared toward Xiao Tianxiang and Ming Shu. Dugu Yin scoffed, kicking the mud in the cave, and remarked, "What is that little rascal thinking? How could his presence be of any use in a battle against a titled doulos? Everyone is concerned about the well-being of their elders. But your presence would only complicate matters. It is evident that as long as Long Gong and Shipa unleash their soul fusion technique, they can repel the two soul beasts without issue." Meng Iran, who is closest to the situation, wears a worried expression as well. However, unlike the agitated Dugu Yin, she trusts that Jiang Xuan is not a reckless individual. He possesses the clearest understanding of the circumstances, and his assistance indicates that the battlefield is far from promising. Without the keen eyes of Qing Ji and Hui Yan, the two women cannot perceive the distant situation, and Jiang Xuan cannot afford to sit idly by. While the four elders, exerting their full strength, are indeed unafraid of the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing bull python. Who would have anticipated that the Titan giant ape would target the weakest soul power holder, Long Gong, first? If the attack were to land on the soul Saint Xiao Tianxiang, it would not merely result in minor injuries. One cannot place hope in the two intelligent beasts failing to detect Long Gong and Shipo's soul fusion technique. Should that technique falter, everyone would be in peril. The previous decision to confront the Titan giant ape was predicated on the belief that it was alone, but now, with the Tianqing bull python joining forces, they are not foes that Dugu Bo and Yu Guan can contend with. Moreover, Dugu Bo's transformation into the nine nether green serpent soul is still recent, and he cannot wield his soul freely. Under the full force of the two soul beasts, The three can only strive to keep up. Hurry! Faster! Jiang Xuan, flying at a low altitude, widened his eyes, observing that the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing bull python were consciously targeting his grandfather. Even with the assistance of Dugu Bo and Yu Guan, it would only take a few moves. After all, both of them were already overwhelmed trying to cope. Assisting does not equate to courting death. Jiang Xuan lacks the protagonist's halo of Tangan, who remains oblivious to life and death. Thus, upon reaching a position neither too far nor too close, Jiang Xuan halted, standing amidst the fallen trees from the battle. Qinglian Dishi, Qinglian Hua, Yinling Hushiwei. A massive, net-like green bow materialized in Jiang Xuan's hands, and from the lotus mark on his right hand, flames were drawn in segments, the bowstring pulled taut to a crescent shape. His aim was not at the 2-century-old soul beasts, but to ignite the land beneath them. The environment created by the preceding battle was sufficient. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soul masters hiding in various locations witnessed the dramatic scene of battle as a torrential rain of fiery arrows descended. Please, oh please, do not let the deities clash in the outer zones. We only wish to hunt a century-old soul beast. Woe is me, I long to return home. My mother did not warn me that acquiring my first soul ring would involve encountering beasts over 10,000 years old and titled doulos. In the outer regions, there exists a multitude of soul masters, yet at this moment, they have all met with misfortune, akin to being bombarded for pilfering a fruit from their master's orchard. The energy of the azure lotus earth fire poses no threat to them at present. It merely ignites a blazing blue flame near the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. The humid air, once saturated due to the sky blue bull python's domain, has suddenly become somewhat arid. Both beasts yearn for a swift resolution. The outer regions are perilously close to the human stronghold, and while they can currently manage the 3 tidal doulos before them, the arrival of humans, particularly those from the spirit hall, would necessitate their consideration of retreat. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python have resolved that. Given the high probability of that human meeting an untimely demise, it is best to conclude the battle expeditiously. Simultaneously, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python gather their strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the exhausted trio. Just then, an instinctual sense of danger prompts the two beasts to abandon their assault on Dugu Bo and redirect their attention elsewhere. There, a peculiar flame lotus sways in the air. Chapter 91. The Small Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. All that is needed is to provide the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch with the opportunity to unleash their martial soul fusion, and the current predicament can be swiftly resolved. With no additional soul beast posing a threat due to the ongoing battle, he can confidently employ any technique. Although it is his first time utilizing this ability, testing it out with the two of them should suffice. Haha. Azure Lotus Earth Fire. The youth's expression becomes serious. If upon first entering the system space he was uncertain about the nameless technique he had acquired, now that he realizes this technique can assist him in controlling various flames, the answer becomes apparent. Ding. Successful check-in at the Stardow Forest. Rewards, second martial soul. Rewards, dispensing in progress. At the moment Jiang Xuan utilized the primal form of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, the long quiet check-in system unexpectedly chimed once more. Yet, why did it seem that the subsequent rewards were inaudible? Regardless, Jiang Xuan seldom relies on this erratic system. The progress of the rewards from the spiritual realm has yet to reach completion. He resolves to continue his endeavor of refining nuclear bombs. A vivid red hue has begun to blossom on the petals of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, evolving from mere streaks to nearly encompassing one petal, indicating a promising development of soul power. Jiang Xuan raised his hands towards the heavens, palms flat before him. The azure flame of the Earth's core leaped forth from his right hand, while the crimson fire derived from the Fire Dragon King was transferred to his left. The residual energy, along with his own soul power, surged fervently towards the red flame, nurturing it to grow to a size comparable to that of the Azure Lotus. Amidst the flickering flames, the contrasting scenes unfolded. Within the cerulean fire bloomed a resplendent lotus, while within the fiery red, a faint silhouette of a small dragon with wings could be discerned. Indeed, he sought to emulate his fiery comrade in an audacious display. Although he had acquired numerous skills within the confines of the system space, they were merely ordinary techniques, all relying on the growth of his soul power to wield their corresponding might. Yet, how could one navigate such a perilous world without a trump card? The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python instinctively turned upon sensing the emergence of the Azure Lotus's core flame. Damn it! How did that kid show up there? Old Chrysanthemum, your precious disciple is being targeted by two beasts. Can he still move? Nonsense. Hurry! Meng Shu seized the opportunity. The battle experience of a title Douluo is unparalleled. Without wasting a single moment, as Dugu Bo and Yuguan sprang into action, Meng Shu also unleashed his power. Racing towards the heavenly fragrance, the Titan giant ape attempted to intervene, but soon after, the assaults from Yuguan and Dugu Bo followed in rapid succession, leading to the manifestation of something the ape had never seen and never wished to witness again in its lifetime. The sky blue bull python momentarily froze. Then an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped it, as if confronted by something horrifying. Its deep, agitated voice resonated as it chose to endure a blow from Yuguan's attack. Despite the differences in their worlds, the Azure Lotus sensed the emergence of another flame that belonged to her, causing the elemental flames to appear increasingly volatile. The youth grinned widely, his hands, under the watchful eyes of many, drew closer, each cradling a different kind of exotic fire. What is that? Zhao Wujia, carrying the unconscious Tang San, stared in horror at the flames in the boy's hands. Wasn't his martial soul a single azure flame? Where did this equally terrifying red fire originate? A freak. Absolutely a freak. The power of an exotic fire alone could render Jiang Xuan nearly invincible at his level. It was unreasonable that he could not wield the signature nuclear bomb of his fiery comrade. To achieve this fusion of exotic fire, he had painstakingly restrained the Azure Lotus from devouring the fire attribute energy of the Fire Dragon King derived from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. All for this very moment. Indeed, it was none other than the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, renowned for its ability to battle across realms. The soul power generated by the unnamed law continuously flowed into him, as the two flames embarked on the path of fusion. Boom, boom. Two resounding explosions echoed through the air, causing the boy's garments to be singed beyond recognition due to the repulsive nature of the flames. Unbeknownst to him, an eerie pattern, which had emerged from the inability to absorb the soul bone, once again manifested itself upon his back. Engrossed in the fiery lotus and oblivious to any sensation of pain, Jiang Xuan remained unaware of this occurrence. The intricate design had nearly spread across his entire back, while the sound signaling the awakening of the second martial soul from an unknown realm was muffled into silence. It is possible. With the combined focus of his mental strength and soul power, the two swirling flames gradually drew closer together. A tumultuous blaze slowly writhed and coalesced into a, roughly the size of Jiang Xuan's palm. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Has it truly succeeded? Jiang Xuan felt a sense of disbelief. The nameless technique now unmistakably resembled the burning technique. Previously, relying on the Azure Lotus as a martial soul, even a defeat would bear minimal consequences. However, it was now evident that the origin of the flames and the unnamed technique had been unveiled, although it did not involve the merging of two different fires. As an energy derivative from the Fire Dragon King, it was still sufficiently potent. As the petite Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus took shape, Jiang Xuan gently cast it forth, exclaiming, "Go!" The Azure Red Fire Lotus, moving at a leisurely pace, appeared to transcend space, directly positioning itself between the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Old Ming. This is a splendid opportunity. Its soul skill, time freeze. Its soul skill, gate of holy light. 9th soul skill, purple sky cold thunder explosion. Feeling the terrifying power of the Azure Red Fire Lotus, the trio, without hesitation regarding Jiang Xuan's execution, unleashed their most formidable soul skills. Consequently, Meng Shu turned to grasp the left hand of Zhao Tianxiang. At this moment, the gazes of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were entirely ensnared by the Fire Lotus. Having unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Jiang Xuan collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of his soul power and all energy stored within the Azure Lotus. There was not a single drop remaining. The youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. The seemingly delicate Azure Red Fire Lotus caused the fur of the two colossal 10,000-year soul beasts to stand on end. The enormous pupils could only perceive the lotus contracting and expanding, followed swiftly by the attacks of the three tidal Doulos. A thunderous explosion resonated above the Stardow forest. Boom. The azure red flames engulfed the area occupied by the two titans, an overwhelming wave of fire instantaneously consuming everything in its path. Faintly, one could discern strands of black silk appearing within the explosion's radius. The temperature of the surroundings surged dramatically, accompanied by an unrelenting torrent of azure red flames. On the ground, Zhao Wujia sprinted for his life, desperate to avoid even the residual waves of such a terrifying attack. The fiery waves generated by the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, bolstered by the assaults of the three tidal Doulos, swept across hundreds of meters before finally subsiding. Chapter 92, Dragon and Serpent Assault. Old Meng, what are you and Zhao doing standing there? Surely you do not expect Jiang to eliminate two 10,000-year-soul beasts with his soul skill, shouted Dugu Bo from a distance. The power of the fire lotus was indeed immense, although the means by which the youth concealed such a terrifying ability was unknown. It was evident that as a soul master, he could not possibly utilize this skill as a regular weapon. Moreover, if such an attack could indeed vanquish the two forest overlords, what would that imply for the three titled Doulos, rendering them as fragile as paper? Indeed. As the flames dissipated, the colossal figures of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python re-emerged, yet they appeared markedly diminished compared to their former splendor. The two forest kings bore the evident scars of the fierce attacks from the Buddha's wrath fire lotus and the three titled Duel, suffering considerable injuries. The once resplendent azure scales of the azure bull python had been largely shattered by the onslaught of the fire lotus and the combined might of Dugu Bo and his companions. With the elemental opposition amplifying the damage inflicted upon it, blood flowed incessantly from the areas where scales had fallen away from its massive body, presenting a most tragic sight. A closer inspection revealed the stark whiteness of bones near the epicenter of the explosion, with a significant portion of its formidable horn sheared away. The Titan giant ape fared slightly better, though it too was grievously wounded. Despite its formidable defensive capabilities, it had succumbed to the devastating explosion of the terrifying fire lotus, with most of its injuries being inflicted by the soul techniques of Dugu Bo and Yuiguan. Within the vast, beastly eyes of the 200,000-year soul beasts, the initial confusion and disbelief had transformed entirely into horror and rage. They were deeply insulted to have been harmed by a mere insect lacking even a third soul ring. A furious roar, laced with pain, erupted as they prepared to unleash their wrath upon the seated Jiang Xuan. The fury of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python rendered them oblivious to the contributions of the three titled Douluo to their suffering. Humans, you have thoroughly provoked our ire. Though their injuries were not critical, the affront of being harmed by an ant that could normally be crushed by sheer presence was intolerable to both the bull and the ape. Dugu Bo, equally unsettled, reflected. I knew that the flames of that little creature were suspect. Fortunately, my curiosity was not overly piqued that day. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape had managed to endure the explosion due to their robust physiques. But as for himself, that was a matter of perspective. Could their frenzied assault truly harm Jiang Xuan? That would depend on the consent of the dragon and serpent couple. During this moment of delay, though affected by the shockwave of the explosion, Tangan had managed to reunite with her husband, Meng Shu. With their hands clasped tightly, they shouted in unison, Supreme Dragon and Serpent Fusion Attack. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. A total of 15 soul rings shimmered in unison, their distinct brilliance illuminating the outer regions of the Stardow forest, scorched by flames. Simultaneously, the dragon staff and snake staff soul weapons of Ming Shu and Chao Tianxiang were raised high, more accurately referred to as the Ice Fire Dragon Flame Staff and the Serpent Emperor Staff. Unlike previous soul fusion instances, the current dragon-snake combination had transformed dramatically. In the hands of the elderly couple, the dual staffs unleashed colossal phantoms of the dragon and snake, expanding from 1 zhang to 2, and ultimately reaching an astonishing size of 20 to 30 zhang. The ethereal images of the dragon and snake began to solidify from their initial spectral forms. The dragon transformed from the original dragon staff into a vibrant azure dragon, while the snake staff conjured a mere ordinary serpent, yet after the convergence of ice and fire. The azure dragon was adorned with hues of red and blue, vividly displaying the energies of ice and fire. The serpent, too, evolved, sprouting dual horns and exhibiting traits of a dragon-like serpent. Within the soul fusion technique, the figures of the dragon lord and snake matron vanished, seemingly merging into the 15 soul rings that adorned the dragon snake soul weapon. Boom! The tremendous clash of energy resounded once more. The enraged Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape, humiliated by their previous failure, were naturally thwarted in their assault on Jiang Xuan by the dragon snake combination. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Xuan as he observed the two titled Doulos and the soul fusion technique manifested by grandfather Meng Shu engage in a tumultuous battle with the Titan giant ape and Tianqing bull python. It appeared that the crisis had been averted. In a one-on-one scenario, a 100,000-year soul beast undoubtedly surpasses a 95th level titled Douluo by a considerable margin. Indeed, had the opponent unleashed their full strength from the outset, even the old poison master, now embodied as the Nine Nether True Body, would have found defeat inevitable. How fortunate it was to have such formidable allies. This wasn't merely the power of two 95th level combatants, it was a formidable trio. 3 against 2. Coupled with the recent damage inflicted by the Buddha's Wrath Lotus on the Tianqing bull python, ensured that they would not be as severely disadvantaged as before, facing relentless assaults. The soul fusion technique truly exemplified a coveted ability in the realm of soul masters, allowing a 92nd level title Doulo and a soul sage to stand toe-to-toe with a 100,000-year soul beast. Alas, it was regrettable that the Buddha's Wrath Lotus could not be summoned again in such a short time. Jiang Xuan gazed tenderly at the azure lotus earth fire in his hand, observing how the fiery red hue of its petals had reverted to intricate patterns. The essence absorbed from the Fire Dragon King's primal energy was ultimately not the same as the original source of fire. To acquire the true crimson flames, one would need to delve deeper into the burial grounds of the two great Dragon Kings. Previously, the energy residing within the Lotus's primal essence had been nearly depleted. And with his current three-ringed soul power, he could not possibly conjure another form of flame. How wonderful it would be to possess another type of. Suddenly, various flickered through his mind, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. What was he thinking? A single azure lotus earth fire was more than sufficient for him to ascend to the ranks of the most elite soul masters on the Douluo Continent. It was foolish to yearn for a second. The Buddha's Rage Fire Lotus required 2 different flames for its manifestation. He could explore the continent later when his strength increased. Surely on the Douluo Continent, such a fire did not exist, but perhaps on the Sun and Moon Continent. He might stumble upon 1 or 2 seeds of fire born from heaven and earth. For now, he chose to disregard such fleeting thoughts. The battles in the outer regions would likely draw the attention of many. The heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape were not naive. They understood that once the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall arrived, their escape would become paramount. It seemed that the threat posed by the 2 10,000-year soul beasts was drawing to a close. As he surveyed the distant battlefield, reassured by the presence of his elders, he felt secure from any immediate danger. He retrieved the last sausage preserve in his Rui treasure bag, feeling immense gratitude towards Oscar. In his current state, possessing something to rapidly restore his soul power was undoubtedly a treasure for a food system soul master. Not far off, Zhao Wujie, sporting a shining bald head and carrying the near-lifeless Tang San, located the whereabouts of the Shrek 5. Chapter 93, the third one. Upon seeing his teacher return, along with the gravely wounded Tang San, Oscar hurriedly approached them. Although their predicament was largely due to Tang San's actions, he could not overlook the camaraderie they shared, especially since Tang San had always treated them well. Understanding the situation with Xiao being captured by the Titan giant ape, he felt a sense of empathy. I have a magnificent sausage. I have a delightful little sausage. Oscar, unaware of Tang San's precise condition, offered him both the restorative sausage and the detoxifying small sausage. Thankfully, the restorative sausage was able to be consumed, indicating that he was not beyond saving. Though they had 2 support-type soul masters present, none were true healing soul masters. So they could only keep Tang San alive for now, awaiting their return to the academy for further plans. Teacher, would you care for one of my sausages? Oscar, with a hint of mischief, couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Wujie's already sparse hair, now transformed into a gleaming bald head after being singed by flames. Beside him, Ma Hongjun quickly covered his mouth, fearing that a laugh might escape and lead to Zhao Wujie exacting his revenge. Zhao Wujie, visibly irritated, set Tang San down and plopped himself onto a stone within the cave, devouring the restorative sausage Oscar had offered him, chewing heartily without a care for appearances. He exclaimed, "What a stroke of bad luck. 200,000-year soul beasts. Are we incredibly fortunate or just plain unfortunate today?" Oscar replied with a grin. If we were titled Doulo, encountering a 100,000-year soul beast would likely be a stroke of luck. Alas, we are not, so it must be misfortune. Indeed, Ma Hongjun added. I felt my legs turn to jelly before the Titan great ape. Zhao Wujie found himself torn between laughter and annoyance, delivering a playful slap to each of the 2 fools, grateful that they could still find humor amid the chaos. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing stood up and inquired, Teacher, do you know what that Azure Fire Lotus technique is? I do not. To be honest, I, Zhao, have yet to witness a soul elder wielding an attack power comparable to that of a title Doulo, he admitted, glancing curiously at one of the mischievous students in his academy. He rubbed his bald head and continued to explain, I was close enough to feel it. Forgive me for sharing, but that terrifying force could bring even a soul saint or a soul Doulo to their knees. Curse it. The more I think about it, the more regretful I become. All the elders are titled Douluo, and that little monster can unleash such a dreadful attack on its own. Fire seed? Nonsense. Not even a top-tier martial soul can match the ferocity of that flame. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujie recalled something and added, "But do not be too disheartened. Within that fire lotus, I distinctly sensed a power that did not belong to that Jiang fellow. It must be a trump card left for him by the elders. If he himself reaches a certain level of energy, the power could very well be even greater. Even so, it remains an extraordinary feat," Zhao Wujie mused, while also considering the feelings of the little monsters. This generation of students could be deemed top-tier geniuses. He couldn't allow them to be discouraged by a single Jiang Xuan. A trump card? I yearn for such strength. With it, I could break free from my fate. Zhu Shiqing glanced at the lying Tang San and the bowed Dai Mubai beside him, her gaze resolute. She was determined to take a bold step. Since the opponent had relinquished their struggle, she need not bear the burden of their shared demise. 3 years had passed, and she would not wait for another 3. She sought the one who had captivated her glance, yet had spoken not a word thus far. For the sake of power. Today's battle had once again reshaped her understanding, strength, and background. Each individual possesses their own aspirations. As for the possibility of refusal from the other party, Zhu Shiqing chose not to dwell on it. Or perhaps she lacked the courage to contemplate such a notion. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong spoke up, expressing her desire to meet the other member among the 3 titled Douluos engaged in battle, the Chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall, a formidable assault-type Douluo at level 95. I have already dispatched an urgent signal to our sect, and if all goes well, Grandfather Bone, the closest ally to the Star Do Forest, will soon arrive. In light of this situation, Zhao Wujie felt an overwhelming uncertainty about safely escorting them out of the Star Do Forest. As the petite princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong's grandfather's identity was, of course, self-evident. Naturally, rather than relying on reinforcements yet to arrive, he fervently wished for the battle to conclude swiftly. Boom. Hiss. The true form of Jiao collided once more with the Titan giant ape. Previously accustomed to agility and control, Dugu Bo seemed to have unlocked an extraordinary potential, excitement radiating from his immense vertical pupils. Strength. The clash of power is indeed the essence of a man's romance. It could be said that the lingering resentment from years stagnating at level 91 had led to this moment. Only after undergoing the tempering of and the baptism of heavenly thunder could he contend physically with the Titan giant ape. Of course, there remained a considerable gap in strength. Had it not been for the enhancement provided by the pitch-black soul rings, which elevated Dugu Bo's physical fortitude, he would not have dared to be so audacious. Although he was occasionally tossed aside by the Titan giant ape, his exaggerated defense rendered him largely unscathed, allowing him to shake off the serpent's body and re-engage in combat. On the other hand, Yue Guan found himself in a rather arduous position. The cultivation of the Heaven Azure Bowl python significantly surpassed that of the Titan giant ape. Coupled with the formidable nature of its mutated bloodline, had he not previously held back and subsequently been injured by the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he certainly would not have stood a chance against the Heaven Azure Bowl python. In a 3 versus 2 scenario, even with their soul